This is a world where magic is revered by all. Yet you regard it with disdain, not even. In your eyes, even the mightiest sorcerer is but an ant. It is solely because you are the foremost deity of war in the celestial realm. In the ultimate battle between celestial beings and demons, one individual wielded their power to vanquish the 10 great demon gods. Ultimately, exhausted and extinguished, it falls into oblivion. Yet, when you open your eyes once more, you are astonished to discover that you have traversed dimensions and arrived on a planet known as Blue Star. This planet lacks practitioners of immortal cultivation, yet it is home to a unique existence known as mages. I shook my head to organize my thoughts. A bottle of cola has been uncorked by you, as you indulge in watching anime while sipping on the fizzy beverage. This leisurely lifestyle is precisely what you desire. At that moment, the bedroom door was forcefully kicked open, followed by a torrent of furious curses. Brother, could you perhaps refrain from remaining cooped up at home? Would it not be possible for you to venture outside and engage in some activities? You turned your head to glance at your cousin, Yi Shuiying, and without a moment's hesitation, raised a middle finger, saying, "Little girl, what business is it of yours? You cannot comprehend the joys of a homebody. My dear friend. With merely a month remaining until the commencement of the new academic year, do you not yearn to excel at the prestigious magical academy, secure a place in a distinguished university, and ascend to the pinnacle of life? I do not wish to succumb to despair in life, akin to a soda devoid of its effervescence. It is bewildering that some would encourage one to strive for success. What a futile endeavor! After waging war for millennia in a previous life, I have finally attained the opportunity to relish the joys of existence. Why should I strive once more?" Yi Shuiying, incensed by these words, rushed forward to turn off the television, and with a swift kick, expelled you from her home, declaring that you were not to return before 6 o'clock in the evening. You shrug helplessly and make your way to the internet CAF. Who decreed that one could only be a homebody within the confines of their abode? Boss. Power on the device. With a mere tap of your ID card. The balance is displayed. The boss inquired. How much would you like to recharge? Currently, if you top up 100, you receive an additional 50. Upon hearing this, you patted your pockets. Only to realize that not a single coin could be found. Then, with a cheerful smile, you turned to the internet CAF owner and asked, "Dear lady, could you share what avenues in this society are most lucrative?" Of course, one would aspire to become a hunter. The young lady at the internet CAF gazes on with admiration and longing. You were momentarily taken aback by the words. You are familiar with this profession. In essence, you are a bounty hunter, engaging in the pursuit of monstrous beings to earn commissions. With your prowess, completing a few contracts should effortlessly alleviate your concerns regarding internet expenses. By the time the gateway lady returns from her reverie, you have already vanished. Pengcheng is a second-tier city, which naturally hosts a demon hunter association. However, to become a hunter, one must join a hunter team and complete a mission before being recognized as an official hunter. You find yourself amidst the throng, casually selecting a line, yet without so much as a query, you are met with outright rejection. Why is that? Little brother. Children are not permitted to enter the Demon Hunter Association. With a sharp sound. It was only upon hearing the woman's words from across the way that you finally came to your senses. One cannot help but question one's intellect at merely 16 years of age. How could one aspire to be a hunter of any sort? However, the issue is not significant. You arrive at the restroom. And the energy within you begins to flow. Swiftly donning a fabricated mask upon my visage, I surveyed my surroundings and promptly identified a new target. This is a hunter team that has garnered little attention. A strikingly handsome woman sits at the recruiting station, engrossed in her mobile device. Prominently displayed on the sign before her reads, "Seeking companions only thunder mages." It is the most formidable attribute among all, yet its power is accompanied by a rarity. Yet you are certainly not a thunder mage. However, who decreed that only mages can wield the power of lightning? You approached the woman and in a lowered voice inquired, "Are you in search of a lightning mage?" "Oh, are you?" The woman lifted her head slightly, feeling a sense of curiosity, while you merely nodded in response. Then you suddenly clenched your fist, and in an instant, a dazzling flash of lightning appeared in the palm of your hand, accompanied by the incessant crackle of electricity. The surroundings erupted in a sudden clamor. Could it be true? Is there really a lightning mage among the hunters? Such a rare entity as a lightning mage is typically cherished by the prominent families. Could it possibly be the fabled wild lightning mage? The surrounding crowd gazed at you with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue, while the striking woman displayed a look of surprise. It was unexpected that they had indeed stumbled upon a serendipitous encounter, as a blind cat might find a dead mouse, in the form of a thunderous mage aspiring to be a hunter. As expected, you have successfully joined the hunter squad. As for your name, you may call me Maple Leaf. I am the vice-captain of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team, Suya. Welcome to the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. You followed Suya to their resting area in the Demon Hunter Association. With you included, the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team comprises a total of 10 members. Upon learning that a Thunder Mage had joined the ranks, everyone was filled with immense joy and excitement. Greetings. My name is Chen Jindong, the captain of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. He is a robust and towering middle-aged man. His face and arms adorned with scars, which narrate the glorious achievements he has amassed over the years. Engaging in conversation with the crowd has become a familiar endeavor for you. When you learn of the necessity to venture into the wilderness to slay mid-tier monsters, you couldn't help but shake your head. How could you possibly engage in such matters? It is utterly bothersome. Forget it. I kindly request your support through a trifecta of likes. I find myself rather feeble. Should there be any trivial matters, feel free to summon me. You gracefully decline with a wave of your hand. Others instantaneously grasped the situation. It appears that this Maple Leaf must merely be an apprentice mage. Ha ha ha. In light of this, it appears we must await our next collaboration. Chen Jindong chuckled, attempting to ease the situation. He truly could not bear to let go of this exceptionally promising talent. That captain, is there an enlistment fee for joining the military? I lack the funds to access the internet. Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at you in bewilderment. You, a rare and immensely talented lightning mage, are unexpectedly captivated by computers. Chen Jindong's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly realized that the Thunder Mage before him must be a person who had willingly succumbed to decadence. Such talent must not be squandered. It is imperative. This time, he must accompany us on the mission. Through combat, he shall come to realize the true significance of strength. Upon this thought, Chen Jindong cleared his throat and said, "Let us proceed with this, Maple Leaf. Our task this time will only take a few hours. We request your support through 3 consecutive actions. You may simply assist us in our endeavors, and we shall ensure your safety. Upon completion, we will provide you with a recruitment fee of 30,000. What do you think? If only you had mentioned your wealth earlier. Don't just speak of 30,000, I would have gone for even 3,000. Your words have left everyone utterly bewildered. A plea for acknowledgement and support. Goodness gracious. This individual is truly an enigma. The task assigned to the Eagle Hunting Demon Team is to hunt the mid-tier demon snake, which resides in a desolate area 10 miles outside of Pengcheng. At this moment, 2 vans came to a halt on the desolate roadway. Chen Jindong and Suya took the lead as they disembarked, followed closely by the others who gradually ventured deeper into the woods ahead. You yawned nonchalantly, trailing behind the procession with an air of indifference. Chen Jindong observed your languid demeanor, and could not help but regard you with a sense of disdain. How could such a promising individual exhibit such a lack of ambition? He resolved to diligently train you. With newfound determination, he quickened his pace. The trees ahead faded away, and the group arrived at an abandoned, desolate construction site. Do not leave, the elusive serpent we seek lies in wait within. If we venture inside, we are certain to be ambushed. Your sudden interjection halts the advance of the group. Upon hearing this, Chen Jindong furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance in your direction. As a mid-level 10-star mage, he had failed to detect any trace of the magical serpent, so how could a novice mage have done so? However, this statement indeed reflects him. The final stretch of this journey is exceedingly tranquil. When events unfold unexpectedly, there must be something amiss. Everyone remained on high alert. Chen Jindong's words elevated the vigilance of all to the utmost degree. It has been proven that what you said is not incorrect. Just as 10 individuals stepped into the open space, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged. This is a 20-meter-long python, enveloped in a cloak of deep black, with a pair of enchanting eyes fixed intently upon the gathered crowd. The giant python gaped wide. Choo-Choo sought a triple connection. Venom erupted from its fangs. "Step aside!" Chen Zhendong bellowed. The crowd hastily scattered. The venom splattered onto the ground, producing a hissing sound. Gulp! Everyone swallowed nervously, a sense of fear enveloping them. Beast! A call for likes and shares. Your adversary is I. With a furious roar, Chen Zhendong wielded his hands, conjuring a torrent of flames. Transformed into two serpents of fire, surging forth towards the infernal serpent. However, the serpent of fire remained utterly indifferent. With a flick of its body, the flames were extinguished instantaneously, and its black, serpentine form resembled a whip. Chen Zhendong leapt into the air, only to come crashing down with great force. His ironclad hands gripped the body of the serpent with unyielding tenacity. Fire element and system. This combination compensates for the shortcomings of mages in close combat and addresses the weaknesses of physical practitioners in long-range consumption. You nod in acknowledgement, your curiosity piqued as this is the first time you witness a mage in combat. The battle has erupted in full force. Everyone has commenced employing various magical assaults. At this moment, you realize that all individuals present are intermediate sorcerers, possessing two distinct elemental attributes. It seems I have stumbled upon a premier demon hunting team. However, if their capabilities are merely this limited, I fear it may not suffice. The beast shall perish. With a resounding leap, Chen Zhendong ascended into the air. His iron fist descended with tremendous force, striking the head of the demon serpent. A thunderous roar echoed through the abandoned construction site. A successful hit. Wonderful! Cheers have already begun to resonate within the team. Shucho's triumphant trio. Yet, this cacophony of joy was abruptly silenced. With a sudden eruption of terrifying momentum, the serpent's body ensnared Chen Zhendong's head with its tail, its speed surpassing the imagination of all present. Suya transformed into a radiant golden light, hoping to rescue her captain with her light-based magic. However, she was struck by the serpent's tail of the magical snake. The speed of the magic serpent surpasses even her own. Suya is filled with disbelief. Could this truly be a mid-tier magic serpent? With a thunderous roar, Suya and Chen Zhendong were simultaneously hurled to the ground. As they attempted to rise, they found themselves utterly devoid of strength. With a chilling hiss, the serpent unleashed its formidable presence. Suddenly, its body began to split along the side, astonishing all who beheld it. To their disbelief, a second head emerged, signifying its transformation. It had transcended, evolving into a higher-tier beast of the arcane realm. Two-headed serpent. Why is it a two-headed serpent? Run! High-level magical beasts are beyond our capacity to confront. The team is instantly plunged into panic. Chen Zhendong and Suya incessantly lamented within their hearts. Why must it be the dual-headed serpent? This is, for them, a profound descent in dimension. Do not concern yourself with me. The ball has been passed thrice. You all should leave swiftly. Chen Zhendong managed to rise to his feet with effort. Now is the moment for him to fulfill his duties as captain. At this moment, Suya also rose to her feet. In the face of the formidable two-headed serpent, whose strength could easily overwhelm them, she had no intention of retreating. To perish in battle would be her honor. The other 7 team members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. Yet, despite their fear, none chose to depart. What are you all waiting for? Please show your support with a like and a follow. Hurry up! As soon as Chen Zhendong's voice fell, the two-headed serpent suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Zhendong and Suya hastily assumed defensive stances. They could not afford to retreat. A withdrawal would jeopardize their comrades behind them. After all, their allies were merely at the intermediate level of 2 to 3 stars, while they themselves boasted the formidable ranks of 8 and 9 stars. What a nuisance! A voice, tinged with a sense of helplessness and lethargy, arose. A figure, whose arrival was unbeknownst to them, suddenly materialized before their eyes. It was none other than Feng. The two were taken aback in astonishment. What purpose does a novice serve in this realm? Is he not courting death in the face of the formidable demon fire? Yet, what transpired next left them even more astounded. Only to see Feng extend his hand, requesting a trifecta of support. The once raging inferno abruptly vanished. Then, he brought his two fingers together with a flick. With a resounding roar, a colossal sound erupted, as a violet lightning bolt descended from the heavens. The once formidable two-headed serpent, which had been flaunting its might, was suddenly enveloped by a bolt of lightning, emitting a piercing cry of anguish. Everyone was bewildered. After finishing, the work was done. Feng clapped his hands, displaying an air of nonchalance. The members of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team, particularly Chu Chou, are astutely aware that this is no mere rookie. In truth, it is a seasoned expert masquerading as an innocuous novice. 10 minutes later, the crowd regrouped. Chen Jindong tossed a card to you. Captain, what is this thing? The magic card remains a mystery to you. Chu Chou is in disbelief. Chen Jindong is baffled. Can it be that a high-ranking mage is unaware of the existence of magic cards? This must be a jest. You shook your head, genuinely unaware. At this moment, Suya approached and elucidated. Please support us with a trifecta of likes. The magic card is a unique device, capable of absorbing the energy of deceased monstrous beasts. With this card in hand, you shall wield the innate sorcery of the magical serpent. Upon hearing this, a sudden realization dawned upon you. It turns out such a thing exists. You tossed the magical card in your hand to Chen Jindong. Captain, this item holds little significance for me. You frequently engage in battles with the demonic beasts. Thus, you have a greater need for such cards. If possible, I would like to request a few blank magic cards. Upon hearing this, Chen Jindong did not hesitate. Chu Chou, after receiving the stack of magic cards, handed you a bundle of blank magic cards. Subsequently, he dealt with the remains of the two-headed serpent and prepared to depart. Yet, you did not board the vehicle. Are you not leaving, Maple Leaf? Suya inquired with a hint of confusion. Yet you merely waved your hand and said nothing. Let us depart. A threefold commendation is requested. Maple Leaf undoubtedly has matters to attend to. Our presence here seems somewhat inappropriate. Chen Jindong discerned that something was amiss. After uttering a remark, he took the lead in leaving. He is not foolish. It is inconceivable that high-level magical beasts would emerge around Pengcheng. Clearly, this entity has been deliberately placed here by someone. Not long after the crowd dispersed, Chu Chou glanced towards the shadows of the nearby woods and said, Come out. I am not fond of conversing with those who lurk in the darkness. Your perceptiveness is such that even I can discern it. When did Pengcheng give rise to a sorcerer of your caliber? A figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows. In the realm of the Blue Star, there exists a faction that consorts with demons. They employ arcane methods to acquire formidable power, yet in doing so, they transform into grotesque beings that are part human and part demon. Such individuals are collectively known as Yaorun and are regarded as the most reviled entities in this world. However, you may possess great strength, yet I am even more formidable. As the man in the black robe concluded his statement, a surge of magical energy emanated forth. Gazing at the man in the black robe, I, Chu Chou, took a moment to ponder. Casting my eyes upon the now dimming sky, I formed a seal with my hands. No more idle chatter. It is time for me to seek my beloved from the realm of anime. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly descended, and the man in the black robe was instantaneously reduced to ashes. 2 hours later, two figures clad in black robes arrived at the scene, their faces etched with disbelief. They could not comprehend how their companion, a high-ranking mage, had been silently obliterated. More than half a month later, at the entrance of the starry internet CAF, a young boy was seized by a girl, dragged out from the web. Stinky old brother, come home with me. For tomorrow marks the beginning of the school year. No. I wish to indulge in gaming. I desire to watch anime. I have no inclination to attend school. Over the past half-month, you have become a master in the internet CAF. Treating the CAF as if it were your own home. Yi Shuiying has only recently found you. This troublesome old fellow has been away from home for over half a month, leaving her on the brink of despair with worry. In the past few instances, I attempted to persuade him to return home, but to no avail. A request for support is acknowledged, yet today is not feasible. The school term commences tomorrow, and it is utterly unwise to indulge in frivolous distractions such as lingering in internet cafes. Thus, you find yourself amidst the throes of despair and disintegration, gazing at the internet CAF you once regarded as paradise, which gradually fades from your sight. The following day. In the bedroom, the morning sunlight bathes you in warmth. As you slumber peacefully, still ensconced in delightful dreams, a pair of delicate jade-like hands have seized your throat. Awake, dear brother, it is time to rise. Awaken, awaken, awaken. I shall rise at once. Under the coercion of Yi Shuiying, you are compelled to rise and attend school. Today marks the commencement of the magical high school. During the placement examination, you exhibited extraordinary performance at the beginner's level, securing a position in Class 4. Although Class 4 ranks high in numerical order, the connotation of the number is rather unfavorable, thus it is naturally perceived as an inferior class. Unlike you, Chu Qiu has achieved a remarkable feat. His cousin, Yi Shuiying, with her initial 6-star prowess, has been awarded a place in the elite class. The first lesson of the new school year. You have been assigned a seat by the window in the back row. In the pursuit of a trifecta, the homeland of the king. Such a precious locale. Should one forego slumber, it would be a disservice to this esteemed place. While you were fast asleep, the homeroom teacher of Class 4 began a lengthy discourse. I am your homeroom teacher. My name is Sun Lanxue, and I am an intermediate ice mage. Sun Lanxue, clad in a teacher's uniform, exudes an alluring charm and femininity, captivating the hearts of many boys in the class who are just beginning to experience the stirrings of affection. Certainly, you are certainly not among them, for at this moment, you are enveloped in slumber. It is not merely a matter of attending to your duties, you are entirely oblivious to them. The bell signaling the end of class rang. Chu Qiu performed a triple salute. You stretched your waist, intending to rest for a moment. Who knows the young lad before me? Yet turns his head and smiles, saying, "Hey buddy, shall we go to the restroom together? Accompany me," a youthful classmate, who similarly turns away. Thus it is. Request for a triple connection. You have made new acquaintances, who are also lifelong friends. Li Mubai. Wan Tianla. Recess. On the playground. Yi Feng. Did you see that beautiful girl over there? Li Mu inquired, pointing towards a young lady in the distance. This young girl possesses not only a tall and slender figure, but her appearance also exudes an undeniable purity and charm, embodying the quintessential visage of a first love. I saw it. And then? She is my goddess, Nyesini. I harbored a secret admiration for her since my middle school days. What a pity, alas. My companion is unworthy. They are a student of the elite class, while my friend is merely ordinary. Li Mubai gazed up at the heavens. Wan Tianla could not help but express his disdain. Chu Qiu's trifecta. So, are you a sycophant then? 3 individuals conversed in the playground, utterly oblivious to the fact that someone was observing them. Shuiying, what are you observing? Nya Xiani also noticed her friend gazing intently at a group of young boys and curiously inquired. She recalls her close friend, who has always shunned the company of men. There is nothing of significance. Let us hasten back to our classroom, for the air outside has turned rather chilly. Yi Shuiying, somewhat dazed, pulled Nyesini back to the classroom. Chu Qiu observed Yi Shuiying's absent-minded expression. Nyesini suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that her close friend has developed feelings for someone? And perhaps it is one of the 3 young men from just now. After school, you did not return home. Instead, you headed to the designated location where you had arranged to meet the Skyhawk demon hunting team. Indeed, they had summoned you once more for a mission. As I passed through a narrow alley, Chu Qiu San Lian, the storage ring upon your finger quivered slightly, and your original attire vanished. Replaced instead by black casual attire, the mask re-emerges upon the face at this moment. Upon reuniting with the Skyhawk demon hunting team, Chu Qiu noticed that the expressions of everyone were remarkably grave. I sincerely apologize for troubling you this time, Maple Leaf. The pack of grey wolves, known as the Songlong demons, has suddenly mobilized en masse, surrounding Ping City. All demon hunting teams must venture forth to hunt in the past. Chu Qiu's triple strike Shinjindong is aware that this high-ranking individual is one who abhors trouble. You nodded gently in response, saying little more. At this moment, the Demon Hunter Association was teeming with people. All the demon hunting teams from Feng City had gathered together to strategize their combat plan. There are troops stationed to defend the city. The Chu seeks the third consecutive victory. It is impossible for the pack of Azure Wolves to breach the defenses. However, the struggle of a cornered beast, if prolonged, not only leads to a scarcity of resources but also engenders a state of anxiety among the populace. All pressing matters. Chu Chou's threefold mission is to venture beyond the city and eradicate the pack of Tsong wolf demons. For the sake of Pengchang. For the sake of the human race. The president of the Demon Hunting Association placed his hand upon his heart and shouted aloud. All hunters, in unison, emulate one another. As Chu Chou passionately expresses his fervent emotions. Amidst the crowd, you find yourself in a state of bewilderment. Although the situation feels somewhat awkward, you nonetheless embark on the journey of learning. All demon hunting teams have been mobilized. Chu Chou's triple strike. Outside the city of Pine, the battle has raged for 2 hours under the night sky. The Sky Eagle demon hunting team is tasked with patrolling the peripheral regions, where the majority of adversaries comprise low-tier demons. Occasionally, a few mid-tier demon wolves manage to break through, yet they are invariably vanquished one by one. As everyone engaged in combat with the demon wolf, they occasionally cast glances towards a particular direction, for they all understood that the outcome of this battle was not in their hands. Instead, it was a fierce battle to the death against the Azure Wolf Demon King waged by the high-ranking sorcerers. Chu Chou summoned 3 consecutive spells, while all 5 high-level mages from Feng City were fully engaged. However, after 2 hours of intense combat, no victor had yet emerged. The Wolf Demon King let out a resounding howl. Upon the imposing figure, towering a full 3 meters, intricate white demonic patterns adorned its colossal form. Simultaneously, a dozen blades of wind howled forth with ferocity. 5 high-ranking mages desperately endeavored to thwart the relentless assault of Chu Chou's trio, among whom was the esteemed president of the Demon Hunter Association, Tian Kuei. Tian Kuei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite his tall and mighty physique appearing somewhat disheveled, his formidable presence remained intact. With a flick of his hand, countless blades emerged from thin air, unleashing a cacophony of piercing sounds as they soared towards the celestial Wolf Demon King. Moreover, as the blade emerged, the ground beneath the feet of the Sunlong Demon King began to collapse, while countless vines sprouted forth, ensnaring him tightly. As a high-level mage, Tian Kuei possesses 3 attributes: gold. Several others also relentlessly unleashed their magic to assault the Azure Wolf Demon King. However, regardless of their actions, the sovereign of the Azure Wolves not only emerged unscathed, but within its piercing gaze, it revealed a disdainful and murderous intent. Tender. The wolf's howl reverberates through the heavens and shakes the earth. The Azure Wolf Demon King suddenly breaks free from its restraints. Suddenly, 5 figures materialized. A manifestation of one of the celestial Wolf Demon King's innate sorceries. The doppelganger. Each of these replicas possessed half the essence of the demon wolf's true form. Originally, the situation where the enemy was outnumbered by our forces suddenly transformed into a scenario of equal strength. No, it should be described as a crushing defeat. It was not until this moment that they realized. Before me stands a Demon King, undeniably a high-tier entity of the utmost caliber. Were it not for the constraints of its bloodline, ascending to a transcendent existence in the future would not be inconceivable. The most pressing issue at present is that among the 5 individuals, the mightiest, Tian Kuei, possesses a mere advanced 6-star mage level. How can we possibly contend with this? In the shadows, 2 figures cloaked in black observed the scene, unable to suppress a series of sinister chuckles. Thus, let these individuals experience despair. Once the Sunlong Demon King has slain these 5, we shall proceed to breach Feng City directly. Thanks to the organization for sending someone to divert the formidable military leader from Pengchang, otherwise, our plan would have faced considerable difficulty in achieving success. A man and a woman, both clad in black robes, exchanged a knowing smile, simultaneously revealing the countenance of triumphant victors. What jest are you indulging in? Pray, share it with me, I wish to partake in the mirth. A raspy voice suddenly emanated from behind the 2. The 2 figures in black robes were taken aback, turning to find a man in a dark mask standing behind them, unbeknownst to them until that moment. Quick to react, they unleashed spells of ice and fire simultaneously. However, it was merely flicked by your outstretched finger. Chuchio's triple strike. Breathe. The flames extinguish. The ice spire shatters. It appears that you are the orchestrators behind the scenes, preventing me from returning home on time to indulge in my gaming pursuits. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this loss for me? A palpable aura of dread emanates from your presence. The two, terrified, turned and fled. Wuchio's 3 consecutive strikes. Wind and light, the swiftest among them. Yet now they appeared so sluggish. For they stood witness to the unfolding scene. The enigmatic figure approached step by step, treading upon the void.
Before them, it seemed as though space itself ceased to exist. Have they had enough? With a mere flick of his hand, Feng unleashed 2 howling wind blades. The 2 cloaked figures had no time to react before the blades obliterated all their defenses. Their severed heads tumbled to the ground. With a swift motion, Feng gathered all the intriguing items from their bodies into his grasp. Upon glancing at the wallet filled with several thousand coins, a smile broke across his face beneath the mask. Wealth had graced him. Indeed, he was prosperous. After stowing the wallet away, he cast a lingering glance at the magical card pouches of the 2 men. They contained a considerable number of magical cards, quite a find, perfect for adding to his collection. Indeed, Feng had developed a new passion, the collection of magical cards. He had transcended the identity of a mere otaku, evolving into a connoisseur of cards. His gaze shifted to the distant figure of the Songlong Demon King. Was this not the arrival of his very first high-tier 10-star magical card? Boom! Tian Kuei's body crashed heavily to the ground. He had succumbed to defeat against the true form of the Songlong Demon King, while the other 4 fared little better. As he beheld the increasingly approaching Songlong Demon King, for the first time, he truly sensed the proximity of death. Chapter 6. The deskmate no. I cannot falter now. Tian Kuei exerted himself to rise, fully aware that if he were to fall, the myriad lights behind him would be left unguarded. Those lights shone for his loved ones. Just as he prepared to fight with all his might, a shadow suddenly materialized before him. Feng, with a clenched fist, bellowed at the approaching Songlong Demon King. One punch so powerful, even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Boom! The formidable Songlong Demon King, a high-tier 10-star entity, instantly crumbled under this strike, his bones shattering. In the face of such overwhelming force, all defenses and counterattacks became mere illusions. A blank magic card materialized in his hand, absorbing the energy orb of the Songlong Demon King. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the scene, leaving no time for anyone to react. Was it a person who just appeared? When did Pengsheng produce such an extraordinary being? To defeat a high-tier 10-star entity with a single punch, he must undoubtedly be of an exceptional caliber. Thus, the battle concluded in a haze of confusion. By the time Feng returned home, it was already midnight. He quietly opened the door, intending to sneak back to his room. To his surprise, he found his cousin, Yi Shuiying, waiting for him in the living room. Her face a mask of fury. Brother, you returned so late. You must have been diligently practicing magic and not at an internet CF, right? Yi Shuiying advanced menacingly, causing Feng to break out in a cold sweat. Do you believe me if I say I didn't visit an internet CAF? I believe you're a liar. Yi Shuiying exclaimed angrily, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. This was her way of expressing disappointment, as her elder brother, despite possessing greater talent than herself, showed no ambition. She felt the weight of her uncle and aunt's expectations. If they knew her cousin had turned into a slacker, they wouldn't voice their concerns. But she would feel the sting of their disappointment. Particularly since this cousin had grown up alongside her, she could not allow him to descend into oblivion. Tough love, indeed. Yi Shuiying felt like a worried mother fussing over her son. A new day dawned, heralding fresh beginnings. Feng sat comfortably by the window in the back row of the classroom. However, the tranquility was shattered by their homeroom teacher, Sun Lanxue. Today, we have a new classmate, Han Yi. Let's welcome him with applause. A robust and somewhat fierce-looking young man with dark skin stood at the podium. Han Yi had a distinctive appearance, primarily due to his intimidating demeanor. He bore a scar at the corner of his mouth, suggesting that he was no ordinary individual, even in society. Hello everyone, my name is Han Yi. I look forward to your guidance over the next 3 years. Han Yi concluded with what he believed to be a friendly smile. However, the entire class was struck by an overwhelming sense of discomfort. His smile seemed to convey a warning. Be careful. Perhaps one day, you may find yourself at my mercy. Naturally, Han Yi was seated next to Yi Feng, and thus, they became deskmates. At first, the three harbored some prejudice against Han, largely due to his appearance. However, they soon discovered that he seemed to be a genuinely good person. It appeared that he was not a troublemaker, but merely resembled one. During a self-study session, the four quickly became friends. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, they found themselves in a lengthy break. Ye Feng observed Han Yi, who was engaging with them in a cheerful manner. He clearly embodied the spirit of a sunny, optimistic young man, rather than someone involved in unsavory activities. Yi Feng realized he had judged him based on appearances. Hey guys, let us hit the restroom for a smoke. I specifically bought a pack of cigarettes. They're quite enjoyable, Han Yi exclaimed, slapping the table. The three were taken aback. Yi Feng admitted his earlier misjudgment. Clearly, this fellow was indeed a bit of a rogue. In the restroom, Han Yi exhaled clouds of smoke, and through their conversation, they learned more about him. He had grown up on the battlefield, attending military schools for both elementary and middle school, and had awakened his magical powers in high school. His parents wished for him to have an easier life, so they arranged for him to attend high school in Pengsheng. No wonder he appeared so fierce. This explained it. Don't you guys smoke? Han Yi offered a cigarette to Yi Feng and the others, who all shook their heads in refusal. Li Muvai replied, I'm a good student. I don't smoke. Wan Tianla remarked, smoking is harmful to health. Yi Feng added, a homebody's life doesn't require tobacco. Han Yi insisted. Just try one. The three responded in unison, no, no, no. 5 minutes later, the atmosphere had changed. Refreshing. The three were now indulging in the act, leaving only Wan Tianla steadfast in his principles. Yi Feng looked at Wan Tianla, astonished by his resolve. He truly envied those with such boundaries. A month later, under the coercive encouragement of Yi Shuiying, Yi Feng finally awakened his fourth star. To achieve this, in just a month showcased his remarkable magical talent. After another class, while the four were casually chatting, Li Mubai suddenly identified a rather serious issue. We've known each other for over a month now, yet we still don't know what kind of mages we each are. A collective silence ensued. Indeed, they had never discussed it. It seemed that only a vague mention from their class instructor, Sun Lanxue, indicated that Yi Feng was a fire mage. Li Mubai took the lead, stating, I'm a light mage, the fastest among the light mages. Seeing Li Mubai speak up, Han Yi followed suit, declaring, I'm a metal mage. Tianla, what about you? Though it sounded rather far-fetched, Wan Tianla replied, I'm a summoner. The three were momentarily bewildered. Typically, only mid-tier mages awaken a second system that could include summoning. Was it not rather peculiar for Wan Tianla's first system to be summoning? Noticing their confusion, Wan Tianla shyly explained, it might be due to my family's profession that my first system is summoning, and it's a specially designated type within that category. What does your family do? Li Mubai asked, posing a crucial question. In the realm of funerary rites, I typically engage in the tasks of lifting the deceased and digging graves with the entities I can summon predominantly belonging to the realm of the departed. Observing the seemingly simple-minded Wan Tianla, an inexplicable chill crept over the trio. How could such a youth awaken to such a peculiar affinity, particularly one as unconventional as the necromantic summoning? The 2-month period swiftly approached its conclusion, with the midterm examinations looming next week. However, prior to these assessments, they encountered a new subject, teamwork. Pairs of two would engage in combat against another duo. The instructor overseeing this course was none other than their class teacher, Sun Lanxue. Each desk, mate formed a team, and the regulations of the training grounds, which I had previously conveyed to you, are hoped to be etched into your memories. Chapter 7. The violent mage, the training ground, akin to the size of a basketball court, is entirely enclosed. During the bouts, one is encouraged to unleash their full potential without reservations, as the training arena is equipped with a protective monitoring system, and instructors watch closely. This particular session is lengthy, taking up an entire day, and occurs only once every 2 months. The morning is dedicated to paired combat, while the afternoon focuses on individual battles. Yi Feng and Han Yi, being desk mates, naturally formed a duo, while Li Mubai partnered with Wan Tianluo. The class consists of 42 students, forming a total of 21 pairs. Apart from their duo, the remaining 19 pairs are composed of one male and one female, prompting envy and admiration from others. No witties. In battle, my comrades are far more reliable than women. Han Yi proclaimed to bolster his spirits. Yifeng merely rolled his eyes. He wished Han Yi would conceal his envious glances toward the other teams when making such remarks. Upon completion of the pairings, discussions erupted among the students. Sun Lan Shui cast a glance over her class before fixating her attention on Yifeng. She was eager to ascertain Yifeng's current strength and whether he had achieved the anticipated 5-star rating. A budding fire mage must not fall in her hands. Perhaps due to her impatience to witness Yifeng's prowess, she hastily arranged a match between Group 1 and Group 12 for the first bout. Group 1 comprised the two most outstanding students in the class, who had already reached the initial 6-star level within 2 months. Mu Systems Su Xania and Wind Systems Qiuqi Zhou. Group 12, without question, consisted of Han, Yi, and Yifeng. How fortunate we are to be battling the class beauty and the class stud. Han Yi grinned, eager for the fight. I look forward to your guidance, Han Yi, Qiuqi Zhou remarked, intrigued by the formidable appearance of his opponent. Eager to test whether Han Yi lived up to his fearsome reputation. Tension crackled between the two, while Yifeng, feeling somewhat bored, stretched lazily. This action, however, drew Su Xianya's ire. Is he belittling me? Such arrogance, she thought disdainfully, doubting that a mere 2-month-old 1-star mage could rival her. After reaching the initial 5-star level, each subsequent star presents exponentially greater challenges. Many students enter school at 5 stars, yet fail to advance to intermediate mage status by the time they graduate. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, Sun Lan Shui wasted no time and declared the commencement of the battle. Mere moments before the fight began, Li Mubai and Wan Tianluo had already initiated a betting pool. Excluding themselves, all other classmates wagered on Group 12's defeat, believing it to be an easy win, thus betting nearly all their pocket money. Knowing the true strength of the duo, the two exchanged knowing smiles, thinking, what fools. They will soon regret this. They simply could not resist the temptation of such an easy opportunity for profit. As the match commenced, Han Yi let out a fierce shout and charged towards Qiuqi Zhou with great fervor. The incident unfolded abruptly, prompting Qiuqi Zhou to hastily harness the power of wind to evade Han Yi's incoming punch. Leave this fellow to me, while you handle that woman. Aldikt, ye Feng replied, stretching lazily before transforming into a streak of fire and charging towards Su Xinya. Startled, Su Xinya quickly summoned vines to form a protective shield. Break it! Ye Feng's feasts, enveloped in flames, struck with force. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole was instantly created in the vine shield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Yi conjured an array of metallic throwing knives that he hurled at Qiuqi Zhou. As Qiuqi Zhou dodged, his speed began to wane, and Han Yi seized the opportunity, gripping a magically conjured metal baseball bat. Take this. Bang! The bat collided with the wind wall, producing a deafening sound, followed by a crack, as Qiuqi Zhou was sent flying by the impact. Fortunately, Sun Lan Shui reacted swiftly, catching Qiuqi Zhou and employing healing magic to mend his wounds. While Han Yi's battle concluded, Yifeng's skirmish raged on. Su Xinya hurriedly activated her magic, causing vines to surge from the ground in an attempt to assault Yifeng. However, in his fiery state, Yifeng created a hole with each punch, forcing Su Xinya to retreat repeatedly. At that moment, confusion engulfed her. Is this person truly a mage? Aren't fire mages supposed to remain at the back of the ranks, unleashing devastating spells? How is he engaging in close combat? Not far away, Han Yi sat on the ground, seemingly uninterested, savoring a packet of spicy strips he had pulled from somewhere. Yifeng leaped into the air, and, sensing an opportunity, Su Xinya conjured 5 or 6 vines around her to ensnare him. Yet, unexpectedly, flames enveloped Yifeng's right leg. This technique, learned from Sanji, was his demon wind kick. The flames instantly incinerated the vines, casting a dazzling crimson light that filled Su Xinya's vision. For the first time, she felt a chilling proximity to death. However, Yifeng suddenly halted mid-air, landing gracefully and declaring, "It seems I have emerged victorious." The arena fell silent, followed by a collective gasp. Yifeng and Han Yi were indeed two unrestrained savages. Their combat style, reminiscent of martial artists rather than mages, left everyone questioning their humanity. Moreover, what kind of magic had Yifeng just employed? Was there a close combat spell within the realm of basic fire magic? As a teacher, Sun Lanxue could not help but marvel at Yifeng's extraordinary talent upon witnessing this scene. If she were not mistaken, Yifeng had relied on a singular spell throughout the encounter, the basic fire magic known as flame envelopment. This defensive maneuver was typically employed against sudden melee attacks, enveloping the user in flames. Yet, the inherent risk of sustaining burns was evident, and Yifeng's ability to execute such intricate maneuvers while remaining unscathed spoke volumes of both his physical prowess and his mastery over fire. The mastery displayed has likely reached an intermediate level. Contemplating this, Sun Lanxue could not help but break into a faint smile. Indeed, this child Yifeng possesses remarkable talent. With a modicum of effort, he can easily surpass many average students. If he continues to strive diligently, his future holds boundless possibilities. Moreover, Han Yi is no less impressive. His physical prowess is a testament to his exceptional background. Suddenly, Sun Lanxue was interrupted by a burst of laughter, and turning her head, she discovered Li Mubai and Wan Tianla counting money while laughing heartily. Typically, the four of them were inseparable companions. With Han Yi and Yifeng performing admirably, they too should find their rightful place. In the upcoming match, Team 2 will face off against Team 11. Chapter 8. Blinding Your Eyes, the second group has taken the stage, and among them is a familiar face to Yifeng, his middle school classmate Sun Hao. The girl accompanying him is a quiet, bespectacled young lady named Su Xie. While the second group is preparing to compete, Li Mubai remains in the audience, cheering them on. The match has begun. The stakes are set. Bet whether we can surpass the formidable duo from the second group. A threefold return for a win, and a mere one. 2 for a loss. Li Mubai's audacity to set such low odds for a loss indicates his lack of confidence. This thought resonates with all but the two familiar with the competitors. Those who had previously lost are now betting wholeheartedly on the victory of the second group. As brothers, Yifeng and Han Yi have unwavering faith in their good friend and place their bets on their triumph. Observing the antics of the two lively boys, Sun Lanxue feels a twinge of exasperation, wondering why her class harbors such peculiar characters. "Hey Mubai, I'm betting 200 on our victory," Sun Hao shouts, to which Li Mubai responds with an approving gesture. After collecting the bets, Li Mubai and Wan Tianla make their way to the competition arena. Sun Hao, a soil mage, and Su Xie, a water mage, are both formidable control-type magicians, each at the 5-star level. In contrast, Li Mubai and Wan Tianla's abilities are not as deeply concealed as those of Yifeng and Han Yi. They are merely initial 3-star magicians, a fact well known among their peers. Once Sun Lanxue confirms that both sides are prepared, she announces the commencement of the duel. "Tianla, do you understand my intent?" "Absolutely," Wan Tianla replies, stomping one foot on the ground, conjuring a summoning circle that materializes before him. "Interrupt his summoning spell," Sun Hao commands, preparing to unleash a spike of earth to thwart Wan Tianla's incantation. However, at that moment, Li Mubai exclaims, "Behold, as I dazzle your eyes." He transforms into a radiant golden beam, darting across the arena. The blinding brilliance forces Sun Hao and Su Xie to squint, while Wan Tianla calmly retrieves a pair of sunglasses from his pocket. Shameless, utterly shameless. The audience erupts in excitement, witnessing such an outrageous display from a light mage. He. Li Mubai smirks, then launches a basic light spell, a flare, directly at the faces of his opponents. The overwhelming brightness causes them to lose their sight momentarily, leaving them to cast spells in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Yet, to their astonishment, they soon realize that their spells are being thwarted by an unseen force. As the light fades, they behold a towering 3-meter skeleton gazing down upon them, with Wan Tianla and Li Mubai perched atop its shoulder. "Necromancy," Sun Lanxue gasps in disbelief, never having anticipated that someone would awaken such an oddity within the realm of summoning magic. You should concede. The skeletal giant is among the pinnacle of initial-level undead, and you stand no chance against it. Wan Tianla beams with delight, yet for reasons unknown, his playful demeanor only serves to intensify the audience's desire to see him humbled. The ensuing battle was predictable. The skeletal giant effortlessly crushed the opposition. Meanwhile, Wan Tianla and Li Mubai were dubbed the most shameless duo by their classmates. The first contest featured a violent mage, while the second showcased two utterly shameless individuals. What an extraordinary spectacle! As the midterm examination approached, Sun Lanxue could hardly contain her excitement upon seeing Yi Feng illuminate 6 stars on his badge. At last, she had managed to put this child on the right track. This was a moment of glory for her as a teacher. Teacher, is it true that I can finally receive the magical artifact you promised? Ye Feng invited eagerly, having awaited this moment with bated breath. Without hesitation, Sun Lanxue presented him with a cross necklace. This artifact would enhance the speed of his magical energy cultivation, and she urged him to strive for strength, lest he disappoint her expectations. Yi Feng's face revealed a hint of disdain upon hearing this. Is this all? Sun Lanxue, though maintaining a smile, felt a surge of intimidation emanate from her. Instantly, Yi Feng transformed his expression, treating the necklace like a treasured possession. Sun Lanxue patted his shoulder and informed him that the final examination would primarily consist of practical combat. The performance of this year's students would determine their class ranking, thereby allocating resources accordingly. The competition was divided into 2 rounds. The first would see the class select the 3 strongest individuals to represent them. Only those who had reached 6 stars in strength would qualify to compete. Within the class, the 6-star contenders were Yi Feng, Han Yi, Qiu Qizhou, Su Xinya, Li Mubai, and Wan Tianla. Indeed, the last 2 had been concealing their true abilities, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After a draw, the competitors were determined. Yi Feng versus Li Mubai, Wan Tianla versus Han Yi, and Qiu Qizhou versus Su Xinya. Teacher, I suspect you've manipulated the rankings intentionally. Li Mubai expressed his dissatisfaction, as it was apparent to anyone with discernment that the teacher was indeed orchestrating the matchups. Do you have any objections? Sun Lanxue raised an eyebrow at Li Mubai, causing him to fall silent in fear. Indeed, her intentions were deliberate. She wished to gauge the depths of these 4 individuals, knowing that typical opponents could not elicit their full strength. Only by pitting them against one another could she uncover their true capabilities. Unbeknownst to her, these 4 peculiar characters would soon impart a crucial lesson to the young teacher. Never underestimate the unconventional thought processes of the extraordinary, for they are far from ordinary. Li Mubai summoned the other 3 to his side, and after a brief whisper discussion, they all shared a knowing smile. In the training arena, the first duel undoubtedly featured the formidable pair of Yi Feng and Li Mubai. Brother Feng, don't go easy on me just because we're friends. Li Mubai Yurja. You too, unleash your full strength and show everyone your might. All right, the 2 were filled with fervor, embodying the spirit of passionate youth. While such behavior might be reasonable for ordinary individuals, the question remained, were these 2 truly normal? The countdown on the stopwatch began. 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell tolled, the 2 figures sprang into action. The crimson and golden silhouettes swiftly converged, and the battle seemed to erupt in an instant. Alas! Li Mubai suddenly let out a wretched cry as the golden light hesitated momentarily before being violently repelled. Brother Feng, your attack is formidable. I am no match for you. Li Mubai shouted while soaring through the air, embodying the essence of someone who had been vanquished in an instant. Could this performance be any more contrived? Li Mubai believed his reaction had assuredly sealed his defeat, even going so far as to close his eyes. What midterm examination? He had no desire to vie for attention against those individuals. Just as Yi Feng had suggested, was it not more delightful to simply slack off? However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bang! Yi Feng, having approached Li Mubai from behind unbeknownst to him, was suddenly thrust forward by a heavy impact, collapsing to the ground. Mubai, I never expected you to anticipate my movements. Chapter 9. The Temple of Demons. What? Is this even possible? Li Mubai was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the four of them had conspired to determine the outcome of their duel, each showcasing their unique talents, with the one who lost the quickest being declared the victor. However, he never anticipated that, in his approach toward Yi Feng, he would feign a devastating blow and be sent flying. Much to his astonishment, Yi Feng, a formidable presence, swiftly intercepted his descent with the proclamation, "I anticipated his movements." What on earth? This is remarkable. The atmosphere fell silent, while Han, Yi, and Wan Tianla doubled over in laughter, nearly gasping for breath. Truly, Yi Feng is unparalleled. Ha ha ha. It is indeed Brother Feng's brilliance. Not far away, Sun Lanchue's face turned a shade of green. After glancing at the two, she raised her hand to declare that Li Mubai was the winner of this round. Honey, Wan Tianla, you two step forward. If you dare to hold back again, do not blame me. Teacher, I concede this round. My summoned creature has been unwell lately and lacks combat capability, Wan Tianla exclaimed, his words initially seeming plausible. After all, summoners rarely conjure creatures at random. They typically summon beings with which they are familiar. If those creatures are incapacitated, it makes sense. However, the crux of the matter was, your summoned creature is an undead. An undead. How could it possibly be unwell? Sun Lanxue felt a headache coming on from the sheer frustration. Ultimately, the class representatives for the upcoming battle were determined to be Han, Yi, Li Mubai, and Su Xinya. They would have 3 days to rest before the impending class ranking competition. After school, the four decided to dine out, with Li Mubai graciously treating them. One must never refuse a generous offer. At the school gate, as she watched the four figures gradually distance themselves, Yi Shuiying wore a contented smile. How wonderful! Her brother is no longer the reclusive individual he once was, devoid of friends and confined to his room, immersed in anime. At the very least, he has forged friendships now, and the bond appeared to be quite strong. Observing her best friend's enigmatic expression, Niesini was initially taken aback, then turned her gaze toward the four individuals ahead. She recognized them as the very same for that Yi Shuiying had often discreetly observed on the playground. Upon scrutinizing their appearances, she noted that the fierce-looking one was undoubtedly not Yi Shuiying's type. The lethargic fellow, exuding a lackluster demeanor, was also ruled out. That left her with 2 remaining candidates. One appeared earnest while the other radiated a sunny disposition. The earnest one seemed too simple-minded to capture Yi Shuiying's interest, which led her to conclude that the charming, bright boy was the one. Her best friend certainly has discerning taste. Not only was the boy handsome, but he also exuded an optimistic and cheerful aura. She felt compelled to observe from a distance, sensing a hint of secret admiration. As a loyal friend, how could she not lend her support? At that moment, Yi Shuiying remained oblivious to the fact that her attention toward her brother Yi Feng had inadvertently sparked a misunderstanding in her friend Niesini. The night draped over Pengcheng, casting a tranquil veil over the city. A figure cloaked in black traversed the dimly lit streets. As they walked, casting cautious glances around, 4 heads suddenly emerged from a nearby corner. It was Yi Feng and his companions, having just finished their meal and indulged in some leisure at an internet CAF. They were on their way home when they encountered a middle-aged man who appeared entirely ordinary. However, to their astonishment, Wan Tianla proclaimed that this man exuded an aura of the departed. It is noteworthy that even Wan Tianla, a summoner of spirits, lacked such an aura. Due to his unique abilities, he was particularly sensitive to this presence, which could only belong to one type of individual, the demons of the demon shrine. The demon populace was singularly aligned with the demon shrine, venerating the demon race as the harbingers of human glory, essentially serving as their pawns. Han Yi harbored a deep-seated animosity toward these demons, and upon hearing of the man's spectral aura, he insisted on following him. With their close friend joining the pursuit, the others felt compelled to accompany him. Thus, they relied on the so-called concealment artifact Yi Feng had brought forth, which guided them to this very spot. In reality, Yi Feng had produced a precious artifact for cultivating immortality, the Wind Spirit Pearl, one of the few he had crafted over the years. Upon witnessing the man donning the emblematic black robe of the demon shrine, their suspicions were confirmed. He was indeed affiliated with the shrine. Puzzled, Li Mubai scratched his head, wondering how a member of the demon shrine could be in Peng City. Han Yi, however, spoke gravely, recalling a recent disturbance on the outskirts of the city that had led to suspicions of the demon shrine's involvement. It seemed the rumors were true. So, are we really going to follow him? Given our abilities, isn't this a bit reckless? Wan Tianla expressed his apprehension. Han Yi, tapping Wan Tianla on the head, retorted, "Why are you being cowardly? Yifeng's artifact can completely obscure our presence, making it highly probable that we can gather intelligence. If we uncover the reason for the demon shrine's presence in Peng City, the authorities might reward us with an artifact of our own." Han Yi's assertion rang true. Fortune favors the bold. After Li Mubai concluded his thoughts, he and Han Yi surged forward. Yi Feng and Wan Tianla exchanged glances, resignedly shaking their heads before following suit. The quartet trailed into an alley, where they encountered a closed door. The man knocked thrice, and soon a cloaked figure opened the door and ushered him inside. "Let us go in," Han Yi urged, ready to charge forward, but Yi Feng halted him. "I am invisible, not phasing through walls. Can't they see us opening the door?" Yi Feng was somewhat exasperated by Han Yi's reasoning, wondering if his overdeveloped muscles had affected his intellect. "That is a valid point, but what should we do now?" Yi Feng suggested. "I propose we return home. I wish to continue watching anime." His proposal found favor with Wan Tianla. Just then, Li Mubai, who had been silent, suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He whispered to the others for an extended period, and soon they appeared enlightened. Indeed, when it comes to the art of cunning and deception, Li Mubai truly excels. Within the confines of the room, 3 individuals clad in black robes wore expressions of deep gravity, their eyes brimming with fear and resignation. At present, the entire city of Pengcheng is in search of our demon temple members, and the 3 senior officials responsible for this operation have become unreachable. In the initial stages, everything progressed smoothly. Why, then, has the critical phase of the siege encountered such unforeseen complications? I am uncertain. However, one thing is clear. If we are to escape with our lives intact, we must resort to that particular item. Upon hearing this, the other 2 fell into a profound silence. Once that item is employed, there would be no turning back for them. Just as the 3 were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed at the door. Chapter 10. Skipping class to complete a task. Upon hearing the sound of knocking, the pupils of the 3 individuals instantly contracted. Had they been discovered? They hurriedly entered a state of alert, channeling their magical energies, prepared to unleash spells at any moment. "Help! Help!" A series of anguished cries echoed from outside the door. The 3 were momentarily stunned by the sound, and before they could react, the door was violently flung open. A youth was kicked into the room. "Run! Keep running! How dare you undermine me, putting a green cap on my head? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" Han Yi stormed into the room, seizing the extremely frightened Wan Tianla from the ground, his face filled with murderous intent. "I was wrong, brother. I promise I won't do it again. I truly had no idea she had a boyfriend." Wan Tianla pleaded for mercy, but Han Yi, without uttering a word, dragged him out of the room while delivering blows. The 2 departing figures left the members of the demon god temple in a state of bewilderment. What was going on? One of the cloaked figures closed the door, nonchalantly stating they are merely 2 novice sorcerers, likely high schoolers who stumbled into this place. After all, it is secluded here, and brawls are not an uncommon occurrence. However, they might have seen our demon god temple attire. It is unwise to act recklessly now. Do you really believe I would let them go? Besides, I have placed a curse upon them. They shall perish within 3 minutes. The man revealed a cold smile. Startled by the man's words, Li Mubai, who had stealthily entered the room during the door's opening, turned to glance at Yi Feng, only to find him seemingly unconcerned. Observing Yi Feng's demeanor, Li Mubai surmised that Yi Feng must have some contingency plan, which was why he remained unafraid of Wan Tianla and Han Yi falling victim to the curse. Truly, Brother Feng is always so thoughtful. However, the reality was that Yi Feng had nullified the curse as soon as it was cast. Fortunately, amidst the 4 incompetents, as the formidable one was present, Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences today. Time was of the essence. If they did not utilize that item to create chaos and escape from Feng City, their entire team would likely meet with disaster. The leading man had made their predicament abundantly clear. They had only this one path left. After agreeing on a rendezvous point, the three departed simultaneously. Once they left, Li Mubai turned off the recorder and reported the incident after locating the two outside. The subsequent events were no longer their concern. 3 days of vacation were spent indulging in anime at home. As the break came to an end, the semester's class ranking battle, colloquially known as the midterm examination, approached. The training ground accommodated all first-year students, where Yi Feng and Wan Tianla sat in the audience, discussing what to eat for lunch. Class 4's Li Mubai versus Class 2's Chung Shan. Li Mubai ascended the platform, bowing slightly to the man before him. His gaze frequently wandered to the audience, and upon discovering that his secret crush, Nyesini, was watching him, his heart nearly leaped from his throat. Nyesini gazed at Li Mubai on the contest stage, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. Is this the man that Shui Ying has chosen? Surely, he cannot be devoid of merit beyond his striking appearance. In this battle, Li Mubai exerted himself remarkably, demonstrating formidable prowess that allowed him to vanquish his opponent within 10 rounds. Could this indeed be the power of love? He mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Nixinyu nodded gently. As a scion of a prominent family, she could discern that Li Mubai had undoubtedly received cultivation from an early age, for such strength could not be attained otherwise. His identity is indeed extraordinary. While Nyesini meticulously observed Li Mubai, Yi Shuiying was searching high and low for her elder brother's figure. Where could he be? At that moment, she had no inkling that her brother had already scaled the school walls and made his escape, skipping class to undertake a mission. As he passed through an alley, Yi Feng altered his attire. No longer was he Yi Feng, but rather Feng Yi. Feng Yi, you finally arrived? Suya exclaimed, hastily ushering Yi Feng into the resting room. It was then that Yi Feng realized that, originally comprising 10 members, their celestial eagle demon hunting team now consisted of merely 5. Even their usually present captain, Chun Jindong, was absent. Where is Captain Chun? The captain has gone out of town with 3 teammates for assistance. Currently, an unexpected situation has arisen in Feng City, necessitating the participation of all mid-level demon hunting teams. Suya explained, producing a map of Feng City and marking a specific area. The remnants of the demon temple in Feng City have released a special concoction that emits a scent, attracting a plethora of insect demons. All of these insect demons are congregated in these regions, and our task is to eliminate these pests. Given our reduced numbers, our designated area is considerably smaller than those of other hunting teams. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. Time is of the essence. Let us depart immediately. Understood, Yi Feng replied, following Suya out of the resting room. The celestial eagle demon hunting team was assigned to a section of an abandoned factory. It appeared that several hundred demon ants had amassed here, though fortunately, these ants were not even low-tier demons, making them easy prey. With a swift motion, flames erupted from Yi Feng's hands, incinerating the swarm of ants before him, reducing them to ash. Our task appears to be complete, he remarked, dusting off his hands with a nonchalant demeanor. Suya smiled wryly at the display of such power, recognizing that his talents were indeed underutilized within their team. Just as Yi Feng was preparing to depart with the celestial eagle demon hunting team, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What has been happening in Feng City lately? And why do such creatures keep appearing? What's wrong, Feng Yi? Is there something unusual? Suya inquired, halting in her tracks. Yi Feng waved his hand, indicating for them to proceed without him, then vanished from sight. The remaining members of the celestial eagle demon hunting team exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain whether to continue onward or to await his return. Deep within the underground, a crimson centipede, measuring a mere dozen meters in length, busily burrows beneath the earth. The blood-colored centipede king, a transcendent Tier 3 entity. The demon race has always held a disdainful view of the demon god temple, exemplified by this very instance. The blood-colored centipede king serves as their contingency, should the demon god temple's endeavors falter, it shall rise to fulfill the tasks left undone. A cohort of inept beings, incapable of achieving success, incapable of even locating a relic, ultimately resorting to my assistance. The blood-colored centipede king silently laments, astonished that a being of its exalted status is reduced to such menial toil. What a formidable centipede! Suddenly, a voice resonates behind it, and before it can react, an overwhelming force swiftly rends its body apart. A blank magic card flashes by. Feng, reverence simile. Is this the joy of a card collector? Chapter 11. Final Combat. The first ultra-rank card. Gazing at the magical card in his hand, Feng finally grasped the joy that card enthusiasts experienced. The blood-colored centipede king, caught completely off guard, met an untimely demise. After years of existence, and finally attaining the ultra-rank status, it had barely relished its newfound prestige before being swiftly eliminated. Upon reflection, it seemed rather tragic. In the blink of an eye, the time for finals arrived. Unlike the midterm examinations, which were akin to internal conflicts, the finals represented a true test of combat. Each class would be escorted by a demon hunting team to nearby locales devoid of high-ranking demon species for practical combat exercises. Following these encounters, the demon hunting team would assess their performance. The mention of the demon hunting team jolted Feng from his meditative state, an ominous premonition settling over him. Classmates, let us welcome the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team to our class. Sun Lanyue initiated the applause, and with the homeroom teacher joining in, the students had no choice but to follow suit. Amidst Feng's somewhat stiff clapping, all 9 members of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team entered the classroom. The Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team held considerable renown in Peng City, as there were no high-ranking demon hunting teams available. And the most formidable among the mid-tier teams was undoubtedly the Sky Eagle. As he beheld the familiar faces, Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, he had donned a mask during his missions over the past 6 months. Otherwise, he would have been mortified beyond measure. Greetings, everyone. I am Chun Jindong, the captain of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team, and I shall be your chief instructor for the next 7 days. His voice resonated like thunder, earning immediate respect from all present. Defending our homeland is never an individual endeavor. Teamwork is paramount. You will come to understand the significance of camaraderie when you reach the Mage University. Now, I need you to return home, gather your belongings, and tomorrow morning, bring everything necessary for the next 7 days. I will show you the true brutality of the battlefield. As Chun Jindong's words echoed, not a single student dared to move, uncertain whether to leave or remain. However, within mere seconds, someone stood up to pack their bag and head outside. It was Han Yi. Once Han Yi took the lead, the others quickly followed, and Feng had been eager to escape as well. With bags on their backs, Han Yi, Feng, Li Mubai, and Wan Tianle dashed out without the slightest hesitation. I knew it would be these 4 oddballs, Sun Lanyue sighed, rubbing her forehead in resignation. At that moment, Chun Jindong spoke again. Aside from those 4, the rest of you have left a poor impression on me. You hesitate like timid mice. Remember, in battle, obedience to orders is instinctive. Upon hearing this, the other students promptly understood they ought to pack and leave. The classroom was soon devoid of students. After the students departed, Suya, who had just moments ago worn a stern expression, transformed her demeanor and smiled at Sun Lanyue, saying, "Why the long face, Xiao Shui? I find your class's students to be quite commendable, not nearly as problematic as rumored, especially those 4 from earlier. Their decisiveness truly surprised me. Indeed, those 4 children left a favorable impression on me as well." Chun Jindong concurred with Suya's sentiments. The primary reason the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team had come to serve as instructors was due to Sun Lanyue. They all felt indebted to her, as her brother had once been their comrade, tragically lost during a mission when ambushed by a demon. In truth, aside from those 4, the rest of my class poses no issues. They are the most problematic, Sun Lanyue remarked, piquing the curiosity of those around her, who leaned in attentively to listen. Among the 4, the formidable-looking one was named Han Yi, a child raised on the battlefield, previously schooled in a military academy, who preferred to resolve matters through brute force rather than words, a metal element mage. The sunny one was Li Mu Bai, a light element mage, who was principled, daring, and had a penchant for complicating matters. The Navi one, Wan Tianla, appeared rather simple-minded, yet when paired with Li Mu Bai, they seemed to create a strange chemical reaction, often conjuring up peculiar schemes to their advantage. He was also an exceptionally rare summoner of the undead. Lastly, there was the seemingly apathetic student, Yi Feng, who irked me the most. A fire element mage, he had ascended from a 1-star to a 6-star in just 2 months, with a budding fire control ability reaching intermediate levels. A prodigious talent, yet he lacked ambition, displaying a complete indifference to progress. These 4 students were inseparable, like brothers, which was quite vexing, Sun Lanxue lamented further. The members of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team found themselves unwittingly focusing on Yi Feng, disregarding the other 3. With such exceptional talent, he should aspire to serve the nation, protect his homeland, and vanquish demons, yet he seemed content to languish. Such an individual must be corrected and his mindset realigned. The 9 members of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team resolved to take action. At that moment, Sun Lanxue noticed a significant issue. 159? Why are there only 9 of you? Wasn't there a recruitment 6 months ago to reach 10? Sun Lanxue inquired, puzzled, as she had anticipated meeting the new teammate. Feng, Suya sighed, then continued. Feng is quite an enigmatic individual. He always dons a mask while we carry out missions together, claiming that his facial disfigurement is too frightening. He rarely approaches us voluntarily, yet his strength is formidable. He is a bona fide high-level mage. I know of at least 2 of his attributes, lightning and fire, making him a top-tier offensive mage. The more Suya spoke, the deeper Sun Lanxue's curiosity grew regarding this enigmatic figure named Feng. How is it that I have never heard of this high-ranking mage? It seems improbable that a high-level sorcerer in such a small place as Pengcheng would lack recognition. Yet, upon reflection, it is not difficult to comprehend. Feng was likely not originally from Pengcheng. After being disfigured, he relocated to a different city and, compelled by the demands of survival, took on the role of a hunter. I suspect that even his name may be an alias. Suya's assertion has indeed become the prevailing narrative regarding Yi Feng within the Tianning Demon Hunter Squad. Sun Lanxue nodded in realization. This notion is quite reasonable. As he gazed at the largely empty card album, Yi Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. When would he ever manage to create a collection of magical cards? Suddenly, a thought struck him. With the winter break approaching, he could finally venture out and explore. Having spent so many years in Blue Star, he had yet to truly experience it. He had heard tales of the abundant figurine shops and sanctuaries of the ACG culture in large cities. It would certainly not be a bad idea to broaden his horizons. Chapter 12. The 4 under special care, Yi Feng leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the sky beyond the window. Unbeknownst to him, he had seamlessly integrated into this world. Ultimately, this realm was merely a mundane one, devoid of any cultivation system. The absence of such a system signified that no one here could transcend the limitations of lifespan. Currently, he had attained the golden core stage, granting him a lifespan of several millennia. As time passed, his friends and loved ones would gradually depart from his side. The inhabitants of this world lacked spiritual roots. His ability to cultivate stemmed solely from the remnants of his soul's power from his previous life. It could be said that his body was born of his spirit, rendering him the sole cultivator in this realm. After years without alchemy, he was uncertain of his current proficiency. A bold idea took root in Yi Feng's mind. Since he could not alter this world, he would transform those around him through the use of elixirs. He was certain he could rejuvenate his friends and family. However, this path would be long and fraught with challenges, requiring careful exploration. "Brother, dinner's ready," came the voice of Yi Shuiying, prompting a gentle smile from Yi Feng. Such a life was truly delightful. He rose from his seat, departing the bedroom to make his way to the dining table in the living room. The following day, Yi Feng arrived at class with nothing more than a backpack. Unsurprisingly, the other 3 companions mirrored his minimalist approach, carrying only the essentials. In stark contrast to the myriad of bags brought by their peers, they appeared conspicuously unencumbered. Chun Jindong observed the 4 with satisfaction before turning a fierce glare towards the other students burdened with oversized luggage, his tone unforgiving and harsh. Particularly, one girl caught his attention. She was laden with a suitcase, a duffel bag, and shoulder bag, leading one to believe she was preparing for a relocation. Yi Feng, Li Mu Bai, Wan Tianla, Han Yi, you four have performed exceptionally well, and thus, I shall lead you personally, Qin Jindong announced. At this declaration, the other students revealed expressions of relief, as if they had been liberated at last. Upon completing the group assignments, it was no surprise that the four were given special attention and were led by Qin Jindong. Group members, Ye Feng, Han Yi, Van Tianle, Li Mubai. The four were guided away from the main body by Qin Jindong. As dusk fell, deep within a forest outside Peng City, the Hushi district, once the outermost suburb of Peng City, lay abandoned due to the invasion of the demon race. Even now, remnants of the demon race lingered, albeit predominantly consisting of ordinary or low-level beasts. A few mid-tier demons roamed the Hushi district, but they were scarce. You must be weary after such a long journey. Let us take a moment to rest, Qin Jindong suggested once he confirmed the area was secure. However, upon turning around, he was taken aback to find that the four had already seated themselves by the riverbank, taking a respite. Who permitted you to rest without my command? He exclaimed. Han Yi regarded Qin Jindong with a knowing gaze, saying, Instructor, after you halted and surveyed the surroundings for a considerable time, there were no signs of the demon clan. Given the lengthy journey we've undertaken, this location is quite suitable for setting up camp, which implies that you intend to rest here. Qin Jindong found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. It was evident that his military background had endowed him with considerable knowledge of warfare, despite his youth. Brother Feng, light the fire, Li Mubai instructed as he produced a slab of vacuum-sealed meat. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng promptly took it, unwrapped it, and ignited the flames. The fire blazed high, and within moments, the meat was perfectly grilled. Yi Feng then took another piece, and as he and the others savored the sizzling meat in their hands, Qin Jindong felt a profound shock within. Having spent years in the field, he understood the difficulty in mastering the art of grilling meat. Yi Feng not only managed to cook it swiftly, but also achieved a flawless level of doneness. This control over the flames surpassed even his own skills. However, Qin Jindong soon recalled what Sun Lanxue had mentioned, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Why must such talent be squandered on someone who is indolent and merely wishes to live off others? If he possessed such an ability, ascending to a higher realm would be well within reach. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his gaze towards Yi Feng grew increasingly lethal. Yi Feng sensed the hostility emanating from Qin Jindong and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Had he uncovered my true identity? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that Qin Jindong's ire stemmed from witnessing his innate talent. He was all too familiar with that disappointed look of unfulfilled potential. Qin Jindong sat beside the fire in silence, accepting a piece of grilled meat and biting into it with vigor. The flavor was indeed delightful. You four will take turns keeping watch, he declared before finding a comfortable spot to recline and rest. Though he appeared to be asleep, he was discreetly observing the four's performance through half-closed eyes. To his astonishment, he noticed that three of them simultaneously turned their attention to Wan Tianla, who was gnawing on a piece of grilled meat. Wan Tianla immediately understood their intent. A summoning array appeared, and several skeletons materialized, which he then positioned at various points to stand guard. How could I have forgotten that one of them is a summoner? Qin Jindong thought with resignation. Yet he felt a flicker of satisfaction and smiled faintly before choosing to disregard the four. Beneath the glittering starry sky, Yi Feng lay on the grass, gazing at the heavens with no intention of sleeping. Brother Feng, you seem to be preoccupied, and I can't help but notice that your expression of wistfulness resembles that of someone reflecting on the past while burying the deceased, Wan Tianla inquired, approaching him with curiosity. Yi Feng responded with a faint smile, perhaps, though overall, it is more a sense of regret. Wan Tianla observed Yi Feng, having never before witnessed such an expression from him. For some reason, he felt that Yi Feng's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of his grandfather when reminiscing about bygone days. Yi Feng gazed at the starry sky, a fleeting figure flashing through his mind. I have accompanied you through a lifetime, Indeed, it is a life without regrets. Feng closed his eyes and soon succumbed to slumber, yet unbeknownst to others, a solitary tear silently traced down his cheek. It seems that some memories are simply inescapable. The next morning, the four continued their journey under the guidance of Chunjindong. As they traversed the forest, an abandoned meadow came into view, and at its center lay a demon steed. Its form was entirely black, with eyes as red as blood. A mid-tier, one-star demon steed. Do you four possess the confidence to vanquish it? Chunjindong turned to the group, but they all shook their heads in unison. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish to feign cowardice to compel me to present rewards as motivation. Should you succeed in slaying this demon steed, each of you shall receive a low-tier magical artifact. Chapter 13. The Four's Maneuver. Motivation through rewards. A knowing smile spread across the faces of the four. The first to act was Li Mubai. A brilliant golden light erupted, and in an instant, Li Mubai found himself before the demon steed. Before the creature could react, a dazzling radiance emanated from his hands, temporarily blinding the demon horse, which was already sensitive to light. The horse let out a piercing neigh, its shrill cry causing Li Mubai to feel slightly disoriented. The hooves were already upon him when, at that moment, a metallic shield materialized before him. Chunjindong, witnessing this turn of events, was taken aback. He had not even noticed when he had placed controllable metal upon Li Mubai. In an instant of impending danger, it transformed into a shield, safeguarding its bearer. As the demon steed launched its attack, he had already positioned himself beside the creature, condensing the metal into 3 sharp blades that struck the demon horse, spraying blood in a crimson arc. The metal mage had the ability to integrate metal into his magical energy, allowing him to reconstitute it as needed. The higher his rank, the more metal he could store and command. Suddenly, a torrent of flames rained down, engulfing the demon horse in a fierce blaze. A low-tier fire spell, Fire Burst, was unleashed. Simultaneously, a fiery line struck the demon horse as well. Chunjindong looked perplexedly at Feng. Ordinarily, an apprentice mage could not wield 2 spells at once, especially not a volatile fire spell. Yet this fellow, the demon horse, was, after all, a mid-tier beast, and defeating it so easily was out of the question. The horse neighed once more, its flames extinguishing, and Feng's fiery line dissipating alongside. Taking a slight step back, Feng cast a glance at Chunjindong, who was observing from a distance. Under normal circumstances, he would have obliterated such a creature long ago, but with outsiders present, he could not reveal his true capabilities. Indeed, it was imperative to find a way to elevate his apparent strength. At that moment, the demon horse regained its sight. After the blades controlled by were deflected, he intended to launch another attack, but the demon horse, in a flash of shadow, had already appeared behind him. Such speed! Hastily transformed the remaining metal into a shield. However, even then, the horse's charge sent him flying several meters. Before he could regain his footing, the demon horse was upon him once more. Suddenly, a golden light flared, and just as the demon horse was about to collide with Li Mubai intervened, whisking him away to safety. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blades of wind howled through the air. How could they have forgotten? The demon horse, being a mid-tier beast, could wield magic as well. Fortunately, 3 fireballs detonated upon colliding with the wind blades, averting disaster just in time, thanks to Feng's timely intervention. Is Tian Lu ready yet? Li Mubai called out, and at that moment, they heard Tianla's triumphant shout. Ready? Instantly, numerous spikes of earth erupted around the demon horse, encasing it in a circle. Feng seized the opportunity, launching a barrage of fiery assaults upon the creature. Upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Chunjindong hurriedly glanced towards Tianla's direction, astonished to find 2 skeletal figures clad in mage attire standing beside him. One of the skeletal mages unleashed a rudimentary earth spike spell. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ensnared demon steed, courtesy of the elementary lightning magic, Lightning Strike. The realm of necromantic summons appeared to be a blank slate within the confines of Huaxia, with scant records of such entities noted abroad. To his astonishment, Chun Jindong discovered that among these necromantic summons, there existed humanoid entities capable of wielding magic. He was taken aback. The potential for Wan Tianla's future development was immeasurable. However, observing Wan Tianla's evident depletion of magical energy, Chun Jindong shook his head. They were undeniably formidable, absolute prodigies at their tier. Yet, they were merely intermediate demon beasts. An insurmountable chasm lay between them. The innate demonic technique of the intermediate demon steed, Berserk, could instantly elevate its physical prowess to a higher echelon. At that juncture, it would not merely be a matter of defeat. A single strike from the opponent could leave them either dead or gravely wounded. Sensing the shift in the demon steed's aura, just as Chun Jindong prepared to intervene, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted at the heart of the battlefield, a sensation all too familiar to Chun Jindong. An intermediate disposable magical artifact, the explosive thunder. Ahaha! You all should be grateful to me. Li Mubai stood with his hands on his hips, exuding pride. Meanwhile, Chun Jindong turned pale. The explosive thunder possessed the capacity to obliterate intermediate demon beasts in an instant. Given its status as a one-time use item, its market value soared. Yet, this student nonchalantly produced it, merely to procure 4 elementary magical artifacts from him. Was this not sheer bullying? Truly, you were something else, devoid of humanity. The trio simultaneously gave Li Mubai a thumbs up. They were already aware of Li Mubai's affluent background, an authentic young master, and thus were not surprised by his audacious display. While they felt no qualms, Chun Jindong's composure was shattered. He finally comprehended that these 4 were blatantly conspiring against him, particularly Li Mubai, who seemed determined to vex him regardless of the imbalance between input and output. Sun Lanxue was indeed correct. These 4 were an eccentric bunch, tolerable individually, but destined to create a chemical reaction when gathered. He hoped no further absurdities would unfold. Feng retrieved a blank magical card, adding to his collection. In the subsequent days, Chun Jindong's mental state completely deteriorated. For reasons unbeknownst to him, these 4 persistently provoked intermediate demon beasts, feigning helplessness and relying entirely on their instructor. If they were strong, they would not cower at the sight of intermediate demon beasts. Yet, if they were weak, they could still maneuver the intermediate demon beasts with dexterity, drawing them towards him. After 7 days, Chun Jindong felt he had finally escaped the torment. Feng grinned broadly at his recently amassed magical cards. Wan Tianla danced with excitement at the low-tier magical artifacts bestowed upon him by Feng and the others. Han Yi savored the exhilaration of the past few days' battles with immense satisfaction. Li Mubai reveled inwardly at the explosive reaction his schemes had elicited from the instructor. Only in a world where Chun Jindong was injured did this conclusion come pass. As the semester drew to a close, during the class evaluations, Feng and his 3 companions earned Chun Jindong's recognition. Despite having played pranks on him a few times, it was undeniable that these 4 individuals were indeed exceptional, destined to excel even on the battlefield. Their mutual trust and cooperation evoked a sense of envy within him. As he beheld the perfect scores achieved by the 4 of them in their final practical examination, smiles broke out simultaneously on their faces. After school, as they exited the school gates, Feng had just bid farewell to the 3 hurried friends when he noticed Yi Shuiying sprinting towards him with palpable excitement. Perhaps overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, Yi Shuiying leaped into Yi Feng's arms, exclaiming, "You finally have the ambition. This is truly wonderful." It was evident that Yi Shuiying was already aware of her brother's perfect score in the practical examination. Meanwhile, Niesini, who had left the school alongside Yi Shuiying, stood in stunned silence at the sight before her. When had her dear friend developed feelings for someone else? Chapter 14. The Cunning Dragon and the Talented Phoenix Not Far Away. Another classmate who had long harbored feelings for Yi Shuiying, Dong Haiyang, stood frozen in disbelief. The bouquet he had meticulously prepared for his confession fell to the ground as he lamented the futility of his intentions. What a ridiculous notion to confess now, he thought. Fine, whatever happens, I will address it when I return. For now, I shall retreat to the internet CAF to indulge in some gaming. With a hint of disdain, Yi Feng pushed Yi Shuiying aside. Surprisingly, she did not protest his visit to the CAF. Instead, she offered him money for his internet expenses. I only have 50 left. So be frugal, she advised. All right, Yi Feng replied, accepting the money with a nod. This left Cini utterly astonished. What is going on? How can he be dating Shuiying, yet expect her to pay? Dong Haiyang shared her sentiments, and after Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying parted ways, he stealthily followed behind, intending to have a serious discussion with the oblivious boy who failed to cherish such a goddess. Cini noticed Dong Haiyang trailing Yi Feng, but refrained from intervening, hoping instead that he would assist her in venting her frustrations. Indeed, she was aware that Yi Shuiying was returning, and as her best friend, she felt it was her duty to enlighten her about the unsavory character of Yi Feng and encourage her to distance herself from such a scoundrel. Shuiying, what do you think of that man? Cini inquired, pointing toward Yi Feng's retreating figure. Well, he seems rather aimless, a typical otaku. His life revolves around anime and gaming. The internet CAF is practically his second home. However, I heard he scored full marks in the practical exam, which suggests he is gradually changing due to my persistent efforts, Yi Shuiying replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Cini's expression darkened upon hearing this. When did her best friend become so infatuated? Shuiying, I find this man rather unreliable. You must not be deceived by his sweet words. After all, one can never truly know a person's heart. You might be investing your affection in someone who merely sees you as an ATM. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Yi Shuiying replied, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. After gathering her thoughts, Cini asserted, he is nothing but a scoundrel. Do not be enchanted by his flattery. You must break up with him. Break up? He is not my boyfriend. He is my cousin, Yi Feng, the son of my uncle. We have grown up together. And after my uncle and aunt went to work, we have lived together. Since he has been rather unambitious, my aunt asked me to keep an eye on him. I was merely excited to hear he is finally showing signs of improvement. Yi Shuiying chuckled, realizing that Cini had misunderstood the situation. Cini was taken aback. He is truly your cousin? Yes. After a moment of shock, Cini quickly realized that if she had delayed any longer, Dong Haiyang might have confronted Yi Feng. Grabbing Yi Shuiying, she hurriedly ran in the direction they had just departed. As Yi Feng gazed at the furious youth who had dragged him into the alley, he felt somewhat bewildered. What do you want from me? I have something to discuss, and it is of great importance. Dong Haiyang suddenly seized his collar, gritting his teeth and asserting, if you have any sense, keep your distance from Shuiying. A girl of such virtue is beyond your reach. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng instantly understood he had been misunderstood. So, you have feelings for Shuiying? Indeed, I even consider myself unworthy of her. So how could a scoundrel like you ever hope to be deserving? It was evident that Yi Feng's earlier nonchalant demeanor and his request for money had provoked Dong Haiyang. He was now convinced that Yi Feng was a worthless cad, a man who toyed with women's emotions. Do you know my name? What does that have to do with me hitting you? It has everything to do with it. My name is Yi Feng. So what? What's your surname? You're not trying to stall for time, are you? I'll tell you this. No matter what name you go by, I'm going to make sure you remember this lesson today. And from now on, you must cease your harassment of Shuiying. My surname is Yi, and Shuiying's surname is also Yi, which means, could it be possible that she is my sister? Dong Haiyang was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Shuiying stormed in, brother. Dong Haiyang, what are you doing to my brother? Enraged, frost began to crystallize around Shuiying, and upon hearing her words, Dong Haiyang froze, his face paling. As he loosened his grip, Yi Feng found himself back on his feet. Ah, young man, make sure to verify your information before confronting someone. Yi Feng sighed, patting the unfortunate Dong Haiyang on the shoulder before heading towards the street outside the alley. Big brother-in-law, I was wrong. This is all a misunderstanding. Dong Haiyang hurried after him, desperate to explain, but he was met with Shuiying's icy glare. Who is your big brother-in-law? You scoundrel. Not only do you wish to harm my brother, but you also want to take advantage of me. Leave his punishment to me, Cini interjected, her gaze towards Dong Haiyang filled with pity. Meanwhile, Dong Haiyang fell into utter despair. His love had been completely shattered. As for Shuiying, she felt a sense of helplessness. Dong Haiyang and Cini truly made quite the pair. The winter break had commenced. Yifeng looked at his phone, contemplating how to spend his holiday. He inquired in the F4 group chat about who had time during the break. To his surprise, Wan Tianla expressed his availability. Yifeng, I plan to travel for over a month. Are you interested in joining me? Wan Tianla, I have no money. Yifeng, I'll cover all your expenses. Wan Tianla, adoptive father, I bow to you. An hour later, there was a knock at the door. Yifeng opened it, and indeed, it was Wan Tianla. Sister, I'm going on a trip. I'll definitely be back before the new year. Yi Shuiying was more than eager for Yifeng to travel. After all, being able to go on a trip indicated that he was gradually breaking free from the confines of a reclusive lifestyle. At the train station, Yifeng and Wan Tianla were engaged in a discussion about their next escapade. Tianla, do you possess a courageous spirit? Yifeng inquired with an unusual seriousness. Brother Feng, having worked in the funeral industry, do you truly believe I lack courage? Replied Tianla. This was indeed a valid point. Thus, Yifeng pointed to a mountain range on the map. The Five Elements mountain range, situated between the eastern and northern regions, they were naturally in the east. A significant portion of the Five Elements mountain range now belonged to the demon clan, with only a few human cities remaining. Currently, the demons did not collectively descend from the mountains, and humans refrained from exterminating the demons within. It was a rather balanced state of affairs. Without hesitation, the duo set off directly for the representative city of the Five Elements mountain range, known as Five Element City. After a day-long train journey, they finally arrived at their destination just after 5 o'clock the following evening. It was winter, and Five Element City lay blanketed in white snow, lacking the vibrancy of summer. Chapter 15. The Blacksmith in the evening, Yifeng reserved a hotel room. Upon their arrival, Wan Tianla appeared as though he were a naive country bumpkin, gazing around in wonder. Meanwhile, Yifeng retrieved an unassuming piece of iron from his storage ring. His primary purpose for coming to the Five Elements mountain range was twofold. Five Element City stands as the largest medicinal herb trading hub in the eastern region, and is also rich in minerals, with rare ores available in abundance. He intended to use Wan Tianla as a test subject, exploring the possibility of employing elixirs to catalyze a transformation in his physique. This endeavor, of course, would necessitate a considerable amount of wealth to procure the requisite herbs. Therefore, he planned to forge some exceptionally rare metals for sale, thereby generating the funds needed. Tianla, please go out and purchase some snacks and drinks. I've already sent you the money, he instructed. All right, Wan Tianla replied cheerfully as he dashed off. The moment he departed, flames erupted in Yifeng's palm. With his late-stage golden elixir cultivation, refining a common piece of iron into exquisite steel was a task of utmost simplicity. As the impurities were purged, the once dull iron now shimmered brilliantly. Gazing at the 3-pound piece of refined steel in his hand, Yifeng could not help but smile. By the time Wan Tianla returned, Yifeng had already stepped outside. However, having received prior notice, Wan Tianla was not at all surprised. In Five Elements City, blacksmith shops were ubiquitous. Yifeng donned a familiar mask and entered one of these establishments. Given the winter season, the shop was devoid of customers. Upon his entrance, a woman seated at the bar turned to him and inquired, "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? Our wares are not inexpensive." The woman, in her 30s, wore light makeup that enhanced her femininity, and her long, flawless legs were striking. Her demeanor was somewhat nonchalant, clearly indicating that she did not regard Yifeng as a significant patron. "Do you accept metal materials here?" he asked. "Certainly, but we only accept quality materials. If you have ordinary ones, you may find a street dedicated to forging just left outside," she replied, somewhat exasperated by the ignorance of customers who ventured into her somewhat obscure shop. "I believe this piece of iron would be of interest to you," Yifeng said, revealing the exquisite steel with a flick of his wrist. The woman was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected appearance of such a remarkable item. "Where did you acquire this?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. However, her astonishment quickly turned to intrigue as she examined the steel closely. Her face transformed into one of disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is exquisite steel, and its purity exceeds 70. Where did you obtain it? Is that a question you should be asking?" Yifeng replied in a tone that was calm, Yet the woman sensed a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice and quickly offered an apology. I apologize, sir. I was abrupt. My name is Song Chunyu, a high-level blacksmith. I am Feng Yi. It appears you are indeed interested in acquiring this piece of exquisite steel. Please, state your offer. Yi Feng's demeanor remained unperturbed, leaving even the seasoned businesswoman, Song Chunyu, unable to discern any fluctuations in his emotions. After a moment of hesitation, Song Chunyan spoke. Senior Feng Yi, this piece of fine iron is truly too precious. I am uncertain about its value and would appreciate it if you could accompany me to the private room for a moment. I will call my master right away. Yi Feng nodded gently and followed Song Chunyan into the private room on the second floor. Song Chunyan took out her phone to call her master. Shortly after, a woman in her 50s, clad in a down jacket, entered the room. With glasses perched on her nose and hair already graying, she appeared older, yet her sharp eyesight belied her age. It was precisely due to her keen vision that an expression of disbelief quickly spread across her face. How is this possible? How could this be? What is wrong, master? Is there an issue with this fine iron? Song Chunyan inquired anxiously, having never before witnessed such a reaction for a mentor during their years together. This fine iron is flawless, but why is there not a trace of impurity? Why? The woman's gaze was filled with confusion and bewilderment. She was the only female superclass blacksmith in Huaxia, which underscored the exceptional quality of her craftsmanship. Yet, even a blacksmith of her caliber could typically only remove 80 of the impurities from iron through various mechanical and instrumental means. To achieve more than 50 purity qualifies iron as fine iron. The piece before her, however, showed no signs of any impurities whatsoever. May I test this fine iron with my instruments? The woman asked, her voice tinged with earnestness. Rest assured, I will surely offer you a suitable price for it. Yi Feng waved his hand, indicating it was of no concern. Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly ascended to the third floor, where their forge was located, cradling the fine iron in her arms. It was through Song Chunyan's explanation that Yi Feng learned the woman's name was Qiu Lin, a superclass blacksmith and the only female in her field. Yi Feng was indifferent. As long as the payment was satisfactory, he had no qualms. Shortly thereafter, Qiu Lin returned, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Master, what is the purity of this fine iron? Song Chunyan asked impatiently, as the highest purity of fine iron in Huaxia was only 85. To her surprise, Qiu Lin did not respond to her apprentice, but instead sat down across from Yi Feng, her eyes filled with a pleading intensity. Might I inquire which esteemed predecessor forged this piece of 100 pure, fine iron? 100? How is that possible? Song Chunyan's pupils constricted in disbelief. The elements mixed within iron ores are numerous, and with current human technology, one cannot refine beyond 90. The remaining 10 of impurities are nearly inseparable from the iron itself. It seemed inconceivable that anyone could forge fine iron with a purity of 100. Yi Feng merely smiled faintly and said, "This fine iron was forged by me. Enough of this. Let us discuss the price. I still have to remember to grab a meal." Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances, each assessing the other, while Qiu Lin, being older and more experienced, remained contemplative. Looking at Yi Feng, he inquired, "If you could enlighten me on how to extract this fine iron to achieve 100% purity, I would be willing to offer 50 million. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng could not help but take a sharp breath, astonished. Truly, as a renowned blacksmith, his wealth is indeed substantial. Yi Feng did not hesitate. With a flick of his hand, a 3-pound iron block appeared. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted, startling both of them. They simultaneously employed probing magic, only to discover that there was not a trace of magical energy emanating from the fire. No magical fluctuations. How could this be possible? Song Chunyan exclaimed in disbelief, clearly overwhelmed by the situation, as it surpassed his understanding. Who decreed that in a myriad of worlds, magic was the sole means to break the shackles of the mundane? Chapter 16. The might of cultivation. Suddenly, flames surged from Yi Feng's hand into the iron block. In the blink of an eye, all the flames were absorbed by the metal, which began to exhibit fiery red patterns. Qiu Lin, a fire mage, took the exquisite iron and examined it closely. She quickly discerned that it was not only 100 pure iron, but also imbued with a significant amount of fire elements. This remarkable material could not only enhance the potency of fire magic, but also exhibited formidable fire resistance, potentially aiding fire mages in their cultivation of fire energy. Such a forging technique was unprecedented, a marvel never before seen or heard of. The shock was immense, yet Xiao Lin and Song Chunyin soon realized an important fact. According to the individual before them, he was not a mage, yet possessed abilities comparable to that of one. Was it possible that there existed another transcendent cultivation system in this world, aside from magic? Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Chunyin was the first to inquire. Feng, understanding the necessity of projecting an air of inscrutability, responded without hesitation. He needed to cultivate an image that would inspire both awe and fear in the two women before him, facilitating future collaboration. In the myriad of realms, countless cultivation systems exist. What you refer to as magic is, in my eyes, a mere deviation, a path incapable of breaking the shackles of the laws of this world. Xiao Lin, having lived a long life, immediately grasped the significance of his words and asked, her excitement palpable, "Are you suggesting, sir, that you are not from our blue star?" "Indeed, I hail from another realm, much like the demon race, which originally also came from elsewhere." Feng spoke the truth. He could ascertain that the demon race in Blue Star was merely a branch of the true demon lineage. Compared to the genuine demons, they were significantly inferior. Much like the cultivators here compared to the mages, both human races, yet of vastly different calibers. Once the two women comprehended this revelation, their gazes toward Feng transformed. After all, the last beings from another world to arrive in theirs, the demons, had sparked centuries of conflict. Sensing their trepidation, Feng waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. We are all human. Moreover, I'm the only one from my realm who has arrived in this plane. Sir, I'm quite curious. Since you claim to be human, what distinguishes you from us? How does your cultivation system differ from ours? Is it all a matter of defiance against the heavens?" Xiao Lin's curiosity about Feng's world had reached its zenith. Not only her, but even Song Chunyin's eyes sparkled with an eagerness for the unknown. The disparity is vast. To put it plainly, while you cultivate magic, you are ultimately bound by the limitations of this world's powers. To claim that defiance against the heavens is a mere jest, an inability to unleash world-destroying attacks, cannot be considered true defiance. In contrast, when we reach the pinnacle of our cultivation, we wield the sun and moon, tread upon the stars, and instill fear in the heavenly laws. That is the true essence of defiance. With that, Feng suddenly stomped his foot, unleashing the full extent of his golden core cultivation. It was effortless to summon heavenly thunder in the mortal realm, especially since he was a reincarnated deity. Although his divine essence was but a shadow of its former self, communicating with the laws of heaven and earth posed no challenge. In an instant, the previously clear skies outside transformed dramatically. Feng suddenly seized Xiao Lin and Song Chunya, teleporting them to the deserted street outside the shop. It was evening, and the clock had struck 8. The area was already somewhat remote, now devoid of any presence. Witness closely what it means to cultivate, and what it truly signifies to defy the heavens. Feng grasped the iron block once more, and with a surge of power from his legs, he ascended into the high sky. At that moment, Xiao Lin and Song Chunya could only discern a dark silhouette standing above them. Heavenly thunder descend. With a resounding boom, numerous bolts of lightning streaked downwards. However, instead of striking the ground, they abruptly redirected and struck Feng instead. This was because Feng had employed his spiritual energy to manipulate what the two women perceived, rendering only their own figures visible to them. The iron in his hand quickly absorbed the power of the thunder. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds spread once more across the sky, and Feng floated down gracefully, akin to a celestial being. The master and disciple, having witnessed this spectacle, were rendered speechless. Could this truly be within the realm of human capability? Returning indoors, Feng regarded the two with a hint of jest. "You think I am formidable now?" "Indeed, You are extraordinarily powerful. Our cultivation system pales in comparison to yours, Song Chunya replied, her gaze increasingly bewildered. Their painstaking efforts to master so-called magic seemed utterly trivial before him. Xiaolin, however, remained composed, fixing her gaze on Yi Feng, awaiting his next words. Let me share something rather amusing. In fact, my rank within my cultivation system is merely the 3rd tier, while the entire hierarchy encompasses 15 tiers. How can this be possible? Even Xiaolin could no longer maintain her composure and sprang to her feet. I am not deceiving you. I speak only the truth. In terms familiar to your world, our cultivation path is one aimed at achieving divinity. However, there is no need for concern. Your realm is merely a mortal plane. Anyone surpassing the 4th tier would be annihilated upon arrival. Thus, the strongest that could come here would only be 1 tier above me. Sir, given your immense power, why do you not assist us in eradicating the demon race? Xiaolin inquired, her eyes filled with skepticism. It was evident she believed that exterminating the demons would be a trivial task for Yi Feng. In your eyes, I may seem powerful, but I'm not yet at a level where I can annihilate all the demons in your realm in a short span. I have no desire to expend time on such matters, and this is a conflict between your realm and another. I have no authority to intervene, Yi Feng stated, a blend of sincerity and jest in his words. At this, Xiaolin despondently sank into the sofa. Meanwhile, Song Chunya abruptly stood, her expression grave and pleading. Sir, please teach me your cultivation methods. I am willing to do anything to learn. People from your realm lack spiritual roots and cannot cultivate at all. You should abandon hope. Yi Feng shrugged, continuing, Now, let us discuss the price of this item. Given that I just infused it with heavenly thunder, the price should certainly increase significantly. Xiaolin took the refined iron and gazed at the fiery patterns and purple lightning engravings, her heart heavy with distress. With a mere flick of their wrist, they can conjure exquisite materials that would take a lifetime for others to produce. Such is the astonishing legacy of their forging tradition. Sir, I find it perplexing. Given your formidable prowess, why do you still require money? Does my strength contradict my financial needs? Upon my arrival in your world, it would be unreasonable for me to resort to violence and plunder. That is simply not my character. Yi Feng, both amused and exasperated, was met with a dawning realization from his 2 female companions. In no time, they completed their transaction, the price settled at 80 million. As they were departing, Song Chunya suddenly inquired, Sir, how might we reach you if we wish to make contact? Simply call this individual, Yi Feng replied. His name is Yi Feng, and he is my sole companion in this realm. He tossed a slip of paper to Song Chunya, and before leaving, turned back to add, I have a fondness for maple leaves. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Senior Maple Leaf. At 2,000 years old, it is only fitting. Chapter 17. The White Mouse, Wan Tianla upon hearing this. Both of them could not help but gasp in astonishment. 2,000 years. The revelations they encountered today were overwhelmingly astonishing, to the point where it felt as though they were ensnared in a dream. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already around midnight. Wan Tianla lay in bed, indulging in a deep slumber. Yi Feng, however, was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, he took out a collection of medicinal herbs he had just purchased. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Flames ignited between his hands, and he resolved to visit Xiaolin and Song Chunyan soon, hoping to borrow their forging chamber to craft an alchemical furnace. At 7 in the morning, Wan Tianla awoke and stretched languidly. She had anticipated the warm embrace of the morning sunlight, but to her surprise, upon opening her eyes, she was met with Yi Feng's mischievous grin. Brother Feng, your expression makes me question your inclinations, she remarked with a hint of trepidation, hastily sitting up in bed, fearing for her own well-being, particularly after spending several months with Yi Feng. She noted that he had never once cast a glance at the attractive girls in their class. Even when passing by a beautiful woman, his trio of friends would light up, yet he remained indifferent, as though oblivious to their presence. Such behavior inevitably raised questions regarding his sexual orientation. What's on your mind? I'm straight, Yi Feng retorted, flashing Wan Tianla a middle finger. He then produced a white medicinal pill, and before Wan Tianla could react, he pressed it into her mouth. Brother Feng, no. Brother Feng, she cried out in despair. Yi Feng, both amused and exasperated, inquired once Wan Tianle had swallowed the pill. How do you feel? What do you mean, how do I feel? I'm a normal man. She protested. I'm asking how you feel after taking the medicine. He clarified impatiently. Oh, the feeling. Wan Tianle quickly began to assess her body, and soon, she let out a yelp as she fell from the bed. It hurts. My body hurts. That's exactly how it should feel. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. The blood-refining pill, upon consumption, would refine the body's blood. He had always been curious about how effective these body-enhancing pills were for the inhabitants of this world. Thus, Wan Tianle naturally became his test subject. In the event of any complications, he could swiftly render assistance. Wan Tianle screamed repeatedly, yet even amidst her cries, she did not doubt Yi Feng's intentions. Soon, blood began to seep from her pores, transforming her into a figure drenched in crimson. After half an hour, the effects of the blood-refining pill finally subsided. Wan Tianle, feeling the changes within her body, was incredulous. Yi Feng, what kind of medicine is this? I feel so light and indescribably exhilarated, she exclaimed, attempting to clench her fist. You don't need to know what it is, just understand that it is a beneficial pill. Hurry and take a shower. There are more pills to come, he urged. Are the others going to be this painful as well? No. Nothing else is quite as unbearable. After receiving Yi Feng's answer, Wan Tianle joyfully headed to the bathroom. Once inside, Yi Feng revealed a mischievous grin. How could this blood-refining pill possibly compare to the agony induced by the other pills? 10 minutes later, a freshly bathed Wan Tianle emerged. As soon as he stepped out, Yi Feng tossed him a pill of refining organs. Without a moment's hesitation, Wan Tianle swallowed it whole, and then, Brother Feng, you deceived me. This pill is even more excruciating than the last. Wan Tianle felt as if all his internal organs were shattering. He writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by the intensity of the pain. It's all right, just endure and it will pass. How long? Approximately an hour. Brother Feng, you truly are my dear brother. An hour later, Wan Tianle, utterly exhausted and lying on the ground, finally managed to withstand the effects of the pill. He then dashed toward the restroom, the ordeal lasting a full 30 minutes, emerging nearly on all fours. Upon seeing Yi Feng approach with yet another pill, Wan Tianle summoned all his remaining strength to crawl toward the bed, pleading, Brother Feng, I beg you, spare me. I wish to live. However, Yi Feng was unyielding, forcefully shoving a bone-refining pill into his mouth. The pain of having his bones refined was akin to insects burrowing into his marrow. After another hour, Wan Tianle lay on the bed, envisioning an elderly woman beckoning him to cross a bridge for a bowl of soup, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. He genuinely yearned to partake in that soup for relief. Yet, Yi Feng inserted a body-refining pill into his mouth. This pill was meant to refine the skin and all parts of the body, representing the final stage of the refining process. Wan Tianle, with his last ounce of strength, raised a middle finger at Yi Feng. This time, he refrained from shouting. His voice had long since failed him. Fortunately, the hotel had excellent soundproofing at a top-tier level. Otherwise, those outside might have believed a murder was occurring within. After completing the body refining, Wan Tianle discovered he had regained his strength, and he could distinctly feel a significant difference in his physique. Attempting to jump with all his might, he crashed against the ceiling, yelping in pain. Oh my heavens! Brother Feng, have you given me some miraculous elixir? My physical resilience can rival that of those practitioners. Practitioners are unique individuals who have awakened their systems, primarily focusing on physical cultivation, akin to body cultivators among immortals. Don't celebrate too early. The first set of pills is finished. It's time for the second. Yi Feng produced a soul-refining pill, specifically crafted for Wan Tianle, given his identity as a summoner, where mental acuity is paramount. More. Wan Tianle's eyes were vacant, despair enveloping him. 3 days later, having consumed pills daily as if they were meals, Wan Tianle stepped out of the hotel and felt as though he had been reborn. Let's depart, and do not forget what I previously mentioned. Accompany me into the Five Elements Mountains to gather some items. Yi Feng stretched lazily as he spoke, making his way out. Certainly, Wan Tianle replied succinctly, and the two of them boarded the bus heading towards the suburbs, preparing to traverse the road into the Five Elements Mountains. Meanwhile, in the Yalan Forge, Chiu Lin and Song Chunyu hesitated to dial the number on the note, fearing the repercussions. For 3 consecutive days, they had exhausted every possibility without arriving at a suitable method to utilize the piece of refined iron for crafting a magical artifact. They were at a loss as to what kind of magical device could fully harness the potential of this divine metal. Although they contemplated seeking Yi Feng's counsel, they were reluctant to do so, as his enigmatic prowess was daunting. From their brief encounter, they discerned his eccentric personality, rendering him utterly inscrutable. Chapter 18. The Dragon Vein. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 2 figures sat by a riverside bonfire, indulging in meat while engaging in conversation. Tianla, although your physical prowess has improved, your martial techniques have not evolved correspondingly. What style do you wish to learn? I can teach you, said Feng. Brother Feng, I can't shake the feeling that you resemble a beggar from a martial arts novel, exuding an air of a once great master fallen from grace. Tianla replied. Let us not digress. If I must choose, I desire to master the lightness skill often depicted in martial arts stories. As summoners, our ability to protect ourselves is lacking. Acquiring such skills would enable us to escape danger, Tianla expressed earnestly. Feng nodded in agreement, reflecting on a rather peculiar technique he had previously acquired. This technique, bestowed by a mortal, required a cultivator to guide its practice, devoid of any prerequisite cultivation level. Once mastered, it would render the body as light as a feather, even allowing one to traverse the grass with ease. With this thought, Feng beckoned to Tianla, and before he could react, Feng swiftly struck his palm against Tianla's chest. What the? A sneak attack! Tianla exclaimed as he was knocked to the ground, a sharp pain coursing through him. However, having endured much pain before, he merely lay there, groaning softly, accustomed to the discomfort. The following morning, a figure darted through the forest, each leap covering an impressive distance of 10 meters. Reveling in this exhilarating sensation, Tianla was filled with joy, while Feng walked along the dirt path below, smiling silently. Tianla had previously inquired about Feng's peculiar ideas and discoveries. Feng explained that he had a penchant for researching such matters. Talent was a formidable force, and over the years, he had amassed a substantial repository of knowledge and concocted various elixirs. Recently, he had reached the stage of live experimentation, thus benefiting Tianla. Suddenly, Feng halted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tianla, stop monkeying around and come down. I found what we need. Without hesitation, Tianla descended to Feng's side. What have you discovered? Tianla asked, his curiosity piqued, while Feng's face betrayed his enthusiasm. I have located the entrance to the underground dragon vein of the mountain. Having spent many years in the realm of cultivation, Feng understood the significance of geomancy. Beneath the mountains lay dragon veins, larger mountains housing more substantial veins. However, as these veins resided deep underground, access could only be gained through subterranean openings and caves. Within these dragon veins lay abundant treasures, among which the essence of the dragon vein was his primary interest, especially as he was in dire need of a fine sword. Approximately 10 minutes later, Feng quickly located the entrance to the underground cave he had sensed. This entrance was situated at a fissure at the river's bottom, necessitating an immersion into the river to gain entry. Tianla, perhaps you should wait for me outside. It might be perilous within, and it would be wise for you to refrain from entering. If there is danger, I am even more compelled to go. Am I the kind of coward who fears for his own life and allows his comrades to face peril alone? For the first time, Wan Tianla appeared serious. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng could not help but smile wryly. He tossed a breathing pill to Wan Tianla, and after consuming it, they plunged into the raging river. Thanks to the enhancement from Yi Feng's elixir, Wan Tianla could still see clearly even beneath the water surface. Shortly thereafter, under Yi Feng's guidance, they reached the fissure at the riverbed. Without hesitation, Yi Feng dove into the crevice, closely followed by Wan Tianla. They swam deeper than they could tell, eventually entering a hidden current. Moments later, they emerged from the water's surface with a splash. They found themselves in an underground pool, nestled within a subterranean cavern. At last, they had arrived. Yifeng used flames to dry their clothes. With his consciousness sweeping the area, the entire structure of the underground caves in the Wuxing mountain range materialized in his mind. Suddenly, Yifeng sensed something amiss and called out urgently to Wan Tianla. Tianla, get out of the way. What? Before Wan Tianla could respond, a dark shadow lunged toward him. Fortunately, with his heightened reflexes, he swiftly leaped back just in time to evade the attack. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the assailant was a spider leg, towering an imposing 3 meters in height. Indeed, it was a spider's leg. If its leg was this massive, one could only imagine the terrifying size of the spider itself. A stream of white silk followed closely behind. Wan Tianla hastily dodged, grateful for the enhancements bestowed upon his body by Yifeng. Otherwise, he would have been unable to evade that initial strike. The rocks ensnared by the silk were pulverized instantly, revealing that the silk was far sturdier than it appeared. Soon, they beheld the creature in its entirety, a colossal spider, its pale body resembling that of a monstrous entity, fixating its gaze upon them. With a mere glance, Yifeng recognized it as a native beast of this realm, devoid of the aura characteristic of foreign demons. In truth, most of the demon clans currently waging war against humanity were local beasts that had been forcibly infused with demonic energy from other realms to enhance their power and control. As for the genuine demons from foreign worlds, Yifeng had yet to encounter any. Though Wan Tianla was present, he could not display his full prowess. However, this did not preclude him from employing alternative strategies. In a flash, Yifeng positioned himself in front of Wan Tianla as the giant spider charged. A magic card materialized in his hand. With the high-tier magic card, the Canglong Demon King, a wolf's howl erupted from the card. Although the spider possessed no hearing, the shockwave from the howl compelled it to recoil several steps. This marked Yifeng's inaugural use of a magic card in combat. He activated the card once more, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that sliced toward the giant spider. However, despite the wind blades striking the spider, they failed to inflict any significant damage. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly realized that the combat prowess of this colossal spider was likely of a high tier. Hiss! The giant spider emitted a sharp hiss. Yifeng refrained from using the Tsong Wolf Demon King magic card, as its demonic energy was barely sufficient for one more use of the wolf's howl, rendering it utterly ineffective. It appeared that he would have to resort to this instead. With a faint smile, the blood-colored Centipede King magic card materialized in his hand. The giant spider sensed the impending threat and charged swiftly toward Yifeng. Be careful, Brother Feng. It was the spider that should have been wary. Blood mist. Yifeng invoked the innate demonic spell of the blood-colored Centipede King. A crimson fog emanated from the magic card, and upon contact with the mist, the colossal spider's body stiffened. Then, its form began to dissolve rapidly, leaving behind only a grotesque mass of corroded remains quietly resting on the ground. Chapter 19. A bountiful return. The blank magic card absorbed the demonic energy from within the colossal spider. Now, he possessed 2 advanced magic cards and 1 super advanced magic card. A truly delightful situation. Brother Feng, was that legendary magic card you just used? Inquisitive as always, the impoverished Wan Tianla gazed with curiosity. Yifeng nodded and replied, Wan Tian, you are fortunate. This spider has hoarded treasures for countless years, and now they shall be at your disposal. At my disposal? What do you mean? Wan Tianla was puzzled, while Yifeng merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Flames flickered to illuminate their path as Yifeng led Wan Tianla to a nearby cave entrance situated in the stone wall. The entrance was shrouded in cobwebs, which Yifeng swiftly incinerated with a wave of his hand, revealing the cavern within. You've stumbled upon a great fortune. As they ventured deeper into the cave, Yifeng brought Wan Tianla to a small pool, from which droplets of milky white liquid occasionally dripped. This pool, though modest in size, barely the span of a hand, contained authentic spiritual liquid from the earth's veins, a rarity typically found only within large ley lines. The dragon vein, being the pinnacle of ley lines, was certain to yield such liquid. However, locating this essence was no simple task, given the intricate network of dragon veins sprawling beneath the mountains. Stay here and wait for my return, Tianla. Before I come back, you must consume all of this liquid. This little bit? I can finish it in a few gulps, Wanchino remarked nonchalantly, but Yi Feng wore a mischievous grin. Young man, you truly underestimate the value of this spiritual liquid. After filling a bottle with half of the essence, he urged Wanchino to take a small sip. Instantly, familiar agony coursed through every corner of his body. This is another body-tempering substance. Indeed, savor well. Yi Feng chuckled as he departed, having set up a formation to protect Wanchino from potential beast attacks during his absence. Consuming this essence would take no less than 10 days to 2 weeks. Fortunately, Wanchino's body had been tempered, or the immediate intake of this spiritual liquid would have led to his explosive demise. Without the burden of Wanchino, Yi Feng felt liberated. With his cultivation at the late stage of the Golden Core, he commenced his search for various heavenly materials and treasures within the dragon vein. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Feng descended to the very depths of the dragon vein. The bottom of the vein housed a modest cave. Upon entering, Yi Feng beheld the very treasure he sought, a golden stalactite shimmering in the dim cavern. This was the essence of the dragon vein, the dragon essence stone. Standing at an impressive 2 meters tall, Yi Feng was not one to deplete resources recklessly. Taking only half would suffice. Removing it entirely would strip the dragon vein of its vitality, causing the once vibrant 5 elements mountain range to gradually wither. Crack! With a decisive motion, he broke off half of the dragon essence stone. Flames surged, quickly refining the stone into a solid mass of golden iron. Dragon essence iron was successfully forged. With a heart full of satisfaction, Yi Feng stowed away the dragon essence stone and was about to depart when his brow arched slightly in surprise. To his astonishment, an unexpected discovery awaited him. Approaching a rocky wall, Yi Feng unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! Boom! The wall shattered, revealing a narrow crevice behind it. He slipped through the opening, and as the flames grew ever brighter, he found himself above a flowing river of molten lava. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng leaped straight into the magma. Fortunately, there was no one around. Had someone witnessed his audacious act, their jaws would surely have dropped in disbelief. After searching amidst the river of lava for some time, he finally spotted a ball of golden flame. To his surprise, the presence of spiritual fire existed here. Although the spiritual fire from the mortal realm held little significance for him, it could serve as a facade of magical prowess, allowing him to navigate life with greater ease. The thought of such a delightful, languid existence brought a smile to his face. The bargaining chip for an easy life has returned. Yi Feng reached out, grasped the spiritual fire, and swallowed it whole. It had no discernible flavor, though it was somewhat hot to the tongue. It had been over half a month since they had entered the dragon vein. 2 grimy figures, resembling dirty children emerging from mine, peered over the edge of cliff. Finally, we are out, exclaimed Wan Tianla, shaking his backpack. Should we head home? I can hardly wait to hatch these little ones. During their time in the cave, he had discovered 2 spider eggs left behind by a giant spider while absorbing the essence of the earth. Without hesitation, he had discarded all his clothes from the backpack to bring the precious eggs with him. With the new year approaching, it was indeed time to return home. However, before they did, Yi Feng mentioned he had some matters to attend to and led Wan Tianla back to the 5-element city. Once again, they settled into a familiar hotel. Wan Tianla, exhausted from the journey, lay down and fell asleep shortly after 10 in the morning. Meanwhile, Yi Feng ventured out, transforming back into Feng Yi as he neared the Yalan Forge. The tinkling of wind chimes rang out as he pushed open the shop door. Initially lost in thought, Song Chunyu looked up in surprise upon seeing Yi Feng, her face lighting up with delight. Senior Feng Yi, are you here to sell us some fine materials due to a shortage of funds? No, he replied. I intend to utilize your forge. I wish to create a weapon for a friend. Upon hearing this, Song Chunyu was momentarily taken aback. But then she quickly realized that Senior Feng Yi was eager to showcase their forging techniques. Without hesitation, she hurried to inform her master, Chiu Lin, who rushed over as well. They were currently uncertain how to maximize the potential of a piece of fine iron, and now, with Feng Ye's offer to forge a weapon, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. By the time Chiu Lin arrived, Yifeng had already begun examining the forging equipment within the workshop. Temperature sensors, quality control instruments, rapid cooling machines, polishers, cutters, and a plethora of modern devices surrounded him, an array of intricate and sophisticated tools. Yifeng curled his lip in disdain, then approached the primordial iron pan directly. Beside the iron pan stood a water tank, crafted from a special transparent crystal, allowing one to observe the interior with remarkable clarity. With a mere flick of his hand, Yifeng caused the water within the tank to evaporate. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the two observers, he commenced his work. With a deft motion, the dragon essence iron materialized in his grasp, its brilliant golden sheen causing their eyes to slightly ache. With a resounding clang, Yifeng cast the dragon essence iron into the now empty water tank. Flames erupted forth. Although the temperature soared, the water tank remained entirely unscathed. Before long, under the fervent blaze of Yifeng's flames, the dragon essence iron transformed into a golden liquid. Chapter 20. Homecoming originally. This transparent tank was designed for the meticulous observation of materials as they transformed in water, allowing for a clear view of all occurrences within. 3 distinct metals were cast into the fire by Yifeng, rapidly melting and merging with dragon essence iron to form the nascent shape of a sword blade. He then retrieved the pre-prepared hilt, and soon after, the blade and hilt fit together flawlessly, resulting in a semi-finished longsword. Yifeng placed the sword upon the anvil, and with relentless determination, he began to hammer the searing blade with his fists. His strikes quickened, becoming so rapid that the onlookers could barely perceive his movements, only catching glimpses of intertwining afterimages. After a solid half-hour of labor, Yifeng finally ceased his efforts, with the iron transforming abruptly into fine powder. In truth, the anvil had already been unable to withstand the initial blow. It was only Yifeng's spiritual energy that had sustained it, preventing it from shattering immediately. He gently wiped the blade with cloth, and the resounding chime of the sword echoed through the room, audible even throughout the entirety of Wuxing City. With the scabbard prepared, his first weapon in this world was thus completed. Xiaolin's pupils constricted. She had never before witnessed such a simple yet astonishing forging method. "Thank you for your assistance," Yifeng said, sheathing the long sword, clasping his hands in gratitude, and turning to leave. "Wait, senior. May I inquire about the name of this sword?" Song Chunya called out. Yifeng turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "This sword is named Long Yuan. Yifeng departed." Yet both women remained entranced by the shock of the moment. After a considerable pause, Song Chunya finally spoke. "Didn't Senior Feng just mention that this sword was meant for a friend? He said he has only one friend in this world. That individual is named Yifeng, and I've checked. He resides in Peng City. This Yifeng is a high school student and a fire elemental mage. The connection between him and the senior seems profound. His future prospects are boundless, and we must not offend him." In Xiaolin's eyes, a flicker of envy surfaced. If only she could receive the senior's guidance and master the profound art of forging, she would willingly sacrifice everything for such knowledge. At the train station, Yifeng bid farewell to Wanchanel. He gazed at the current state of Peng City, where heavy snow fell, marking the deep winter. As he walked upon the snow-covered ground, a wave of longing for home washed over him. He pondered whether his parents would return this year to celebrate the new year together. After purchasing a pack of cigarettes from a store, he lit one and stood on the street, watching the white snowflakes descend from the sky, reminiscent of his past life. The path of cultivation had been long. He ascended from the mortal realm step by step, ultimately becoming the legendary Divine Emperor. Was he happy as the Divine Emperor? No. Upon attaining that status, he was met only with endless solitude and loneliness. Home, it had once been an unattainable luxury he yearned for. He could no longer clearly recall the visage of his parents from his past life, yet they bore a striking resemblance to his parents in this life. Perhaps this was the heaven's compensation for the destruction of his celestial realm. As the cigarette burned down to its end, Yifeng produced his keys and unlocked the door. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the figure seated on the sofa in the living room. Before us stand a young maiden, her hair cascading gracefully down to her waist. Her radiant beauty is akin to that of a precious pearl, and her complexion glimmers like exquisite jade, exuding an ethereal charm that transcends the ordinary. Yet, it is her lustrous white hair that captivates the onlooker most profoundly. In terms of both appearance and stature, she embodies the essence of a flawless work of art. One might say she is akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Feng finds himself momentarily entranced, not merely by her striking beauty, but rather by the uncanny resemblance she bears to someone from his past. In a mortal realm, he once shared a deep bond with a captivating companion, and together they traversed the realms until they reached the celestial domain. Alas, the eternal emperor reigns alone through the ages, and in the relentless flow of time, his beloved ultimately departed from his side. The young maiden before him bears an astonishing likeness to her. "Oh, brother, you're back," Feng exclaims, emerging from the kitchen with a look of delight upon seeing Feng. He nods in acknowledgement, casting a glance at the white-haired maiden, who, however, does not return his gaze. "Brother, this is my friend, Qi Xianbing, the one I mentioned to you before. Our parents are unable to come home for the new year this year, so I invited her to celebrate with us. It's more lively with more people," she explains. Feng recalls the name. Feng had mentioned Qi Xianbing as her closest friend when she came to live with him 5 years ago. "Your friend is quite beautiful, even more pleasing to the eye than you," Feng remarks with a smile before retreating into his room. Behind him, Feng can't help but chatter on like a concerned elder sister. "You heartless creature, I cook and do your laundry every day, and you dare to say such things about me. Do you even have conscience?" Feng chuckles, unable to suppress his laughter, and playfully taps Feng's forehead before closing the door. She makes a silly face at the closed door. "Uffed, you old rascal with a character like yours. You'll never find a girlfriend." Feng saunters over to Qi Xianbing, who smiles faintly as she sits down. Is this the son of Uncle Yilong? He certainly contrasts sharply with his father-esque character. "Indeed, Xianbing, do you have any ideas on how to change my brother-esque disposition? I don't know why, but I felt like he reverted to his old, careless self just now." Feng seeks Qi Xianbing's counsel, but the latter merely shakes her head. Even the finest clay cannot be molded if it lacks the will. No matter his innate talent, without the heart to strive, he shall remain but a withered tree, destined for mediocrity. With a resigned sigh, Feng acknowledges this truth. As for dinner, Feng prepares a sumptuous feast to welcome her brother home. "Oh, you still remember my favorite dishes? Truly, you are a wonderful sister, capturing my heart," Feng praises, causing Feng to puff up her slightly flat chest with pride. "Knowing my good intentions, you should strive to become stronger so that I can boast about you in the future. Striving is an impossibility. I shall never be able to exert myself in this lifetime," Feng replies, chuckling as he enjoys his meal. Upon hearing these words, Feng was about to erupt in anger when she noticed Feng tossing something towards her. Hastily catching it, she discovered it to be a silver bracelet. "This is a mid-tier magical artifact I chanced upon during my travels. It can enhance the condensation speed of ice magic. Consider a gift," he said. Feng stared at the bracelet in her hand, momentarily stunned, her eyes soon glistening with unshed tears. "Brother, you finally matured and become sensible," she exclaimed, shaking Feng's shoulder as if a mother witnessing her child as coming of age, grateful for his newfound devotion. Feng was at a loss for words, questioning whether he had truly been so reckless in the past. Chapter 21. New Year. After finishing the meal, Feng tidied up the dishes while Feng retreated to his bedroom, leaning against the windowsill and smoking. His emotions were rather intricate today. Why had a girl who bore such a striking resemblance to her appeared? Was it mere coincidence? Or perhaps, after finishing his cigarette, Feng exited the bedroom and discovered Qi Xianbing seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book while sipping tea. Feng took a seat opposite her and smiled. "Would you, a beautiful lady, be interested in a chat?" In the kitchen, Feng raised an eyebrow at this scene. It was the first time she had witnessed her older brother take the initiative to speak with a girl of his age. She abandoned her task of washing the dishes and quietly observed from behind the door. "I have no interest in conversing with someone like you. Do not harbor any notions. I am not interested in you." Qi Xianbing replied in a tone that was calm yet frosty. Yi Feng's smile remained unchanged, but he stood up and said, "All right then," casually returning to his bedroom. Seated in a chair, Yi Feng gazed out at the snow drifting in the moonlit sky. The confusion and excitement that once filled his eyes had vanished entirely. Indeed, it was not her, no matter how many times she might be reincarnated. She would never utter such words to a stranger with whom she had no grievances. Lying back in a chair, he slowly closed his eyes, only to reopen them shortly after. A smile crept across his lips as he interlaced his fingers behind his head. At that moment, he suddenly realized that, in comparison to Qi Xianbing, who bore a striking resemblance to her, his cousin was perhaps more akin to her. In his previous life, he had cared for her throughout his existence. In this life, would she care for him in return? Why ponder so much? Yi Feng rose and approached his computer, subsequently opening his phone. On New Year's Eve, Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing a feast, while Qi Xianbing remained on the sofa, absorbed in her book. Yi Feng had completely disregarded the familiar facade of Qi Xianbing. Without the advantage of her appearance, his attitude towards her naturally grew rather indifferent. To be honest, not only did he harbor no fondness for Qi Xianbing, but he also felt a tinge of disdain. As a guest, and especially as a friend of his sister, she had done nothing but receive his cold remarks. Perhaps it was due to her character and usual demeanor that Yi Feng could understand. However, he had cared for his sister so attentively, genuinely treating her as a friend. Yet she displayed no sign of reciprocation, maintaining an air of aloofness as if they were strangers. Whenever he engaged in conversation with her, she seemed to assume he had ulterior motives, presenting herself as if he were unworthy of her attention. "Stay away, you banana stick." Yi Feng chose to overlook her, for the sake of his sister. Time flies so quickly. Another year has passed. Yi Shuiying sighed as she chopped vegetables. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, time passes swiftly. As they gathered around the table for the New Year's Eve dinner, the three of them sat together. The countdown began on the television, while fireworks lit up the night sky and firecrackers echoed outside. As the countdown concluded, the new year commenced. "Happy New Year, Xianbing," cheered Yi Shuiying with a bright smile, while Yi Feng joined in the celebration. However, Qi Xianbing maintained her usual icy demeanor. After dinner, Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying stepped outside for a stroll. "Happy New Year, brother. This is a little gift I prepared for you," Yi Shuiying said, handing a magical card to Yi Feng, leaving him momentarily taken aback. She then flashed a cheeky smile, revealing her small tiger teeth. "I've noticed that you've developed a penchant for collecting magical cards without me realizing it. This beginner's magical card took me quite some effort to acquire. It's a rather fine gift, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, it is quite splendid," Yi Feng replied with a slight smile. After receiving the magical card, he retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket and presented it to Yi Shuiying. "The previous gift I gave you was merely a souvenir from my travels, but this is the true New Year gift." The pendant, inscribed with Yi Shuiying's name and adorned with a protective array, held the power to safeguard her in times of peril. Additionally, it possessed a teleportation function, allowing Yi Feng to be by his sister's side whenever needed. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuiying was momentarily stunned before joyously accepting the pendant, her excitement evident. Observing her elation brought Yi Feng considerable joy as well. Although they were merely cousins, years of living together had forged a bond akin to that of siblings. The God Emperor was now unburdened, having developed attachments that felt rather pleasant. The streets at night were tranquil and serene, the air filled with the scent of gunpowder from fireworks. Every home was aglow, and a solitary figure meandered down the street, standing out starkly in the cityscape. "Is that Tianla?" Yi Feng suddenly recognized the lonely silhouette ahead. His curiosity piqued. Brother Feng," Wan Tianla exclaimed, turning joyfully upon hearing Yi Feng's voice. And the two exchanged smiles. Yi Shuiying, who was beside Yi Feng, recognized Wan Tianla and couldn't help but ask, "Tianla, why are you out here alone?" "I felt bored at home, so I thought I'd take a stroll," he replied. "Did you have a quarrel with your family?" "Don't hold a grudge against them. They may have sharp tongues, but soft hearts. I'm the only one in my family." Wan Tianla chuckled, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuiying was taken aback and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." I truly apologize. It's fine. I don't mind, Wan Tianla said nonchalantly. Ye Feng, seek it ignardly. The day before their trip, Wan Tianla had personally buried his late grandfather. He was an orphan, claiming that his grandfather had found him abandoned in a graveyard. Despite such a background, he lived with remarkable cheerfulness, earning Yi Feng's admiration. Tianla, have you eaten? I made too much food today. I can reheat it for you when we get back if you don't mind. Really? That would be wonderful. Wan Tianla beamed with happiness. Thus, the siblings Yi Feng ventured out and unexpectedly returned with Wan Tianla. After finishing their meal, Yi Feng decided to have Wan Tianla share a room with him. This new year truly held its peculiar charm. Yi Feng found himself both amused and perplexed, and soon succumbed to slumber. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Qi Xianbing departed. Observing Wan Tianla's momentary daze, Yi Feng felt somewhat speechless. He could not fathom what was so captivating about Qi Xianbing that it could evoke such an infatuation in Wan Tianla. However, Wan Tianla, upon hearing Yi Feng's musings, coughed lightly and whispered, Yi Feng, she is undeniably beautiful. I am genuinely smitten. If I could marry someone as stunning as her in the future, it would be wonderful. Just imagine. Yi Feng, lightly tapping Wan Tianla's forehead, remained unconvinced in his heart. Chapter 22, Awakening of the Second System a year later, as high school graduation approached. The bell for the intermission rang. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mubai dashed out of the classroom. 5 minutes later, he returned with a despondent expression and settled back into his seat. How many times had this been? Wan Tianla inquired curiously of Han Yi. This is the 8th time. Since the beginning of this semester, he has faced rejection 8 times, Han Yi replied, unable to suppress a chuckle. As the final semester of senior year drew near, Li Mubai, fearing he might never see his crush, Nyesini, again, began to fervently confess his feelings, only to be met with relentless rejections. His persistence was indeed commendable. Why? Is it because I am not exceptional enough? Despair clouded Li Mubai's face. Was his love destined to end before it even began? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to the trio. If I recall correctly, all 3 of you have already advanced to intermediate mages, right? The 3 nodded gently, having recently achieved this milestone. I'll find someone. We need not take the college entrance examination to awaken the second system. Let us go now. With that, Li Mubai promptly headed to the restroom to make a phone call. The 3 exchanged glances and shrugged in silent exasperation. Li Mubai was indeed a determined individual. He had actually managed to secure the channels and qualifications for them to awaken their second systems ahead of time. Inside the awakening chamber, a middle-aged man placed 4 diamond-shaped, pale blue crystals into their hands. These were awakening stones, a familiar object to them. Who wants to go first? Li Mubai asked. Without hesitation, Han Yi exclaimed, I'll go first. He closed his eyes, gripping the awakening stone tightly, attuning himself to the magical energy within. A dazzling crimson light erupted. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. A system? Isn't it's supposed to only manifest in the first system? He pondered, confused. However, the other 3 paid no mind, finding it quite natural. Next, it was Li Mubai's turn to awaken. A brilliant pale azure light emerged. Wind system. Remarkably, this only made his already dubious demeanor even more peculiar. The third to undergo the awakening was Wan Tianla, eliciting curiosity from everyone as he was known for his summoning abilities in the first awakening. Soon, a light of pale green shone forth. Dark green signifies the wood system, while pale green signifies what? Healing system. The trio exclaimed in astonishment. Remarkably, the systems included not just 2 auxiliary types, one leaning toward assistance, the summoning system, and the other a bona fide healing system. Wan Tianla, the subject himself, was equally taken aback. A healing system paired with a summoning system? It was the first time he had heard of such a configuration in all his years. The middle-aged man stroked his chin, genuinely surprised by the potential of these young individuals. Now, it was time for the final person, Yi Feng, to awaken his second system. Everyone fixated intently on the awakening stone in his hand, curious about what elemental affinity Yi Feng would awaken. Grasping the stone, Feng sensed the magical energy within him, equally intrigued by the nature of his second affinity. However, the awakening stone trembled in his grasp, indicating a reaction yet failing to emit any light. This perplexing situation left all present in a state of bewilderment. Only a seasoned middle-aged man exclaimed, "What on earth?" Wasn't it said that the space element would only have a minuscule chance of appearing in high-tier third affinities? Space element. Li Mubai and Han Yi gasped in unison, while only Wan Tianla and Yi Feng remained utterly confounded. Soon, under Li Mubai's elucidation, the two began to comprehend the significance of the space element. Typically, it only manifests during high-tier awakenings of the third affinity, making it the most enigmatic of all elements. Most spells associated with this element pertain to the manipulation of space. Shrouded in mystery, throughout the vast history of Huaxia, fewer than 50 mages have awakened this affinity. With Yi Feng's awakening of the space element as a second affinity, he would undoubtedly be the first of his kind. Understanding dawned upon Yi Feng. However, Li Mubai soon adopted a grave tone as he cautioned, "Brother Feng, I know you prefer to avoid trouble. The space element easily attracts attention, especially from powerful families and factions. It is best that as few people as possible know about your capabilities in this regard. Do you understand?" Of course, Yi Feng nodded in agreement, then added, "From now on, if anyone inquires about my second affinity, I'll simply say it is the thunder element." With that, Yi Feng conjured an arc of electricity in his hand, blending magical energy with spiritual essence. This spectacle left the three in stunned silence. I forgot to mention, during my initial awakening, I actually manifested 2 affinities. However, using fire alone has been sufficiently taxing, so I've been too lazy to employ the thunder element, Yi Feng revealed. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai and Han Yi went into a frenzy. A genius! What an extraordinary talent! Li Mubai shouted, clutching his head, while Han Yi raged, "Damn it! Why does such a gifted individual have to be so lackadaisical? The most infuriating part is that he's my buddy. I can't even hit him." Exchanging glances, Yi Feng and Wan Tianla decided to maintain their distance from the frenzied duo. Li Mubai sighed inwardly, relieved that they had chosen a trusted confidant from their family, ensuring that Yi Feng's secret remained safe. Otherwise, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man remained in a daze, still unable to process the unfolding events. As time swiftly passed, the college entrance examination concluded and the admission letters were sent out. Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying were accepted into the same university, the Eastern Domain Magic Academy. Li Mubai, Wan Tianla, and Han Yi also joined them as students of the Eastern Domain Magic Academy. Stretching languidly at home, Yi Feng decided to indulge in 2 months of relaxation during the rare summer break, knowing opportunities to unwind would diminish once university life began. In the Demon God Temple, the headquarters of the faction, the Lord of the Demon God Temple, enraged upon receiving news from Peng City, smashed the coffee table in fury, exclaiming, "A group of useless fools! Hao Yan, our patience is finite. Since you have failed to seize Pengsheng and present to us what we desire, it is time for us to take action." A hoarse voice emerged from behind the Lord of the Hall. A humanoid demon, entirely covered in green scales, slowly emerged from the dark depths of the passage. Towering at 3 meters, this demon bore an entire body adorned with vibrant green scales, complemented by a pair of dark green bat-like wings. Its head was crowned with horns, and it possessed 2 pairs of elongated blood-red eyes. A tail swayed behind it intermittently, while its menacing fangs were a sight to behold. Its scarlet tongue flicked out to taste its own sharp claws, its gaze brimming with a bloodthirsty exhilaration. This was one of the 12 guardians of the demon clan, the king of the ghost-winged demons. Chapter 23. The uprising of Pengsheng. As Hao Yan gazed at the retreating demon king of the ghost wings, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The invasion of Pengsheng by the demon temple was the best outcome for humanity, for they were still, after all, human. However, should the demon king of the ghost wings conquer Pengsheng, the city would undoubtedly transform into a desolate wasteland. Moreover, the demon king was one of the 12 great guardians of the demon race, a formidable opponent that no human had ever managed to defeat. Previously, even a slight offensive from the demon race had rendered humanity utterly powerless. Although the demon temple stood on the side of the demon race, they were ultimately human and bound by a moral code. If they occupied human territories, humanity might still cling to survival. But if the true powers of the demon race unleashed their fury, then, humanity's demise would be inevitable. How Ian slumped despondently in his chair. The demon race's sphere of attack extended beyond the blue star. They would not focus their efforts solely on it. As they relished the spectacle of humanity turning against itself, which was precisely why the demon temple existed. However, if the demon temple ceased to function, the demons would lose their amusement, and the true onslaught of the demon race would signal the end for humanity. The demon king of the ghost wings was unmatched across the globe. Once its slaughter commenced, there would be no cessation. Would humanity ultimately face annihilation? The demon king of the ghost wings strode through the portal connecting the demon realm and the blue star, returning to its dominion. My soldiers, let us embark on the slaughter of humanity. With a mighty flap of its wings, legions of ghost-winged demons surged forth from their lair. Though these demons were merely the lowest tier, even the weakest among them possessed intermediate strength. The demon king let out a piercing cry, and thousands of ghost-winged demons echoed it simultaneously. 3 days later, in Pengcheng, an urgent alarm blared suddenly within the military district's detection room. The once tranquil military area erupted into chaos, awash in crimson lights. Abnormal spatial readings detected. It is a teleportation array of the demon race. The location of the demon array was confirmed to be the entirety of Pengcheng. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Everyone in the military district instinctively turned their gaze skyward, and in the next moment, their pupils constricted, a wave of despair washing over them. In the afternoon, Feng returned to school to take graduation photos. As he exited the campus, they would henceforth sever ties with high school and step into a broader stage of life. While the other three contemplated their futures, Feng suddenly looked up, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. What is that? Others around him noticed the anomaly in the sky. Except for Feng, the rest gazed upward, their pupils narrowing in shock. A blood-red array enveloped the skies above Pengcheng, a foul stench pervading the air. All stood transfixed, staring at the sanguine formation, when suddenly a siren blared. Warning, level 1 alert, city annihilation imminent. Han Yi blurted out, and in that instant, the previously calm Pengcheng plunged into a frenzy. The demons. It must be the demons attacking Pengcheng. Why is Pengcheng, which is not far from the border, under attack? I do not wish to perish. I do not wish to meet my end. The streets are in chaos. And at this moment, firefighters and police are guiding the masses towards safety. Suddenly, thousands of dark figures surge forth from the blood-red formation, obscuring the sky, suffused with malevolent energy. A feeling of despair and suffocation envelopes everyone's hearts. Weak humans, I grant you a fleeting chance to struggle. In 1 hour, I shall lead my warriors to launch an assault on the East City. If you can thwart and eliminate our demon warriors, a glimmer of hope remains for you. If you fail, death awaits. The voice of the demon wing king reverberates throughout Pengcheng, even in his absence. Han Yi grits his teeth, his eyes bloodshot from exertion. Cursed demons. Do they seek to display their overwhelming power, instilling despair in the hearts of the people of Pengcheng? Ye Feng, Tianle, Mubai. Let us disperse the crowd. After all, we are mid-level mages. After exchanging glances, the three do not utter another word but nod gently. The four then scatter in different directions, plunging into the throng. 40 minutes later, within the safety zone, Yi Shuang anxiously scans the crowd for Feng, but finds no trace of him. Brother, brother. Her voice rises in desperation, yet no one responds. Do not worry. Your brother, that lazy fellow, is surely hiding somewhere in the safety zone, perhaps even sleeping. He'll be fine. Niesini places a reassuring hand on Yi Shuang's shoulder. Yes, he'll be fine. My brother will surely be safe. Yi Shuang nods emphatically, tears streaming down her cheeks. Deep down, she and Niesini understand that if Feng is absent from the safety zone, it is likely because he has sought a quiet place to rest. Yet the troubling fact remains. All four of them have vanished simultaneously. Brother, You must return safely. Yi Shuiying prays silently. At this moment, in the east district of Pengsheng, still no contact with Feng? Chun Jindong inquires, to which Suya shakes her head in resignation. Sigh. Feng has been unreachable for a year. It seems he has likely left Pengsheng. After all, someone of his caliber has no need to linger here. Chun Jindong exhales deeply, and the rest of the Tianning Demon Hunter team members share his look of helplessness. All the hunter teams of Pengsheng have gathered. Tian Ke stands at the center of the crowd, raising his voice. This battle concerns the very survival of Pengsheng. Sacrifice is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the prospect of those demon beasts breaching the safety zone and slaughtering our wives, children, and elderly. For Pengsheng, for our families, we must rise up in resistance. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. The crowd erupts in a deafening roar, momentarily forgetting their fear, consumed only by the desire to fight. At this moment, soldiers in the military were also rallying with fervor. The highest commander of the military district, Mu Yunshan, nodded gently at his subordinates. However, his gaze soon shifted to the blood-colored teleportation array in the sky. At this time, tens of thousands of demon clans hovered above, resembling the scythe of death, ready to reap human lives at any moment. Why? Why would the demon guardian mobilize to attack Pengsheng? Why? A sense of despair enveloped Mu Yunshan. As a supreme tier mage, he was acutely aware of the adversary's formidable power. The supreme tier is also categorized into ranks. A mage at this level possesses double the magical energy for each star, indicating that the difficulty of advancement exponentially increases with each star. He was merely a 1-star mage, while the demon guardian was at least a 20-star entity, and the highest practitioner in Huaxia was only at 9 stars. Just as Mu Yunshan succumbed to his moment of distraction, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The soldier Han, he requested the commander's approval to enlist. Chapter 24. The uprising in Pengsheng. Han, he appeared behind Mu Yunshan, who showed no sign of surprise, merely letting out a resigned sigh. Han, given your exceptional talent, there is no need for you to take such risks. If you were to perish, I would be utterly ashamed to face your grandfather and parents, despite the likelihood that I too may not survive. A hint of fondness flickered in Mu Yunshan's gaze. He had watched this child grow up and understood his temperament well. Commander, even if I were to hide in the safe zone, should this place fall, I would still fight. It is better to die on the battlefield than in a dead end. Very well. If that is the case, I grant you permission to participate in this battle. Mu Yunshan nodded in satisfaction, realizing that this fierce spirit was indeed a legacy of the Han family. Hey, Han, you haven't forgotten about us, have you? An irate voice interjected. Upon hearing it, Han paused in surprise before turning around and exclaiming, Mu Bai, what are you doing here? Get back to safety. His words abruptly ceased as he not only saw Li Mu Bai, but also Yi Feng and Wan Tianla. How could such excitement be complete without me? Wan Tianla? Wan Tianla grinned, his innocent expression as endearing as ever. I cannot allow these demon creatures to destroy my home. Otherwise, how would I continue to live in peace? Ye think, similar le vore a resignate simile. You lot. I won't take responsibility if you die on the battlefield. Uft. Who asked for your concern? These demon creatures are no threat. Once we win this battle, let us feast on barbecue. It's on me. Li Mu Bai replied with a carefree demeanor. Han, he turned his gaze away from the three, striving to control the tears that threatened to spill. To have friends like this in his lifetime was truly invaluable. Mu Yunshan, observing the 3 youths before him, found himself momentarily stupefied. He had arranged for Han to enter the school and had naturally conducted background checks on these 3 individuals. However, having investigated them, he never anticipated they would dare come here. Wan Tianla was merely an ordinary person, yet Li Mu Bai and Yi Feng possessed formidable backgrounds. Li Mu Bai, the second son of the esteemed Li family, lived in luxury and privilege, yet willingly chose to join the battlefield for the sake of his friend Han Yi. As for Yi Feng, his credentials were beyond Mu Yunshan's reach, and his lineage required no elaboration. Han Yi, you have truly befriended 3 remarkable brothers. Mu Yunshan found himself feeling a twinge of envy towards Han. As the appointed time arrived, all the ghost-winged demon creatures had gathered in the eastern city. On one side stood the humans, and on the other the demon race. Foolish humans. Witness how your kind is annihilated by us. The ghost-winged demon king within the blood-red formation pointed, and in an instant, the satellite broadcast was forcibly activated. All imaging devices within the safe zone began to simultaneously display the scenes of the battlefield in the eastern city. However, the video was soon abruptly cut off. Do you think I would allow you to sow chaos in people's hearts? Mu Yinshan sneered as he forcibly shut down the satellite signal. Their defeat in this battle is inevitable. However, the external world must remain oblivious to the events transpiring here, lest panic ensue and lead to the collapse of societal order. How intriguing. The demon king of the Ghostwing clan extended his crimson tongue, then rose, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Attack. Annihilate all humans. A chorus of over 10,000 Ghostwing demons echoed his command, surging forth towards the human forces with alarming speed. Eradicate the demon race. Protect our homeland. War erupted in the heart of the Eastern District. Fighter jets roared overhead, aiming to strike the beleaguered demon beasts below. Yet, several Ghostwing demons swiftly encircled them, bringing the aircraft crashing down. In an instant, chaos reigned, with the air thick with gunfire and anguished cries. The Yuleches. Han Yi swung a metallic baseball bat forcefully into the abdomen of a mid-tier Ghostwing demon. Simultaneously, countless beams of light screamed towards the demon's form. Hiss! Two towering white jade spiders led the spectral beings to assist the surrounding soldiers. Faced with tens of thousands of human mages, the Ghostwing demons showed no fear. Instead, they fought with increasing ferocity. A mere dozen humans, even when surrounding a single Ghostwing demon, struggled to prevail. The disparity between the genuine, otherworldly demons and the locally altered ones was staggering. Even mid-tier demon beasts could contend with several mid-tier human mages simultaneously. Moreover, the enemy's ranks consisted predominantly of mid-tier beings, with a significant portion being high-tier, nearly 1,000, while the humans barely had a handful of mid-tier mages, let alone high-tier ones. Boom! Mu Yinshan radiated brilliant lightning, standing alongside other high-tier mages to face the enemy's elite. In the midst of battle, even he found it difficult to withstand the overwhelming number of high-tier demons, far beyond the capacity of himself and a few high-tier mages to combat. Meanwhile, in another sector of the mid-tier battlefield, a Ghostwing demon collapsed heavily under the onslaught of 4 combatants. Yet, before long, 3 more Ghostwing demons, having broken through, surrounded them. Damn it, it seems we are doomed here today. I apologize for dragging you down with me. Han, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a pang of guilt. Why say such things? We all volunteer for this. If we fail in this battle, we cannot escape our fates. It is better to perish on this battlefield. Li Mubai stood tall, resolute against the enemy without faltering. You are right. I am free of ties. To die defending our homeland would indeed be a meaningful end. Who says we will die? Do not disclose my strength to others. Otherwise, I shall find it impossible to remain home in peace. Yi Feng suddenly spoke, revealing the Long Yuan sword, which had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to the others. With a swift motion, blood splattered as Yi Feng cleaved a Ghostwing demon in half with a single stroke. Before the 3 could fully comprehend, he struck again, his sword flashing with such speed that within the blink of an eye, he had severed the heads of 2 more Ghostwing demons. As the Ghostwing demons in the air flapped their wings, a fierce gale descended, imbued with tremendous force. Yet, with a single strike, Yi Feng effortlessly cleaved through the oncoming tempest. The 3 individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. I forgot to mention that during my second awakening, I indeed awakened 2 systems, the latter being the system itself. Yi Feng smiled faintly, realizing that he was about to make a significant impression today. He gazed towards the distant high-tier battlefield. His true self had likely already arrived. Taoism, the external incarnation. Currently, what was present on the mid-tier battlefield was not Yi Feng's true form, but merely an incarnation. In the high-tier battlefield, a sharp sound echoed as Mu Yinshan's chest was slashed by a monstrous demon with ghostly wings, leaving a grotesque gash. Countless ghostly winged demons surged towards him, intent on dismembering him. Meanwhile, Other high-tier mages were also gravely injured. Was Peng City truly destined for destruction? Mu Yunshan, in a state of despair, closed his eyes. And at that moment, he questioned, is this enough commotion? Chapter 25. The Uprising in Pengcheng, Part 2. Yifeng stood resolutely before Mu Yunshan, and with a mere wave of his hand, dozens of ghost-winged demons were instantaneously reduced to ashes, consumed by flames. This. Mu Yunshan's pupils constricted, his face etched with disbelief. Being in such proximity, he could acutely sense the terrifying aura emanating from the masked, enigmatic man before him. This battle must come to an end. Clad in azure attire reminiscent of his days in the divine realm, Yifeng's appearance starkly contrasted with the prevailing fashion of the current world. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the air. Before anyone could react, he swept his arm, and all ghost-winged demons ignited in a fierce blaze, turning to cinders. Had it not been for the dilapidated streets surrounding them, the onlookers would scarcely believe that a demonic invasion had ever occurred. Were they in a dream? What? The ghost-winged demon king was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the spectacle. Since when did humanity possess such formidable warriors? Yifeng gazed at the blood-red teleportation array above, seemingly locking eyes with the demon king. Ha ha! How amusing, truly splendid. A thunderous, maniacal laughter erupted from the crimson array, its echoes reverberating throughout Pengcheng. Following this, a dark green figure surged forth from the blood-red formation, meeting Yifeng's gaze in midair. Two immense pressures collided with a resounding impact, causing all present below to struggle for breath, as a palpable fear of death surged within their hearts. With a powerful flap of its wings, the ghost-winged demon king unleashed hundreds of dark green wind blades, hurtling towards Yifeng. Sensing the force behind these blades, Mu Yunshan was certain that he would be unable to withstand even a single one. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, Yifeng dissipated the myriad wind blades in an instant. You are worthy to be my opponent. A hint of exhilaration flickered across Yifeng's face beneath his mask. He could ascertain that the opponent's strength nearly matched his own at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Encountering a rival in this world was indeed a rare occurrence. Arrogant human, the ghost-winged demon king transformed into a streak of green light, swiftly diving towards Yifeng. Unfazed, Yifeng morphed into a blue beam, engaging the demon king in a relentless aerial clash. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows multiple times. Those on the ground could hardly believe their eyes. What manner of existence was this? The ghost-winged demon king emanated a surge of dark green demonic energy, its form rapidly expanding into a colossal entity towering over 100 meters. This was its true form. Boom! The demon king swung a massive fist, while Yifeng formed a seal with both hands, unleashing a torrent of righteous energy that surged forth like a cataclysmic wave, manifesting as countless sword shadows to meet the demon king's onslaught. Everyone evacuate East City, Mu Yunshan shouted urgently. Those still in a daze finally came to their senses, realizing that the battle had escalated beyond their capacity to intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastened to flee East City. As they retreated, Yifeng and the ghost-winged demon king had already exchanged blows 5 times. The two adversaries found themselves evenly matched, unable to determine a victor. After years of silence, the long-dormant fervor ignited once more within Yifeng, his eyes shimmering with an insatiable thirst for battle. Human, I concede your strength, but mine surpasses yours. The demon-winged king stomped heavily, causing the entire Peng City to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. The already dilapidated structures of East City began to crumble further. A dozen green pillars of demonic energy surged from the earth, seeking to annihilate Yifeng. Yet, if Yifeng possessed only this level of strength, then his past existence as a divine emperor would have been in vain. Law of heaven and earth. Yifeng formed seals with his hands, a golden radiance illuminating the surroundings. Boom! The green pillars vanished in an instant, replaced by a towering golden giant, clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding a golden longsword. His skin and eyes shimmered with dazzling gold. This was the manifestation of his former self on the battlefield of gods and demons. The evacuees from East City had not ventured far. They remained transfixed by the unfolding duel. The emergence of the golden giant resembled the descent of a saint, heralding humanity's eventual triumph over this tumultuous era. Boom! The clash of their fists resonated with a thunderous sound as Feng unleashed his full power. Retreating a step, he brandished his golden longsword. The demon-winged king soared into the air, unleashing 3 simultaneous demonic spells. In an instant, thousands of green bats materialized, encircling Feng. Dust and debris flew as a tempest raged, and countless wind blades struck Feng, yet he remained unfazed. The green bats disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the golden light. A piercing roar shattered the silence, reducing buildings to mere rubble. Despite such an onslaught, Feng remained unperturbed. He redirected his longsword from a sweeping slash to a direct thrust. One sword shatters myriad spells. The golden sword energy pierced through the demon-winged king's form instantly. His face contorted with disbelief and shock. Impossible. How can such a terrifying existence exist in the human realm? The demon-winged king bellowed, his body dissipating like darkness at dawn. Crack! The blood-red array in the sky vanished, replaced by the glow of the setting sun. Have we triumphed? We have triumphed. The spectators erupted in cheers. Han Yi danced about like an exuberant gorilla, while the other two were no less animated. Wan Tianle scooped up his white jade spider, showering it with fervent kisses. Only Feng wore a faint smile. The members of the Sky Eagle demon hunting team exchanged wry smiles as they observed Feng, who had dispelled the law of heaven and earth. It became evident how formidable he truly was. No wonder he always appeared so enigmatic, a man truly captivating. Suya shook her head with a bittersweet smile, while Chun Jindong sighed deeply. His power was evidently not that of a mage. The demon leader had been correct. How could humanity from Blue Star possess such formidable entities? Judging by his demeanor, he was likely neutral. Had trouble not come knocking at his door, he would not have intervened. Everyone believed the ordeal had reached its conclusion. However, who could have known that at this very moment? The previously clear sky would swiftly coalesce into ominous clouds, which soon enveloped the entire Punk City. The crowd, who had just been cheering under the dusk, were momentarily taken aback, while only Feng revealed a wry smile of resignation. Unexpectedly, as a result of the earlier confrontation, he had achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Gazing up at the darkened skies, Feng felt no trepidation. Suddenly, a bolt of white lightning descended from above. Instead of retreating, he boldly advanced to meet the thunderhead. This spectacle left all onlookers in a state of astonishment. In the span of a month, Punk City bore no trace of the prior invasion by the demon clan. It was as if serenity had been restored. The nascent soul tribulation transformed the entire eastern district into a field of thunder. When the tribulation concluded, none could ascertain the identity of the individual who had faced it, nor could anyone discern their whereabouts. Chapter 26. The ancient ruins of Pengcheng in the realm of the demon world, within the imperial palace. The demon emperor gazed upon the extinguished soul lamp, fully aware that the winged demon king was no more. He had not anticipated that this blue star harbored an entity capable of vanquishing the winged demon king. Rather than dispatching more formidable guardians or generals to seek vengeance on Blue Star, the demon emperor decreed that the demon clans refrain from concerning themselves with this insignificant world for the time being. With hundreds of worlds ripe for invasion, Blue Star was merely an inconspicuous blip among them. The nature of this unknown force remained uncertain. Thus, once they had conquered and obliterated several other realms, their focus would shift back to Blue Star. In his bedroom, Feng examined a magical card adorned with the image of the winged demon king. Relieved that he had ascended to the nascent soul stage, allowing him to modify the card with the essence and power of that foe. Otherwise, he would have truly lost a valuable resource from magical card crafting. He had previously discovered that magical cards could only absorb entities below the transcendent tier, as ordinary cards were utterly incapable of controlling such beings. However, this issue posed no significant challenge for him. His elder brother reminded him that there was only a month until the start of school, urging him to diligently cultivate. For the Eastern Region Magic Academy was not a place where one could simply coast through to graduation. Yifeng offered a wry smile in response to the familiar admonition. He placed the magical card of the Winged Demon King into his collection, adding yet another treasure to his inventory. Presently, he possessed 2 transcendent cards and 12 high-tier cards. The latter primarily acquired through slaying demon beasts along the dragon vein. He had long heard of individuals transforming magical cards into a gaming format, though in their second-tier city. Nearing third-tier status, few engaged in such pastimes, as the players were predominantly affluent individuals. Proper competitions and offline gatherings existed only in first-tier cities. It was said one required a minimum of 20 cards to meet the basic participation criteria for games. Fortunately, he had more than enough cards to meet that requirement. As he stored away the card collection, Yifeng's phone suddenly rang, revealing an unfamiliar caller. Upon answering, he was greeted by the voice of a mature woman. "May I speak with Yifeng?" "That's me," he replied. "Hello, I am Song Chunhua. Feng informed me that if I needed assistance, I could reach out to you." "Oh, you mean my master? Please, go ahead and state your matter." On the other end, Song Chunhua paused in surprise. "Master, this Yifeng is actually Feng's disciple." "Yes, I am looking to inquire whether there is a method to maximize the efficacy of the refined iron thunder pattern and fire pattern you sold us." "Is that so? You've been researching it for over 2 years without success?" Yifeng chuckled incredulously before casually suggesting, "During the forging process, utilize fire and thunder to stimulate it. And at the peak moment, have a magic array master inscribe the magic array with these 2 forces. You are well versed in the art of forging?" "Indeed. How delightful. I have heard that you have been accepted into the Eastern Domain Academy of Magic, and I am the instructor for the forging course there. You must choose my class when the time comes. We shall discuss it later." Yifeng hung up the phone and rose from his home. After enhancing his spiritual awareness, he unexpectedly discovered an entity in Peng City that he had not previously noticed. It appears that this obsession with Peng City is indeed connected to this location. On the other hand, Song Chuanya, after ending her call, could not conceal her excitement. She never anticipated that Senior Feng would take Yifeng as his disciple. If that is the case, he must possess a legacy of forging from another world. In the future, our Huaxiao will undoubtedly have an extraordinarily powerful master of forging. Yifeng arrived at the location revealed by his heightened awareness, momentarily taken aback. It was not due to the area being transformed into a construction site, but rather, was this not the residence of Wan Tianla? He recalled that half a month ago, Wan Tianla had informed him that he had come into wealth because his home was being demolished. He had become a displaced resident. Tianla's grandfather owned an entire cemetery, which was bequeathed to Wan Tianla upon his passing. Now, with the cemetery and Tianla's house being demolished, the financial compensation was surely substantial. Had someone already discovered this place? With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, Yifeng discerned that individuals had already ventured into the underground ruins. Stroking his chin, he resolved to enter the ruins before they reached the center. His figure vanished, and in an instant, Yifeng arrived at the depths of the ruins. With a whoosh, flames ignited, illuminating all the torches in the hall of the ruins. This was a space the size of a football field, resembling a heavenly cavern. It was filled with traces of human excavation. In the center of the ruins stood 2 statues. One was a demonic figure, while the other depicted a human. The demon towered over 10 meters, while the human was approximately 7 meters tall. It was a woman clad in a robe, her arms outstretched as if she were a saint. Opposite her was a humanoid creature with wings and horns, embodying the very essence of a demon. The robed woman appeared victorious, yet it was evident that she was also nearly depleted of strength, while the demon, though seated and seemingly defeated, threw back its head in laughter. With Yifeng's cultivation, he quickly discerned that both the saintess and the demon had become statues upon their demise. The saintess retained her power, while the demon was left with nothing but this useless stone shell. "Who are you?" At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. Yifeng turned to see a veiled girl in white gazing at him. Despite her veil, he could see through to her beauty, which surpassed even that of Qi Xianbing. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that this woman bore a resemblance to the saintess of the statue. "I am merely a wandering traveler. who has stumbled upon this place by chance. Yifeng waved dismissively, returning his attention to the two statues. This place is not meant for ordinary individuals. You should leave quickly, as someone will escort you outside. Although the girl spoke these words, she understood deep down that anyone capable of arriving here silently could not possibly be an ordinary person. Hey, it was I who arrived here first, you know. Never mind. I won't argue with you. You must have come for the power inheritance contained within this statue. You can perceive the inheritance of the goddess statue. The girl's face displayed shock and disbelief. Even as a descendant of the goddess, with ancestral bloodline returning to its roots, she could not discern where the goddess's inheritance lay. How could he see it? Stop with the superfluous chatter. If you desire the inheritance, just say so. It is of no use to me anyway. Yifeng, somewhat impatient, took a few steps forward and shattered the statue with a powerful punch, retrieving a crystal and tossing it to the girl. Chapter 27. Xiling, what are you doing? Why did you shatter the statue of the goddess? The girl exclaimed, visibly agitated. Yifeng, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle as he replied, Are you a bit slow-witted? The inheritance crystal is inside that statue. How else would we retrieve it? After speaking, Yifeng approached the girl and gently pressed his finger against her forehead. Next time, use your brain to think things through. All right? The girl fell momentarily speechless, a flicker of anger igniting within her. How could he be so forward upon their first meeting? What a rogue. Just as Yifeng turned to leave, the girl finally reacted, hastily asking, Who are you? How did you come to this relic? I am Yifeng, a recent high school graduate with a penchant for the anime world, preferring the life of a recluse. He shrugged, preparing to depart. At that moment, the girl dashed to his side, astonished. You're Yilong's son, Yifeng. Ah, you know that scoundrel, my father? Yifeng replied, a hint of surprise evident in his gaze. General Yilong is undoubtedly a hero of the human race. How can you speak of him so? Calling him that is too lenient. He may be a competent general, but he is far from a good father, Yifeng scoffed. In his years of existence, he had scarcely seen his father, and their encounters were marked by harsh words, criticism of his lack of ambition. Though he understood his father's frustrations, he could not fathom why he evoked such disdain. The girl fell silent, observing Yifeng before reaching out to grasp his hand. Hello, I am Xiling. Uncle Yi mentioned you before. You don't appear to be as dreadful as he described. No, I am indeed as dreadful as he said. I have no time to chat. I must return to my games, Yifeng said, turning to leave. Yet Xiling did not follow. Instead, she stood there, her hands clasped together anxiously. Yifeng then utilized his spiritual energy to carve a path from the relic to the bedroom of his original residence in Wanchanel, ensuring no one would suspect he had employed any special methods to enter. That evening, Yifeng sat in his room, smoking while engrossed in an anime. Just as he was enjoying himself, Yi Shuiying knocked on the door, calling out, Brother, stop playing games. Auntie just called and said there would be important guests tonight. You need to tidy yourself up. Let them come. What does it have to do with me? Yifeng replied nonchalantly, prioritizing his anime over any guests. After all, who could possibly be of significance to their family? As he prepared to continue his leisurely binge-watching, he heard the door click, being unlocked from the outside. Suddenly, Ye Yuyin Stormudin had demenor fierge. I'm tidying up right now. Ye Feng exclaimed, started. As he hurriedly shut down his computer and began to wash up and change his clothes, he could tell that Yi Shuiying was clearly upset, and if he remained still, he feared she might strike him. 6 o'clock in the evening. As Yifeng sat in the living room watching television, he was suddenly startled by a series of knocks at the door. Sister, open the door. Can't you move a few steps? Yi Shuiying, passing by the sofa, playfully tapped Yifeng on the head before making her way to the entrance. Yifeng paid little attention to the identity of the visitor, thinking it was of no concern to him. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, appreciating the fine flavor. He could certainly purchase more in the future. Ah, you must be Xiling. Just as Annie described, you are indeed quite beautiful. Suddenly, Yifeng sputtered, tea spraying from his mouth. Turning to the door, he realized it was the girl he had encountered earlier in the ruins. What is going on? What on earth is this situation? You must be Yi Shuiying. Good day. I apologize for the trouble today. Xiling, unmasked, had only worn a veil in the ruins due to the dust accumulated from prolonged closure. What trouble? Coming quickly. Yi Shuiying ushered Zi Ling into the living room, gesturing with mild disdain towards Yi Feng. This is my insufferable older brother, Yi Feng. We have met already. Zi Ling smiled gently and took a seat opposite Yi Feng. He sensed her nervousness through her delicate hands. What brings you to my home? What kind of conversation is this? Yi Shuiying swiftly delivered a playful punch to Yi Feng's head, causing him to wince in pain. Aunt Qin heard that I was in Peng City and specifically asked me to come meet you. After all, I am your fiancé. Ziling's expression reflected her inner turmoil, her slightly flushed cheeks betraying her shyness. Both Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "What?" Yi Feng was utterly bewildered. When had he acquired a fiancé? This was absurd. Yi Shuiying's reaction was even more animated. Ziling, did you offend my uncle and aunt in some way? What could you have done to warrant being bound to this useless brother of mine as a fiancé? No, it was my own voluntary decision. Ziling waved her hands, explaining the circumstances to them. It turned out that Yi Feng's father, Yi Long, had saved the nearly perished Ziling during a demon clan riot 3 years prior. Due to her injuries, Yi Feng's mother, Qin Yusin, a top-tier healing mage, had remained by their side to assist in her recovery. During this time, hearing of Yi Feng's circumstances, she and her husband were deeply concerned for the unambitious lad. Therefore, as a gesture of gratitude, Ziling had proposed the notion of marrying Yi Feng in the future. Sister, are you being rather reckless by offering yourself like this? Yi Feng's hand trembled around the teacup. This was absurd. How could he suddenly find himself with a fiancée? Not rash in the slightest, not at all. My decision is the result of careful contemplation. The debt of gratitude I owe is akin to that of a rebirth from one's parents. It is only through this means that I can repay the kindness bestowed upon me by Uncle Yilong and Aunt Uxin. Ziling hastily waved her hand, while Yi Feng and Yi Shuiying raised their gazes to the ceiling. This girl is astonishingly naive. With all due respect, my dear, is it not absurd to discuss marriage when there are no feelings between us? It's perfectly fine. We can marry first and then gradually cultivate our affections. Furthermore, we are still young and not of the marrying age. During this time, we can simply be in a relationship to nurture our feelings. Ziling smiled radiantly at Yi Feng, who was about to speak but was interrupted by a firm hand on his shoulder from Yi Shuiying. Brother, with such a wonderful girl, you wouldn't dare to break her heart, would you? Yi Shuiying's eyes were filled with a fierce intensity as she spoke. It was evident that if Yi Feng were to utter anything suggesting their incompatibility, Yi Shuiying would not hesitate to send him to the underworld with a single punch. Chapter 28. A young lady should exercise restraint meanwhile on the other side. What? You allowed that girl, Ziling, to meet with Yi Feng? Upon hearing his wife's account, Yi Long was utterly dismayed. It seems that Ziling has convinced herself that only by being close to our son can she repay our kindness. Alas, she is merely a Na'vi child. After taking a sip of tea, Qin Yusin sighed helplessly, her eyes filled with concern. Oh dear, is it not a shame to squander such a fine young lady? Had I known, I would not have constantly berated Yi Feng in her presence, calling him an uneducated little rascal. Yi Long too sat down on the sofa, feeling a sense of helplessness. Uneducated, you say? Brother Long, you are still too unfamiliar with our son. I am his father. Who knows him better than I do? Upon hearing this, Yi Long felt somewhat indignant. However, a single glare from Qin Yusin rendered him docile, like a compliant kitten. You spend your days worrying about the nation and vanquishing the demon clan, yet you have never taken the time to observe Yi Feng closely. After another sip of tea, Qin Yusin continued, I noticed long ago that for some reason, while our son appears disinterested in magic, I can see a profound disdain in his eyes. It is not unusual for someone to lack interest in magic, but disdain is a different matter altogether. Moreover, if you think carefully, do you not find that many of Fenger's actions over the years are inconsistent with the temperament expected of a child his age? For instance, in matters of romance, should he not be in the throes of youthful infatuation at his age? Yet, we have never witnessed any feelings he might have for a girl. Regardless of the circumstances, he always maintains an air of nonchalance. Does this truly reflect the demeanor of a child his age? So, your implication is that Feng undoubtedly harbors secrets we are unaware of, perhaps even bearing immense burdens. My intention in sending Xiling to approach him is not only to alleviate her guilt, but also to hope she may assist Feng in finding some ease. After all, he is my child, and what mother does not worry for her offspring? Qin Yusing gazed out at the moonlight, a twinge of anxiety rising within her. At this moment, while his mother spoke of unfathomable burdens and responsibilities, Yifeng was indeed in a state of distress. How could he not be troubled? The once joyful and carefree life of a homebody had been abruptly disrupted by the sudden appearance of his so-called fiancé. Were he to grasp his mother's thoughts, he would undoubtedly erupt in exasperation. What responsibilities? What monumental matters? All he desired was to live as a recluse, enjoying a life of retirement. Was that too much to ask? Alas, his head throbbed. After successfully extricating himself from the entanglement, Yifeng returned to his room and lay on his bed, pondering the events of the day. What is this, heaven? Fate? Could you be any more melodramatic? Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, causing Yifeng to freeze momentarily. Looking towards the door, he called out, "The door is unlocked, come in." The door creaked open, revealing Xiling, who timidly stood at the threshold, clutching a blanket. Shuiying suggested that I stay in the same room as you, claiming it would strengthen our bond. Yifeng could only marvel at his sister's audacity. How utterly outrageous. She is determined to ensure I seize this opportunity with a girl so readily offered to me. He added, "Do not heed Shuiying's nonsense. It is inappropriate for a young lady to share a room with a solitary man." Yifeng felt exasperated, utterly perplexed by the intentions of his parents and sister. "I believe, young lady, you ought to maintain your dignity." With that, he covered himself with the blanket, indifferent to her presence. Xiling looked at the seemingly sleeping Yifeng, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, she decided against leaving and instead laid down on the floor of his bedroom. Yifeng made no objections, as it spared him from his sister's incessant nagging. "Why were you in the ancient ruins today?" Xiling initiated conversation, seeking to break the silence. Since Yifeng was unable to sleep, he was willing to engage in other topics. "The ruins are beneath a friend's house. I was retrieving something for him when I discovered a hidden passage under his bed. Upon entering, I found myself in the ruins and saw the statue, along with you." "Ah, I see. By the way, thank you for today. Had it not been for you, I would have never imagined that the goddess's legacy lay within that statue." Only then did Yifeng realize the significance of her words and inquired, "By the way, you seem to know quite a bit about these ruins. Could you enlighten me? As my boyfriend, anything you wish to know, I will certainly share with you." Xiling replied with a smile, her large, sparkling eyes resembling crescent moons. "Wait a moment. I never agreed to be your boyfriend, and we have only just met. Please, do not belittle yourself in such a manner." Yifeng was genuinely at a loss for words, astonished by the peculiarity of this girl. Noticing Yifeng's reluctance to continue on that subject, Xiling deftly shifted the conversation. "In truth, humanity's current civilization is not the first. 30 million years ago, another civilization existed. The reasons for its demise remain a mystery. This ancient civilization revered magic, which can be considered its origin, and thus it is referred to as the ancient magic civilization. According to various ancient relics and documents, 30 million years ago, a remarkably powerful demon emerged, spreading disease, corrupting minds, and amplifying the darkness within humanity. Where there is darkness, there is also light. The goddess appeared, uniting with other formidable beings to vanquish the demon. Though the demon perished, it had already unleashed a torrent of diseases and malevolent thoughts, leading to the gradual collapse and eventual destruction of civilized society. After sharing this, Xiling glanced at Yifeng, only to find him staring pensively at the ceiling, a sigh escaping his lips. "Do you know when humanity is most united? Is it in the face of formidable adversaries? No, it is when striving for a common interest. Although I am unaware of the reasons behind the downfall of ancient civilizations, I am confident that it was not due to demons spreading disease and ideology. Rather, it stemmed from a mutual destruction of both the powerful and the malevolent. As the proverbial cake of interests emerged, Initially, a few banded together to share in its consumption. However, gradually, the truth became inescapable, and various factions began to rise. The relentless struggle for prolonged advantage among these factions ultimately became the root cause of their demise. Chapter 29. The Black Market of Feng City. Upon finishing his words, Feng revealed a cold smile. Having lived for so many years, he had witnessed such occurrences far too often. Ling, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, yet when she wished to retort, she discovered that Feng had already succumbed to slumber. Aunt Qin was right. You truly are an intriguing individual. Ling gazed at Feng's profile as he lay asleep. The following morning, when Ling opened her eyes, she was startled to find Feng absent from a bed. Where could he be? Puzzled, she stepped outside to inquire with Shuiying, who had also just awakened. Yet, even she was unaware and expressed her astonishment. Typically, her elder brother would not rise before 10 o'clock. It was indeed peculiar for him to have left before 7. Confounded, Shuiying soon comprehended the situation upon seeing Ling on the floor of Feng's bedroom. Her mischievous brother had risen early out of fear that she would discover Ling had spent the night on the floor and might reprimand him. Was this truly the case? Indeed it was. After departing from home, Feng let out a sigh of relief, deciding to return once his cousin's temper had cooled. The morning market in Feng City was bustling, a place Feng seldom visited. The market offered a variety of goods, in addition to breakfast items. There were various crafts and even magical artifacts for sale. However, most of these magical items were either counterfeit or defective. Rarely could one find a complete piece, and those that were intact tended to be trifles or were priced exorbitantly, exceeding the market rate. Suddenly, a familiar and somewhat irritating voice called out from behind, and Feng, without needing to turn around, recognized its owner. Mubai, why are you here at the morning market instead of sleeping in? Feng Yi, please don't tell me you are unaware of the black market in Feng City. The black market? Feng turned to face Li Mubai, who had casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Despite living in Feng City for many years, he had never heard of such a place. You truly do not know about the black market. The black market operates in Feng City both in the morning and at night. From 5 to 8 in the morning, and then from midnight to 2 in the morning. The night market is designed to deceive outsiders. Only the morning market holds genuine treasures, including many items that are not permitted for public circulation. Rare materials from various demon clans can be found in abundance. So, are there truly valuable items in the black market? Feng inuitit, not necessarily, limuba ilanet collusive, vishipirin in Feng's air. Yes, and he will be there this morning. You catch my drift, right? Feng replied. I understand. You've evolved from a mere infatuated admirer to a devoted admirer. You've truly transcended. Feng raised his thumb in a gesture of mock praise, which Li Mubai interpreted as a compliment, standing proudly with his chest out. Feng was left speechless. Under Li Mubai's guidance, they ventured to a more secluded street of shops within the morning market. Li Mubai led Feng casually into a shop, where they swiftly discovered the entrance to the black market. Before long, they arrived at a vast underground trading market, transformed from a once-abandoned air raid shelter. The market was bustling with numerous shops, offering a dazzling array of goods, and as Li Mubai had mentioned, most of these items were rare finds that were difficult to procure in regular markets. However, despite the abundance of merchandise, Feng found nothing that truly captivated his interest. Suddenly, Li Mubai turned around and noticed that Feng had vanished. After searching for a while, he finally spotted Feng squatting in front of a stall, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the assortment of magical cards on display. Young man, you have a discerning eye. These magical cards are quite rare and not easily found in the market. If you're not interested in these low-tier cards, I also have some mid-tier ones, the middle-aged stall owner said with a broad smile. Feng, however, remained transfixed by the enchanting magical cards laid out before him. This is the joy of card collectors. When did you develop an interest in magical cards, Feng Ge? Li Mubai inquired, squatting beside him with a hint of confusion. I've always been interested. It's just that there are few players in Pengcheng, Feng replied. Magical cards are the toys of the affluent. Are you sure you want to delve into this world? Is it possible that I've already been immersed in it for 3 years? Feng responded, simultaneously inquiring if the owner had any mid-tier magical cards. The owner, without hesitation, presented his collection. "Do you have any mid-tier, mental-type magical beast cards?" Feng asked, as he was particularly in need of such cards. The owner, with a resigned expression, replied, "Mental-type magical beasts are exceedingly rare. Not only are the cards hard to find, but encountering them is also a challenge. If you wish to acquire one, you might need to venture to a first-tier city." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Feng glanced at the cards once more, only to find nothing that piqued his interest. He stood up, intending to continue wandering through the black market. "Let us go, Feng go. We should focus on our main objective," Li Mubai said, leading Feng towards their target, the black market auction. There were regulations for the auction. Participants were required to wear masks and use code names instead of their real names. The spacious auction hall was nearly filled to capacity. Feng and Li Mubai had the numbers 168 and 169, respectively. As Feng examined his badge, he looked around at the masked figures, unable to discern their faces, and couldn't help but ask, "Mubai, are you sure you can recognize Nyasini?" The girl in the beige trench coat in the third position of the first batch is Nyasini. Li Mubai pointed to the nearly indistinguishable silhouette at the front. "How can you identify her so easily?" Feng exclaimed. "Of course. No one else can distinguish Nyasini's silhouette better than I can," Li Mubai replied, his confidence enigmatic. Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "I see. You faced rejection so often that you've memorized one particular back view," he teased. "Feng Yi, can we still be brothers if you keep undermining me?" Li Mubai felt a surge of indignation, yet found himself helpless, for Feng's words held a kernel of truth. In a world abundant with fragrant blooms, why fixate solely on Nyasini? What exactly are you clinging to? Feng pondered, perplexed by this individual's unwavering affection for someone with whom he shared no meaningful connection. "Brother Feng, are you aware of the concept of love at first sight? In this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to Nyasini. No other woman shall ever find a place within it. Even if she torments me countless times, I shall continue to cherish her as my dearest love. This is the essence of love at first sight, a sentiment that you, a monk untouched by worldly desires, could never comprehend." Li Mubai gazed skyward, tears streaming down his mask, presenting an image of profound emotion. Witnessing this scene, Feng felt an inexplicable urge to strike out. Chapter 30. The bark of the human pattern. As the auction commenced, Feng found himself uninterested in the initial items presented. It was not until a peculiar item appeared that his attention was piqued. The forthcoming auction piece was an extraordinary artifact, originating from a millennium-old tree in the deep mountains. After the tree was felled, a portion of its bark detached itself, revealing patterns strikingly reminiscent of human features. The purpose of this enigmatic item remained a mystery, yet its potential as a collectible was undeniably appealing, with a starting bid set at 50,000. Next to the alluring auctioneer, a showcase displayed a piece of bark measuring a full meter in length. Upon sighting the bark, Feng could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated the existence of such an unusual material in this world. Li Mubai, noticing Feng's curiosity, turned with a hint of confusion and inquired, "Brother Feng, are you interested in the strange bark?" Feng merely smiled and replied, "Interest may be too strong a word. The utility of this bark is limited. I once perused an ancient tome that contained records about it, revealing a method to transform this bark into a human skin mask. At best, it serves merely to obscure one's visage. It holds little significant value." While Feng spoke casually, Li Mubai's eyes suddenly brightened with excitement. "Brother Feng, are you suggesting that you can craft a human skin mask from this bark?" "Indeed," Feng affirmed. Without hesitation, Li Mubai promptly placed a bid. Since the bark was not widely sought after, it was naturally acquired by Li Mubai. "You wouldn't be expecting me to create a human skin mask for you, would you?" Feng teased. "Ha ha ha, you truly understand me, Brother Feng. While my heart is devoted solely to Nyasini, I cannot remain unmarried forever if she continues to overlook me. Assuming a new identity to pursue romance is not akin to me forsaking my affections, is it? I can see through your intentions. You merely wish to indulge in the novelty of a new identity. Assisting you is not out of the question. provided you procure the necessary materials for this endeavor. Yi Feng handed over a prepared list of materials to Li Mubai. Upon examining the list, Li Mubai was instantly struck with goosebumps. Brother Feng, these materials aren't meant for Tianlu, are they? The list prominently featured an array of exotic insects, and naturally, the one most intrigued by insects among them was one Tianlu. Indeed, I have perused numerous ancient texts and discovered a technique particularly suitable for Tianlu's identity as a summoner, witchcraft. Yi Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile beneath his mask. With merely a month remaining until the school term commenced, he intended to experiment with his well-conceived plans on the three of them. Previously, he had been a loss, uncertain of which cultivation method would suit Li Mubai. Now, however, he had found his answer. Witchcraft, coupled with the art of disguise and body refinement techniques, were methods accessible even to mortals in the realm of cultivation. While he was not one to seek trouble, he relished in stirring the pot and observing the ensuing drama. He was eager to witness the amusing events that these three would surely conjure during their university days. He hoped for a plethora of entertaining occurrences, as such diversions would undoubtedly alleviate his own boredom. As the black market concluded, Li Mubai, having not captured Nyesini, nevertheless hurriedly presented the last item he had recorded with a sense of eagerness. Yi Feng stretched lazily, sensing that his younger sister's anger had subsided, and returned home to resume his hermit lifestyle. Then, brother, take Xiling out for a nice stroll, enjoy a meal, and shop a bit. If I discover that you are slacking off, you should be aware of the consequences. Yi Shuiying clenched her fists before Yi Feng, causing him to break into a cold sweat. What could he say? Nothing at all. He could only wear a smile as Xiling, who felt like a devil in his heart, departed from home. Where do you wish to go? I shall take you there. Wherever you want to go, I wish to go as well. Xiling maintained her innocent and pure demeanor, leaving Yi Feng utterly perplexed. If she were a scheming woman, he would not be afraid. But the true fear lay in such a genuinely innocent girl. Since you have such a fondness for history, I shall take you to the museum. All right, Xiling replied with a smile, following Yi Feng as they left the neighborhood where he resided. Observing the two figures growing distant, Yi Shuiying wore an ant-like smile. Xiling is a wonderful girl. Brother, you must seize this opportunity. Leaving the balcony, Yi Shuiying settled on the living room sofa and called her aunt. After their visit to the museum, it was already noon. Yi Feng took Xiling to a hamburger joint for lunch. Due to it being Sunday, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, most of whom were young people, including some spirited young men. The appearance of Xiling, a stunning beauty, naturally drew their attention. However, their gaze was soon diverted to Yi Feng sitting opposite her. At that moment, Yi Feng was utterly oblivious, devouring his hamburger with abandon. I refuse to believe that with such a display, you wouldn't be disappointed. Xiling observed Yi Feng's ravenous eating without protest. Instead, she smiled and offered him a tissue to wipe the salad dressing from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I'm done. A single man, struck by the blow, placed his half-eaten hamburger back on the plate and turned to leave. The other men fared little better, perplexed as to where they had fallen short. Yi Feng was at a loss and withdrawn. I truly cannot discern if you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Hearing Yi Feng's lament, Xiling not only did not display any unusual reaction, but instead laughed even more joyfully. I feel you are even more foolish than I. Your fade is so obvious that even a fool like me can see through it. With Xiling's words, the surrounding single men felt as though they had been dealt a sharp blow. Why? What distinguishes them from us? Sensing the angry stares directed at him, Yi Feng involuntarily shivered. After Xiling finished her meal, he escorted her out of the hamburger restaurant. Xiling looked at Yi Feng beside her, her gaze gradually becoming somewhat bewildered. How can I capture his heart? Through their interactions, Xiling discovered that Yi Feng was unlike other men her age, who often donned various facades before her, exuding an air of insincerity. Yi Feng had never pretended in her presence, nor had he treated her any differently simply because she was a beautiful girl. Such genuine treatment was a novelty she had not encountered in years. Yet, it was this authenticity that piqued her interest in the boy even more. Since she found it impossible to win his heart at present, she resolved to first captivate him, much like in a novel where he was a mage and she too was a mage. If she could best him, he would strive to surpass her, and their bond would intensify through their sparring and battles. This was the thought that lingered in Xiling's mind. Had Yefeng been privy to Xiling's current musings, he might have been utterly taken aback. What a peculiar line of reasoning. Chapter 31. Something awry. Indeed, quite awry. Where would you like to go this afternoon? Do not suggest that I should simply follow your desires, for I am equally uncertain of where to venture. Feng is presently overwhelmed, as he is yet to catch up on the latest updates of the special effects. I have heard that you're also a mage, and indeed a mid-tier one at that. We could engage in a friendly exchange of magical skills to foster our camaraderie. Xiling's proposition deeply resonated with Feng, for if he could win her over, perhaps she would come to realize her own inadequacies and cease to trouble him. Thus, the two, each with their own ulterior motives, arrived at a public mage training facility in Peng City, requesting a mid-tier private room. The receptionist was taken aback by the sight of the duo heading towards the room. To achieve the rank of mid-tier mage at such a young age was truly remarkable. Such talent would undoubtedly grant them entry into prestigious mage academies, a thought that inspired envy. Once Xiling had composed herself, she turned her gaze towards Feng, who stood on the opposite side of the combat stage. Although Uncle Yilong had claimed that Feng was inept and lacked strength, his innate talent could not be dismissed. He should not be underestimated. Xiling resolved to approach the match with utmost seriousness. Feng, you may strike first, she declared. Very well. I shall not hold back. Yefeng replied, lacking any semblance of chivalry, for he never considered himself a gentleman or a noble. With a swift motion, the Dragon Abyss sword appeared in his hand. A sword? The sudden appearance of the weapon startled Xiling. Yet before she could fully process the situation, Feng transformed into a blazing streak of fire, closing the distance between them in an instant. The sword strikes like a dragon, piercing the heavens. The chilling brilliance surged before her eyes. How swift! Xiling exclaimed, retreating rapidly as she conjured an ice shield to intercept the blade's glare. However, in the next moment, crack! The ice shield shattered with a thunderous crash. Unable to withstand the might of the Dragon Abyss sword, 3 tendrils of vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring Feng's feet and momentarily halting his movements. In an instant, dozens of ice needles materialized, hurtling towards him. Yet, rather than panic, Feng responded with a cold smile. Golden flames erupted, transforming into a lotus that enveloped him, causing the ice needles to evaporate instantaneously. Spirit fire, earth core, golden flame. This is celestial fire. Even Xiling gasped in astonishment. Celestial fire, a unique flame born from the convergence of heaven and earth, grants a qualitative leap in power when absorbed by fire mages. However, it is exceedingly rare and notoriously difficult to subdue. In the past century, only 3 individuals in Huaxia have ever possessed celestial fire. Of those, 2 have long since perished, their legacy dissipating into the void. Only one lineage continues to inherit this extraordinary flame, having risen to become a paramount force. The essence of celestial fire is distinct. Xiling could sense its extraordinary nature. It is ill-advised to lose focus during combat. In a life-or-death duel, a moment's distraction could prove fatal. Feng wielded flames, transforming them into a fiery spear that hurtled towards Xiling with a fierce cry. Boom! A wall of earth emerged, blocking the fiery projectile. But it soon melted into molten lava. 3-element magic? It appears your talent is extraordinary. Feng was slightly taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with someone possessing innate dual attributes. As for him, he was merely a counterfeit. Xiling, upon hearing this, revealed a smile and replied, "What I can wield is not limited to merely 3 elemental spells." A bolt of violet lightning surged from the ground beneath her feet to where Feng stood. Boom! A mid-tier lightning spell, Thunderburst. Quite intriguing. Feng radiated purple arcs of electricity yet remained unscathed. Observing that Feng was unharmed, Xiling expressed surprise. But before she could fully comprehend, she noticed the lightning around him intensifying. It was then she realized that Feng's second awakened element was indeed lightning. Lightning mages inherently possess a high resistance to lightning damage, and she had sensed earlier that Feng was likely a physical mage. The physical mage classification is not precisely defined, as even those without awakened attributes can still become physical mages. However, their potential is limited compared to those with awakened attributes. I shall not toy with you any longer. As Feng's words fell, he suddenly propelled himself forward, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Not daring to delay, Ziling summoned her entire magical energy. Roar! A fire phoenix, composed of flames, emerged, crackling with arcs of electricity. Ziling invoked a lower-tier version of the high-level fire spell, Phoenix Technique. Yet even this, combined with the accompanying lightning spell, posed a threat far beyond that of ordinary mid-tier magic. This strike should not harm Feng, she thought, feeling a tinge of worry for having perhaps overstepped her bounds. Anxiously rubbing her hands together, she reassured herself, he is a dual-element mage with formidable resistance to both fire and lightning. He should be fine. Ziling could only hope fervently in her heart. Feng, witnessing this, smiled faintly. A glimmer of cold light pierces through all magic. The tip of the long yuan sword glimmered with a chilling radiance. The grandiose fire phoenix was instantaneously pierced through by Feng. As he traversed the flames, he positioned his sword against Ziling's fair neck. You have lost, Feng stated, his tone remarkably calm. Having showcased such formidable strength, he anticipated she would cease her pursuit. However, when he glanced back at her, he was taken aback to see Ziling gazing at him with excitement, her eyes brimming with affection. Since becoming a mage, she had never been bested by her peers, and now she found herself defeated, and in such a dominating manner. Most notably, this was by none other than her betrothed. Something felt amiss. Her expression seemed overwhelmingly off-kilter. Feng was astonished, instinctively taking a step back. Yet at that moment, Ziling leaped into his embrace, exclaiming with glee, "My fiancé is so strong. This is wonderful." Huh? Feng suddenly felt that this girl before him might possess some peculiar preferences. Strangely enough, after being defeated, she seemed to develop an even stronger fondness for him. What a bizarre situation. After much effort, he finally managed to push Ziling away from him, and, feeling a bit helpless, he remarked, "Where else do you wish to go? If I return too early, my sister will surely scold me. Let's find a place where we can linger a bit longer. Wherever you desire to go, I shall accompany you." With such a statement, if I were to suggest we go to a hotel, would you be willing? Of course. Feng was rendered speechless. Naturally, he could not genuinely take the young girl to a hotel. He was not that kind of person. In the end, he had no choice but to take Ziling to watch a movie, stroll through the streets, and finally enjoy a dinner before heading home. What a day this has been. The more he pondered, the more his head ached. Chapter 32. The treasure boy, upon hearing that Feng had taken Ziling to the training hall for a sparring match, Shuiying felt utterly disheartened. Her older brother's behavior was no longer a mere issue of being a straightforward man. It was as if he had renounced the world entirely. What was even more absurd was Ziling. Despite Feng's current state, she still harbored feelings for him. In that fleeting moment, Shuiying surprisingly found the pairing of these two peculiar individuals rather fitting. Now, with the situation of Ziling sharing a bedroom with him, Feng had expressed indifference. She sleeps her way, I sleep mine, as long as we do not disturb one another. At his study desk, Feng meticulously organized his magical cards, genuinely aspiring to assemble a formidable deck. Once the university semester commenced, he envisioned himself dominating the grand conventions and exclusive magical card duel venues in the bustling metropolis. Do you enjoy collecting magical cards? Ziling's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Without lifting his gaze, Feng merely nodded in affirmation. I have some magical cards. If you desire, I shall gladly give them all to you. Ziling retrieved a card album from her luggage and handed it to Feng. Engaging in a discussion about magical cards piqued Feng's interest. As he glanced at the cards inside the album, he inquired with curiosity, "Where did you acquire these magical cards?" My city is situated near the battlefield between humans and monsters. During breaks, or whenever I have the time, I accompany the troops to hunt monsters, or I join the demon hunting teams in the city. These cards were accumulated during those times. Among them, there is a mid-tier card of an otherworldly monster that I am keen on. I won't take your belongings for free. What do you desire in exchange? Although Yi Feng possessed few genuine otherworldly monster cards, he only had one mid-tier card, which happened to be a standard Ghostwing demon. It's quite alright. I seldom use these magical cards, and they merely take up space here. Ziling quickly waved her hand in refusal. Her statement felt insincere. How could magical cards possibly lack utility, especially on the battlefield? Such items were invaluable. Yi Feng adhered to the principle of not taking from others without offering something in return. After a moment's contemplation, he revealed a pill that appeared in his hand and tossed it to Ziling. This is a body refinement pill. Consuming it will enhance your physical strength permanently. The body refinement pill he offered was a diluted version. It would not cause discomfort upon ingestion, and its effects would only be 1/10 of the original. Nevertheless, even a fraction of its power was astonishing. I understand now. Your exceptional strength and speed must stem from frequently consuming such pills. But they are far too precious for me to accept. Ziling recognized the significance of this pill and was aware that, if sold, it would command a substantial price. Thus, she felt unworthy of accepting it, especially given the immense debt she owed to Yi Feng's family. To me, this pill is akin to a mere candy. I can refine a multitude from a single batch, so it holds little value in my eyes. If you refuse to consume it, I shall be quite displeased. Yi Feng stated with utmost seriousness. After some deliberation, Ziling ultimately nodded and swallowed the body refinement pill. 10 minutes later, as the effects of the pill fully manifested, Ziling distinctly felt the transformation within her body. With a hint of astonishment, she gazed at Yi Feng, finding it hard to believe that such a potion could have been concocted by him. You must be weary after a day out. You should retire early. I, for one, am going to bed, she remarked. Yi Feng nestled into his bedding and swiftly drifted into slumber, his descent into sleep remarkably swift. Ziling soon prepared her own sleeping arrangement, casting a tender glance at Yi Feng, who lay peacefully on the bed. A week later, in the morning, Yi Feng knocked on the door of Wan Tianla's residence. Shortly thereafter, a white jade spider opened the door, which did not surprise Yi Feng in the least. Upon entering, he found Wan Tianla engrossed in manipulating a variety of exquisite insects gifted to him by Li Mu Bai. What do you think of the goo technique I sent you? Yi Feng inquired, seating himself on the sofa while fiddling with a centipede. It's simply marvelous. This unique summoner's method is unlike anything I've encountered before. I've already reached a preliminary level of proficiency. Look, Brother Feng, Wan Tianla exclaimed, producing a bell and ringing it a few times. Instantly, centipedes and scorpions emerged from every corner of the room. Under Wan Tianla's command, these insects moved in perfect harmony, resembling more of a loyal pet than mere bugs. One of the reasons Yi Feng imparted the goo technique to Wan Tianla was due to the summoning system's inherent ability to carry summoned beasts. He could utilize this space to transport the nurtured insects whenever needed. As the two conversed, they were soon interrupted by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, a handsome young man entered, exuding an air of cultured sophistication akin to that of a Confucian scholar. Yi Feng regarded the young man with a faint smile. Mubai, impressive. You've already designed your second face so swiftly. Brother Feng, with the human skin mask you provided, not only can I alter my appearance and mimic others, but I can also change my form and voice. It's nothing short of miraculous. Mubai replied enthusiastically. What you possess is hardly a miracle. It's merely flamboyant. When it comes to combat, the body forging technique that Yi Feng taught me is truly unparalleled. Although the process is somewhat painful and the materials consumed are considerable, the results are astonishing. I feel as if my body has been reinforced with steel. At this moment, Han Yi also arrived. The F4 had gathered, all discussing their recent gains. Brother Feng, I've come to realize that you are a treasure trove of talent. There is nothing you cannot achieve, only things we have yet to conceive. Li Mu Bai expressed, with the other two nodding in agreement. Yi Feng could only respond with a wry smile. As the final days of summer vacation slipped away, Yi Feng pondered, it is already late August. Why hasn't Ziling departed yet? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. Ziling, he called out. What is it, Yi Feng? Ziling, seated on the sofa and studying magic, swiftly turned to face him upon hearing his voice. Which school did you take the entrance exam for at the Mage University? The Eastern Region Magic Academy, she replied. Yi Feng's mind raced. Isn't that the same school we attend? Suddenly, the realization struck him. She would not be leaving, as they would need to report to the same school together when the time came. An unsettling thought dawned on him. Will you be living with us during the winter and summer breaks in the future? Will you be sleeping on the floor at my place then? If you find it bothersome, I can always take the sofa. No, if it comes to that, you could stay in my parents' room. That seems inappropriate. I think it sounds perfectly fine. Yi Feng felt utterly bewildered. It appears necessary to discuss this with Wan Tianla. After all, he occupies a 3-bedroom apartment, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to spare a room for himself. As the time for the new semester approached, Xiling and Yexuing had purchased their plane tickets, planning to arrive a bit later. Yi Feng, on the other hand, had bought high-speed train tickets with 3 close friends, intending to arrive 2 days early in the City of Hope to enjoy some time there. Chapter 33. The City of Hope. The City of Hope, situated in the heart of the Eastern region, stands as the most affluent and vibrant metropolis. Each region possesses its own central city. In the northern region lies the City of Dawn, named for the moment humanity successfully reclaimed their homeland at the last breath of night, heralding a new beginning with the arrival of dawn. The western region is home to the City of Aurora, reflecting a similar tale of reclamation at dawn, hence its designation. As the northern region had already embraced the name Dawn, the southern region boasts the City of Miracles, an area predominantly comprised of islands, where despite their scattered forces upon the sea, they triumphantly withstood the onslaught of demonic beings, earning the title of Miraculous City. The City of Hope in the east derives its name from being the birthplace of the first mages, symbolizing humanity's aspirations. In addition, there exists the ancient capital, the Jing City, at the nexus of the 4 regions, which has served as the capital of Huaxia for millennia and is notably the only area untouched by the ravages of demonic wars. Upon finally arriving, Li Mubai stretched languidly after disembarking, gazing at the bustling cityscape before him, feeling a sense of disorientation. In the past, he had often felt averse to such large cities. Yet today, that sentiment eluded him. Turning to glance at his 3 companions, who resembled country folk stepping into a bustling village, he chuckled. Perhaps it was the presence of these newfound friends that rendered any location delightful. Yi Feng and Wan Tianla had never ventured into a first-tier city. While Han had spent most of his time in military districts, his most vibrant experience being in Pengcheng. Their curiosity reached its zenith upon arriving at the City of Hope. Mubai, aren't you from Jing City? Your experiences must surpass ours. This City of Hope, as a premier city offering training and combat services, must surely be remarkable? Han inquired, voicing his curiosity. Li Mubai nodded in agreement. I have already booked a hotel. Let us drop off our luggage first, and then I shall take you on a delightful tour of the City of Hope. Li Mubai produced the prepared car keys, having arranged for a vehicle at the train station. Upon arriving at the parking lot, a silver Wuling Hongguang flashed its lights unexpectedly. Momentarily taken aback, Li Mubai suddenly realized that perhaps the keys had been misassigned by his family in the City of Hope. He promptly made a phone call to inquire, quickly receiving the news. My young master, I sincerely apologize. I have just realized that I mistakenly provided you with the keys to the van parked at the train station. The voice on the other end was filled with regret. Today, he discovered that when he had entrusted his subordinate with the bag containing the car keys, they had assumed the keys to the luxury vehicle belonged to him, which certainly could not be sent. Thus, they retrieved the keys to the van his father used for fishing trips when he traveled by train. And so, this amusing blunder came to pass. Li Mubai found it difficult to express his discontent, as it was he who had requested the keys to be sent. He was also apprehensive about making others wait at the train station to deliver his keys, fearing that the 3 would think he was intentionally flaunting his wealthy status by having them mailed. Initially, he worried that they might look down on him, but it turned out his fears were unfounded. Indeed, these 3 were either genuine or simply indifferent to material possessions. Li Mubai, driving the car, couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the 3 laughing and chatting in the rearview mirror. The van parked in the hotel's underground garage, and after locating their hotel room, the 4 did not rush to leave, but began to plan their activities. Han, resolute in his intentions, insisted on visiting the local magical training grounds and the exclusive gym. Wan Tianla expressed a desire to explore the pet stores of the big city, noting there was even a shop specializing in the sale of magical beast cubs. Yi Feng, on the other hand, directly stated that as a homebody, not visiting a figure store would be a considerable loss. Ultimately, the four reached a consensus to have a meal first. Li Mubai took them to a buffet restaurant, where the price was a staggering 3,999 per person. This price nearly overwhelmed Wan Tianla, who was accustomed to a life of modest means. After their meal, in the afternoon, Yifeng chose not to join the others in their outdoor escapades, but instead made a phone call. Before coming, Song Chunyan had asked him to call her upon his arrival in the City of Hope, expressing a desire to meet. After the call was made, they agreed to meet at a CAF in private room 666. Upon entering, Yifeng was greeted by a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar face. Upon seeing him, Song Chunyan remarked, "Your demeanor is quite reminiscent of your master." "Is it? What kind of demeanor?" Ye Feng responded. "To put it nicely, it's a gentle and carefree air. To put it less flatteringly, it could be described as lethargic." Yi Feng took a seat opposite her, choosing not to refute her statement. "With just 2 days until school commenced," he inquired, "that should be fine, right? Rest assured, I've already coordinated with the school. You were originally a fire magic student, but now you've been transferred to the equipment department, and I will be overseeing your class." "That's good to hear." Song Chunyan's efficiency pleased Yi Feng, making him feel quite comfortable. She pulled out a prepared magical device from her pocket and handed it to Yi Feng with a smile, saying, "This fire element magical device is your welcome gift." Upon examining the ring-like magical device, Yi Feng recognized it as a mid-tier magical artifact. No reward without effort. "Perhaps this is too much. Who said you wouldn't deserve it? I've already made arrangements at the school. Once you become my student, you won't need to attend other classes. You can solely focus on research in the forge with me. So this gift is not without merit." Song Chunyan declined Yi Feng's offer to return the magical device. Hearing this, Yi Feng did not linger. With a swift motion, he stowed the artifact away. Watching Yi Feng make an object disappear effortlessly, Song Chunyan couldn't restrain her curiosity any longer. "I've noticed that Senior Feng can summon and manipulate objects at will, and you can do the same. Can you explain to me why?" "The reason is quite simple, and it lies within this." Yi Feng raised his hand, allowing Song Chuanya to observe the storage ring with clarity. "This is the storage ring, a unique gift from my master. It contains a special space that can be accessed through a specific method, enabling one to both store and retrieve items." Upon hearing this, Song Chuanya's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ability to carry items with ease is revolutionary. If it could be mass-produced, the impact would undoubtedly be world-class. "Yi Feng, can you create more of these storage rings?" "Alas, no," he replied. "The space within the storage ring is boundless, and the materials required for its creation are not readily available in this world. In fact, only my master possesses the knowledge to identify the materials necessary for crafting such a ring." Chapter 34. Senior Sister. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, a distinct look of disappointment crossed Song Chunyan's face. "However, I possess the capability to craft storage rings suitable for magicians, albeit such rings would have limited capacity. Given my current abilities, I could only fabricate a ring with approximately 30 square meters of storage space, and I would need to conduct experimental research, which would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Nonetheless, that would suffice. If you can create it, that is sufficient." Song Chunyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and in her fervor, she unexpectedly grasped Yi Feng's hand. Yet, she quickly retracted her hand, perhaps feeling that she had lost her composure and compromised her dignity as a teacher. After clearing her throat, she said, "Once the school year begins, after you have spent some time acclimatizing, you must accompany me to the forging room. If you can indeed produce a rudimentary storage ring, then you need not worry about your credits for the first semester." "Very well." After conversing with Song Chunyan for a while, Yi Feng rose to depart. As he exited, he brushed past a woman clad in a crimson trench coat. She appeared to be in her early 30s, much like Song Chunyan, with a striking figure that exuded an aura of fiery intensity, though her countenance suggested a propensity for sudden fury. Intriguing. Yifeng smiled faintly upon sensing the woman's presence. It seemed his early departure had exceeded Song Chunyin's expectations, and the woman, intimidated by his other identity, dared not speak against him. The woman in the crimson trench coat entered the private room, where Song Chunyin was seated and took a seat. "Was it the student you were trying to acquire for me?" she inquired. Tian Li, a fire element teacher at the Eastern Region Magic Academy, and also the homeroom teacher for the Fire Class 12 this year. Yes, his aptitude is rather ordinary. He merely possesses talent in forging. Rest assured, Song Chunyin, being familiar with Tian Li, understood her unspoken thoughts. According to the records, his talent is indeed mediocre, rated at a mid-level 1-star, with nothing particularly outstanding. However, even so, you owe me a favor. Do not worry, I am aware. Though Song Chunyin spoke these words, she could not help but secretly chuckle. Given that individual's prowess, how could his disciple possibly be of ordinary caliber? It was likely that his own strength was quite formidable, should it be revealed. One could only wonder how Tian Li would hold her accountable. After leaving the CAF, Yifeng did not hesitate and made his way directly to the legendary magic card specialty store. Upon gazing at the dazzling array of magic cards within the shop, he could not suppress a swallow. His astonishment deepened upon discovering an abundance of mid-level magic cards. "Excuse me, do you have any high-level magic cards?" Yifeng inquired of the bespectacled man at the counter. The man merely glanced at him and replied, "High-level magic cards are scarce. Even if we had them, only our top VIP clients could purchase them." "What must one do to become a top VIP at your store?" Yifeng asked. "One must possess either a powerful background or significant capabilities." Hearing this, Yifeng smiled wryly. He preferred to remain low-key, and it appeared that high-level magic cards were beyond his reach here. The store was notoriously elitist, but if you seek quality high-level cards, I can take you to a place to procure them. At that moment, a melodious female voice interrupted, prompting Yifeng to turn around and discover a stylishly dressed girl standing behind him. "Thank you," he said, clasping his hands in gratitude, sensing that he was likely to acquire a high-level card today. "My name is yearns. You seem to be a university student. Which institution do you attend?" "I am Yifeng, a freshman in the equipment department at the Eastern Domain Magic Academy." "A junior," she exclaimed. "I am a second-year student in the wind department." As they walked and conversed, they soon arrived at another shop. The previous shopkeeper remained silent, aware of yearns' background and deeming it unnecessary to offend someone of her stature for the sake of a person with seemingly little influence or strength. "This shop is owned by my family. Since you are my junior, I will offer you a 20% discount." Yearns led Yifeng inside and instructed the manager to bring out the high-level magic cards. An iron case opened to reveal 12 neatly arranged high-level magic cards. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Is this paradise? What are the prices of these high-level magic cards?" "The cheapest high-level magic card costs at least $1 million. Think carefully." "Junior," she cautioned, "money is not an issue." Yifeng pointed to the 3 cards that captivated him the most, calculating their total value at $8 million. He swiftly completed the payment with his card, executing the transaction with remarkable efficiency. "Who would have thought, Junior, that you are quite the hidden affluent one?" Yearns remarked in surprise, not expecting him to actually be a concealed, wealthy individual. "Not quite. I merely earned some money from previous endeavors." Yifeng replied dismissively as he retrieved his card holder to secure the newly acquired magic cards. With 10 high-level cards and 2 super-level cards now in his possession, Yifeng pondered his need to obtain 8 more high-level or super-level magic cards to complete his high-level deck. "Would you mind showing your collection to your senior?" Yearns inquired, curiosity piqued about the treasures of such a discreetly wealthy collector. "I would very much mind," he replied, hastily organizing his cards, which prompted a resigned sigh from Yearns. As they parted ways, she informed him about the Magic Card Club at the Eastern Domain Magic Academy, asking him to notify her if he decided to join. Yifeng took note of this club. After 2 frantic days, they finally welcomed the first day of the new term at the Eastern Domain Magic Academy. The 3, bleary-eyed from nearly an entire night spent gaming at an internet CAF, stumbled into the school. After navigating through a series of procedures, they finally received their dormitory keys. The differences between a wizarding university and a regular university are significant, with the most notable being the accommodation arrangements. Dormitories are mixed, containing students from various departments. Friends who arrive together can be assigned to the same dormitory. As shortly after the term begins, the 4 residents will form a group and merge with another group of 4 female students to create a wizarding team. On the battlefield, when engaging in combat with monstrous beasts, it is seldom a matter of individual prowess. Rather, it hinges upon the synergy of teamwork. As anticipated, F4 successfully arrived at their dormitory, room 324. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, compelling Wan Tianla to prepare his bedding and collapse in a slumber without hesitation. The other 2, equally fatigued, murmured a brief farewell before succumbing to sleep as well. Only Feng remained awake, diligently plugging in his devices and charging his laptop. For a true homebuddy must not neglect the latest episodes. The following morning, at the ungodly hour of 7, the torment of an early start commenced. The 4 friends hurriedly washed up and dressed, and after a swift meal in the cafeteria, they set off towards their respective classes. Upon arriving, Feng was surprised to find that he was not alone. 10 individuals were already present in the classroom. To his astonishment, all 10 were girls, prompting an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 35. The sole male student of the female class, perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. The absence of his classmates might simply be due to their tardiness. Feng chose a secluded corner to settle down, at the back, by the window in Wang's hometown. As time elapsed, it was not until their homeroom teacher, Song Chunyu, arrived to commence the lesson that a realization dawned upon him. Among the 16 students in the class, he was the only male. This was utterly perplexing. Noticing Feng's bewilderment, Song Chunyu offered a wry smile and explained. The instrumentation department has a long-standing tradition of separating male and female students into distinct classes. Feng, due to certain exceptional circumstances, has been granted a special allowance to attend the female class, and we kindly request the understanding of all students. At her words, the 15 girls turned their gazes towards Feng, who felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Silence was his best option, for any attempt to clarify would only exacerbate the situation. During the first lesson, Song Chunyu discussed the school's regulations and the foundational theories of magical instruments. Due to its unique nature, the instrumentation department, along with the healing and alchemical departments, did not participate in the freshman ranking competitions held by the Eastern Domain Magic Academy, nor did they join in other combat-related contests. After the class concluded, the other students departed for their subsequent lessons, leaving Feng alone to be escorted by Song Chunyu to the exclusive forging room of the instrumentation department. This was Song Chunyu's workshop, and it posed no difficulty to allocate half of it for Feng's inquiries. "Teacher Chunyu, I have a request which I hope you can accommodate," he began. "Feel free to state your request," she replied. "I wish for any creations I produce, as well as my identity and existence, to remain confidential. I prefer not to draw undue attention to myself." Feng's stipulation left Song Chunyu somewhat taken aback and incredulous. Most forgers yearn for recognition. Yet, since he had articulated his desire, she felt compelled to comply. After agreeing, she took a seat, her curiosity piqued regarding the extent of Feng's forging abilities. Following Feng's request from 2 days prior, she had procured obsidian from the Academy's warehouse. This material was neither difficult to obtain nor particularly rare. Its sole attributes were its remarkable hardness and lightness, making it ideal for crafting protective gear. Upon receiving the obsidian, Feng deftly summoned the Dragon Abyss sword into his hand. Song Chunyu recognized the familiar long sword and felt no surprise. After all, Senior Feng had mentioned that it was crafted for Feng. However, she pondered what he intended to do with it now. With a flourish of the sword, the obsidian was expertly sliced into a dozen rings, which were neatly arranged upon the table. After awakening his spatial abilities, Feng discovered he could manipulate certain spatial laws, an abstract concept that few could comprehend as he did. Channeling spiritual energy to invoke these laws, he infused them with magical power to ensure Song Chunyu remained unsuspecting. Using the spatial laws as a springboard, a portion of his consciousness ventured into the void, and then, buzz! The rings emitted a resonant hum, connecting several scattered pockets of space within the void to the storage rings before him. After some modifications, these storage rings became operational, although not through air, but by utilizing magical energy to open the passageways. Feng tossed a storage ring to Song Chunya and remarked, "My conjecture has proven correct. Now, all you need to do is infuse it with magical energy. With a mere thought, you can transfer objects into the storage ring. This ring can only accommodate inanimate objects, as living beings cannot be stored within." Upon hearing this, Song Chunya was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at the clock and realized it had only been an hour since they began. Wasn't that rather swift? Following Feng's instructions, she experimented with the storage ring several times and quickly recognized its immense convenience. With just a thought, she could stow away items, and with another thought, all the contents of the ring would materialize in her mind. Retrieving anything from it was equally effortless. My heavens, Feng, you're truly a genius. How on earth did you create this? It is both simple and complex. You could say it requires forging techniques and, like me, a mastery of spatial magic. Feng replied nonchalantly. Song Chunya was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "Isn't your secondary affinity lightning?" "I am inherently dual affinity. My first awakening was fire and lightning, while my second was space and body. I prefer not to draw too much attention, so I publicly claim only fire and lightning," Feng explained. His casual demeanor left Song Chunya utterly astonished. What kind of talent was this? What extraordinary level of aptitude did he possess among this cohort of students? Aside from that one prodigy capable of mastering all elements, surely no one else could rival Feng's astonishing gifts. She couldn't help but imagine the expression on Tian Li's face upon learning that such a remarkable student had been snatched from her grasp, especially one she had nurtured from the very beginning. "Teacher, you mentioned that once I completed the development of the storage ring, my credits for this semester will be fully satisfied. Surely you haven't forgotten?" Feng flashed a mischievous smile, leaving Song Chunya to offer a wry grin. It seemed she had fallen into this little rascal's trap. After leaving the forge, Feng did not loiter about the school, but instead made his way to the Demon Hunter Association in Hope City. This time, he was not there to join a hunting team, but to form one. As expected, when he arrived at the entrance, the other 3 members were already waiting for him. After exchanging knowing glances, they all broke into a meaningful smile. Attending school diligently was out of the question. How could they live up to the notorious title bestowed upon them by the students of Peng City, Troublemakers F4? On the very first day of school, they had already skipped classes. Aside from them, it was unlikely any freshman would dare to do such a thing. The demon hunting squad required a minimum of 4 members. Together, they established their hunting team, named the Maple Leaf Brigade. As a mid-tier demon hunting squad, they were, of course, subject to evaluations. The association promptly assigned them a mission: to eliminate the rat demons dwelling in the sewers of Hope City. The sewers. Do I have to go? Li Mubai trembled at the thought, wondering how a handsome young man like himself could be subjected to such a fate. "What do you think?" Han Yismi lid faintly, and then he and Wan Tianla forcibly escorted Li Mubai to the entrance of their current mission. Unbeknownst to the trio, Feng's alter ego, a familiar masked figure, successfully registered with the Demon Hunter Association in Hope City using a letter of recommendation. He had become a high-ranking demon hunter. High-ranking demon hunters possess the unique capability to operate independently within the association. This particular breed of demon hunter undertakes assignments, typically of a commission nature, occasionally working solo, yet at times necessitating collaboration with others to fulfill their tasks. On this occasion, Feng's alias was no longer Maple Leaf, but rather Tianfeng. As for the letter of recommendation, it was, of course, procured through the assistance of the Sky Eagle Demon Hunting Team. Chapter 36. The Hundred-Eyed Demon with a Thunderous Roar. The sewer exploded, causing the manhole covers along the street to abruptly soar into the air before crashing down with a heavy thud. Cough, cough. Feng, what kind of flame is this? Its power is astonishing, exclaimed Han Yi, his face smeared with dust as he coughed. The one who responded was not Feng, but rather Li Mubai. Feng's flames were extraordinary, more terrifying than demonic fire. given that we were situated in an area where garbage had accumulated for years, producing methane. It was hardly surprising that Feng's flames triggered an explosion. The four of them hastily vacated the battlefield, oblivious to the fact that their actions had sparked excitement among the elite of Hope City, particularly the fire specialists. Heavenly fire. Indeed, it is the essence of heavenly fire. Hope City has witnessed the emergence of heavenly fire. They exclaimed with glee. Ha ha! Heavenly fire is a rare occurrence, and if I can obtain it, I shall undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier. The aura of this flame is exponentially more potent than that of the inherited heavenly fire in the capital. It must be the original heavenly fire. Everyone believed they were witnessing the manifestation of heavenly fire, speculating that someone had tamed it and unleashed it in Hope City. After all, who could capture heavenly fire without being detected? The four of them from Group 324 had not anticipated the magnitude of the stir they had caused. That night, as the dormitory lights were extinguished, three of them found themselves restless, with thunderous snoring emanating from Han Yi. Previously, when they stayed in a hotel, they had lived separately and were unaware of Han Yi's snoring habit. Now, sharing a dormitory, they realized just how terrifying his snoring truly was. I can't take it anymore. Does anyone have a sock to stuff in his mouth? Li Mubai exclaimed, sitting up. He and Feng occupied the inner beds, while he and Han were in close proximity, right in the core of the snoring disturbance. Mubai managed to endure for a while. Wan Tianla consoled Li Mubai and then donned his headphones to sleep. With no other choice, Li Mubai followed suit. The next morning, Han Yi awoke refreshed, while Li Mubai appeared as though he had aged a decade overnight, looking utterly haggard. Mubai, what happened to you? Han Yi inquired with concern, only to receive a middle finger from Li Mubai in response. Are the three of you attending class today? Our demon hunting team has a task, and I'm wondering whether to take it on, Feng asked, to which the three replied with indifference. Li Mubai, being of the light attribute, had specifically hired someone to attend class on his behalf. Han Yi was part of the system, where attendance was often neglected and strength dictated one's standing. As long as one was powerful enough, failing a course was of little concern. Wan Tianla, on the other hand, was of a more significant caliber. The summoning department had the fewest classes and students of all disciplines. According to Wan Tianla, there was merely one class in the entire department, consisting of only 5 students. The instructor dared not fail anyone. A failure would mean 1/5 of the class would be lost. The task assigned by the association was for them to engage in the encirclement of a mid-tier 10-star demon. The 100-eyed demon, a genuine otherworldly creature, possessed the intelligence of a normal human, was capable of speech, and, like the ghost-winged demon, bore a humanoid form. The 100-eyed demon belonged to the category of spiritual entities and had the means for mental attacks. It had already been injured by a high-tier expert and had fled. Now, their hiding place is located within a suburban residential area of Hope City. Although notifications have begun to be issued, many residents have not yet evacuated, necessitating the involvement of numerous mid-tier mages for crisis management and to ensure the safety of ordinary citizens in the area. The 4 individuals ventured out and boarded a van. Having become accustomed to this vehicle over the past few days, Li Mubai decided to claim it as their designated means of transport from now on. The suburban area is predominantly residential, with very few commercial establishments. At this moment, the streets are nearly deserted, almost devoid of human presence. They park the vehicle, tasked with monitoring this intersection to prevent the Baimu demon from escaping into the bustling city. Since when did the mid-tier demon hunters in Hope City become so undervalued? A black sedan pulled up beside their van, belonging to another team responsible for the same intersection. This team also consisted of 4 members, 2 men and 2 women, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old. The 4 who had just exited the vehicle remained silent, merely extending a middle finger in response. The tattooed man, presumably the team leader, felt a surge of irritation and stepped forward, intent on intimidating these seemingly inexperienced youths. His motivation for instigating the confrontation was straightforward. He had taken a liking to one of the female members of their team. His earlier remarks were a deliberate provocation, aimed at showcasing his bravado and impressing her with what he imagined would be an admiring expression. However, while his fantasies were delightful, reality proved to be harsh. He stepped forward, confronting the tattooed man directly. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded, lifting the man effortlessly off the ground. His fierce gaze bore down on the already intimidating visage of the man, rendering him even more unnerving. The once arrogant man was now rendered speechless, his feet dangling helplessly as he realized he had encountered someone formidable. "All right, honey, let us focus on our own tasks, and you can mind yours. Let's keep our boundaries clear, understood?" The tattooed man, now visibly anxious, nodded in agreement and hurried back to his team, grumbling about why none of them had come to his aid. He cast a venomous glare at the four. Feng noticed this gaze and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, surprised to have encountered such a petty individual. He felt certain that if given the chance, this person would seek revenge against them. Nonetheless, he was genuinely curious about what tricks the man might attempt. As time passed slowly, they arrived just before noon, and now dusk was approaching. Yet there was still no sign of activity, nor had they received any notification of mission cancellation. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away in the residential area, 3 metallic birds soared past the Baimu demon, leaving trails of blood in their wake. The Baimu demon earned its name due to its dark body covered in numerous eyes, resembling a creature with 100 eyes. Truly, the enigmatic beings of the other world are remarkable. Even with mid-tier prowess, they can elude my grasp as a high-tier mage for such an extended period. The middle-aged man slowly approached the 100-eyed demon. He was Feng, a high-tier, 3-star mage from the Hunter Association of the City of Hope, specializing in the elemental attribute of gold. 3 metallic birds disintegrated in the air, transforming into dozens of blades that assailed the 100-eyed demon. Caught off guard, the demon was unable to evade the onslaught, and blood splattered from its form. "You have forced my hand." The 100-eyed demon roared with a voice akin to a broken gong, as it suddenly lost a dozen of its eye orbs, which dimmed dramatically. In an instant, the once formidable Feng stood frozen, his gaze becoming vacant. The 100-eyed demon's innate magical ability, the 100-eyed illusion, had taken effect. Regrettably, I have not metamorphosed into the 1,000-eyed demon. Otherwise, I could have dispatched him directly, despite the strong control exerted by the 100-eyed demon's illusion. Should the opponent sense the surrounding attacks, the palpable reality would shatter the illusion. With swift determination, the 100-eyed demon turned and fled, its escape route leading directly to the exit of the residential area, which was under the vigilant watch of Feng and his companions. Chapter 37. Slaying the 100-eyed demon. As Feng was engrossed in his phone, he suddenly furrowed his brows and gazed towards the intersection ahead. Alerted, he realized the 100-eyed demon was approaching. The 3 companions immediately rose and exited the vehicle. Tianla summoned 2 white jade spiders, positioning them in front of the trio. The white jade spiders had now reached an intermediate level of strength. Although merely intermediate 3 stars, their control was exceptionally robust, making them particularly suitable for providing support in battle. A metallic baseball bat materialized in his hand. Ever since he awakened his abilities, he had established this system as his primary focus, relegating gold to his secondary role. As a shadowy figure emerged, another group reacted promptly. They rushed to intercept the 100-eyed demon, unwilling to let these 4 youths seize the glory. The tattooed man shouted with excitement, and the other 3 echoed his fervor. Feeling a surge of irritation, intended to rush forward and claim the kill before the 4 could, but was halted by Li Mubai's outstretched hand. "Do not rush. This 100-eyed demon has evaded high-level mages, so it possesses certain abilities. None of us have experience confronting it. Let those 4 scout its strength first," Li Mubai stated, casually placing his hands in his pockets, as if to observe a performance. Mubai was indeed correct. We should focus on watching the spectacle for now. Feng perched himself atop one of the white jade spiders, while Tianla had already settled in to enjoy the show, enthusiastically munching on a bag of sunflower seeds. The 100-eyed demon regarded the approaching 4 with a disdainful snort. "For mere intermediate humans think they can capture me? How navi!" Suddenly, the demon's claws radiated a potent black aura. The singular figure transformed into 3, each shrouded in dense demonic energy, making it impossible to discern reality from illusion. The tattooed man stomped 1 foot, summoning a dungeon that ensnared all 300-eyed demons. Quick, unleash magical attacks. 3 spells howled as they struck the 100-eyed demon. But to their dismay, the 3 demonic figures dissipated into black mist. They were mere clones, alarmed by a menacing presence behind them. The 4 swiftly turned to behold a grotesque visage adorned with a multitude of blood-red eyes. A powerful psychic shock surged through their minds upon making eye contact. A deafening hum filled their ears, accompanied by blinding flashes and intense pain. The once formidable 4 instantaneously succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground. The sharp claws sliced through the frigid air towards the tattooed man. A sense of impending death enveloped him. "No, I do not wish to die," he screamed in terror. At that moment, a resounding wolf howl abruptly halted the 100-eyed demon. Then, with a resounding thud, Han Yi's metallic bat struck the demon's head with tremendous force. His enhanced physique surpassed that of an average intermediate body practitioner, and this blow sent the 100-eyed demon sprawling. Simultaneously, the 2 white jade spiders unleashed their silk, ensnaring the demon to the ground. Embrace the purification of light. Li Mu Bai utilized a low-tier wind spell, the wind manipulation technique, to float into the air, where dazzling golden specks fell upon him like raindrops. He intended to employ an illusionary technique once more against the 4 individuals. However, at that moment, Feng had already replaced the magic card in his hand with the Blood Centipede King. Vivid crimson venom surged forth from the magic card, landing on the 100-eyed demon and instantly initiating a fierce corrosion. In but an instant, this formidable mid-tier demon was reduced to mere fragments, utterly lifeless. Feng extracted the power from the 100-eyed demon using the magic card, adding a new card to his collection. At that juncture, Lu Feng arrived on the scene, gazing at the corpse of the 100-eyed demon with a hint of astonishment. He presumed that the tattooed man and his companions had been the ones to vanquish the demon, considering the 100-eyed demon was a mid-tier full star, while the highest tier among the other 4 was merely mid-tier 2 stars. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The 4 strongest individuals were clearly in a state of exhaustion, evidently having suffered a mental assault. In contrast, the other 4 appeared unscathed, merrily engaging in conversation. But if that were the case, how had they slain the 100-eyed demon? Lu Feng was not one to linger unnecessarily. He approached to inquire directly. Naturally, such matters of negotiation were more suitably handled by Li Mu Bai. Our ability to slay the 100-eyed demon was primarily due to our possession of 2 high-tier magic cards, coupled with the fact that the demon was still wounded, providing us with an opportunity. Understanding dawned upon Lu Feng, as this explanation was indeed reasonable. Once the task was accomplished, the 4 returned to their dormitory at school. Feng, what tiers were the 2 magic cards you just used? Li Mu Bai pundarat, feeling increasingly unsettled, as he sensed that even high-tier magic cards should not yield such remarkable results. Feng, without hesitation, tossed the magic cards he had just utilized, the Frost Wolf Demon King and the Blood Centipede King, directly to Li Mu Bai. Upon receiving them, Li Mu Bai glanced at the 2 cards and could not help but gasp in surprise. Through his examination of the magic cards, he could distinctly sense the level of demon power contained within. The Frost Wolf Demon King was a high-tier full star, while the Blood Centipede King was extraordinary. The former was manageable, as the Li family possessed a few of those. However, the latter was utterly outrageous. To date, there had been no magic cards of an extraordinary tier, as that represented a qualitative leap for demons. Their powers would no longer be contained or restricted by magic cards. Brother Feng, where did you acquire this extraordinary Blood Centipede King card? It was given to me by my master. Your master? Who is that? Li Mu Bai had long harbored suspicions that Feng had a formidable mentor, given the plethora of unprecedented techniques and ideas he had displayed. Clearly, it was implausible that he had discovered all this knowledge on his own. Feng Ye, the masked individual who fought against the demon invasion in Pengcheng and battled the Ghost Wing Demon King. Feng's response was calm, yet the 3 others were anything but composed upon hearing this revelation. They had experienced that battle and were acutely aware of the terror that individual embodied, their expressions reflecting a mixture of awe and astonishment. Feng, your master is that enigmatic figure. Could you perhaps recommend me? I aspire to become his disciple as well. In a moment of excitement, Han Yi grasped Yi Feng's hand, to which Yi Feng could only shrug in resignation and reply, "My master is elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace, and I am uncertain if he is even in Blue Star present." "Are you implying that your master is not from our Blue Star?" Li Mu Bai discerned the crux of the matter. Yi Feng nodded and stated, "In this vast and wondrous world, anything is possible. My master hails from another realm, having stumbled upon this world by mere chance. It was serendipitous that I encountered him, and our shared dispositions led to our bond as master and disciple." Chapter 38. What is this heavenly fire? The three individuals suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder they had always felt that Yi Feng was somewhat peculiar, particularly in his demeanor, which was incongruous with his current age. It appeared he had indeed been influenced by this esteemed elder. It was nearly 8 in the evening, and, as the four engaged in their lively conversation, an unexpected visitor entered the dormitory. This middle-aged man, bespectacled and seemingly refined, surveyed the four with a discerning gaze before speaking. "Yesterday, an explosion occurred in the sewers of the city. You four reported that you were unaware of the cause. Is this truly the case?" The quartet stared at the man in bewilderment. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Wang Wenba, the school secretary, and I oversee matters related to students joining the demon hunting team. Your task yesterday involved a peculiar entity known as heavenly fire, which is both rare and significant. I implore you to respond truthfully and without concealment." Wang Wenba adjusted his glasses, striving to appear even more scholarly. The four exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring utter confusion as they replied in unison, "What is this heavenly fire? We know nothing about it. Could you describe the events that transpired in the sewer yesterday?" Such verbal sparring was undoubtedly best suited for Li Mu Bai. "Secretary, we were in the sewers dealing with rat demons, merely low-tier ones, easily dispatched. After completing our task, as we were preparing to leave, an explosion suddenly erupted from deep within the sewer, and that was the end of it." Li Mu Bai understood the rarity of heavenly fire and was aware of Yi Feng's intentions. Since Feng did not wish to disclose anything, he was determined to maintain the concealment. Wang Wenba furrowed his brow, momentarily finding Li Mu Bai's account reasonable and without flaw. After all, the four were merely ordinary freshmen, innocent and naive. How could they dare deceive the school secretary? "It seems you truly are unaware of this matter. In that case, I shall not impose further," Wang Wenba stated as he rose to depart. However, he paused, adding, "Establishing the demon hunting team right at the start of freshman year, and undertaking tasks almost daily. Do you believe that hunting demons outside the school will enhance your abilities more swiftly than within?" Such ignorance. As they watched Wang Wenba's retreating figure, the four were left in a state of perplexity. It was merely the beginning of the semester, and the interdepartmental competition had yet to commence. Resources had not been allocated, and it seemed there was little opportunity for them to enhance their skills within the school for the time being. Speaking of the competition, Li Mu Bai suddenly recalled a pressing matter and turned to his companions. "In less than a month, the freshman competition will occur. First, the rankings will be determined within our department, and then the top 10 will proceed to the school competition. Do you believe you can secure a place among the top 10 in our department? Our department does not engage in conflict, so this competition is irrelevant to me." Ye Feng shuruk. Meanwhile, Wan Tianlo wore a bemused expression and remarked, "There are only 5 of us in our department. No one will be able to escape the school competition." Han Yi, however, appeared somewhat troubled. "There are indeed numerous individuals in our system, yet with my current strength, securing a position in the top 10 should not pose a significant challenge." As Li Mu Bai assessed that the two individuals posed no issues, his gaze shifted toward Yi Feng. "Brother Feng, please leave," he said. Yi Feng, understanding Li Mu Bai's intentions, responded with an impudent gesture. "Brother Feng, during the upcoming freshman competition, students with higher rankings will receive more substantial rewards and resources. To be candid, I wish to elevate my family's prestige, and given your association with me, the Academy has recognized you as part of the illustrious Li family from the capital. Now, that is commendable. True brothers speak honestly." Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, while Li Mu Bai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Do you agree?" he inquired. "You are overthinking it. I have made it clear that I detest violence, Yifeng replied. What is the rank you wish me to achieve? I will be forthright. The higher I rank, the greater the rewards you must provide. Li Mubai scrutinized Yifeng, then closed his eyes in contemplation. He was well aware that the top 2 contenders from the Eastern Region Magic Academy were none other than the legendary all-element mage, Ziling, and the prodigious Qi Xianbing, who possessed innate ice abilities. While Yifeng was undeniably talented, he paled in comparison to these 2 geniuses, as he had not devoted all his time to the study of magic, coupled with other exceptional talents. Entering the top 5 would indeed be a formidable challenge for Yifeng. Here's the deal. If you place within the top 20, I will grant you 1 high-tier magic card. If you reach the top 10, you will receive 3 high-tier cards. And should you break into the top 5, I will bestow upon you 3 high-tier cards, though you will henceforth be directly associated with the Li family from the capital. No problem, they agreed enthusiastically. In the following days, everyone engaged in rigorous training, eager to shine during the freshman competition. However, Yifeng was notably absent, consumed by the demands of his new identity as a high-tier magic user within the Demon Hunter Association. He was tirelessly accepting and completing tasks, seemingly inundated with assignments. Boom! Several mid-tier demon beasts fell under Yifeng's decisive strike. Recently, the number of beasts in the City of Hope had surged, prompting the Demon Hunter Association to release tasks at an unprecedented rate. How these creatures managed to infiltrate the heavily fortified City of Hope remained a mystery. In a clandestine basement of a factory within the City of Hope, a gathering of individuals clad in dark robes convened. Indeed, the Demon Temple had set its sights on the City of Hope. Creatures from another realm had begun to make their presence known on Blue Star. The Earth-dwelling demon clan had astonishing capabilities, able to excavate tunnels spanning dozens of miles in a single day, deep and undetectable. Currently, there were 5 or 6 tunnel exits within the City of Hope, enabling an imminent invasion by the demon race. The matter of incursion to sow chaos is not urgent. Our immediate priority is to secure a qualification for this year's new students at the Eastern Domain Academy of Magic to access the Ancient Book Pavilion. Rest assured, I am confident that I will rank among the top 5 in the freshman competition at the Eastern Domain Academy, thus obtaining a coveted entry. Subsequently, we shall uncover the blood exchange secret required by our demon god palace. Contrary to expectations, the incident in Peng City has not diminished the strength of the demon god palace. Rather, it has elevated our power several notches. The underlying reason is quite straightforward. Upon realizing that Blue Star is not merely ordinary, the otherworldly demon clans have shifted their strategy. Instead of relying solely on local beasts infused with otherworldly demonic energy for their assaults, they have significantly increased the number of their kin present on Blue Star. 2 weeks later, Chapter 39, Who Says Blacksmiths Cannot Fight? On this day, during class, Yifeng encountered Song Chunya. During the break, he approached the podium. The girls, always eager for gossip, were particularly intrigued by the relationship between the male students in this class and the beautiful teacher. All their attention shifted to the 2 of them, abandoning their phones and chatter. Teacher, can we, as the blacksmith department, choose to participate in the freshman competition even if we are not required to? Upon hearing this, Song Chun, you looked at Yifeng with surprise. You want to participate? Yes. After contemplating Yifeng's master, Song Chunya felt a twinge of concern. It wasn't that she doubted Yifeng's abilities. Rather, she held too much faith in his potential. If a blacksmith student were to dominate the competition against students from other departments, she could guarantee that all the combat instructors at the school would be furious. Nevertheless, she was genuinely curious to witness such a spectacle. All right, Song Chunya readily agreed. However, as soon as the words left her lips, the class monitor, Su-Han, expressed her discontent. Su-Han, the class leader, had an unremarkable appearance but possessed a certain charm, sporting short hair. She stood up and addressed Song Chunya, saying, Teacher, we blacksmiths should not engage in combat. Once Feng sets this precedent, I fear that our department will face scrutiny from other students. Moreover, blacksmiths are not inherently skilled in fighting. Feng looked at Su-Han, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? He didn't recognize any of his classmates. as he rarely attended classes and often slept through them, having achieved a new level of nonchalance. However, he was determined not to let Su Han derail his plans and retorted, "Who says blacksmiths cannot fight? Are we not also mages?" Upon hearing this, the female classmates experienced a brief cognitive dissonance. Though the statement seemed flawed, there was an underlying truth to it. "Enough, you needn't argue. Since Feng wishes to give it a try, let him. If any issues arise, I will take responsibility," Song Chunya said with a faint smile. She was genuinely curious about Feng's combat prowess. "Thank you, teacher." Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. The other female classmates regarded Feng with peculiar expressions, suddenly realizing that this seemingly unambitious individual might be more extraordinary than they had presumed. As the departmental competition commenced, Feng stood alone as the sole participant from the blacksmith department, undoubtedly advancing to the next round. At noon in the school cafeteria, Han Yi, panting heavily, recounted his battles of the day. He had fought 5 opponents in the departmental duels, securing his place in the school-wide freshman competition through sheer strength. The effort was arduous, to say the least. Observing the two who advanced effortlessly without a fight, Han Yi felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. "If you two embarrass me during the competition, do not blame me for giving you a thorough beating beforehand." Ahem, perhaps that should not be the case. Tianla coughed a few times, feeling a bit guilty, while Feng swiftly changed the subject, inquiring about Mu Bai. "Where's Li Mu Bai? I haven't seen him around during meals lately." At this moment, the other two also realized that they hadn't spotted Li Mu Bai for quite some time. Just as the three were pondering this, they noticed a man and a woman entering through the cafeteria door. The woman was tall and slender, clad in black stockings, while the man beside her exuded an air of quiet elegance, unmistakably a scholarly type. Though they did not recognize the woman, the man was none other than that scoundrel Li Mu Bai. Despite his altered appearance and voice, they had seen Li Mu Bai's face before. Goodness, he has truly mastered the art of the 1,000 faces technique. That evening, when they encountered Li Mu Bai back in the dormitory, the trio began to interrogate him. "What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be only interested in yearning? Why do you switch targets now?" Han Yi, ever straightforward, voiced his curiosity. Li Mu Bai, without hesitation, had already prepared his response. "Yearning is my lifelong love. She is my ultimate goal. Thus, to provide her with a perfect romantic experience, I have decided to level up first. Once I reach my peak, I will wholeheartedly love her." Li Mu Bai spoke with conviction. Yet the three could not help but extend their middle fingers in disdain, especially Tianla, who candidly exclaimed, "You scoundrel, how despicable." Li Mu Bai's face flushed with embarrassment. He did not refute their claims, clearly recognizing his own playboy mentality. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Feng pulled out his phone and discovered it was a call from his younger sister. Remarkably, throughout his time at school, he had yet to meet her. Upon answering, the voice of Shuiying came through. "Big brother, come out and accompany me for a shopping spree." "Sure," Feng responded without any hesitation. After all, he had previously accompanied his sister on shopping trips. He dressed quickly and headed out, waiting at the designated meeting spot by the school gate. In just over 10 minutes, he spotted a familiar figure. It was his cousin, but just as he was about to approach, he hesitated, for she wasn't alone. Xiling was with her. Although Xiling wore a hat and a mask, he could unmistakably identify her. What a trick! Noticing Feng's surprise, Xiling's eyes curved into crescent moons, while Shuiying grinned mischievously. "You sly brother, if I had mentioned that Xiling was coming, would you have stayed away?" Yuyin pinched Feng side, causing him to wince in pain. The three of them then strolled toward the commercial street near the school. During their casual conversation along the way, Feng learned that Shuiying and Xiling were actually roommates. To his astonishment, he discovered that the other 2 residents in their dormitory were also acquaintances, Yearning and Qi Xianbing. Yearning, on the other hand, harbored no ill feelings, and even felt a certain fondness due to Li Mu Bai. However, Qi Xianbing, Feng held this woman in disdain. Even though she bore a striking resemblance to a beloved from his past life, no matter how softening her features might appear, they could not veil the insidious heart that lay beneath. "Sister, it is not that I speak harshly. Rather, I genuinely feel that Qi Xianbing is not someone to be trusted or relied upon. Yi Feng initially believed his words would incite anger in Yi Shuiying. Yet to his surprise, she merely sighed. Alas, I cannot fathom why. The Xianbing of old was not like this. Now, she is consumed by a competitive spirit, unwilling to appear inferior. Although she shares a dormitory with Ziling, she now regards Ziling as a rival, declaring her intent to compete against her in the upcoming freshman competition. Chapter 40. The new student competition, do not concern yourself with her. As long as she does not disgust me, that suffices. Yi Feng lightly patted his younger sister's shoulder, indicating that she need not worry. By the way, Ziling, which department are you in? It dawned on him at that moment that he had never inquired about Ziling's department, considering she could wield magic from any discipline. Choosing a path was indeed a conundrum. The fire department. I had intended to join your department, but who would have thought you would switch to the equipment department? Ziling expressed this with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. Fortunately, he had made his escape. Otherwise, the complications would have been considerable. Yi Feng, when will you finally become my boyfriend? Ziling suddenly leaned closer. But Yi Feng swiftly extended his finger to press against her brow, halting her advance. Only when you manage to defeat me, he replied. Upon hearing this, Ziling's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Stupid brother, do you have any idea how formidable Ziling is? Defeating you would be a piece of cake, Yi Shuiying remarked, gazing at her brother with an expression of disbelief, puzzled by his unwarranted confidence. No, Shuiying, I cannot defeat him. Ziling shook her head. Yi Shuiying was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She was about to pose a question when both Yi Feng and Ziling deftly diverted the conversation. The selection process within the departments had already concluded, and the school competition was set to commence. The first-year new student competition at the East Region Magic Academy was not merely a battle among students. It was also a contest between departments. The dean, Su Pengshan, found himself bewildered as he perused this year's list of participants. Stroking his graying beard, he initially suspected he was seeing things. Turning to discover that the vice dean, that rotund old fellow, bore a similarly astonished expression, he inquired, Old friend, am I mistaken? Has the equipment department actually entered the competition this year? The vice dean looked back at the dean, and both venerable gentlemen suddenly felt their minds were not quite up to the task. How remarkable that both our dormitory representatives have been selected for the new student competition, Li Mubai exclaimed from the audience, his face alight with excitement. We earned our spots through merit. Those two merely relied on luck. Han raised his middle finger towards the pair, unable to shake off his irritation regarding the matter. The two turned their heads simultaneously, dismissing him with a nonchalant, not our concern. The tedious opening ceremony dragged on, proving exceedingly dull. The new student competition served as an opportunity for senior students from various departments to observe the incoming class, while some clubs began scouting for their next generation of members. The individual responsible for overseeing the new student competition was a familiar face to Yi Feng and his companions, their earlier visitor from the dormitory, Professor Wang Wenba. In truth, Wang Wenba had not desired this role as host. However, he had been thrust into it due to a lack of willing faculty members. The East Region Magic Academy comprises 13 major departments: fire, earth, metal, wood, water, wind, thunder, light, ice, system, equipment, summoning, and healing. Notably, the healing department was absent from the competition, with 1 participant from the equipment department, 5 from the summoning department, and 10 from each of the other major departments. A total of 106 participants entered the competition. The first match soon commenced, featuring the instrumentation student Yi Feng against the fire student Qian Xiaodong. Wang Wenba's voice echoed through the arena, inciting an uproar among the audience. Was it truly possible that an instrumentation student had entered the fray? Surely this was a jest. What combat prowess could the instrumentation student possibly possess? It appeared to be nothing more than a generous offering of points to his opponent. Qian Xiaodong, who barely ranked 10th in our department to qualify for the campus competition, had fortuitously drawn a match against this seemingly easy target, ensuring his advancement to the second round. The crowd whispered disparaging remarks about Yi Feng, including those from his own department, all feeling a sense of humiliation at the presence of such a disgraceful participant. The teachers exchanged astonished glances towards Song Chuanya, who merely shrugged and remarked, "He insisted." At that moment, a young man ascended the stage, a rather ordinary student, somewhat portly, exuding an air of unwarranted arrogance, convinced of his imminent victory. A mere instrumentation student could hardly pose a challenge. Yifeng could easily defeat him with his eyes closed. Yifeng stifled a yawn and stretched as he approached the competition platform. "Can we begin, Teacher Wang?" Wang Wenbo glanced between Yifeng and Qian Xiaodong, sighing inwardly. Yifeng was no ordinary adversary. A student who could routinely slay monsters was far more formidable than the average competitor. The match commenced. "Since you are so eager to meet your demise, then I shall." Before Qian Xiaodong could finish his taunt, he witnessed Yifeng deftly conjure a crossbow in his hands. Instrumentation students were indeed permitted to utilize their own crafted magical devices. The realization struck Dean Su Pengshan, who slapped his forehead in enlightenment. And the other instructors quickly grasped the implications as well. With a whoosh, the bolt was released, transforming into a fiery serpent, its power reaching extraordinary mid-tier levels. Bang! Tianli slammed her hands on the table, glaring at Song Chuanya and exclaiming, "This is clearly a mid-tier magical artifact. Song Chuanya, your student has blatantly violated the rules." In response, Song Chuanya's lips twitched. "That was his own creation. Perhaps you are unaware that I took him to the Artisan Association for assessment the day before yesterday, and he passed as a high-level craftsman." The revelation left all the instructors in a state of shock. How could this be? Even with prodigious talent, it was implausible for a freshman to achieve the status of a high-level craftsman. Merely becoming a junior craftsman would mark one as exceptional. Moreover, he was still just a mid-tier mage. Not only the other teachers, but even Song Chuanya struggled to comprehend how Yifeng possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Meanwhile, on the stage, Qian Xiaodong employed every defensive measure at his disposal, yet to no avail, ultimately being dispatched by the fiery serpent. "Cheating! This is outrageous!" he bellowed. "Isn't it against the rules for freshmen to use magical artifacts? You shameless disgrace! You are a blot on our school." The students erupted in fervent outrage, with Qian Xiaodong, having lost the match, seething with indignation. Wang Wenbo furrowed his brow, poised to accuse Yifeng of cheating, but at that moment, Dean Su Pengshan interjected. Yifeng did not commit any foul. Those in the artifact category, including summoners, received special privileges, allowing them to utilize their crafted magical tools. Yifeng, now an esteemed master craftsman, had his forging credentials displayed prominently on the large screen. The information had been certified by the Craftsman Association, with his representative work listed as the storage ring. At that moment, only those familiar with the storage ring realized that it was this young man who had forged the one belonging to Song Chuanya. Yifeng stared at the electronic screen, momentarily taken aback, and felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had no intention of drawing attention to himself. Raising his gaze, he saw Song Chuanya in the teacher's seats, her face beaming with delight. Yifeng's lips twitched. It was evident that he had been outmaneuvered by her. Chapter 41. The terrifying art of the thousand faces. That day, Song Chuanya distinctly stated that she would accompany him to obtain a mid-tier forging certification. So how did it transform into a high-tier one? Originally, the intention was to conceal his true abilities by acquiring a certification without revealing his strength. But now, what was happening? Observing Yifeng's bewildered expression, Song Chuanya couldn't help but chuckle. In contrast to her amusement, the others wore expressions of utter shock, including the 3 occupants of dormitory 324. Upon returning to the audience, Yifeng was immediately bombarded with inquiries from the trio. Yifeng, however, responded with a mere, "If you keep prattling on about this, do you believe I will sneak up on you tonight and silence you all?" At his words, they promptly fell silent. The higher-ups of the school began to engage in fervent discussions, filled with curiosity about Yifeng. They simply could not fathom how a freshman could possibly obtain a high-tier forging certification. When they inquired with Song Chuanya, she offered no explanation. The competition continued. The subsequent matches were rather mundane and uneventful, until Li Mubai took the stage. The light mage Li Mubai faced off against the thunder mage Chunnan. Brothers, watch my performance closely. Li Mubai transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light as he descended onto the arena, exuding flamboyance. Chunnan, his opponent, regarded him with disdain. Unable to see through Li Mubai's facade, Wang Wenba sighed helplessly at Chunnan's expression, realizing that Chunnan had indeed underestimated his opponent. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens. Mid-tier magic, lightning strike. Oh, try and outshine me? Li Mubai swiftly transformed into a radiant golden light, evading the lightning with remarkable speed. Is running all you can do? Chunnan stomped his foot, a surge of electricity spreading from beneath him across the ground. Yet, Li Mubai effortlessly soared into the air with the windwalk spell. Come down here. 2 wooden vines erupted from the ground, aiming for the airborne Li Mubai. To everyone's surprise, Chunnan's secondary element turned out to be wood. Initially fleeing in the air, Li Mubai suddenly halted, a smile gracing his lips. Not only Li Mubai, but Yi Feng also revealed a smile at that moment. The art of 1,000 faces was not limited to altering appearances and voices through his modifications. The version of the art that only cultivators could practice had evolved to replicate spells of the same tier. A mirror of light appeared in the air, casting its glow upon the vines, and suddenly 2 identical golden vines emerged, creating a stalemate. What kind of magic is this? Chunnan exclaimed in shock, and all the students were equally astonished, including the teachers. Even more bewildered were the 2 deans, both of whom were transcendent mages, unable to discern the nature of this magic. In battle, losing focus is certainly not a wise habit. Li Mubai had somehow flashed from the air to Chunnan's back. A powerful gust of wind surged from behind, startling Chunnan, who hastily resorted to a thunderous spell to counterattack. A lightning serpent descended from the sky. The light mage's spells lacked explosive damage, and he was determined to see if Li Mubai could truly ignore this attack. However, once again, the radiant light flickered, and a luminous serpent surged forth, colliding with a thunderous dragon, resulting in a simultaneous dispersal in midair. Astonishingly, even the usually composed deans could not restrain their exclamations of disbelief. This spectacle transcended their comprehension. It was their first encounter with a light-based spell capable of replicating the explosive might of thunderous magic. The mid-tier spell, Windburst, the formidable pressure of the wind, generated from the ensuing explosion, propelled Chunnan out of the competition arena. Where are my cheers? Li Mubai pointed skyward, and the crowd erupted into fervent applause. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and his companions regarded the flamboyant youth with expressions of unfamiliarity. Nyesini observed Li Mubai as he descended from the stage, her gaze filled with complexity. When did he become so formidable? A twinge of discontent filled her heart, for she had failed to secure a place among the top 10, and thus had no qualification to compete. The once insufferable dandy, whom she had looked down upon, had now. Sini, what's wrong? Yi Shuiying noticed Nyesini's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Nyesini merely shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. Just reminiscing about the past. On the other side, bro, am I not handsome? You're as handsome as a bear, all flash and no substance. Just brute force to solve battles. What else with the pretense?" Han E retorted with a dismissive gesture. Perhaps the teachers overheard Han E's retort, as the next contestant was indeed Han E. In the upcoming match, Han E faced off against the ice element Ouyang Shui. As Wang Wenba's voice echoed, laughter erupted from the ice element side. Someone had drawn one of our department's 3 renowned beauties and the top freshman in ice magic. This fellow was in for a rough time. It was true, the system had an inherent disadvantage against ice magic, which was rife with control techniques. This lad was doomed. Losing to our beauty would be a bitter pill to swallow. The ice element team wore expressions of amusement, while the system's members were gripped by profound fear. Why? Why did this brute have to face a girl? It was all over. The reputation of the system was irreparably tarnished. A tall girl with a sun-kissed complexion among the system's members was filled with dread as she recalled her previous bout with Han E. As she beheld the icy beauty in her ice element attire, exuding an air of aloofness, her heart swelled with sympathy. Today, this beauty's image was irrevocably doomed. If she were unattractive, it might have been bearable, but facing a strikingly beautiful and cold demeanor, her image would undoubtedly shatter, especially before the entire school. She thought her own downfall was unfortunate, only to realize this situation was far more severe. Brothers, watch closely. This is what true combat looks like. Han Yi declared, swaggering onto the competition stage. The system's teacher, upon witnessing Han Yi's demeanor, fell into despair. This fellow would undoubtedly show no mercy simply because she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. The ice-type instructor was destined to engage in a profound discussion about life with their systems teacher today. Referee, please commence the match. Han Yi directed towards Wang Wenbo. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenbo offered a wry smile before bellowing. The match has begun. No sooner had his words faded than 5 ice spikes materialized around Ouyang Shui, converging upon her. Remember, on the battlefield, never test your adversaries. One must strike with ferocity. Metal coalesced, and a baseball bat manifested in Han Yi's grasp. As soon as the metallic bat emerged, despair enveloped the opposing team. They could already envision the catastrophic decline of their system's reputation following this match. With a resounding crash, Han Yi propelled himself forward with lightning speed, shattering the ice spikes, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing before Ouyang Shui. Chapter 42. The Violent Man. Suddenly, ice encased Han Yi, rendering him immobile. Ouyang Shui smirked internally, preparing to unleash a magical assault, only to hear Han Yi's voice emanating from within the ice. How foolish to remain stationary after ensnaring the enemy, rather than retreating and casting spells on the battlefield. Such naivety would have led to your demise. In an instant, the ice shattered, and Han Yi's right hand reached out, clawing towards Ouyang Shui's throat. Her pupils narrowed in disbelief. This was middle-tier magic, capable of immobilizing even mid-tier beasts for nearly a minute. How could it be dispelled so swiftly against a mere student of the same tier? Quickly, she conjured an ice shield while retreating. Bang! Han Yi swung his metallic baseball bat, shattering the ice shield into fragments. Before he could retract the bat, he delivered a fierce punch aimed at Ouyang Shui's face. With a crack, she hastily invoked an ice armor spell to protect herself, but still, she was sent flying 3 meters backward, barely managing to land on her feet. The ice armor disintegrated instantly, leaving a red bruise beneath her left eye. Fury ignited within her. She was truly enraged. Her magical energy surged, and 2 ice serpents materialized, hissing as they lunged at the advancing Han Yi. Now, this was a battle worthy of the name. The baseball bat transformed into iron gauntlets on Han Yi's hands. With a thunderous impact, his fists collided with the serpents, causing them to crack and then shatter into shards. Ouyang Shui's eyes flickered with surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. You are worthy of my full strength. With a swift motion of her hand, water elements rapidly expanded from her center. Middle-tier magic, water domain. The realization that her secondary affinity was water, so closely aligned with ice, astonished many. The water reached Han Yi's ankles, swiftly creeping upward. While it would be challenging to escape through sheer force, Han Yi remained unfazed, preparing to break free when, unexpectedly, the middle-tier magic manifested. Water wave. A towering wave, 2 meters high, surged forth, engulfing Han Yi entirely. Freeze! Ouyang Shui commanded, and the water surface solidified instantly. A thick layer of ice, 2 meters deep, enveloped him. She was confident that this opponent could not escape. Cheers erupted from the ice students, and the others of her own tier were ecstatic. Their reputation was intact. The 2 deans and all the teachers nodded approvingly. It was remarkable for their tier to contend so fiercely against the ice magic, as both were prodigies in their respective disciplines. Only Feng sighed in resignation, hoping that Ouyang Shui would manage to protect her visage. Yifeng's sudden comment left those beside him bewildered, pondering its meaning. On the competition stage, Wang Wenbo was about to announce Ouyang Shui's victory, but unexpectedly, cracks began to form in the ice. Body refinement secret technique, blood qi tempering. Han Yi roared internally as his vital energy surged. Blood qi tempering. A method within the body refinement technique, could amplify physical strength threefold under normal circumstances through the boiling of one's vital energy. After effects. An incessant sensation of hunger persisted for a considerable duration. Bang! Han exerted himself, shattering the ice in an instant. How could this be possible? Ouyang Shui was taken aback, her complexion paling. The students of the system appeared utterly despondent. It was over. The reputation of the system was in tatters. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such a liberating battle. Boom! Han propelled himself like a cannonball, swiftly reaching Ouyang Shui's side. The ground where he had leapt from was marred by numerous cracks. Old Su, isn't the third system a mental one? Can you discern what is happening here? The Vice Dean inquired anxiously. Meanwhile, Dean Su Pongshan gazed at him in bewilderment and replied, "Have you ever heard of a magic that enables one to accelerate cellular consumption through magical energy, thereby tripling one's strength, while simultaneously replenishing the lost cells with magic? What? How could such magic exist?" The Vice Dean was left utterly perplexed. What Han is employing is precisely that kind of magic. What? The Vice Dean was rendered speechless. On the competition stage, bang! Ouyang Shui's 5-layer ice shield was shattered in an instant. As she attempted to cast another spell, Han Yi's speed was overwhelming. His hand had already grasped her neck. "Fly from me." Han Yi exerted force, propelling Ouyang Shui into the air. As the ceiling loomed closer, Ouyang Shui's mind faltered. Yet she summoned the last remnants of her magical energy to form an ice armor around herself. Bang! Han Yi leaped into the air, delivering a knee strike to Ouyang Shui's lower back, followed by an elbow strike to her abdomen. With his other hand, he seized her shoulder and hurled her towards the competition stage below. Boom! Ouyang Shui spat out a mouthful of blood as her ice armor shattered completely. A metallic plate appeared in midair, and Han used it as leverage to springboard toward Ouyang Shui with a fist raised. At that moment, Wang Wenbao realized that Ouyang Shui was no longer in a position to fight back. He rushed over, intending to protect her and bring the match to a close. "I have not lost yet," Ouyang Shui cried out, and remarkably, her magical energy surged back to life in an instant. Su Pongshan, witnessing this, could not help but gasp in astonishment. To his surprise, this young girl was indeed a legendary dual magical physique. While ordinary individuals could only store magical energy within their meridians, she, owing to her unique meridians, could also store it at her forehead or other locations. When her energy was depleted, the stored magic would flow back into her meridians, replenishing her reserves instantaneously. Su Pongshan stroked his chin, genuinely curious about the kind of battle these two young fighters would unfold in the future. The students of the system, witnessing this, leapt to their feet in excitement. Han Yi still had a chance of winning. A chilling aura enveloped the competition stage as a colossal ice shield emerged, encasing Ouyang Shui. Clearly, this system's student had employed some temporary power-enhancing magic to become so formidable. If she could just buy enough time, victory would be assured. You know nothing of strength. Boom! Crack! Han Yi, encircled like a tortoise within an icy shield, once again grasped Ouyang Shui by the neck, rendering her breathless. In this dire moment, she had no choice but to summon her ice armor once more. Whoosh! She was propelled into the air again. Han Yi leaped, metal fragments erupting from his body, swiftly reassembling in midair to form several makeshift platforms. Bang! 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 A knee strike, an elbow strike, a left hook, and a right hook culminated in a sweeping kick that descended from above, striking Ouyang Shui squarely in the abdomen. Boom! She crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Spurt! A mouthful of blood was expelled. The once resplendent beauty now lay marred and bruised, her face swollen, with crimson streaks seeping from tiny fissures in her skin, presenting a truly tragic sight. Lying motionless in the pit, she had completely lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 44. The nightmare shadow over the entire school. It is finished. It is doomed. The system shall bear its disgrace for eternity. If one were to liken the emotions of the ice magic students to a roller coaster, then the students of the elemental system are akin to those engaged in bungee jumping, far more exhilarating. While the ice students may merely mourn the defeat of their beloved representative. The elemental students face the humiliation of their entire department. The medical team was the first to react, discovering upon examination that Ouyang Shui suffered multiple fractures and an abundance of bruises. Fortunately, these injuries are trivial matters before the adept healing mages. Ouyang Shui, as class instructor, a female teacher, slammed her hand on the table and marched toward the elemental instructors. Elemental, what do you mean by this behavior from your student? Accept the consequences of your bets gracefully. Do not be enraged. This has nothing to do with Han Yi. It was your student who insisted on initiating the conflict. Injuries during competition are quite normal. Competition? Was that last series of punches a mere contest? It was an assault intended to harm. And this is a female student. While she may recover, do you believe her reputation will remain intact? The entire school witnessed her in such a state. How can she continue in this environment? A quarrel erupted between the ice and elemental students, with many admirers of Ouyang Shui from the ice department experiencing immediate heartbreak. Without her beauty to support her, they suddenly realized that the goddess was merely human after all. What a relief. Han Yi returned to his seat, and the three companions turned away, signaling that they did not recognize him and dismissing him. Do any of you have food? I am starving. Let us go for a buffet after this match. It is quite economical for me at the moment. All right. The trio nodded in agreement, while the competition stage was already being restored. In the mixed audience, ice magic students cast terrified glances at Han Yi, who was chatting with his roommate. This guy is a total maniac. Moreover, not only a maniac, but one who indiscriminately attacks both genders. In the next match, Wang Tianla from the summoning department faced Lin Ying from the wood department. As Wang Wenbo finished speaking, all four summoning students simultaneously rose from their seats. Hey, where are you going? Call me after this match. I cannot remain here any longer. The four summoning students fled the stage, one stumbling and falling, sending a shoe flying, yet they dared not retrieve it and hurriedly stumbled away. The few teachers from the summoning department shared a look of despair. Compared to the previous two, one capable of duplicating spells and the other a maniac. This one was of an even greater caliber. The four fleeing summoning students crouched at the door, trembling in fear as they recalled a previous encounter with Wang Tianla during training. It was a nightmare, an indelible horror they could never escape. It's my turn now. Wang Tianla approached the competition stage, facing a girl with glasses and a sprinkling of freckles, who appeared quite demure. Hello, my name is Wang Tianla. He flashed a sincere smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Hello, I am Lin Ying. Alas, it is over. From this moment on, Tianla has lost the option to choose his battles. Li Mubai let out a sigh, and Han Yi couldn't help but shiver. How unfortunate that he faced a girl. His luck seemed even worse than that of my opponent. The surrounding students cast puzzled glances, wondering how anyone could be so unfortunate as to encounter a violent maniac. Let the match begin. With Wang Wenbo's proclamation, a summoning array materialized before Wang Tianla. Hiss! Hiss! Two white jade spiders emerged simultaneously. White jade spiders. They possess the strength of a mid-tier 3-star creature and can reach high tier upon maturity. I thought these spiders were extinct. It's surprising to see them here, exclaimed Dean Su Pengshan, astonished to encounter such a creature, which was believed to have perished on this planet. The two white jade spiders charged towards Lin Ying, who hastily summoned her magic. Suddenly, dozens of vines erupted from the ground around her, entwining towards the white jade spiders. The spiders halted, releasing venom that instantly withered several of the vines, while the remaining ones were severed by their sharp legs. Yet, the vines regenerated unexpectedly, sprouting numerous flowers that transformed into petals and hurled towards the white jade spiders. This was the pinnacle of mid-tier wood magic, Vine Flower Domain, capable of mimicking the domain magic typically reserved for high-tier mages. This young lady possessed remarkable talent. However, this spell consumed nearly all her magical energy. Fortunately, once cast, the Vine Flower Domain would not deplete her energy unless disrupted, allowing it to last a full 10 minutes. The Vice Dean remarked, though the white jade spiders are formidable, they are not yet mature. Wang Tianla is likely to lose. Su Pengshan concurred with this assessment. The entire arena had now been enveloped. The The two white jade spiders and the petals trembled incessantly. Vines emerged from the depths, ensnaring the white jade spiders. While the petals coalesced into a floral spirit, its vine arms sharpened to a point, lunging towards the spiders. Just when everyone anticipated the match's conclusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Alas, Tianla is truly serious. Feng sighed, noting that all four peculiar individuals had made their appearances today. Suddenly, a multitude of summoning arrays materialized. Skeleton soldiers emerged. Among them a skeletal knight riding a skeletal horse, wielding a tattered black lance resembling the scythe of death. With a swift motion, the floral spirit was cleaved in two. Incredible! A necromancer! Su Panshan exclaimed, astonished. Such summoners had only existed in historical legends, and their existence had never been confirmed. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, even more bizarre occurrences transpired. A colossal summoning array appeared behind Wan Tianla. Wait, a novice summoner can contract one familiar, and a mid-tier summoner can do the same. Contracted beasts do not require magical energy. The two white jade spiders are his contracted beasts. He must have exhausted all his magical energy in summoning these skeletal beings. How can he still summon more? This defies logic. The Vice Dean was left bewildered, grappling with a reality that transcended his understanding. As Feng and his companions inhaled sharply, a chill of trepidation coursed through them. The moment they had dreaded had finally arrived. The summoning instructors sank into despair, collapsing into their chairs. A student from the summoning department peered through the crack of the door, and upon seeing the unfolding scene, quickly recoiled in alarm. Before them, Wan Tianla brandished a bone whistle and blew into it with fervor. A resounding hum echoed as thousands of pitch-black moths, reminiscent of cockroaches, surged forth, obscuring the sky above the competition stage. Additionally, hundreds of centipedes and scorpions emerged from the teleportation array behind Wan Tianla, launching into a frenzied assault upon the vine-like petals. The ominous swarm of insects and the chilling presence of skeletons engulfed the competition stage. This haunting spectacle was forever etched in the minds of all present, for it had become a nightmarish shadow looming over the entire faculty and student body of their school. Chapter 44. Renowned throughout the school. A piercing scream erupted from the timid girls, unable to endure the sight any longer. Even many female teachers trembled at the scene before them. This was Wan Tianla. Yi Shuiying, who knew him well, felt utterly dazed. Typically, Wan Tianla exuded an aura of cheerfulness and sincerity. But today, he resembled a veritable demon. What a bizarre spectacle. Su Panshan was on the verge of collapse, for the first time doubting his own knowledge. What on earth are these creatures? They don't appear to be monstrous at all. The Vice Dean glanced at the Dean, Su Panshan, who appeared bewildered as he replied, "You might find it hard to believe, but these insects are evidently bred by humans. Yet strangely, they possess no trace of magical energy, yet exhibit strength akin to that of monstrous creatures. It seems they have been cultivated from such entities, but for reasons unknown, they have undergone a transformation, devoid of magical energy. Moreover, that student appears to control them through a whistle. If I am not mistaken, he likely has a method to induce further evolution in these insects, meaning he could potentially employ this combat style for a lifetime. The stronger he becomes, the more formidable these insects will undoubtedly become as well. I am just perplexed by the special technique he employs. Where do these peculiar students come from?" The Vice Dean felt a headache brewing. At that moment, the first of the oddities, Feng, made his entrance, appearing surprisingly normal amid the day's eccentricities, as he had yet to stray too far from the bounds of reason. In the heart of the battlefield, Linning stood in a state of shock. While attempting to manipulate the vine and flower domain, she was clearly flustered. Vines and blossoms rapidly coalesced into a towering treant, charging towards Wan Tianla, while the surrounding vines had been nearly devoured by the insects. Beep, 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 Wan Tianla whistled, and instantly, a swarm of moths converged in the air, blanketing the treant. Moments later, the moths dispersed, revealing the treant reduced to mere remnants. Beep, beep, on the ground, centipedes and scorpions accelerated, with skeletons launching an assault on Lin Ying's final defense. Beep, 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 The moths joined the ground insects in gnawing at the vines. And in an instant, what was once a flourishing domain of vines and flowers was now reduced to a mere patch where Linning stood. Thousands of cursed insects, a dozen skeletons, and 2 alabaster spiders were now advancing ominously. Watching the encroaching swarm, Lin Ying's composure shattered completely. I concede, I concede, I concede, she cried, collapsing to the ground in tears. I have one. Thank you for your graciousness, Wan Tianla said, clasping his hands in gratitude. The skeletons vanished, and the summoning array appeared, drawing all the cursed insects back within. As for the corpses of the insects that had perished in battle, they were swiftly devoured by their kin upon retreat. This battle belonged to Wan Tianla. Wang Wenbao's voice trembled slightly as he made the announcement. Aside from Linning, he was directly confronted by those terrifying insects, an overwhelming presence that instilled a deep-seated fear. Truly, Wan Tianla, I have etched this name into my memory. I can provoke anyone, but I must never cross paths with this individual. It is simply too frightening. Even now, the sound of a whistle sends shivers down my spine. I had thought that the violent tendencies of the system were already fearsome enough, but I did not anticipate that this summoner would be even more formidable. From this moment onward, the name Wan Tianla would echo throughout the school, and he would be placed on the list of the most dangerous individuals. One could provoke anyone, but not him. Someone uploaded a video to the school forum, and those who were not present were equally startled upon viewing it. He would later be dubbed the insect demon across the campus. The system and summoning teachers exchanged glances, unable to restrain their tears in a shared moment of anguish. What misfortune had befallen their department? As Wan Tianla made his way to the audience, it was as if fire had entered a haystack. Wherever he went, people instinctively parted to make way. Tianla, you have finally gained renown throughout the school. Li Mubai remarked with a sigh. Enough. Don't say another word. I feel like I'm about to starve. Let us head out for a buffet. It's on you, young Master Li. Han Yi urged, eager to leave for a meal. Li Mubai merely shrugged in agreement. The 4 of them exited the freshman competition together. After all, their match was concluded, and the next one would take place tomorrow. Observing the 4 unusual individuals departing, both the dean and the vice dean were taken aback. Were these 4 peculiar students so familiar with one another? Su Pengshan turned to the teacher responsible for student statistics, who immediately displayed a resigned expression. Not just familiar. They all came to our school from the same dormitory and even shared a class in high school. What? These 4 oddities are from the same dormitory? This is disastrous. The team competition this year is doomed. The dean was in despair, and the vice dean felt equally overwhelmed. The reason for mixing departments was to facilitate team formation. As success on the battlefield heavily relied on teamwork. The combat team from the Eastern Domain Magic Academy consisted of 1 male dormitory paired with another. But now these 4 peculiar students residing together implied they would form a single team. The thought of what would ensue in battle was too daunting to contemplate. The 2 deans had never witnessed such a foolish notion as assigning students from mixed departments to a team straight from a shared dormitory. The 4 of them chatted amiably as they entered the buffet. After paying, they settled into their seats and placed their belongings down. Han Yi and Wan Tianla then rushed to grab food as if they had not eaten in centuries. This buffet was in for a rough time. Li Mubai wore an expression of amusement, while Yi Feng chuckled. Mubai, do you think their excessively violent and grotesque display in this battle will tarnish the reputation of your Li family? The influences are all positive, indicating that as long as one possesses the capability, one can achieve remarkable development within our Li family, much like Han Yi and Tianlu. It is reasonable to surmise that the upcoming opponents will not be trivial. Those 2 have yet to unleash their full potential. If they are to strive for ranking, they will likely exert themselves in the subsequent rounds. Just envisioning that scene, one cannot help but be intrigued. Upon reflection, Yi Feng found himself harboring a hint of anticipation for the forthcoming spectacle. We too must brace ourselves for what lies ahead, Li Mubai remarked with a wry smile. It seems that their peculiar F4 moniker will continue to circulate even in university. In the afternoon, Yi Feng sought out his homeroom teacher, Song Chunya. In the school, S. Forge. Yi Feng, is there something you wish to discuss? Song Chun, you feigned a friendly demeanor, while Yi Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why must I pursue the certification for a high-level Forge Master? Chapter 45, A Grand Gift for the Class Teacher. Well, it seems I have recognized your remarkable abilities. Obtaining a certification should indeed prove much more convenient. Song Chunyan initially felt a twinge of guilt, but soon stood her ground with confidence. Her motives were rooted in her observation of Yi Feng's indifference towards forging, his excessive modesty and lack of ambition. She intended for Yi Feng to ascend to the rank of a high-level forger, thereby inviting skepticism from many, compelling him to strive diligently to prove his worth. However, Yi Feng was well aware of Song Chunyan's subtle intentions. Teacher, I shall present a delightful surprise tomorrow, Yi Feng said with a smile before departing, leaving Song Chunyan perplexed by his words. Yet, when the following day dawned, the meaning behind his statement became clear, albeit too late, as Yi Feng opted for the swiftest method to eliminate the troubles associated with his identity as a high-level forger. Class teacher, if you deceive me, do not blame me for being ungrateful. The next day, 4 individuals entered the arena, and the crowd instinctively parted. The terrifying impression left by Wan Tianla and Han the previous day had instilled a sense of dread amongst the students, leading to widespread aversion towards the two. Even as the 4 took their seats, no one dared to approach them. The familiar competition commenced. Su Pengshan, seated in the director's box, perused the list of participants for the day. Out of the 106 competitors from yesterday, only 53 remained. With an odd number of participants, one individual would inevitably receive a bye. He glanced at the names of the 4 competitors. Yi Feng, first to be eliminated. His forging talent was extraordinary, but he posed no significant threat. Li Mubai, second to be eliminated. Despite his peculiar copying magic, he could still be deemed a normal individual. Han Yi, also a prodigy within the system. Wan Tianla, this one would advance directly. Su Pengshan made his decision resolutely. Wan Tianla's insect abilities were indeed peculiar, and his undead creatures were not lacking in strength. Advancing on skill alone posed no issue, yet his combat style was exceedingly unpleasant. He could not be allowed to participate. Upon receiving the news, Wang Wenbo announced loudly into the microphone, due to yesterday's advancement of 53 individuals, one contestant will advance directly today, determined by a lottery. Wan Tianla. The school's decision is wise. The audience erupted in cheers. Although they were aware of the school's covert manipulations, there was no dissent, no objections whatsoever. The contestants also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that avoiding the insect demon was indeed fortuitous. In the first match, the elemental forger Yi Feng faced off against the fire elemental Lu Haquan. As Yi Feng ascended the stage, Su Pengshan could not help but ease his furrowed brow. He had intentionally placed Yi Feng in the opening match, for amidst these 4 peculiar individuals, he was the only one with a semblance of seriousness. Engaging in forging, with outstanding talent and unique methods, it was entirely reasonable for him to attain the status of a high-level forger, or perhaps the Forgers Association had intentionally eased the standards. He had not reached a level beyond comprehension. Observing Yi Feng brought him a momentary sense of joy, allowing him to momentarily forget the other 3 extraordinary individuals who surpassed his understanding. Yi Feng and Lu Haquan prepared a duel. Lu Haquan was already aware of Yi Feng's capabilities. He relied solely on magical artifacts, and as long as his spells were swift and powerful, his opponent would undoubtedly be at a loss. The competition began. As Lu Haochuan's voice fell, he unleashed a spell, and a roaring fire python surged forth. Everyone anticipated that Yi Feng would retaliate with a magical artifact. However, none noticed that he held no such instrument nor showed any intention of retrieving one from his storage ring. A sense of foreboding enveloped Song Chunyu, as she felt something was amiss. Sensing that Yi Feng was about to undertake an extraordinary act. Prepare to receive my grand gift, Yi Feng declared, raising his hand as golden flames suddenly materialized. By heavens, this individual is truly the master of peculiarities. Su Pengisales composure shittered entirely. Heavenly fire. This is indeed heavenly fire. Notably, it was golden heavenly fire, unprecedented and unheard of, clearly a type that had never been encountered before. before the fire python could approach Yi Feng. It abruptly transformed into ordinary flames, merging into the golden fireball in his hand. With a fierce grip, Yi Feng clenched his fist. A resounding boom echoed as a golden lotus flower blossomed upon the arena. The formidable flames shattered the protective barrier of the arena with a crack. This strike had reached an advanced level. Liu Haochuan was blasted off the competition stage. Yet thanks to Yi Feng's control, he was spared from any life-threatening injuries. The audience stood in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Heavenly fire. It's indeed heavenly fire. This person possesses heavenly fire. They were certain of it. One had previously encountered a transcendent mage with heavenly fire, but the pressure emanating from this individual's flames was far more terrifying. Golden heavenly fire. Wasn't it documented that there were only 4 types of heavenly fire in the Blue Star? None of them included a golden variant. All the students were left dumbfounded. Song Chunyu was equally bewildered. She had always believed Yi Feng could merely control a strand of heavenly fire for forging purposes. And even that was remarkable. Yet, it was evident that he could directly wield heavenly fire to cast spells, indicating he possessed the essence of flames entirely. She never imagined he would command the entirety of heavenly fire. Li Mubai and his companions were fully aware and thus remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Wang Wenba gasped in disbelief. He had previously wondered why the sewers of Hope City had manifested heavenly fire, only to discover it was Yi Feng's doing triggered during the demon hunt. Old Su, my mind feels muddled. Have I been losing sleep and hallucinating? The vice dean felt utterly disoriented, to which Su Pengshan, trembling, responded. I fear I might also be experiencing illusions. On the other side, the fire teacher, Tian Li, was infuriated. Song Chunyu, so this student possesses heavenly fire. No wonder you were so eager to snatch him from me. Upon hearing this, the fire teacher was taken aback. What? Yi Feng was originally part of our fire? He was poached midway. If he possesses heavenly fire, becoming a high-level forger would be utterly commonplace. Heavenly fire is the hottest flame in the world, capable of melting any metal, even high-tier or transcendent materials in mere moments. Song Chunyan was acutely aware that Yi Feng possessed heavenly fire, and undoubtedly, becoming a blacksmith would be a remarkable achievement. Thus, she sought to exploit the information gap to recruit him. The fire element instructors were instantly incensed, converging to confront Song Chunyan. And Su Pengshan also reacted, abandoning the subsequent competition to directly question her. The notion of a magician possessing heavenly fire, particularly one around the age of 18, ascending to the transcendent tier seemed utterly impossible, shattering the existing boundaries of the world's realms. Yet, he was being diverted to blacksmithing, resulting in his current status as a mid-level 1-star magician. What was this? Such a waste of talent. Observing Song Chunyan, surrounded and at a loss for words by the instructors, Yi Feng could not help but chuckle. Chapter 46. Face? What face? That just now was my elder brother. Yi Shuiying's eyes brimmed with disbelief. When did her brother become so formidable? How was she unaware of this? Shuiying, didn't you say your brother was quite weak? What is this celestial fire about? Is it a type of celestial fire that has never been seen before? Qi Xuanbing's brow furrowed, his gaze towards Yi Shuiying laden with confusion. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuiying shook her head, replying, I am uncertain. However, my brother indeed ventured out for a month. Yet I did not sense any change in him. I can attest to what Shuiying has said. Niesini suddenly interjected. Not only Yi Feng, but also Wan Tianla, and Li Mubai had spent their high school days inseparable, their combat abilities consistently hovering at a mediocre level. Yet, why had they suddenly grown so powerful in university? She too was perplexed by this phenomenon. It was one thing for an individual to grow stronger, but for 4 individuals to simultaneously undergo such transformation was concerning. At this moment, the previously silent Zi Ling chimed in. Is it possible that they have been concealing their true strength all along? Shuiying, have I not mentioned that I cannot compete with your brother? This Yi Shuiying felt as if her mind was overheating. Qi Xianbing shot a cold glance at Zi Ling, remarking, to have someone who makes even a prodigy like you feel inadequate is indeed rare. Ling remained silent, choosing to disregard his comment. Her fiancé's annoyance with him was clearly justified. Meanwhile, the competition on the stage persisted, yet the teachers began to bicker. No way. We must secure this Feng for our fire department. Immediate transfer, Li declared, slamming her hand on the table in front of Song Chunhua with an air of undeniable authority. Li, that's simply unattainable. He has already become a high-ranking forger. His future prospects are limitless. Spare me the useless chatter. Do you think I am unaware? You are undoubtedly attempting to retain this talent by elevating him to a high-ranking forger, thereby binding him to your department. Li's conjecture garnered unanimous agreement from those present. Indeed, I find Xiaoli's reasoning quite sound, Su Pingshan concurred. Nearby, the vice dean appeared somewhat speechless, questioning why a dean would meddle in such matters. The prerequisite for a transfer is that he must consent, right? With no other viable options, Song Chunhua could only respond in kind. Li, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and commanded, "That's simple enough. Find a few particularly attractive students from the fire department to persuade Feng to join us." Face? What face? Even Li, at this moment, could no longer maintain her composure and transformed into a shrew. Face? What face is there to speak of? We have students wielding celestial fire, and not just any celestial fire, but a complete and authentic form. Not some half-baked remnant passed down through generations from the Feng family in the capital that is nearly extinguished. What more face do we need with such students? Song Chunhua's face flushed with indignation. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Very well. Upon hearing the words of the other teachers of the fire department, their speed was evident. They clearly embraced this audacious notion. Undoubtedly, the most exquisite among them was Xiling. However, this child seldom conversed with strangers, rendering her unsuitable for the task. The beauties of the fire department were all rather proud, for theirs was the mightiest elemental force, second only to the thunder department, and their number surpassed it as well. The male teacher found himself in a bit of quandary. Yet, the female teacher beside him did not hesitate to approach Xiling. As Xiling's class instructor, she provided one-on-one guidance whenever Xiling had inquiries regarding magic. Thus, she felt confident in her approach. Before long, the female teacher reached Xiling's side. "Xiling, I have something to discuss with you. Could you come over for a moment?" Without hesitation, Xiling rose and followed, piquing the curiosity of both Yexuing and Niexinyi about the nature of the discussion. Finding a secluded corner, the fire department teacher earnestly pleaded, "Could you assist me by speaking to a male student from another department, perhaps persuading him to transfer to our fire department?" "I'm sorry, teacher, but I prefer not to interact with boys. Please find someone else," Xiling replied with a cold demeanor, evidently displeased by her instructor's request. Without a moment's pause, she turned to leave. The female teacher understood Xiling's character. She was reluctant to engage with girls, let alone boys, and recognized that she had been somewhat hasty in her request. Alas, it seems I must persuade some of the more attractive girls from the fire department to approach Yefeng instead. The teacher sighed, speaking to herself. Just as she contemplated seeking out others, Xiling unexpectedly returned. "It is my responsibility to alleviate the teacher's worries. I shall approach Yefeng and encourage him to transfer to our department." Xiling's movements were decisive and brisk as she made her way toward the audience where Yefeng and his companions were seated. "What? Huh? What?" The fire department teacher was taken aback. The area where Yefeng and his three companions sat had become an empty space, making it exceedingly easy to locate them. Yefeng sat at the far end, with Han Yi on the outermost side, Wan Tianle beside Yefeng, and Li Mubai adjacent to Han Yi. While the four were engaged in conversation, Xiling stealthily approached Yefeng and took a seat beside him, signaling to Li Mubai and Han Yi to remain silent. Both were bewildered. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Li Mubai recalled that this was none other than the esteemed disciple of General Yilong, a veritable prodigy of magic in China, capable of wielding all elemental magic due to her unique magical affinity. The Li family had provided him with her photograph upon his enrollment. Many still pondered how such a talent had ended up at the Eastern Domain Magic Academy, which was not the most prestigious institution for magic. What could she possibly want with Yefeng? As Xiling prepared to stealthily embrace Yefeng's arm, He unexpectedly pressed his hand against her forehead. What do you want? Feng turned to face Xiling, genuinely apprehensive of this girl. What was it about her that made her choose him? Feng, our teacher has sent me to persuade you to transfer to our fire department. Xiling flashed a smile, leaving the three of them momentarily dumbfounded. She was truly stunning, a rare beauty. Her smile could captivate a city. No, 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 Irafuza. I could hardly keep my distance from her. Joining her department would only invite unnecessary trouble. How could I possibly reject the request of such a beautiful girl? You must be made of diamond, harder than any gem. The three were collectively petrified. Yifeng Xiling forcibly wrapped her arms around Yifeng, beginning to act coy. Wait a moment. I have a question. Limu Bai could no longer contain himself and posed the inquiry. What question? Yifeng and Xiling spoke in unison. You two aren't actually a couple, are you? No, how could that be? Yifeng immediately asserted that it was absolutely impossible. That's a relief. Upon hearing this, Limu Bai let out a sigh of relief. The thought of these two prodigies being a couple was quite alarming, especially since they spent every day together with Yifeng. How could they not know if he had a girlfriend? We are indeed not a couple. I am his fiancé. Chapter 47. Yifeng, you truly deserve to die. Xiling uttered this phrase with a smile, and then, wow, the three exclaimed in unison, momentarily frozen in place. The nearest student was 3 rows away and seated at an angle, thus oblivious to the unfolding drama. The trio stood motionless, as if turned to stone, their minds a blank slate. One may indulge in reckless consumption, yet one must not speak thoughtlessly. We live in an era of romantic freedom, and parental betrothals are nothing but trifles. Yifeng had no desire to remain single. He had fortified his heart with a metaphorical cement, suppressing his emotions to the utmost. Such measures were not born of choice, but necessity. In this world, individuals lacked spiritual roots, and none possessed the formidable prowess to transform their bodies and cultivate spiritual foundations as he had. Apart from him, everyone else was destined to be mundane. The aging of parents, friends, and relatives was something he had grown accustomed to. After all, as a divine emperor, he had traversed countless ages and had long since grown numb to such matters. Yet, the realm of romantic affection was a different story. In his previous life, he had known but one beloved, a singular wife. A divine emperor could have but one, and ultimately, she too departed, her time an end. After countless years of mutual support, how could he possibly emerge unscathed? Particularly haunting were her final words. I'm sorry. I cannot accompany you any longer. Am sorry. In that last moment, as he held her hand, her thoughts were filled with guilt, not blaming fate or others, but herself for not being able to stay by his side. Thus, he sealed his heart, vowing never to let such feelings stir within him again, determined to avoid reliving such sorrow. Regrettably, what choice did he have, being a man of such traditional values? If one had a beloved, he would not mind playing the role of the lesser partner. Xiling's words were startling, akin to a thunderclap striking the three. Why had Yifeng encountered such a stunningly beautiful, agreeable, and accommodating girl, while he, infuriatingly, maintained an aloof demeanor, seemingly avoiding her? Why, for heaven's sake, why were they not blessed with such a fateful connection? At that moment, as the preceding match concluded, Wang Wenbao's voice echoed once more. Han Yi, prepare to face off against the metal-type Liang Tingman. Upon hearing this, Han Yi seemed to find an outlet for his pent-up frustration, leaping onto the competition stage with fervor. His murderous intent was palpable, his gaze filled with ferocity as he stared down the metal-type student, Liang Tingman. Ah, I truly fear you. I have no intention of engaging with the fire type. The weapon type is rather carefree. Perhaps I shall treat you to a meal later as compensation. Yifeng sighed in resignation. At this juncture, Xiling seemed far more daunting than his younger sister. All right. Xiling's eyes sparkled with joy, and she moved to embrace Yifeng, only to be gently pushed away by his outstretched hand. Do not be so forward. Propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. Yifeng stated matter-of-factly, causing Xiling to nod with a hint of disappointment. Li Mubai and Wan Tianla could no longer contain themselves, grinding their teeth in unison, exclaiming, Yifeng, You truly deserve to die. On the competition stage, the match commenced. Wang Wenbo shivered involuntarily after speaking. The palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from Han Yi was overwhelming, a true testament to his origins from the battlefield. The secrets of body refinement and the essence of blood surged within him. Han Yi's heart roared with fury, and in an instant, his strength surged dramatically. However, something felt amiss. There was an undeniable sense of foreboding. Dean Su Pongshan sensed the unusual atmosphere. Han Yi appeared to have been provoked, resorting to his most potent spells right from the outset. As Han Yi charged forward, Liang Tingman hastily conjured his magic, transforming metal into a liquid that enveloped his body before solidifying. The intermediate-level metal magic, metal armor, rivaled that of mid-tier defensive spells, providing formidable protection. Intermediate magic, metal pair, blossom needles. Hundreds of slender iron needles, as fine as hair, whistled through the air towards Han Yi, who likewise donned his metal armor. Clang! The metallic armor deflected all the steel needles. Han Yi delivered an uppercut directly to Liang Tingman's chest. Boom! The resounding impact propelled Liang Tingman into the air. The metallic armor dissipated, revealing familiar metal plates that rapidly spread through the air. Bang! 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 Thanks to the protection of the armor, Han Yi unleashed his full strength upon Liang Tingman. Knee strikes, elbow strikes, left hooks, right hooks, culminating in a devastating whip kick that struck Liang Tingman squarely in the abdomen. With a thunderous crash, Liang Tingman crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Fortunately, the metal armor had shielded him from serious injury, leaving him with only superficial wounds. Just as he attempted to cast a spell, Han Yi's speed was astonishing, leaving no opportunity for him to summon his magic. Bang! 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 Han Yi pressed down on Liang Tingman, his fists raining upon the metal armor like a torrential downpour. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone gasped in astonishment. To strike the metal armor with such velocity, how formidable must his fists be? The tremendous sound echoed throughout every corner of the freshman competition venue, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. Liang Tingman endeavored to gather magical energy, but the oppressive force and relentless assault from Han Yi were so terrifying that fear gripped him, rendering him incapable of channeling any magic. Feng, you are truly despicable, Han Yi silently cursed, his hands moving with unprecedented speed. Ora, 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 ora. Bang, 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 bang. The metal armor upon his chest became unbearably hot due to the rapid strikes. This physical prowess was already on par with high-tier strength. How could a mid-tier 3-star individual possess such terrifying physicality? Su Pongshan felt as though his status as dean and high-tier mage was utterly undermined. He was oblivious to the extraordinary circumstances unfolding in this freshman competition. Suddenly, with a spurt of blood, Liang Tingman's eyes rolled back. Unable to endure any longer, he succumbed into unconsciousness. In this contest, Han Yi emerged victorious. He blew on his steaming fist and vanished from the scene. The rapid-fire punching speed and power he had just displayed instilled a deep-seated fear within the hearts of most students. This is hardly a mage. Rather, it resembles a fearsome beast. In the next match, the light element Li Mubai shall face the fire element Xiling. Wang Wenbo's voice resonated once more, as it was the dean's arrangement. Fueled by curiosity regarding the sparks that might ignite when Li Mubai's duplicative magic collided with this versatile prodigy. It is indeed intriguing that a light element student capable of replicating other spells is set to compete against the fire element flower who wields magic from all elements. I am eager to witness just how many attributes of magic this Li Mubai can replicate. Moreover, we shall have the pleasure of witnessing the enchanting Xiling in combat once again. The audience began to anticipate this match with great enthusiasm. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as Wang Wenbo's words faded, Li Mubai appeared on the competition stage in a flash of light and declared, "I forfeit." With that, he transformed into a golden beam and returned to the stands. Chapter 48. A rare moment of chit-chat. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. This development had taken everyone by surprise, including the dean. What an intriguing little fellow. The dean smiled. Meanwhile, Li Mubai wore a bitter smile. Setting aside the fact that Xiling, a mid-level 6-star, was already a formidable presence in her second year, his identity as her brother-in-law precluded him from participating in this match. Both Xiling and Yi Feng cast puzzled glances at Li Mubai, who merely shrugged and said, "It's fine. For me. As long as one of us four advances to the top 5, that would be a victory. My role in this is over. Let us go have a meal together." Yi Feng suggested that he take Xiling out to eat, fully aware that this would undoubtedly lead to various complications. Hence his intention to bring the other 3 along as well. This way, Xiling would be less inclined to act recklessly. However, to his dismay, he witnessed all 3 individuals simultaneously raise their middle fingers in disdain towards him. "You expect us to be mere third wheels? Not a chance. I'll fetch my sister instead. Shuiying wants to dine with Cinny and the others." Xiling, perceptive as ever, could easily discern Yi Feng's intentions. She smiled and took his hand, which he desperately tried to withdraw, leading them away for the competition venue. Observing this scene, the 3 could hardly contain their frustration. Who would have thought that Feng Ge could be so adept at concealing his true self? Wan Tianle wore a look of betrayal, as if his feelings had been deceived. "I once believed Yi Feng was destined to remain solitary like me, but now I understand what it means to say, if one cannot manage, do not blame the road." Han Yi also bore a similar expression of disillusionment. Only Li Mubai appeared perplexed. How had Yi Feng come to know Xiling? And it seemed their acquaintance was not brief. Afienki? Was Xiling not saved by General Yi Long from a city devastated by the demon race? Hadn't he her original adoptive parents perished during that catastrophic event? Was this an arrangement made by General Yi Long? No, that didn't seem to fit his character at all. Li Mubai found himself thoroughly confused. In a hot pot restaurant, Yi Feng and Xiling had requested a private room. "I never expected you, someone so fond of keeping a low profile, to create such a stir today," Xiling remarked, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Yi Feng, clearly surprised by her fiancé's unexpected display. Compelled by the circumstances, having been caught in a bind and forced into the identity of a high-tier blacksmith, he realized that if he did not find a way to mitigate this or concoct a reasonable excuse, he would inevitably find himself in a web of trouble. "That's quite true," Xiling responded, her expression one of sudden realization, while Yi Feng regarded her with a furrowed brow. "Did you use the goddess's legacy crystal? How did you discern that?" A wholly new power was gradually manifesting within her body, beginning to replace the magical energy she once wielded. The magic circle inscribed upon the legacy crystal was one that ordinary mages could not unravel. It seemed she must have some connection to that goddess. Yi Feng's current thought process was straightforward. As long as he could introduce a new topic to divert attention, Xiling would refrain from discussing matters that could lead to complications. Upon hearing this, Xiling displayed a look of astonishment, gently nodding her head. Although it seemed quite absurd, "I am, in fact, not from this era." "Oh, how so?" Yi Feng's interest was piqued. Indeed, Xiling harbored secrets. Xiling gazed at Yi Feng and, without any hesitation, stated, "My adoptive parents are part of an archaeological team responsible for excavating ancient civilizations." They recounted how, during one excavation, they discovered a colossal crystal. Once they entered, the crystal melted away, revealing me as an infant. As they had no children of their own, they selfishly chose to take me in and raise me. When I began elementary school, I awakened a fragment of memories and powers related to the goddess. I am the last of the goddesses, and the most apparent trait of this divine power is the ability to convert internal magical energy into any elemental magic. When I was about to enter high school, our county was invaded by the demon clan, and my adoptive parents perished amidst the chaos of the city's destruction. Just as I was on the brink of death, Marshal Yi Long appeared and saved me, subsequently supporting my continued studies in magic. Xiling's experiences took Yi Feng by surprise, yet he soon recognized a significant issue. "So, you mean to say that during our first encounter at that ruin, it was your connection to the goddess's power that drew me there, prompting my scoundrel father to leverage his connections to unearth it?" "Indeed," Xiling affirmed with a nod. Yi Feng's realization deepened. The unfolding events were becoming increasingly intriguing. Xiling, I have divulged every detail of my story to you. Might you reciprocate by answering a few of my inquiries? Ask away. Xiling's eyes glimmered with crescent-shaped delight upon receiving Yi Feng's permission. Yi Feng, are you, like me, also a bearer of some ancient civilization's legacy? To some extent, yes. However, I wouldn't classify myself as a true inheritor. I am merely a drop in the vast ocean of numerous legacies. There are countless realms of cultivation, and anyone who practices can be considered an inheritor of the path of immortality. Though I have attained the yearning stage, I remain a mere mortal in this world. The journey ahead is long. That shouldn't be the case. Your legacy is evidently more formidable than mine. If the civilization from which you descend has not perished, then where are the others? They reside in another realm, what one might call a world, countless worlds, with Blue Star being merely one among them. There are many realms of civilization beyond Blue Star, and all my knowledge stems from a mainstream civilization that exists across these myriad worlds. The path of immortality. The path of immortality? What does that mean? Xiling felt increasingly bewildered. Her fiancé was becoming ever more enigmatic, to the point where she struggled to comprehend him. There are matters you would not grasp. The meal is served. Let us dine. In due time, you will naturally come to understand. Yi Feng began to place slices of lamb into the pot. In truth, he sometimes felt quite helpless in a world dominated by magic. His focus lay on the path of immortality, yet he could not return to the realm of cultivation. Caught in between, he found himself in a state of inevitability. After escorting Xiling back to her dormitory, Yi Feng returned to his own quarters. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was immediately met with the scrutinizing gazes of 3 individuals. With a mere glance from Li Mu Bai, Han, Yi, and Wan Tianla swiftly seized Yi Feng's arms, preventing any chance of escape. Speak. What exactly is going on between you and Xiling? Li Mu Bai demanded in a tone that left no room for evasion. In response, Yi Feng felt somewhat speechless, sensing a distinct air of jealousy and frustration emanating from the trio. Don't even get me started. My parents, for reasons unbeknownst to me, arranged a betrothal between Xiling and myself. The most troubling part is that ever since we met, Xiling has been relentless in her pursuit of me. I am but a victim in this situation. Chapter 49. The Dean's visit. After a bout of playful banter, the 3 friends began to persuade Yi Feng, emphasizing the rarity of such a remarkable girl, urging him to abandon his pride. Yi Feng, left speechless, pondered how these 3, who had yet to sort out their own affairs, could presume to advise him. They were either utterly foolish or simply bored. Yi Feng, I truly believe that Xiling is a perfect match for you. She possesses talent, beauty, and a character that aligns with yours. You must have noticed how she treats you. Moreover, she is the sole disciple of Marshal Yilong, almost akin to a foster daughter. Such a background would suffice for you to live a life of leisure. Li Mu Bai earnestly urged, with Han, Yi, and Li Mu Bai nodding in agreement. Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words. Even without Xiling, he was confident he could lead a comfortable life. Just as he was engaged in this 1-on-3 debate, a sudden knock at the dormitory door interrupted them. Without hesitation, Yi Feng rose to open it, relieved for the diversion. Upon opening the door, a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar elderly gentleman stood before him. I hope you youngsters won't mind if I chat with you for a while, he said, stroking his slightly graying beard. Li Mu Bai, recognizing the elder, was taken aback, quickly ushering him inside, exclaiming, Dean, what brings you to visit us? Indeed, the visitor was none other than Su Pengshan, the esteemed dean of the Eastern Region Magic Academy. Upon realizing the identity of the old gentleman, Han, Yi, and Wan Tianla rose promptly, adopting a respectful demeanor. No need to be anxious. No need to be anxious. I've come primarily to speak with Yi Feng, Su Pengshan stated with a smile as he settled into a chair. Li Mu Bai, perceptive as always, swiftly brought a chair for Yi Feng, urging him to sit. I wonder what the dean wishes to discuss with me, Yi Feng remarked, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Su Pengshan's satisfaction grew at this response. The young man exhibited a remarkable composure, a promising talent indeed. Yi Feng, could you enlighten me on the origin of your celestial fire? This matter holds significant importance for me and indeed for all of China, Su Pengshan inquired. A place capable of nurturing celestial fire would undoubtedly become a sacred site, serving as a crucial asset in their struggle against the demon race. At these words, both Li Mu Bai and Han Yi furrowed their brows, realizing they had never considered where Yi Feng had acquired such extraordinary fire. Although Yi Feng's celestial fire had been consumed and was no longer extractable, he must possess knowledge of a source. Should any powerful family come to possess such a location, it could elevate them to unprecedented heights. After all, a place that could harbor celestial fire must be rich in fire elements, a tantalizing allure for fire mages. As for Wan Tianla, he appeared utterly bewildered, having only understood that celestial fire was rare and formidable, while the specifics eluded him. Dean Su, my celestial flame is known as the Earth Heart Golden Flame, ranked 10th on the Spirit Fire list. It was born from the magma deep within the dragon vein, not to mention the depth of the magma pool, which is certainly more than 10,000 meters below ground. The mere fact that the Earth Heart Golden Flame originated from such depths is beyond the reach of any ordinary sorcerer, considering the temperature there reaches a staggering 5,000 degrees. Yi Feng's words were startling, leaving everyone astonished. Yi Feng, do not jest with me. If that is indeed the case, how could you have obtained this celestial flame? Su Pongshan was naturally skeptical, for such a claim exceeded the bounds of his comprehension. This flame was bestowed upon me by my master, who possesses the capability to enter the magma pool and retrieve the Earth Heart Golden Flame. Your master? I wonder which renowned sorcerer that might be. My master is not a sorcerer. He is merely a wandering vagabond traversing countless worlds. I encountered him purely by chance. You may not grasp the extent of his power, Dean. The masked figure in the recent battle in Peng City was my master. Su Pingshan could not help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing this. He had seen fragments of videos from that battle, and the individual indeed appeared terrifyingly beyond the realm of a sorcerer. No, it was simply inconceivable for him to be a sorcerer. The manner of combat was unlike any sorcerer. For many years, the Blue Star has struggled against the demon race, never achieving complete victory, and the 12 guardians of the demon race have yet to be defeated. Or perhaps it has never reached a point where the demon race would deploy their guardians. Recently, the emergence of the demon guardian, the ghost-winged demon king, plunged humanity's higher-ups into despair. Yet, who would have thought a figure even mightier than the ghost-winged demon king would appear? It is said that after the ghost-winged demon king was slain, thunder rolled through the heavens, and this formidable being dared to confront the tempest, facing the lightning head-on. A total of 99 bolts of lightning were endured with sheer force. This is simply beyond human capability. What kind of terrifying entity could instill such apprehension in the heavens? How can you prove that what you say is the truth? To avert any potential trouble and to settle into the life of a recluse, Yi Feng produced the simplest and swiftest means of verifying his identity. A card appeared in his hand, and he handed the magical card of the Ghost-Winged Demon King to Su Pongshan. Upon seeing the magical card of the Ghost-Winged Demon King and sensing the terrifying aura emanating from it, Su Pongshan was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "What the hell?" Chapter 50. The Ancient Book Pavilion. Dean Su Pongshan held the card of the Ghost-Winged Demon King, examining it intently for a considerable time. Sensing the aura contained within, he could ascertain that this was indeed a magical card imbued with the essence of the Ghost-Winged Demon King. Upon leaving, Su Pongshan wore a dazed expression, finally realizing that the most formidable contender was not Wan Shinel or Han Yi, but rather the dormitory leader, Yi Feng. After Su Pongshan's departure, the dormitory returned to its usual jovial atmosphere. The top 5 from the freshman competition were granted access to the Ancient Book Pavilion. Throughout several rounds of competition, Wan Shinel had remained on standby until only 14 participants were left, at which point he commenced his second battle. Ultimately, he triumphed and advanced to the finals, where only 7 competitors remained. To everyone's astonishment, it was Yi Feng who had been the one to receive a bye, not Wan Shinel. As the 6 battled, 3 emerged victorious: Wan Shinel, Han Yi, and Xiling. Qi Xianbing was defeated by Xiling and entered the losers bracket. With 2 spots remaining, the 3 losers faced off against Yi Feng in pairs. In the end, Feng emerged victorious, securing his place among the top 5, alongside Qi Xianbing, who also triumphed over his opponent. Perhaps the school administration was so astounded this year that they opted to forego the ranking of the top 5, simply declaring the freshman competition concluded. Feng, Han Yi, Wan Shinel, Xiling, and Qi Xianbing were granted the opportunity to enter the ancient book pavilion. In the school infirmary, Ouyang Shui, who had been in a coma for several days due to the shock, finally awoke. Sitting on the bed, she found it hard to believe that she had lost. While losing itself did not terrify her, the fear stemmed from her prior assurances to her organization that she would enter the ancient book pavilion to discover the blood exchange methods sought by the demon temple. Now, having failed her mission, she dreaded the potential repercussions of the demon temple's punitive measures. The thought sent shivers down her spine, her eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Su Pongshan gazed at the list of 5 individuals who would enter the ancient book pavilion, feeling overwhelmed. Among them, only Qi Xianbing seemed somewhat reasonable. The other 4 were anything but normal. Who could predict the chaos they might unleash within the ancient book pavilion? Sighing, he resolved to take things one step at a time, recognizing that what is seen as fortune may not always be so, and what is perceived as misfortune cannot be avoided. He had effectively suppressed the matter regarding Feng, and the faculty would not interfere excessively with him moving forward. He found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the current trajectory of human development, perhaps indicative of his own advancing age. At 8 o'clock the following morning, under Su Pingshan's guidance, Feng and the other 4 arrived at the fabled entrance of the ancient book pavilion, located beneath the central teaching building of the Eastern Domain Magic Academy. Access to the pavilion required swiping a security card in the elevator to reach this hidden subterranean level. The ancient book pavilion was guarded by a spirit, rumored to be the contracted beast of the first dean. Upon encountering it, do not be alarmed. It will assist you in selecting the most suitable area of ancient text for your needs. The 5 nodded in unison, while Xiling, seizing a moment of distraction, attempted to approach Feng, only to be evaded, leaving her feeling somewhat vexed. As the elevator doors opened, an ancient yet intricately engraved wooden door adorned with magical runes came into view. In front of the door lay a white fox, its stature comparable to that of a tiger. Upon sensing the arrival of others, the fox rose, stretched languidly, and suddenly spoke. A year has passed so swiftly. These are the 5 students destined to enter the ancient book pavilion this year? Indeed, this is the guardian spirit of the ancient book pavilion, the contracted beast of its inaugural director, the white fox, now an exalted being skilled in telepathic perception, capable of discerning which areas of the pavilion are most suited for you. Su Pongshan introduced the origins of this fox to the 5 individuals present. Upon hearing this, they all bowed in respect. Greetings, esteemed white fox. Courteous indeed, very good. The white fox nodded in satisfaction, and then turned its gaze to Qi Xianbing. Let us begin with you, little one. Thank you, esteemed white fox, Qi Xianbing replied politely, positioning her hand at the center of the fox's brow as instructed. As the telepathic perception activated, the white fox soon began to speak. Qi Xianbing, you are a master of ice magic, yearning for formidable power. You possess a strong sense of pride and ambition. While your offensive capabilities are formidable, you lack defensive measures. The defensive magic tomes of the ancient book pavilion will be well suited for you. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. Qi Xianbing was astonished, realizing that this white fox could truly perceive her innermost thoughts. After all 5 had completed their assessments, the doors of the ancient book pavilion would open, allowing them to seek out the tomes that matched their destinies. Next was Xiling mimicking Qi Xianbing. She placed her hand on the fox's brow, and instantly, the white fox gleaned her innermost thoughts. Xiling, you are a brave and responsible girl. Your convictions are unwavering, and you yearn to protect others. You are well suited for the auxiliary magic section, where you will find spells to safeguard those around you. Thank you, esteemed elder, Xiling exclaimed, gleefully departing, for it was precisely what she had wished for. Next was Han Yi. The white fox's previously calm demeanor faltered upon making contact with Han Yi, and it involuntarily shuddered. Han Yi, your heart is burdened with a heavy desire for bloodshed. You equate strength with dominance. Your singular focus on combat will only ensnare you further. Mental magic can transform your mindset. You will find it suitable there. The white fox recalled the dark visions it had glimpsed within Han Yi's psyche, feeling a chill of trepidation. It was the first time it had encountered a heart so steeped in blood and slaughter, truly a violent soul. Han Yi, unfazed by the revelation, walked away nonchalantly, and next was Wan Tianla. You. The white fox's reaction to Wan Tianla's inner world was even more pronounced than its response to Han Yi's. It could hardly believe its eyes. How could one's inner world be half buried in death and half bursting with vitality? The inner world merely reflects a person's state of being. For instance, Han Yi's blood-soaked landscape illustrates his modus operandi and inner thoughts. Conversely, Wan Tianla's psyche projected an astonishing dichotomy, a realm of graves intermingled with flourishing flowers and verdant fields. Such a phenomenon was utterly perplexing. The white fox found itself momentarily at a loss for words. Which area am I suited for, senior? Wan Tianla, puzzled by the white fox's prolonged silence, inquired further. You should explore the area for offensive magic. Why are my responses so few? Because my tongue hurts. Next, the white fox was eager to hasten the departure of this peculiar individual. Wan Tianla left in a daze, and it was only then that Feng, somewhat bewildered, approached the white fox. Observing the somewhat dazed young man before her, the white fox let out a sigh of relief, sensing that he was likely not as odd as she had feared. Chapter 51. The collapse of the white fox allowed me to glimpse into your inner world. The white fox activated its innate demonic art, and then it found itself in a realm infused with the essence of the two-dimensional world, a place teeming with paper-thin characters. Step by step, it stumbled forward. My throat is parched. Where does it hurt? I am merely a passing masked hero. Go forth, Pikachu. Nico ni. Traveler. Faced with the myriad of paper figures, the white fox succumbed to despair. How could it articulate this? How could it express itself? You. Feel free to explore once you enter. Very well. Feng departed. Su Pangshan was left bewildered, and the white fox was engulfed in despair. Its once omniscient image utterly shattered. The ancient wooden door creaked open, and the four entered the fabled ancient library. White Fox, what exactly did you see just now? What is the nature of Feng's inner world? Su Pangshan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing this, the white fox turned to Su Pangshan and blurted out, Nico ni. Huh? Su Pangshan was utterly perplexed, unaware that the white fox's utterance was merely a result of being brainwashed in Feng's inner realm. The four parted ways to explore the areas designated by the white fox, leaving Feng standing in place, somewhat at a loss. What should he seek out? Suddenly, Feng's eyes fell upon an ancient book section dedicated to the history of the Blue Star. Hopefully, there are some intriguing tales to be uncovered. With a yawn, Feng stepped into the historical section. The Blue Star is home to more than just the Huaxia nation. Numerous civilizations boast long histories that rival that of Huaxia. Within these civilizations, a plethora of peculiar races emerged: angels, demons, vampires, werewolves, and ancient desert deities, among others. Many of these races have largely vanished into the annals of history, and the remaining extraordinary races have mostly faded into obscurity. One particular matter caught Feng's attention. In ancient Western times, there existed another realm known as the Demon Lords. Emerging merely 2,000 years ago, distinct from the demons of ancient Huaxia, the 72 Demon Lords of Solomon were said to be summonable, granting abilities, assistance, or knowledge to those who called upon them. These 72 entities, resembling various animals, such as ravens and wolves, were taking on bizarre hybrid forms. Once wreaked havoc in the West, but were ultimately sealed away by the Church and its followers. How fascinating. After returning the book to the shelf, Feng stretched lazily. It was time to depart. The expressions on the faces of the others, as they left, were filled with excitement, clearly having gained much from the experience. The events that followed were predictably mundane. Classes resumed, and idleness reigned. It was not until half a month later that a legend began to circulate within the school. Upon the surface of a mirror, a specific pattern is drawn. At the stroke of midnight, when the lights are extinguished and one gazes into the mirror. An uncanny transformation occurs within. When a book materializes in the hands of your reflection, light 2 candles on either side of the mirror, and you may pose 3 inquiries to the figure within. This entity shall unveil the mysteries that cloud your heart with the mere price of a drop of blood. In Dormitory 324, Li Mubai recounted a tale he had recently heard from a female acquaintance to 3 companions, who regarded him with incredulous expressions. "Mubai, how old are you? How can you still believe in such absurd urban legends?" Hani could not refrain from scoffing. He had heard countless such tales, so far-fetched that even a fool like Wan Tianla would not lend them credence. Li Mubai, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation, placing his hands on his hips and retorting, "It's not that I'm foolish. There's something truly peculiar about this, and there is undoubtedly a mystery involved." As Feng paused the show he was watching, it was not out of interest in the matter at hand, but rather because a visitor had arrived. Indeed, a knock echoed at the dormitory door. Wan Tianla approached to open it, revealing their guest, Teacher Wang Wenbo. Unlike his usual self today, Teacher Wang exhibited unmistakable signs of fatigue. Upon entering, he sighed deeply and, before the 4 could inquire, directly conveyed the purpose of his visit. "I have already spoken with the Demon Hunting Association. During this period, you will undertake a commission from the school. This task is one that only you can accomplish." At these words, the previously languid trio, aside from Feng, suddenly became intrigued. Wang Wenbo settled into a chair and elaborated on the matter at hand. An inexplicable demonic summoning technique, which should have been eradicated by the Western Church, had unexpectedly surfaced within the school. This method allows communication with demons through mirrors, and any student who has employed this summoning will lose consciousness within 3 days, their magical energy entirely depleted and irretrievable. The number of afflicted students is rapidly escalating, and we suspect that the demon has likely broken free from its seal and is now mingling among the student body. Upon hearing this, solemn expressions adorned the faces of all 4 individuals. Demons were entities they had only encountered in literature and on-screen. Witnessing one manifest in reality was an unprecedented occurrence. Li Mubai discerned a crucial inquiry and, with a grave tone, directed his gaze at Teacher Wang, asking, "Why have you sought us for this task? Surely, your colleagues can handle it, or you could enlist the aid of more seasoned seniors. I refuse to believe there are no capable demon hunting teams among the 2nd and 3rd years. Our teachers cannot investigate without raising suspicions, nor can the demon hunting teams formed by other students. Only your peculiar group can undertake this without inciting panic or drawing undue attention. The school is already struggling to contain this issue. Should panic ensue, it would be utterly unmanageable." Li Mubai and his companions were utterly taken aback. Little did they expect that their eccentricities were the very reason the school deemed them fit to address this dire situation. Wang Wenbo has departed, leaving behind an envelope containing all the pertinent information regarding this incident. Remarkably, the occurrences began to unfold shortly after the freshman competition concluded, and now, half a month later, the school has yet to uncover the identity of this malevolent figure. Li Mubai could not help but express his frustration, feeling as though they had been led astray by the institution. As Feng stroked his chin, he recalled having encountered references to a Western demon associated with mirrors in the ancient tomes. After deep contemplation while seated, it suddenly struck him that within the ranks of the 72 demonic spirits of Solomon, there exists indeed a demon linked to mirrors. This particular demon, ranked 71st, possesses a mutable appearance and has the ability to penetrate the thoughts and emotions of individuals. He can rewrite and manipulate another's mindset, even creating the illusion of love, mimicking any persona and forming reflections. Chapter 52. 3 minds cannot form a single thought, according to the information provided by Wang Wenbo. The mysterious ritual circulating within the school commenced a fortnight ago, following the freshman competition. The number of victims has reached 50, comprising both genders. Yet the source of this phenomenon remains elusive. Feng shared his conjectures with the trio. "This is quite troublesome," he remarked. "Is there anyone among us with mental prowess?" Li Mubai inquired, a statement bordering on the superfluous. "Very well, I acknowledge my lack of insight, Feng continued. But it is highly probable that this entity has morphed into an undetected victim lurking within the school. Unless we eliminate this demon, the 50 victims will never regain their consciousness. However, none of us possess mental capabilities. How can we possibly identify such a master of disguise? Upon completion of his statement, both Han Yi and Wan Tianle fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence of 5 minutes, none had devised a solution. Feng, unable to endure the inaction, thought to himself, are these three incapable of generating a single coherent strategy? Might it be possible for us to partake in this so-called ritual ourselves? If the teachers were to perform it, the demon would undoubtedly sense their presence and refrain from appearing. But as students, we fall within its hunting grounds, and the materials provided do include illustrations and the ritual's procedures. Indeed, the trio suddenly grasped the brilliance of Feng's suggestion, exclaiming in unison that he was a genius. It's not my genius. It's your foolishness that stands out, Feng lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of cohabiting with these three dim-witted roommates for the next 3 years. The thought was exasperating, inducing a headache. Which among us shall participate in this ritual? Upon this query, all eyes turned towards Wan Tianle, the unfortunate soul deemed most suitable for such a dark endeavor. If one were to consider who among them had the most experience dealing with these arcane matters, it would undoubtedly be Wan Tianle. He hailed from a lineage of grave diggers, a necromancer, and had dabbled in the art of manipulating insects. His prowess in such areas was unparalleled. At 11:59 p.m., while the school dormitories were shrouded in darkness, an eerie glow illuminated room 324. Wan Tianle sat before a mirror, flanked by 2 white candles, with a peculiar totem inscribed above. Feng and the others crouched beneath a nearby table, observing Wan Tianle's reactions. At the stroke of midnight, Wan Tianle fixated intently on his reflection, when suddenly his previously motionless image exhibited a peculiar anomaly. A book materialized in his hands. Bewildered, Wan Tianle found himself momentarily entranced. There they were, the reflection gazing back at him, both parties ensnared in silence. Perhaps the reflection could no longer contain its composure, and it spoke. State your inquiry. You have 3 opportunities to ask. The demon, observing the young man forging a connection through the mirror, felt a swell of pride. Little did he anticipate that another fool would seek him so soon. Once he absorbed the magical essence of 100 souls through this ritual, he would reclaim his peak power and unleash suffering upon this world. Well, Wan Tianle felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of what to inquire, as they had never broached this subject before. Strangely, without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Have you eaten?" Smack! Feng and the others couldn't help but slap their own faces. Perhaps entrusting Wan Tianle with this task was a grave mistake. Yet, Dan Tailing was momentarily taken aback by this question. It was a scenario he had never encountered before. This was outside the realm of typical inquiries, where one was expected to express their deepest curiosities or yearnings, and he could provide methods to fulfill those desires. Nevertheless, Dan Tailing's professional demeanor prevailed. He refused to believe that, having reached this point in conversation, he couldn't secure the cooperation of this young rascal. Upon hearing these words, Wan Tianle suddenly grasped the situation. What I truly wish to know is how to legitimately receive a red envelope from the host during a funeral. Smack! The 3 of them once again slapped their faces in disbelief. They were utterly mortified. It was truly embarrassing. They now felt a second-hand awkwardness for this so-called demon named Dan Tailing. Dan Tailing's mind went blank. Was this young man unwell? As a master of understanding human emotions, he could clearly sense that this Na'vi lad was not lying. This was indeed his most fervent curiosity. However, how was he to proceed with the subsequent actions? The rewards and costs were directly proportional. If the other party had proposed something like assisting him in eliminating someone, or making someone fall in love with him, or even helping him to amass wealth, he could have intervened directly and claimed the source of magical energy as payment. Yet, such a matter could be resolved with a mere phrase, and the utmost cost would only be to leave the other person feeling a tad vexed. However, as long as he proceeded methodically, 2 additional questions would surely ignite the other party's profound desires, for desire is like a snowball, growing ever larger. One could simply justify accepting red envelopes during funerals under the pretext of service fees, labor costs, and the value of materials. Yes, how did I not think of that? Juan Tianla realized, his eyes brimming with gratitude. There are still 2 more questions. Juan Tianla fell into contemplation, and, under Dan Tailing's expectant gaze, continued. How can one survive a month at school on just 100 yuan? I'm truly terrified of being impoverished. The expenses at school are utterly daunting. Smack! Yi Feng and the others were at their wits' end. He had been relocated, his grave and home both displaced, and the interest from his bank alone could sustain him for a lifetime. Why was he still fretting over money? Dan Tailing's composure also began to fray. No worries, there's still one more question, another question. How many buns can you buy with 100 yuan? Eating buns with water every day, one becomes increasingly full. I refuse to believe that one cannot buy buns at school. Oh, benefactor! Juan Tianla was overcome with gratitude. This was not merely a demon, but a true benefactor. And there is still one final question. Dan Tailing, suppressing his rising anger, declared, the last question is of utmost importance. The gaze of Juan Tianla revealed an intense yearning, which invigorated Dan Tailing. At first, he was nearly moved to tears by the overwhelming desire emanating from the other party. Has it finally arrived? He proclaimed. I'm certain I can assist you in realizing this. This was no longer a mere suggestion for a solution. It was a direct assertion of fulfillment, indicative of his impatience. My moths are constantly being devoured by spiders. What can I do to prevent the spiders from consuming them? Yi Feng and the others were engulfed in despair. Raise them separately. Ah, of course. Juan Tianla suddenly understood, then turned to the mirror and smiled at Dan Tailing, saying, Thank you. I didn't expect you to be quite amiable. Get lost. Crack. The mirror shattered abruptly, and Dan Tailing was so enraged that he couldn't even muster a curse. Where did such foolishness come from? Oh my goodness. The sudden shattering of the mirror startled Juan Tianla, causing him to leap to his feet in fright. Chapter 53. An unconventional strategy to lure the enemy, strike him. Han Yi erupted from beneath the table, launching a friendly barrage of blows upon Juan Tianla. Li Mubai and Yi Feng could not restrain themselves either, delivering a few kicks to Juan Tianla. What are you doing? Juan Tianla was bewildered, pondering if he had erred in some way. Li Mubai could no longer contain his frustration, kicking and chastising. Have you forgotten our earlier discussion? We agreed that when answering questions, you would feign disinterest. Han Yi has been perpetually single. We intended to inquire how he might find a partner. The other party would undoubtedly disguise themselves as a female student to approach him, allowing us to trace the connection back to him. After all, who would be enamored with a violent character like Han Yi, right? I got too excited and completely forgot. Juan Tianla suddenly realized that the oversight lay not with them, but with his own lapse in memory. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai and Han Yi grew even angrier. Li Mubai was frustrated by the failure of their plan, while Han Yi was incensed at the disruption of what could have been an opportunity to bask in the affections of a female companion. After a period of bickering, the four began to deliberate on their next course of action. With a resigned sigh, Li Mubai lamented, Alas, we shall have to postpone until tomorrow. This time, I shall take the lead. It was evident that the demon could see through our thoughts. I have never worried about Han Yi's romantic prospects. My genuine concern lies with Feng Gu and his perpetual singlehood. That truly troubles me. Huh, how is this my concern? Yi Feng was taken aback, perplexed at how he had once again become entangled in this discourse. The other two glanced at Yi Feng simultaneously, their eyes mirroring the same concern. The likes of a beauty such as Ziling would approach him, yet Yi Feng would adopt a demeanor that seemed to repel her. With such an attitude and disposition, finding a partner would indeed be akin to scaling a mountain. I concur with Mubai, Han Yi affirmed, nodding in agreement. Juan Tianla echoed their sentiments with fervent nods, as if pecking like a chick. Very well, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I shall orchestrate the ritual and converse with Dan Tailing, Li Mubai declared, leading the way out to freshen up, followed by Yi Feng and Han Yi, while Juan Tianla remained behind, begrudgingly sweeping the floor. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui clenched her fists. the sound of cracking knuckles reverberating in her ears, vexed by her encounter with such an eccentric individual. However, the current Ouyang Shui was not truly herself. She was dantailing. After Ouyang Shui's mission failed, the demon god's temple granted her an opportunity for redemption. Through various means, they had acquired the method to unseal dantailing. Thus, Ouyang Shui was tasked with summoning dantailing to possess her and descend upon the world. Once dantailing's demonic energy had sufficiently devoured, he could reconstruct his demonic form and return the body to Ouyang Shui, causing chaos within the Eastern Domain Magic Academy. The only entity capable of confronting a mental realm demon like dantailing was the guardian beast of the ancient book pavilion, the White Fox. As long as the White Fox departed from the pavilion, the demon god's temple could easily exploit the ensuing turmoil to infiltrate and seek out the ancient blood exchange secrets. Ouyang Shui ground her teeth in frustration. The more she contemplated her situation, the angrier she became. It was utterly humiliating for a dignified demon god like dantailing to be thwarted by a mere student. Once he regained his corporeal form, the first to perish would undoubtedly be this wretched creature named Wan Tianla. The following midnight, in a familiar time and place, the only change was the substitution of Wan Tianla with Li Mubai. Wan Tianla and Yi Feng were huddled on the ground beside a table, idly passing the time as he relished the steamed bun he had purchased earlier that day. At precisely midnight, a tome materialized in Li Mubai's hands within the mirror, a book as dark as night, identical to the one Wan Tianla had glimpsed the previous day. This time, however, he directly addressed the entity within. You may pose 3 inquiries. Upon hearing these words, Li Mubai was first taken aback, not out of fear, but rather captivated by the striking reflection of himself in the mirror. After clearing his throat, he inquired, "When will I be able to be with the woman I cherish?" "You may do so at any moment. Simply follow my guidance, and you shall certainly win her heart. Love is a journey of self-discovery. I merely need to ensure that an opportunity exists for you to pursue." Li Mubai then shifted the conversation, leaving the entity momentarily astonished. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he sensed that this man before him was indeed an enigma. Every word Li Mubai uttered rang true, dispelling any doubts he might have harbored. His second question followed. "Will I be able to live the life I desire? A life of freedom and boundless joy. Your dream is simple. I can ascertain that simplicity is sufficient. No immediate fulfillment is necessary." The entity was taken aback, pondering if this individual might be unhinged, treating the matter as if it were a divination. Who would willingly forsake that which they yearn for, so tantalizingly close? Before he could further contemplate, Li Mubai posed his final question. "My roommate, Yi Feng, a perennial bachelor, here is his photograph. What can be done to help him find love? I await your response urgently." Li Mubai produced Yi Feng's photograph with a decisive swiftness, sensing the intense desire emanating from his counterpart. The entity was perplexed as to why this man was so fervently concerned about his roommate's romantic prospects. Perhaps their camaraderie was particularly strong. Nonetheless, the entity dismissed his curiosity and replied, "The solution is straightforward. As long as he continues his current lifestyle, I shall intervene to alter his fate. In a few days, he will find love. Sign here, and our contract shall be sealed." An ancient parchment appeared, inscribed with the terms of their agreement, which directly related to Li Mubai's final inquiry. The price for this pact was but a single drop of blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Mubai affixed his signature. "Our contract is now established. I shall return to claim your payment when the time comes." The mirror image of Li Mubai reverted to normalcy, the book having vanished, leaving only a standard reflection. "All right, my friends, the bait is set. We shall now await the serpent's emergence." Li Mubai stresha langitli, affirming that he must take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shui regarded the contract in her grasp with a cold smile. As she opened the book, the previously blank pages suddenly revealed Yi Feng's likeness and details. This is his demonic power, enabling him to instantly comprehend an individual's preferences, personality, and fears. Name: Yi Feng. Interests: aficionado of the second dimension, a quintessential otaku. Personality: adaptable, content to remain aloof from worldly affairs. Fear: QXJG, huh? Yet he was perplexed. Why did the fear section display garbled text? However, he paid it no mind, attributing it to an incomplete manifestation of his abilities. Nevertheless, as Feng reclined on his dormitory bed, a cold smile crept across his face. Indeed, Lin Meng was utterly incapable of discerning his true information through the demonic power. What the other party perceived was merely what he chose to reveal. A demon, how intriguing. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. After uttering these words, Feng closed his eyes to sleep, for nothing held greater significance than rising in the morning to engage in gaming. Chapter 54. Attempting to create a fortuitous encounter in an effort to lure the serpent from its lair, Feng, who typically eschews attending classes, surprisingly made his way to school today. Li Mubai had issued a command that Feng must spend the entire day idling within the school premises. Coincidentally, today marked the day for club recruitment, and Feng intended to participate in a club after classes, having heard that the Magic Heart Society was quite intriguing. Lost in thought, Feng entered the classroom. Were it not for the demands of his task, he would have preferred to avoid this class filled with girls. Although some discussions arose about him within the classroom, no one took the initiative to approach him. For reasons unknown, he found solace in the ensuing tranquility. Seated by the window in the back row, Wang's homeland, Song Chunyin, upon entering the classroom, immediately noticed Feng slumped over his desk in slumber. Though she felt a desire to confront him, his demeanor suggested he was not inclined to discuss previous matters. With a resigned sigh, she accepted her fate. After a slumber that lasted until the end of class, Feng departed without granting Song Chunyin the opportunity to speak. He was acutely aware of the necessity to limit his interactions, as he was currently under the scrutiny of the so-called demon god, Dan Tailing. Song Chunyin discerned Feng's unusual behavior, understanding that he was likely entangled in something he wished to keep her from. Rather than feeling anger, she resolved to seek him out for a conversation at a later time. Shortly after exiting the classroom, a slender figure approached Feng. It was none other than Ouyang Shui, or rather, Dan Tailing. Dan Tailing initially attempted to penetrate Feng's thoughts with her abilities, yet found nothing but an unsettling void. As if his inner world was entirely blank. How could her powers have faltered? Surely, no one as Psyche could be devoid of substance. Confident in her abilities, Dan Tailing thought capturing a mere Navi college boy would be effortless for a being of her caliber. Feigning an accidental stumble, Ouyang Shui fell toward Feng. Observing this, Feng did not hesitate and swiftly evaded her, exclaiming, "I'm out." Thud! Ouyang Shui landed squarely on the ground, instantly attracting the attention of all the students around them. Dazed, Ouyang Shui lay on the floor, bewildered. Had she truly witnessed Feng deliberately evade the encounter she orchestrated? In the nearby crowd, Shuiying observed this scene and felt a sudden urge to intervene, realizing it had been some time since she had last dealt with her older brother. Beside her, Ziling could not suppress a smirk. Feng's actions, outrageous yet justified, were quintessentially him. "Are you all right?" A male classmate approached, intending to assist Ouyang Shui. To his surprise, she quickly sprang to her feet, disregarding his offer, and scanned the area for Feng's whereabouts. It wasn't long before she spotted him weaving through the throng, preparing to descend the stairs. Determined, she followed, her thoughts swirling in confusion. Was it possible that her appearance was not captivating enough? It should not be the case. He had admired this exquisite form even before taking possession of it. Its beauty was undeniable, especially after he enhanced it further upon becoming its inhabitant. How could any man resist such a lure? If Feng were to hear her thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly scoff, remarking that a demon god like her could hardly comprehend the minuscule charm that a real woman holds for a reclusive boy. At noon, when he went to the cafeteria for a meal, Feng settled at an empty table, intending to scroll through materials on his phone while eating. However, at that very moment, a captivating figure took a seat before him. "Do you mind if I sit here?" Ouyang Shui inquired. Placing her tray down and playfully brushing her hair away from her face, her appearance utterly enchanting. Nearby, several male classmates felt their hearts race at the sight. How lucky can this guy be? Truly enviable. Not at all, Feng replied with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui felt a surge of triumph. This little one will not escape my grasp. Just as she was about to initiate a conversation with him, she noticed Yifeng abruptly rise with his tray and phone, moving to another empty table. I don't mind you sitting across from me, but that does not imply I want to change seats. Some could no longer contain their laughter, nearly choking on their food. Ouyang Shui was taken aback, her expression filled with confusion as she regarded Yifeng. She now understood why that contract holder had exhibited such desperate desire. She had previously thought, Yifeng is not unattractive. How could he possibly be devoid of romantic pursuits? It appeared her perspective was rather superficial. Before her stood a veritable fortress of steel and concrete. He, a dignified demon god, had never experienced such a setback. She refused to believe that she, a formidable being, could not conquer this boy. Ouyang Shui lifted her tray and once again sat across from Yifeng. But before she could speak with a dramatically affected tone, "Why are you avoiding me, classmate?" She saw Yifeng stand up once more at the very moment she was about to open her mouth, moving seats again. Ha ha! Someone could no longer suppress their amusement. Bursting into laughter, Ouyang Shui felt insulted, her face flushing with humiliation. She approached him again, only to see Yifeng rise yet again. They exchanged places 3 times, and eventually, Yifeng decided to forego sitting altogether, placing his phone on the tray and holding chopsticks in one hand while devouring his meal. After finishing, he discarded his utensils at the recycling station and turned to leave. A mere woman thinks she can hinder my gaming to gather materials for my wife. How naive. Watching Yifeng's retreating figure, Ouyang Shui was left in a stupor, her mind racing. Was this young man truly human? Was he capable of such actions? Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Yi Shuiying was fuming. She was aware of her brother's peculiarities when it came to interactions with women of the same age. Yet she never anticipated it would manifest in such an extraordinary manner. At this moment, Xiling, who was beside her, lay sprawled across the table, her body convulsing with laughter, evidently on the verge of losing her composure. Yexuing gazed at Xiling, feeling somewhat speechless. She had come to realize that while Xiling rarely laughed, her smiles were almost incessant when it came to matters concerning her elder brother. Xiling, don't you think your brother's actions are rather foolish? Is that so? I find it quite delightful. It demonstrates your brother's charm. Even so, there are still women who are drawn to him, like myself. Observing Xiling's proud demeanor as she proclaimed such words, Yexuing could do little more than give a thumbs up in approval. Chapter 55, You Fake Fan. After finishing the latest episode of his favorite anime in the dormitory, Yifeng prepared to head out to sign up for a club. He had been intrigued by the idea of magical card duels for quite some time. Just as he stepped outside, the long-awaited Ouyang Shui appeared before him. The most effective way to engage a straight man is to be direct, opening the conversation with shared interests. Ouyang Shui approached Yifeng, smiling as she introduced herself. Hello, classmate. My name is Ouyang Shui, and I hear you enjoy anime as well. I do too. At the mention of anime, Yifeng's interest peaked. He turned to Ouyang Shui, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Seeing this, Ouyang Shui felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps she could finally win over this seemingly unyielding straight man. Do you watch Attack on Titan? She asked eagerly. Of course. Yifeng replied. What lies beyond the sea? Ouyang Shui was momentarily taken aback. I want to forget that. Is that a meme? Do you watch Bone King? She pressed on. Yes. What is the username in Bone King? Ouyang Shui was stunned. Her mind blank. Why was her ability to read him failing her now? Let me ask you an easier question. Who is the strongest illusionist in Naruto? Naru. Naruto? It's Sakura. You fake fan. Yifeng exclaimed, raising his middle finger in disdain. This was the first time he had encountered someone pretending to be an anime enthusiast in front of him, failing to answer even the most basic questions. As Yifeng stormed off in frustration, Ouyang Shui was left dumbfounded. Is this person out of his mind? Her composure shattered. She felt utterly defeated. No. She had to fulfill her commitment. She couldn't be stalled by this guy. Determined, she resolved to use magic, even if it meant drawing attention from others on campus. She hurriedly chased after Yifeng, who surprisingly began to run as well. Thus, the two engaged in a playful pursuit, ultimately ending up outside the school. Yifeng abruptly halted, impatience etched on his face. Miss, you've been chasing me for quite some time. What do you want? Ouyang Shuem met his gaze, but did not respond as she began to channel her magic. However, Yi Feng wore a perplexed expression, clearly baffled by her actions. Confounded, he turned and entered the magical training ground across from the school. Ouyang Shui, unwilling to abandon her efforts, believed that their brief interaction had caused her magic to falter. She approached Yi Feng with a smile, asking, "Are you planning to practice magic in the training ground? May I join you?" "Sure," Yi Feng replied unexpectedly, leaving Ouyang Shui astonished and skeptical. Although she couldn't fathom the sudden shift in his demeanor, she refused to let this opportunity slip away and followed him into the training arena. The magical training ground featured a special private room designed for high-level mages to duel or train. The space was expansive and highly secure. As Yi Feng led Ouyang Shui into the arena, the door slammed shut behind them, locking automatically. At that moment, even Ouyang Shui could sense that something was amiss. "But Tai Lin, your performance has come to an end." Li Mubai's voice resonated throughout the venue. Suddenly, a cross materialized in Yi Feng's hand, forcefully striking Ouyang Shui's back. Ouyang Shui let out a piercing scream, dark energy gushing from her 7 orifices, perfectly embodying the phrase "smoke billowing from the 7 apertures." With a thud, Ouyang Shui collapsed heavily to the ground. At that moment, a swirling mass of black mist emerged in the training area. Yi Feng quickly retreated, joining the 3 individuals who had already gathered at the center, all gazing intently at the ominous cloud above. "The relic of the church. You are the church. You all deserve to die." Tillian's true form emitted a furious roar, and the black mist writhed, soon taking the shape of a figure. This was a being clad in ancient Western sorcerer's robes. However, it was inaccurate to refer to it as merely a person, for no ordinary human could possess 3 heads. Each head bore a peculiar white mask, one with a smile, one with tears, and another devoid of expression. In Tillian's grasp was a black tome, the very same book that had previously appeared in the mirror. Earlier that day, Yi Feng had claimed to know Tillian's identity, prompting him to instruct Li Mubai to secure the venue so they could collaboratively eradicate this monstrosity. Though he could easily annihilate Tai Lin, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, attracting excessive attention would jeopardize his future tranquility. Another reason lingered. He wished to ascertain the extent of his magical prowess at present. With a swing of his baseball bat, he aimed to strike Tai Lin. However, his bat merely passed through the figure's form. "Ha! For mid-tier, mages think they can extinguish me? How naive you are!" Tillian's smiling visage erupted with a sharp, piercing sound. Not even high-tier mages instilled fear in him, let alone these 4 mid-tier individuals. Savor the torment. The black mist expanded, enveloping the entire arena. Tai Lin was never an offensive type of demon. His forte lay in mental magic. As Tillian's form dissipated into the black mist, the original 4 could no longer perceive the presence of their companions, all succumbing to darkness. "Welcome to my world," a voice echoed in their minds, and the 4 inadvertently fell victim to an illusion, ensnared in a phantasm. Except for one. Yi Feng, somewhat bored, stifled a yawn, curious about the tricks Tai Lin might conjure. "This is a labyrinth, a maze composed of countless mirrors." Wan Tianla wandered within, feeling a sense of disorientation. "How'd I end up here? Where's this place? Where are they?" Tai Lin, concealed within one of the mirrors, observed Wan Tianla's aimless wandering with a cold smirk. Little did he expect to encounter this individual so soon again. Precisely, it was time to settle both old and new scores. "Let me see who it is that you long to meet the most." However, Lin summoned his abilities, and in an instant, an elderly gentleman who appeared to be in his 70s materialized in his mind. As he opened the book in his hand, it revealed the relationship between this man and Wan Tianla. Grandfather. To his astonishment, the person he longed to see most was indeed his grandfather, killed by a beloved one. His expression at that moment would surely be one of great intrigue. A cruel smile crept across his face as he transformed, swiftly becoming an old man clad in a black robe, slightly hunched over. It was none other than Wan Tianla's grandfather, old Master Wan. The maze morphed into a straight path, and Wan Tianla walked along it, unsure of how to exit, compelled to move forward aimlessly. At the end of the maze, A stooped figure awaited his arrival in silence. Chapter 56. An unexpected reaction as Wan Tianla navigated through the mirror maze. The figures ahead gradually became more tangible. The elder one approached him with a warm smile. "Grandfather." Wan Tianla stood frozen in disbelief. "Come here, let Grandpa embrace you. There is so much I wish to share." The elder beckoned with a gentle smile. However, after standing in shock for a full 10 seconds, Wan Tianla suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. "A ghost! My grandfather has risen from grave. Help!" He turned and fled at an astonishing speed, vividly recalling how he had personally interred his grandfather. What could this apparition be, if not ghost? Surely, it was his grandfather, displeased with his reckless spending, returning from the afterlife to take him away. Witnessing this scene, Dan He-Lin was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? However, he quickly realized that Wan Tianla was no ordinary person, and his thought processes were equally unorthodox. Thus, such a situation was hardly surprising. The mirror maze reconfigured, surrounding Wan Tianla with countless reflective surfaces. Let him become lost within this labyrinth of reflections. Dan He-Lin then prepared to deal with the next individual. As he traversed through the mirrors, he spotted Han, relentlessly shattering the glass with his fists. Activating his ability, he instantly discerned the person Han yearned to see the most, his instructor from the military. Han Yi's form morphed into that of a robust middle-aged man. "Han, Dan He-Lin bellowed. Upon hearing the shout, Han abruptly halted, turning towards the source of the voice with eyes that sparkled with recognition. "Ha ha ha! I have long heard Yi Feng speak of your ability to see into people's hearts and mimic their appearances. I have never had a legitimate reason to confront my instructor until now." With excitement and fervor, Han Yi charged forward, fists raised, as if he had awaited this day for an eternity. Crack! Dan He-Lin exchanged places with a mirror, shattering it, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, why are they both such oddities? Not only are they unaffected by my mental interference, but their reactions upon seeing their desired figures are also so peculiar. With a mindset of experimentation, Dan He-Lin sought out Li Mubai. At that moment, Li Mubai was examining the surrounding mirrors, intent on discovering a method to dispel the illusion. Upon identifying the person Li Mubai wished to see, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Dan He-Lin's eyes. At last, he had encountered a rational individual. To his delight, Li Mubai longed to see a beautiful woman, his beloved Nyesini. This was an opportunity he could easily exploit. Transforming into the likeness of Nyesini, Dan He-Lin emerged from around the corner, approaching Li Mubai. Cleverly, he adopted a panicked demeanor, running towards Li Mubai while exclaiming, "Thank goodness, Mubai. I've been trapped here for so long, and finally, who are you?" Li Mubai raised his leg for a swift strike as Nyesini approached him. The ultimate technique, the flash kick. However, he found himself propelled 2 meters away by the golden light emanating from his own foot, landing heavily on the ground. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He had imitated the move perfectly. But Tianlin, your disguise is woefully inadequate. I pursued Nyesini for 3 years, and she has never once called me by my name. She always referred to me simply as you or young Master Li, and her demeanor towards me has consistently remained tepid. As Li Mubai uttered these words, he was unexpectedly engulfed by a sense of sorrow, a poignant humility radiating from his being. Yet Tianlin had an epiphany. If that were the case, he would first ensnare these 3 individuals within an endless reflection. And once he dealt with Yi Feng, he would return to them. He was no longer interested in such trivial games. He could sense that among the 4, the most formidable threat was Yi Feng. Once Yi Feng was eliminated, the remaining 3 would be easy to handle. With that thought, Tianlin leaped into a mirror and vanished from sight. Soon, he discovered Yi Feng aimlessly wandering through a labyrinth. A pitch-black dagger materialized in Tianlin's hand. He surged forth from the mirror, confident that no one could rival him in the realm of the mind. Here, he was invincible. After all, even among demon lords, his mental prowess was unparalleled. What could this mid-tier human mage possibly do against him? Yet, crack! Yi Feng effortlessly grasped the dagger aimed at him and crushed it with a fierce grip. Are you done yet? Yi Feng's hand shot out, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his being. To dare to challenge him in spiritual strength was akin to courting death. Ye Feng's modern actrice den transformet, revealing a suit of golden armor adorned with dragon motifs, reminiscent of an ancient emperor leading a campaign. Impossible. This cannot be. Tianlin let out a heart-wrenching roar. If his mental strength were a river, then the individual before him was an ocean with no discernible end. Enlightenment dawned upon him. He realized that he had been nothing more than a mere clown all along. Yi Feng reached out, and Tianlin found himself inexplicably drawn into his grasp. With a firm grip on Tianlin's neck, a mere squeeze could reduce him to ashes. Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, at that moment, Tianlin burst into laughter. I understand now. You do not belong to Blue Star. Such a powerful existence should not be part of this world. And what of it? It seems your demon lords do not belong to this world either. Yi Feng had perused the ancient texts in the library and knew that the 72 pillars of Solomon's demons hailed from another realm, including the one before him, Tianlin. Nonsense. We, the demons, are also beings of the blue planet, existing within another dimension created by it. Currently, the invasion of the otherworldly demon race has escalated, causing an imbalance in the scales between our world and theirs. Our intention is merely to subjugate the life of the blue planet, not to annihilate it, as the otherworldly demons do. However, at this point, Tianlin's expression became exceedingly frenzied. The humans of the blue planet are utterly incapable of confronting the otherworldly demons. They cannot represent the essence of the blue planet. We, the powerful beings birthed by the blue planet, shall gradually awaken to restore equilibrium to these scales. You, an outsider, will never comprehend this. Even though our actions may not be accepted by you humans, we are the final line of defense for the blue planet, not you, the outsider. The blue planet does not require a guardian such as you. Yi Feng gazed at Tianlin, his brow furrowing slightly. He chose not to elaborate further, simply producing a blank magic card and sealing it within. Chapter 57. The team thus, the affair concerning Dan-tailing concluded rather ambiguously. Apart from Yi Feng, the other three individuals remained oblivious to the resolution, only aware that Yi Feng had resealed Dan-tailing. After all, they had previously consulted relevant materials and understood how to return Dan-tailing to the original church that had sealed them. All the victims who had been unconscious at the school had now awakened, and Ouyang Shui was taken for investigation. Wang Wenbao, in a state of bewilderment, instructed the four individuals to determine the instigator so that the school could address the matter, yet he did not require them to resolve it themselves. Furthermore, how could they have managed to resolve it? None among the four possessed the prowess of a high-tier mage. So how could they handle such matters related to a demon god? Indeed, these four individuals were not only eccentric in behavior, but also peculiar in their capabilities. As tranquility returned, Yi Feng slept soundly that night, contemplating a visit to the Magic Card Club the following day, as he had long been intrigued by their magical combat apparatus and yearned to give it a try. Then, early the next morning, the school issued a notification, with the dormitory leader announcing the team configuration set by the institution. The four young women from dormitories B8-324 and E3-606 were formed into a team. Upon glancing at the roster, Yi Feng felt as though he might ascend to the heavens in disbelief. The members of dormitory 606 were Ziling, Niesini, Yi Shuiying, and Qi Xianbing. Alas, was it truly so difficult to enjoy a peaceful university life? Yi Feng's heart experienced a slight unraveling. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Mubai was already dancing with glee. My Sinny, this is destiny, observing the foolishly grinning Li Mubai. Yi Feng suddenly felt that his future university life was doomed. In a battleground, a cohesive team is paramount, which is why every university organizes teams of 4 males and 4 females. After the team assignments, a month-long adjustment period ensues, with the first half taking place on campus and the latter half on the battlefield of their domain. However, instructors will be present to ensure their safety, alleviating concerns regarding life-threatening dangers. After the morning assignments, they were to gather in the afternoon, with Yi Feng's team meeting at the freshman team building, room 507. Han Yi and Wan Tianle wore their usual expressions. Han Yi appeared to be a fierce rogue, while Wan Tianle displayed a wholesome, cheerful demeanor. Li Mubai, however, wore a lovesick expression. Indeed, a lovesick expression on a male's face. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was enveloped in despair, feeling utterly disenchanted. Oh heavens, thank you. Yet, it was also possible that these four shared the same name and coincidentally resided in the same dormitory. Yes, that must be it. Clinging to the last shred of hope, Yi Feng entered the team room, only to be confronted by four familiar figures. Disaster. His final glimmer of hope extinguished, Yi Feng collapsed in despair. Sini, Li Mubai, brimming with excitement, rushed toward the sorrowful Nye Sini, who sat in a chair. Yi Feng scanned the room, his gaze locking onto Ziling, whose eyes nearly transformed into hearts. Witnessing her infatuated expression nearly shattered his composure. Han seized Li Mubai by the collar and brought him before the four women. Facing them across the discussion table, the four men took their seats. Yi Feng faced Ziling, Li Mubai faced Nye Sini. Van Tianle faced Ye Zhuiying. Vida Han Yi confronted Ji Wanbing. It seems we are all familiar with one another, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. A team must have a captain, and that captain must be me. Qi Xianbing's tone was frigid, her lofty demeanor eliciting the usual disdain from Yi Feng. Bang! Han slammed his palm onto the table, meeting Qi Xianbing's icy gaze with a loud inquiry. Why should that be? If we were to discuss the captaincy, I will only acknowledge Yi Feng. What the heck? Yi Feng was taken aback, pondering his own insignificance. He glanced at Li Mubai and Wan Tianle, only to find them wearing equally nonchalant expressions. Han was right. That voice belonged to none other than Ziling, Yi Feng remarked. 6. Qi Xianbing turned her attention to Yi Feng and declared, defeat me, and the captaincy shall be yours. Others may falter, but I assure you, I can surpass you. I have no interest in being captain. If you wish to take it, go ahead, as long as you earn the respect of those three. Yi Feng gestured towards Han, and the others. Upon hearing this, the three nodded in unison. Very well. I shall defeat the three of you, and then claim the captaincy. With that, Qi Xianbing rose, appearing ready to head to the training grounds for a confrontation. Han gazed at Qi Xianbing with palpable disdain. Yi Feng had no objections. If she wished to assume the role of captain, so be it. It was not due to her prowess, but rather because Han would never harm a comrade. Although his tone was calm, his dissatisfaction with Qi Xianbing's actions was evident. Wan Tianlu and Li Mubai shrugged simultaneously, adopting an air of indifference. Nye Xin observed the scene. Sighing inwardly, she understood Qi Xianbing's assertiveness. Had it been anyone else, they might have complied, but these four were peculiar, with Ziling among them. There were 8 in total, 5 of whom were rather eccentric. This team seemed destined for trouble. Shuang, do you have any way to persuade your brother to ease the tension between those 4 and Xianbing? Nye Xin inquired as she pulled out her phone to send message. Before long, Yi Shuang replied, there is no way. My brother has held a strong aversion to Xianbing for quite some time. It was the first time I saw him harbor such dislike for someone. Nye Xin sighed, then it's settled. This team is doomed. Just as she lamented the grim future of their team, Qi Xianbing spoke once more. Let us discuss our magical affinities and ranks. I am Qi Xianbing, mid-tier 7 stars, with ice as my primary element and water as my secondary. To attain mid-tier 7 stars as a freshman is indeed formidable, a rank that many third-year students have yet to achieve. Nye Xin mid-tier 2 stars, with wood as my primary and healing as my secondary. Yi Shuang, mid-tier 2 stars, with ice as my primary and fire as my secondary. Ziling, mid-tier 5 stars. I possess no secondary element. I believe you are all aware of my circumstances. Upon hearing these words, the others nodded in understanding. After all, a full-time mage is well recognized. Han a mid-level 4-star, excels in the gold element, with his secondary affinity being physical. Li Mubai, a mid-level 3-star, commands the light element as his primary, complemented by the wind element as his secondary. Wan Tianlu, a mid-level 2-star, specializes in summoning as his foremost element, followed by healing. Such an extraordinary support. Yi Feng, a mid-level 1-star, wields the fire element as his primary and the thunder element as his secondary. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned towards Yi Feng, including those of Wan Tianlu and the others. You are merely a mid-level 1-star. Nye Xin, he could not help but exclaim. Is there an issue with that? Yi Feng responded, his expression one of confusion, unable to comprehend the concern. Brother, are you unaware that freshmen must elevate their rank by at least 1 star before the midterms, or they risk expulsion from the academy? Ye Zhu remarked it, her gaze somewhat vacant and filled with trepidation. Chapter 58. The Devil's Ascension Technique. Upon hearing those words, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that when Wan Tianla entered the academy, he was merely a 1-star, and now he had already reached 2 stars without a care in the world. To his dismay, he found himself lagging behind. No matter, this evening, he would elevate his star rating. The others, observing Yi Feng's nonchalant demeanor, chose not to comment further, as it seemed that for him, this was hardly a daunting task. Throughout the afternoon, Qi Xianbing meticulously organized the roles within their team. The primary firepower was to be provided by Han Yi, Qi Xianbing, and Yi Shuiying, while the defensive line consisted of Li Mubai, Ziling, and Yi Feng. Positioned at the rear were Nie Sini and Wan Tianla, both classified as support players. Although their offensive capabilities were modest, their control and disruption were exceptional. In truth, Qi Xianbing had intended for Yi Feng to take on the role of the main attacker, given Yi Feng's command over both fire and lightning, along with the legendary heavenly fire, rendering him a veritable weapon of explosive power. However, Yi Feng declined, citing fatigue as a concern, while Ziling insisted that she would mirror whatever responsibilities he undertook. Thus, the composition of the team was solidified, with each individual assigned their respective duties. Moreover, Qi Xianbing generously presented each member with a mid-tier magical artifact. As dinner approached, Qi Xianbing, wishing to foster camaraderie, declared that as the captain, he would treat everyone to a meal. Who would refuse a free feast? Consequently, Wan Tianla found himself indulging in a lavish banquet. Can I really take these leftovers? Wan Tianla gazed at Qi Xianbing with disbelief. In response, Qi Xianbing waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianla felt that this was no ordinary captain, but rather an angel. She gifted him a magical artifact, treated him to dinner, and even permitted him to take home leftovers, all while possessing such beauty. Truly, she was his goddess. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wan Tianla suddenly declared, "Brothers, I think I found my target for love." The three were momentarily stunned, their pupils dilating in shock. Hani stepped forward to shake Wan Tianla, who seemed lost in infatuation at the sight of Nye Sini. "No way. You can't be falling for Qi Xianbing. Can you?" "Yes, she is my goddess. Now I finally understand why Mu Bai is willing to be a sycophant." Wan Tianla grinned foolishly. Li Mu Bai, upon hearing this, kicked him sharply. "Wake up. That woman can't even compare to my Sini. Have you lost your senses to fancy her?" Even Yi Feng, typically indifferent to such matters, couldn't he help but give Wan Tianla a kick. Ships can sail on obscure waters, but not in treacherous waters. Don't emulate those bizarre romances from anime. Wan Tianla, witnessing the shock and dismay on the faces of his friends, wore an expression that seemed to say, "You just don't understand." Throughout his life, he had been accompanied solely by his grandfather. In elementary and middle school, due to his family's occupation, he had no friends, let alone any female peers willing to approach him. Though I forged bonds with 3 good brothers in high school, I ultimately found myself without a companion. Qi Xianbing, not only strikingly beautiful, was the first girl to treat him with such kindness. Who wouldn't be enchanted? Observing Wan Tianla's expression, Han Yi could no longer contain himself. That foolish guy was so infuriating that he felt an urge to deliver a sound thrashing. "Damn it. Step aside. I drank too much soda earlier. My urine should be sweet enough to wake him up." It was evident that Han Yi was indeed anxious. Sometimes, affection for someone can strike suddenly and fiercely, leaving the three in a state of helpless despair. Let him be. After the farce concluded, Yi Feng donned his clothes and remarked, "I'll bring you all dumplings in the morning." With that, he exited. "Make sure to get the meat filling. 10 of them," came Han Yi's voice. "I have leftovers, so don't bother bringing mine." No need to specify who that was. 3 with chives and eggs. Only one person remained unmentioned. The conversation fell silent. As Yi Feng departed, he closed the dormitory door behind him. The night at the Dongyu Magic Academy was exceptionally tranquil. Yi Feng made his way to a gazebo nestled within the woods, intending to perform a Devil Star Ascension technique of his own creation, designed to rapidly elevate his magical star rank. Previously, it merely required heavenly fire. Now, with the addition of another element, he needed to incorporate an additional ingredient. This complexity elucidated why ascending from intermediate to advanced magic was significantly more challenging, as it involved an extra element. Feng aura shifted. The early stages of his nascent soul cultivation erupting suddenly. Crack! He shattered the surrounding space with a punch, revealing the void within. Ever since his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he had realized that this blue star was a tier lower than the mortal realms of cultivation. This realm was considerably inferior in comparison, with its law barriers being markedly more fragile. The pinnacle of the golden core stage represented the highest power this world could sustain. Should two nascent soul-level cultivators engage in full battle here, he would confidently assert that the laws of this world would collapse entirely, leaving it vulnerable to the void's insatiable hunger. Yi Feng leaped into the void. Strictly speaking, this was not true void. It remained within the boundaries of Blue Star-S laws, a realm of nothingness. He had come here to better perceive the spatial laws of this world, hoping to enhance his spatial magic energy, which typically required arduous practice to improve. Heavenly fire blazed around him, enveloped by the heavenly fire and the laws of space. Yi Feng swiftly entered a meditative state. This was Yi Feng. Had any other mage taken his place, be they advanced or transcendent, they would have been instantaneously dispatched, spiraling away into the heavens. The following morning, Yi Feng returned to the dormitory, carrying a bag of dumplings. The three occupants were still lost in slumber, with Han Es' rhythmic snores echoing as usual. Wan Tianla and Li Mubai had long since grown accustomed to this, even developing a bad habit of feeling something was amiss if they tried to sleep without the sound of snoring. He placed the dumplings on their table. The upper bunk and lower desk arrangement made it convenient for everyone to have their own space, easily distinguishing whose belongings were whose. Huh, Brother Feng, you're back. Li Mubai sat up, stifling a yawn. Yi Feng nodded, opening his computer to continue gaming. Had you broken through to 2 stars? Li Mubai inquired while climbing down from his bed, eating a bun. I've exceeded that. I'm at 5 stars now. 5 stars? Upon hearing this, Li Mubai was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in astonishment, dropping the bun as he sprang to his feet. What on earth, Fongo, did you do yesterday? His voice was loud, rousing the other two from their slumber. What's the commotion, Mubai? It's early in the morning, Han E grumbled. Still half asleep. Fongo has reached 5 stars. ISNT at just 5 stars. 5 stars. Han E, previously drowsy, was instantly jolted awake. Chapter 59. The Magic Heart Society. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianla hastily rolled out of bed, joining Han E and Li Mubai to encircle Yi Feng in the center. Brother Feng, how did you manage to ascend 4 stars in a single night? This is rather incredible, Li Mubai inquired, voicing the concern that weighed heavily on their minds. Yi Feng, unfazed by their curiosity, replied succinctly, through the tempering of my body with heavenly fire, I burned through the night. Care to try it yourselves? Absolutely not. The three of them simultaneously expressed their refusal. Heavenly fire was no trivial matter. Yi Feng was indeed an anomaly. If it had been any of them, they wouldn't merely be unable to temper their bodies, they would likely perish from even a single burn. Wait a moment, Brother Feng. Li Mubai suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, if you only needed to practice for 1 night to achieve such a breakthrough, how is it that you remained stuck at 1 star for so long? Surely, you must have been gathering magical energy in your dormitory? Not at all. Then what on earth were you doing every day? Watching anime, playing games, and gathering materials. Yi Feng replied with an air of simplicity. The three of them were left utterly aghast. Such talent squandered so carelessly. It was no wonder that Yi Shuiying berated him daily for his lack of ambition. In fact, they too felt inclined to chastise Yi Feng, though they refrained, knowing they could never match his strength. After their meal, the 4 of them dispersed to attend to their respective matters. Li Mubai ventured out to charm the ladies. Wan Tianla began his insect cultivation. Han E hit the gym, and Yi Feng, after finishing his anime, set off to the magic card society he had longed to join. At 8 in the morning, it was once again the day for new member recruitment. While other societies were bustling with eager applicants, the Magic Card Society remained desolate. The primary reason being that most students could not afford magic cards. Only those with a deck could even contemplate joining. Across the first 3 years of college, they had barely managed to gather the minimum requirement of 20 members. Sighing, yearns, in charge of recruitment, lamented that they had only managed to attract 5 members over the last few days, and she doubted they would gain any more in the days to come. Yet, just as despair began to settle in, a knock echoed at the door of the society. Is this the Magic Card Society? Yearns' eyes brightened as she turned towards the voice, recognizing a familiar face. Junior, I knew you would come. Upon realizing it was Feng, her spirits soared. Of course, she was unaware of the legends surrounding him on campus. Otherwise, her excitement would have been tempered. As for why she was oblivious, well, her interests lay solely with magic cards, leaving little room for anything else. Feng chuckled as he signed the membership application under Yearns' guidance. Very well. From now on, you're officially a member of our Magic Card Society. Do you have any questions? As your senior, I am here to share all knowledge without reservation. Where is the equipment for magic card duels? This was the only matter of interest to Feng within the confines of the East Domain Magic Academy. Upon hearing this, Yearns immediately puffed out her chest, brimming with pride, and declared, Come, I shall take you for a match. It will allow me to assess the quality of your card deck. She seized Feng's arm and pulled him along, reminiscent of a bandit dragging a maiden to their lair. Previously, Feng had only observed the magical card duel apparatus through videos, and experiencing it in reality for the first time stirred a sense of excitement within him. Before long, they arrived at a venue comparable in size to a basketball court. Gazing at the equipment that varied somewhat from what he had seen in videos, Feng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yearns. I never expected this. The magical card dueling apparatus in our club is the latest development, not yet available on the market. Yearns boasted, her face alight with pride. Feng, however, pointed at the equipment before him and couldn't help but quip, Are you certain this isn't equipment from Yu-Gi-Oh? The blatant imitation is quite astonishing. Cough, cough, cough. What imitation? This is merely the transference of the virtual into reality, which is rather valuable, Yearns replied, her cheeks flushing as she coughed lightly, leaving Feng momentarily speechless. What more could he say besides a simple 6? In essence, magical card dueling was straightforward. One inserted magical cards into the slots, and the apparatus would virtually manifest the creatures contained within the cards onto the simulated battlefield. Players could manipulate these virtual beasts using their mental prowess. The stronger the mental capacity, the more virtual creatures one could command simultaneously. Consequently, masters of magical cards were typically proficient in the mental discipline. Interestingly, the probability of awakening mental abilities was not low, yet no school offered a primary focus in this area, which left Feng perplexed. Why isn't the mental discipline a primary focus? Yearns paused, then looked at Feng with an expression that conveyed disbelief at his ignorance. Do you not know that the mental discipline can only serve as a secondary focus? If it were a primary focus, one could easily lose control of their mental faculties and succumb to madness. I had no idea, Feng admitted, shaking his head, genuinely unaware of this fact. As noon approached, he bid farewell to Yearns and departed from the Magical Card Club. After spending an entire morning engaged in magical card dueling, he had finally discovered a new source of joy. Indeed, the delight of a card enthusiast lies in collecting and playing cards. Watching Feng's retreating figure, Yearns felt a twinge of envy. How could a newcomer to magical cards possess so many rare intermediate cards? It was truly enviable, and it appeared he had even more treasures yet to reveal. She resolved to devise a way to coax him into displaying his finest cards before her. With this determination in her heart, she carefully returned her magical card deck to its case. Moments later, a message pinged in the team group chat. Qi Xianbing was once again treating everyone to a meal. Perhaps she had realized that only through dining could she foster camaraderie with the 4 from the boys' dormitory. Upon arriving at the restaurant's private room, Yi Feng discovered that everyone else had already gathered. He was the last to arrive. Wait, Yi Feng, have you made a breakthrough? Qi Xianbing perceptively noted the change in the magical aura surrounding Yi Feng and frowned slightly. Having ascended to the second star, Yi Feng harbored no intention of disclosing his remarkable achievement of consecutively breaking through to the fourth star to the uninformed individuals in the vicinity. Li Mubai and his companions understood Yi Feng's sentiment and chose not to expose his secret. Upon hearing this, Qi Xianbing furrowed her brow. Yi Feng was indeed extraordinary, and his ability to achieve such breakthroughs with apparent ease piqued her curiosity. Yi Feng settled into a seat near the entrance, next to Li Mubai. Just as Li Mubai was about to speak, Ziling approached them. Mubai, would you mind swapping tables with me? She inquired, her face bright with a smile. Initially inclined to decline, as he wished to discuss matters with Yi Feng, Li Mubai's gaze inadvertently fell upon the fact that Ziling's new seat was adjacent to Nyesini. Very well, please take a seat, he acquiesced. Chapter 60. Han Yi's bottom line observing Li Mubai, who eagerly settled beside Yi Feng covered his face, feeling a pang of embarrassment. After the meal, Qi Xianbing glanced at the group and remarked, I have secured a training venue. The top 8 teams demonstrating exceptional performance before the end of the first semester will qualify for the inter-school competition. The 2 leading teams in this competition will receive intensive training in preparation for the national contest. Thus, to ensure our team secures a top 2 position, the first step is to clearly understand each other's strengths. I concur with what Xianbing has stated. Indeed, Han Yi abruptly struck the back of the head of Wan Tianlu, who was displaying a sycophantic demeanor, then turned to Qi Xianbing and said, if it involves hunting magical beasts, I have no objections. However, I must express my disdain for competing against other teams solely for rankings. Forgive my candor, but even if I were to participate, I cannot exert my full strength. The moment these words were uttered, Qi Xianbing's demeanor grew noticeably colder. Are you suggesting that your reluctance to compete should jeopardize the honor of the entire team? The honor of the team? I perceive it as your honor, Han Yi retorted, raising a middle finger towards Qi Xianbing, his disdain for those who would engage in fratricidal conflict for the sake of fame and profit evident. An awkward silence enveloped the dining table, prompting Nye Hexine Yi to helplessly whisper to Li Mubai, do you have any solutions? No, Li Mubai replied with a shrug, embodying a sense of helplessness. You are unaware of Han Yi's temperament. When his bottom line is crossed, he becomes obstinate like a mule. Qi Xianbing has repeatedly tread close to that line, and it is remarkable that he has not resorted to violence. Hearing this, Nye Hexine gritted her teeth and lowered her voice even further. You must think of a way. If you can ease the tension between the two, I will share my contact information with you. Without hesitation, Li Mubai rose to his feet. Honey, let's first hear what Xianbing has to say. Upon hearing this, Han Yi shot Li Mubai a questioning glance, just as he felt his phone vibrate. He glanced down and saw a WeChat transfer for 1,000 yuan. All right, I shall give you some face, he muttered, hastily shutting off his phone, adopting an expression that suggested he was doing his brother a favor. From a distance, Yi Feng observed in bemusement. His vantage point allowed him to see Li Mubai's subtle gestures beneath the table. How did he manage to transfer money without even looking at his phone? Such skillfulness was astonishing. At that moment, Qi Xianbing had also calmed his emotions and spoke in his usual flat tone. Our team comprises 4 males and 4 females. In a moment, we will split into gender-based teams for a group battle at the training ground. This will enable us to familiarize ourselves with each other's combat styles and enhance our teamwork. Hani did not object to this arrangement, while Nye Hexine cast a fearful glance at Wan Tianlu and Hani. Qi Xianbing might be unafraid, but she certainly was. At that instant, Yi Shueying could not suppress a shiver, exchanging a glance with Nye Hexine that was filled with trepidation. As they departed the restaurant for the training venue, Li Mubai and Han Yi walked at the back of the line, engaging in conversation while the others instinctively granted them the space to speak. Cheer up, Han Yi, said Li Mubai. You participated in the freshman competition before. It's all quite similar. Han Yi shook his head in response. It's not the same. The freshman competition was merely a test of skill, and I certainly did not exert my full strength. At most, I cause some injuries without taking any lives. I can control my strength when facing one opponent, allowing the healers to restore them completely, much like sparring in the military. However, you have seen Qi Xianbing's demeanor. He is certainly someone who will go to any lengths for victory. I can assure you, during the competition, he will strike with lethal intent. Such a person is one I could truly disdain from the depths of my heart. Han Yi's words were undeniably valid, leaving Li Mu Bai somewhat at a loss for a rebuttal. He could only pat Han Yi on the shoulder and say, "How about this, brother? If she crosses your line during the competition or sparring, not only you, but I will join you in a strike." And me, Yi Feng suddenly appeared beside them. Meanwhile, the originally clingy Ziling had been forcibly redirected by Yi Shuiying's attention. "Brother Feng, do you think Tian Lu still has a chance?" Li Mu Bai pointed at one Tian Lu, who was not far away, chattering away with Qi Xianbing, while the latter paid him no attention, leaving him looking despondent. Yi Feng shook his head. "I thought you were beyond redemption, but this fellow is a whole new level. If you are merely a high-ranking sycophant, then Wan Tian Lu is the deity of sycophancy. After all, Nya Xian occasionally engages with you, but Tian Lu, I believe he has already uttered 30 sentences, yet not a single word has been returned. He remains lost in his self-amusement. He's done for. This child is finished." Han Yi lamented. The group of 8 arrived at the training ground, entering the private room reserved by Qi Xianbing. The team formation began and quickly concluded. Yi Feng glanced at Ziling standing beside him, and without hesitation, he pushed her shoulder, sending her to the opposite side. Han Yi also pulled Wan Tian Lu away from Qi Xianbing. "Now the positions are correct. Tian Lu, if you dare to hold back to a Pacific level, do you believe I'll twist your head off?" Han Yi said with a grin that did not reach his eyes, to which Wan Tian Lu nodded vigorously. At that moment, Yi Shuiying was also pleading with Ziling, whether Xianbing can truly lead this team hinges on this spar. "The life and death of our team depend on you. Please don't hold back." Ziling, in response, stuck out her tongue. "In truth, I want to win even more than you all do. If I can defeat Yi Feng, I believe he will surely change his attitude towards me." Ye Zhuiying. She suspected that there was something amiss with Ziling's thinking. No, it was not merely a suspicion, it was a certainty. The two teams stood 10 meters apart. According to the agreement, the sparring would commence with the sound of the timer. Ding! The moment the bell rang, a metallic baseball bat appeared instantaneously in Han Yi's hand. Just as he was about to make his move, Li Mu Bai transformed into a dazzling light, appearing in the center of the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, a glowing sphere emerged and then abruptly exploded. The blinding radiance enveloped the entire arena, leaving Qi Xianbing momentarily disoriented by the overwhelming brightness. Meanwhile, Han Yi had already surged forward. Their long-standing camaraderie had forged an unspoken understanding between them. The instant the luminous sphere unleashed by Li Mu Bai erupted, they instinctively shut their eyes. Bang! Qi Xianbing heard the rush of wind and hastily conjured an ice shield to deflect Han Yi's assault. However, at that moment, 3 razor-sharp wind blades whistled through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu Bai unleashed a trio of wind blades. Just as Qi Xianbing was about to raise his hand again to summon another ice shield, the shield meant to block Han Yi's metallic baseball bat suddenly shattered, unable to withstand the force of Han Yi's strength. Chapter 61. Is this a summoner? To the surprise of Han Yi and Li Mu Bai, all their assaults were effortlessly thwarted by Qi Xianbing. An ethereal water sphere enveloped Qi Xianbing entirely, absorbing Han Yi's strikes and rendering them powerless, while Li Mu Bai's triple wind blades similarly dissipated upon colliding with the water barrier. Vines and ice spikes surged toward the duo, compelling them to retreat hastily. Nia Xian and Yi Shuiying had regained their sight and began to support Qi Xianbing. Intermediate magic, thorn vines. Intermediate magic, triple ice arrows. The thorny vines erupted from the ground, and a shimmering ice bow appeared in Yi Shuiying's hands as the vines and ice arrows hurtled towards Han Yi. At this moment, Qi Xianbing unleashed her offensive magic, summoning 2 ice pythons. Her greatest talent was her innate ice spirit, which not only enhanced her control over ice attributes and reduced mana consumption, but also allowed her to wield multiple ice-based spells simultaneously. As a barrage of magical attacks surged forth, Han Yi remained unperturbed. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as Li Mu Bai extended his hand, conjuring a reflective mirror that replicated all incoming spells. Golden arrows, radiant light, and golden vines collided with the opposing magic, creating a dazzling spectacle that obscured the battlefield in blinding brilliance. Before the golden glow could fade, two figures suddenly burst forth. Han Yi rode atop a white jade spider, directing 5 metallic blades toward Qi Xianbing, while Li Mu Bai employed wind magic to ride the spider and directly ambush Yi Shui Ying and Ye Xian Yi from the rear. Qi Xianbing did not believe Li Mu Bai could take on 2 foes alone. However, at that moment, over 30 summoning arrays illuminated, and a horde of skeletal figures crawled forth from the glyphs. An ominous aura emanated from them, unmistakably the handiwork of Wan Tianlu. A shrill whistle pierced the air as a swarm of moths erupted from the summoning array behind him, their sheer numbers inducing an involuntary shiver even among his allies. The battle between the 3 men and 3 women raged fiercely. Meanwhile, on the other side, a clash of flames erupted in an explosion. Ziling staggered back slightly. She had intended to ambush the summoner stationed at the back, only to be thwarted by Yifeng. "Aren't you using your sword?" Ziling chuckled, recalling their previous duel, while Yifeng shook his head in response. "You have yet to reach the point where I need to draw my sword." "Oh, is that so?" Ziling's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Wan Tianlu, employing space magic for a sudden movement. However, Yifeng remained calm, gathering flames in his hands as 2 fire serpents surged forth, engulfing the shallow waters and vines that had unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield. Qi Xianbing frowned, momentarily distracted from her duel with Han Yi as she glanced toward the distant Yifeng, with Ziling having breached the rear to confront their summoner. Why was he so unfazed? Li Mu Bai was managing to contend with 2 opponents. Though it was challenging, it was not insurmountable. Regardless of the magic employed by the 2 women, he could flawlessly replicate it. Furthermore, he had the assistance of undead creatures and the alabaster spider at his disposal. Qi Xianbing observed Han Yi, who was rapidly advancing towards her with a baseball bat in hand, gritting her teeth as a chilling aura emanated from her, spreading swiftly. This frigid energy was nearly twice as fearsome as the one Ouyang Shui had previously unleashed against him. Just as Han Yi prepared to invoke a secret technique to bolster his physical strength and defense, a sudden blaze engulfed the entire arena's ground, dispersing the icy chill. "Han Yi, you assist Li Mu Bai. Leave her to me." "Understood." Han Yi nodded and, accompanied by the alabaster spider, joined a fray at the back of the opposing battlefield. Qi Xianbing regarded Yifeng with confusion. "Is this truly how you safeguard your rear allies?" As a mage specializing in summoning with a secondary focus on healing, do you genuinely believe you can survive in close proximity to a versatile mage? "Protect whom?" "Wan Tianla. You must be out of your mind." Qi Xianbing. Lightning flickered as a bolt of violet electricity suddenly descended from the heavens. An ice shield manifested just in time to deflect the strike. In that moment, a figure was sent hurtling from Yi Feng's rear, crashing heavily to the ground. Qi Xianbing initially assumed it was Wan Tianla and felt a fleeting sense of triumph, only to witness Ziling rise unsteadily, confusion etched on her face. Huh? Qi Xianbing was bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. But in the next instant, bang, a shadow abruptly appeared in midair behind Ziling. Wan Tianla moved with astonishing speed, even outpacing Han Yi, who was specialized in physical prowess. Realizing the danger, Ziling hastily employed spatial movement to evade Wan Tianla's descending kick. Boom! The ground fractured violently as Wan Tianla's strike created deep fissures. Ziling had retreated to safety, and Qi Xianbing, seeing this, wasted no time in abandoning her skirmish with Yifeng to redirect the battle to the rear. The 4 women, witnessing the power of Wan Tianla's kick, were momentarily stunned. Is this the combat capability expected of a summoner? Han Yi, Mu Bai, withdraw and conclude this sparring session. As Yifeng's words fell, Li Mu Bai and Han Yi simultaneously retreated from the battlefield atop the alabaster spider. The moths in the air swiftly returned to the magical teleportation array. Qi Xianbing furrowed her brow, glancing at the four individuals who had regrouped, puzzled by their intentions. Yet, an ominous premonition stirred within her. "Wind Surge," Li Mubai shouted, and the mid-tier spell, Wind Surge, abruptly drained all his magical energy. A tornado emerged, covering a significant portion of the arena. This mid-tier magic consumed energy based on its area, and due to its high cost and relatively low power, few favored such ostentatious spells. Boom! Yi Feng stomped his foot, and the original tornado was suddenly infused with heavenly fire, transforming into a fiery vortex. The searing golden fire tornado loomed like the harbinger of doom, emitting an aura so terrifying it instilled despair merely by sight. Just as they contemplated their defense, another spell was already en route. Undead Breath. Suddenly, a summoning circle materialized behind Wan Tianla, exuding a faint black haze that instilled a profound sense of dread and despair, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. This was the magic Wan Tianla had acquired from the ancient tomes, one of the few direct offensive techniques available to a summoner. By invoking inanimate forces from the realm of summoned beings, such as fierce winds and tumultuous stones, he had ingeniously transformed them into this formidable technique. While its offensive power may be modest, it possesses an astonishingly outrageous effect. It can disrupt the enemy's magical energy concentration. The deeper one is affected by the breath of the undead, the longer the duration of their inability to consolidate their magical energy. Chapter 62. An odd yet terrifying combination technique at this moment. Even Xiling found it challenging to concentrate her magical energy, gazing in disbelief at Wan Chanel, who was continuously unleashing black mist. This fellow is indeed an extraordinary oddity. At the same time, Han Yi also cast a spell. All the metals within him surged forth, transforming into countless silver needles that darted through the fire tornado. The silver needles instantly morphed into a crimson hue, radiating an intense heat as they shot towards the four ahead, while the fire tornado howled forward under Li Mubai's command. Xiling was the first to regain her magical energy. But confronted with such a situation, even though she could employ spells from all elements, she remained at a loss for how to respond. She could only resort to Earth Escape to fend off the Silver Needle assault, summoning a dozen earthen walls, initially believing they could withstand the fire tornado. However, to her dismay, the fire tornado swiftly melted the earthen walls into magma, integrating it into its vortex. Xiling felt despair. How could they possibly fight back? Meanwhile, Qi Xianbing clenched her teeth, unwilling to utter the words of surrender. Just then, the fire tornado suddenly halted and then abruptly dissipated. "Fine, we concede," Li Mubai said with an indifferent wave of his hand, mirrored by the expressions of the other three. Although Li Mubai appeared nonchalant, a sigh of resignation escaped his heart. Given the circumstances, it was astonishing that Qi Xianbing refused to concede, proving Han Yi's point that she was indeed a person who would stop at nothing for victory. Qi Xianbing stared at the four who had exited the arena, her heart shaken. Despite their peculiar combination techniques, she could not deny their terrifying potency. It was not merely the overwhelming area damage from the synergy of heavenly fire and wind, the dreadful black mist that hindered one's ability to gather magical energy, coupled with the seemingly innocuous yet lethal silver needles during their moments of vulnerability, was truly formidable. With such a quartet, their team was destined to triumph in the national competitions. However, the reality was that Li Mubai and Han Yi had completely lost hope in her. Once the ordeal concluded, Yi Feng and his companions left the training ground after regaining their magical energy, not out of desire to depart, but because the Long Quiet Demon Hunter Association had dispatched a new mission. A van leisurely rolled out from the parking lot near the school. "Wuling Hongguang, my superhero, I told you, Qi Xianbing is a ruthless individual who will stop at nothing for victory," Han Yi remarked to Li Mubai as he drove. Li Mubai let out a resigned sigh in response. "We can compete in future matches, but if Qi Xianbing oversteps, we need not coddle her. We can simply lay it bare." He expressed his viewpoint, to which Yi Feng and Han Yi nodded in agreement, while Wan Chanel appeared deeply conflicted. Sigh. The three sighed in unison, still perplexed as to when Wan Chanel had lost his sight, leading him to develop an interest in Qi Xianbing. According to the message from the Demon Hunter Association, a certain area of the Hope City sewers has recently been infested with demonic beasts. Given their prior experience in navigating the sewers, the association has dispatched them to investigate the source of these creatures. Once again, they are bound for the sewers, and tonight, a trip back to the dormitory will inevitably involve laundry. Juan Tianla wore an expression of utter dismay and helplessness. Laundry is not free, costing $1.50 per wash. By the way, remember to help me with mine later. Li Mubai gave a thumbs up, expressing his approval. The van journeyed to the affected area, where it parked at the roadside. Han Yi, with a straightforward demeanor, seized a manhole cover and lifted it effortlessly. A distinctive, unpleasant odor wafted from the depths below. Brothers, I shall descend to scout ahead, Han Yi declared, donning a mask before leaping into the sewer without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, his voice echoed back to them. It's safe. Come down. Without a moment's hesitation, the three of them took turns jumping into the sewer. With a flick of his fingers, Li Mubai illuminated the dim corridor with a radiant glow. How terrifying. Do you think there are ghosts in the sewers? Juan Tianla asked, somewhat frightened, as he hid behind Hani. Fool, where in this world are there ghosts? Han Yi, a master of banter, couldn't resist teasing Juan Tianla. Who says there aren't? Just recently, I saw my grandfather crawl out of his grave looking for me. Thinking about it now sends shivers down my spine. With that, Juan Tianla shuddered involuntarily. At that moment, Yi Feng approached, shaking his head with a wry smile. There shouldn't be any ghosts, at most. There are 4 turtles wearing eye patches and a talking mouse. No way. Is that for real? Juan Tianla gasped in shock. Indeed, I can vouch for it. I once saw those 4 turtles burst out of the sewer to snatch a pizza. Li Mubai chuckled, nearly scaring Juan Tianla out of his wits. While the two were jesting with Juan Tianla, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the depths of the sewer around a corner. Han Yi's expression hardened as he brandished a baseball bat, while Li Mubai promptly extinguished his illumination spell. The footsteps grew louder, and the 4 of them held their breath, sensing that the approaching figure did not bear good intentions. Just as the footsteps drew near, they abruptly halted around the corner, taken aback by the sudden silence. Han Yi hesitated for a moment, then, without a word, turned the corner and unleashed a flurry of strikes at the shadowy figure that had appeared. Bang! 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 Stop! Stop! It's us! A familiar voice cried out. Han Yi froze momentarily, then beheld Ouyang Shui sprawled in the mud, her ice armor cracked and damaged. Ouyang Shui was in despair, lamenting why she consistently encountered this violent maniac. Originally, she had been assigned by the Demon God Palace as an undercover agent in the Eastern Region Magic Academy, with the objective of participating in the freshman conference to enter the ancient book pavilion and locate the blood transfusion secret method. However, she never anticipated that in the very first encounter, she would cross paths with Han Yi, the very embodiment of violence, and be knocked unconscious. After a long and arduous awakening, she was granted an opportunity for atonement by the demon shrine, only to find herself possessed by Dan Ta Lin. To her dismay, her plans were thwarted by Han Yi and his roommates, who abruptly extinguished Dan Ta Lin, leaving her oblivious to the means of his demise. After much effort, she finally clarified her position, asserting that she too was a victim of Dan Ta Lin, leading the school to release her. The demon shrine offered her one final chance. All underground entrances in the sewer were about to be opened, and she was instructed to conduct an inspection to prepare for the establishment of a branch base for the Earth Demon in the underground of Hope City. However, after 2 hours of exploring the foul and filthy sewers, she sensed something amiss. Upon investigation, she stumbled upon a familiar metallic baseball bat. Chapter 63. The Earth-dwelling demon Han Yi cast a glance at Ouyang Shui sprawled on the ground, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he grasped his baseball bat, ready to strike again. Fortunately, Juan Tianla and Li Mubai intervened just in time. Otherwise, a tragedy might have unfolded. Stay calm. Remain composed. Li Mubai quickly reassured him, while Han Yi exuded an air of unwavering confidence. This sewer was a place where even maintenance workers seldom ventured. What would compel a female university student to come here? Clearly, she was either a transformed demon or a minion of the demon tribe. I came to the sewer to retrieve my necklace. It was a keepsake from my mother, and I lost it here when I was possessed. I have been searching for 2 hours. Ouyang Shui hastily explained, though she doubted her flimsy lie could deceive the four. After all, they were not fools. Just stick close to us. Otherwise, be wary of the beasts lurking in the sewer, Li Mubai advised as he walked ahead, glancing back at Ouyang Shui, who followed closely behind. All right, Ouyang Shui nodded, somewhat bewildered. Did these four truly believe her? Brother Feng, do sewers really have talking turtles and mice? Wan Tianla, hiding behind Han Yi, still felt a twinge of fear. Ye Feng confidently nodded. To him, the realms of fantasy were indeed tangible realities. Gulp! Wan Tianla nervously swallowed. The five continued onward. As they advanced, Ouyang Shui's heart raced, for she realized they were heading toward the most densely populated area of the earth-dwelling demon-s lair. Should she devise a way to warn them to take a different path? Otherwise, if a confrontation ensued, whom could she assist? If she aided the earth-dwelling demon, and if one of them escaped to expose her, her fate would be sealed. Conversely, aiding the four would surely draw the ire of the demon god temple. In her moment of uncertainty, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from the dark depths of the sewer ahead. Oh, humans, it seems today is your lucky day. A nearly 2-meter-tall, earth-dwelling demon, resembling a humanoid rat with a coat of gray fur, materialized before the five. Upon sighting the demon, Wan Tianla froze momentarily before shrieking in a panic. Ah, a talking rat. So there really are talking rats in the sewer. You weren't deceiving me. Han Yi acted decisively, casting Wan Tianla aside and delivering a swift kick to Ouyang Shui, sending her staggering back several paces. Get out of the way. Don't hinder us. With that, a familiar metallic baseball bat appeared in Han Yi's grasp. His legs bent like a bow. He charged towards the earth-dwelling demon. The mid-tier 10-star earth-dwelling demon, especially in the confined space of the sewer, would pose a formidable challenge. There was no time to worry about Ouyang Shui now. Clang! The demon raised its claws, sharp as steel, to block the attack. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the sewer. Blind your rat eyes. Li Mubai cast forth a dazzling flash, causing all four to instinctively close their eyes. Ouyang Shui, caught unawares, was rendered momentarily blind by the brilliance. Before her, a mist of white enveloped her, plunging her into despair. Why could she see nothing at all? Simultaneously, the earth-dwelling demon emitted a wretched cry. Being a creature of the underground, its vision was already poor. It was fortunate that it wasn't completely blinded by the sudden glare. 2 alabaster spiders spun their silk, ensnaring the earth-dwelling demon tightly. Just as Han Yi prepared to swing his baseball bat, the earth-dwelling demon opened its maw wide, unleashing a cloud of brown dust that swiftly enveloped the area. Han Yi was struck directly by the dust, stumbling backward several steps, allowing the demon to break free from its bindings. May you all perish, the earth-dwelling demon declared, launching itself at Han Yi. Its strength did not lie in its offensive capabilities, but rather in its formidable defense. Beneath its gray fur lay skin as resilient as steel. When Han Yi's metallic bat struck the demon, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm. Good heavens, this creature's hide is remarkably tough. The demon was pushed back several paces. Its claws, which were aimed at Han Yi, halted in their tracks. A fierce wind howled, dispersing the dust. Countless motes of light whirled above Han Yi's head. Yet although they caused the demon to stagger, they inflicted no substantial harm. The 2 alabaster spiders scuttled along the walls, releasing streams of venom upon the earth-dwelling demon, which began to emit wisps of white smoke. As the motes of light ceased, Han Yi reappeared before the demon, swinging his bat with renewed vigor. Thud! This time, the impact sent the earth-dwelling demon crashing against the wall. A spray of green blood erupted from its mouth, and disbelief washed over its features. How had this human's strength surged so dramatically? Ouyang Shui, having regained her sight, shivered at the sight. Unsettling memories surged within her. She recognized that Han Yi had employed the very method he had previously used against her to enhance his physical prowess. Han Yi became a blur, appearing beside the earth-dwelling demon. Thud, thud, thud. He struck the demon repeatedly, akin to a baseball player, leaving a dozen indentations in the surrounding walls in mere moments. Human, you seek death. The earth-dwelling demon roared, slashing with its claws, only for Han Yi's bat to be cleaved in two. The demon unleashed its innate magical powers, amplifying its physical strength several-fold, its height soaring from 2 meters to 3. Muscles bulged grotesquely as it prepared to send this human to meet the king of hell. However, in that very moment, a wave of crimson toxic mist enveloped the demon's form, and the once formidable creature collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Flesh was rapidly corroded, merging into a pool of blood and muck, and the struggling, earth-dwelling demon fell silent. That was close. Disaster had almost struck. Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he stowed away the magical card of the blood-colored centipede king. The trio fell silent. Was this truly a close call? To dispatch the Earth Shadow Demon with a single strike. Was that what they called peril? Not far away, Ouyang Shue's pupils constricted as she witnessed the scene unfold. What level of magical card had just been employed? The spell wielded was astonishingly fearsome. The mid-tier, fully powered Earth Shadow Demon, having invoked its innate spell, was obliterated in an instant. Feng approached the lifeless body, retrieving a blank magical card to absorb the demon's power entirely. He chuckled to himself, adding another piece to his collection. Just as Feng reveled in his triumph, a myriad of blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from the darkness ahead. Who has slain our comrade? Chapter 64. Each demonstrates their unique powers. A formidable pressure emanated from the depths of darkness. Upon sensing this overwhelming force, Ouyang Shue almost shed tears of joy. It was remarkable. A high-ranking member of the Earth-dwelling demon clan had arrived. Not only was her safety assured, but the prospect of vengeance also loomed large. It's a high-tier demon beast. Run, everyone! Li Mubai transformed into a dazzling golden light, his speed akin to the wind. Hearing this, Wan Tianla promptly administered one of his specially concocted pills to the white jade spider, which instantly turned a vibrant crimson. He swiftly stored the other one away. Run! Wan Tianla mounted the white jade spider, which surged forth with astonishing speed, its 6 legs moving so swiftly that they seemed to blur into shadows, rivaling even Li Mubai's pace. Without hesitation, Han Yi retrieved a pill from his pocket, swallowing a whole as he employed the 3 secret techniques of body refining. The demonic energy, blood, and medicinal power ignited within him simultaneously. In an instant, Han Yi became a mere shadow, and upon passing Ouyang Shue, who appeared momentarily dazed, he hoisted her up and dashed away, just as one would carry a sack of rice. Put me down. Let me go. Ouyang Shue exclaimed in alarm, horrified at the thought of losing her hard-earned chance for revenge. At such a critical moment, her hesitance was truly reckless. Finding her too noisy, Han Yi delivered a precise strike, rendering her unconscious. The trio showcased their unique abilities, moving with extraordinary swiftness. Only Feng stood frozen in place, bewildered. Are they all running this fast? They killed our kin and wished to escape so easily. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a wall of earth rose up, blocking their path. The 3, caught off guard during their frantic escape, collided with the earthen barrier. This was a high-tier demon beast, an entity from another realm. What could they possibly use to confront it? At that moment, the trio had no interest in engaging with their adversary. Just as they pondered their escape, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from ahead, originating from the earth-dwelling demons. Turning to look, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. A blade of emerald wind sliced through the ranks of the earth-dwelling demons, severing them in half with ruthless efficiency. Within mere breaths, silence enveloped the area where the demons had once thrived. Feng stowed away the magic card of the ghost-winged demon king, his stockpiles exceeding imagination. He produced a blank magic card and commenced a wide-scale harvest, pleased with his choices for the day. Meanwhile, the 3 returned to Feng's side, with Han Yi still carrying Ouyang Shue on his shoulder. The magic card of the ghost-winged demon king. How could I forget that Brother Feng possesses such an extraordinary item? Li Mubai exclaimed, smacking his forehead. With the ghost-winged demon king's magic card in their arsenal, he realized he had no reason to fear moments ago. Let us not tempt fate. If we linger any longer, we may face dire consequences. Feng suddenly bolted, moving with astonishing speed. The others were momentarily taken aback, only to be jolted by an enraged roar echoing from the depths of the sewer. Who? Who has slain my beloved lieutenant? There are still transcendent beings here. The three were taken aback, each displaying their unique abilities to reach unprecedented speeds. Upon encountering the earthen wall ahead, Feng wasted no time and shattered it with a single punch. Thus, the four managed to escape from peril, leaving only the earth-escaping Demon King in a fit of impotent rage. He had just been discussing matters with the personnel from the Demon God Temple when he suddenly sensed the loss of contact with one of his kin. Subsequently, one of his 5 generals also went silent, along with an alarming 100 mid-tier clansmen who severed ties simultaneously. It was evident that they had all perished. Within the realm of the otherworldly demon race, the earth-escaping demons were not considered a particularly high-ranking lineage, as true strength was scarce among them. During their initial descent into Blue Star, they had brought along 5,000 kin, with merely 300 being mid-tier and only 5 high-tier. Now, they had lost 101 mid-tier and all high-tier members. Who was the audacious culprit behind this devastation? The earth-escaping Demon King was heartbroken. By the time he arrived at the scene, the perpetrators had long since fled, leaving only a grim carpet of corpses. The echo of the earth-escaping Demon King's roars reverberated through the sewers, while Feng and his companions had already departed. They contacted the Demon Hunter Association through their mobile devices, which promptly recognized that the situation had escalated beyond the capabilities of a mere mid-tier team. Consequently, the task was fulfilled, yielding them a sum of money and association points. The association refrained from issuing a public task, as this matter had transcended the ordinary. There were no high-tier mages among those typically accepting assignments. Now, they could only devise a solution internally. After this tumultuous ordeal, the four felt quite famished, particularly Han Yi, whose eyes seemed to gleam with hunger. Let us find a place for Ouyang Shui first, then we'll hurry off to eat. I fear that if we delay any longer, Han Yi might consider us as his next meal, Li Mubai suggested, earning the agreement of the others. But where could they leave Ouyang Shui? Suddenly, they spotted him not far away and exchanged knowing smiles. Leaving her there seemed quite suitable. Han Yi, you handle this, Feng remarked, giving him a thumbs up, to which Han Yi nodded in affirmation. And then, officer, please allow me to explain. Han Yi sat in the interrogation room, his face etched with despair. Earlier, he had carried the unconscious Ouyang Shui into the inn to book a room, but the innkeeper, driven by a sense of justice, misinterpreted the situation, believing he had taken advantage of the innocent girl, and promptly called the police. Thus, he found himself in this predicament. Meanwhile, at a buffet establishment, "Are we really going to leave Han Yi behind like this?" Wan Tianla asked, stuffing his mouth with food, a hint of guilt in his voice. With a stunning beauty like her, he would undoubtedly relish the gossip that follows, Li Mubai replied with a mischievous grin. "Let us not sleep too soundly tonight. I fear Han Yi might return and exact his revenge on us." Feng chuckled at the thought of Han Yi's current expression of helplessness, prompting laughter from the other two as well. Upon regaining consciousness, Ouyang Shui gazed in bewilderment at the female police officer seated beside her. Could it be that her undercover identity within the Demon God Temple had been unearthed? Just as despair threatened to consume her, the officer spoke. "You have finally awakened. The healer has examined your condition, and it appears you suffered a severe blow that rendered you unconscious. Fortunately, the innkeeper noticed in time and alerted the authorities, sparing you from the clutches of a lecherous fiend." Lecherous fiend? Suffering? What? Ouyang Shui was taken aback, while the officer proceeded to relay the department's speculations. Upon hearing this, a realization dawned upon Ouyang Shui. Although she yearned to exact vengeance upon Han Yi, she understood that escalating the situation could prove detrimental. After all, the peculiarities of her movements could easily arouse suspicion. Chapter 65. Quite unexpectedly, under the explanation of Ouyang Shui, Han Yi was finally released. Prior to his release, Ouyang Shui had already fled. Why did she run? To avoid being pummeled by Han Yi, of course. She was certain that this violent man would want to annihilate her. The barbecue restaurant this evening was destined to be extraordinary. Han Yi had indulged in 3 all-night barbecue establishments until they ran out of meat skewers. spending a total of 5,000 before finally returning to school with satisfaction. By that time, the school gates had already closed. So he resorted to knocking on the window of the gatekeeper. After a series of maneuvers, he found himself standing in front of dorm 324. He kicked the door open. The three occupants, who had not dared to sleep too soundly, suddenly sprang up, taken aback to see actually returning at night. You three had better explain why you fled when the police arrived at the inn to apprehend me. Ye's anger grew as he recalled how the innkeeper had delayed him with various excuses until the police arrived, intending to summon the three for testimony, only to find they had vanished to some unknown place. Consequently, he was taken to the station for a chat. Hearing this, Li Mubai stammered, at that time, well, how should I put it? It was quite sudden. In response, He raised his middle finger and paced around the dorm before collapsing on his bed to sleep. He didn't dwell on the matter. After all, he realized that if the three had indeed been there, it would not have just been him having tea, but the entire dorm 324 would have faced collective annihilation. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the team group sent a message announcing a training session. Training? Not on your life. I'm not going. He promptly turned off his phone, determined that no one would interrupt his sleep. I concur, Li Mubai expressed his agreement. Feng remained silent, yet his act of getting out of bed to watch anime spoke volumes. Are you all not going? This puts me in a rather awkward position. Wan Tianla, already dressed, said with a bewildered expression. No way. I cannot tolerate this self-appointed tool of servitude. He leaped off his bed and swiftly used his stretching rope to tie Wan Tianla securely before tossing him back onto the bed. He then returned to his bed to continue sleeping. Thus, Qi Xianbing waited all morning without seeing a single male from dorm 324. What a lack of discipline. A chill surged through Qi Xianbing. Witnessing this, Yi Shuiying and Nye Sini chose to keep their distance, while Ziling shrugged and remarked, since Feng isn't here, I shall take my leave. Consequently, of the 8 team members, only 3 managed to gather for the morning training session. Qi Xianbing was infuriated and nearly cursed, yet felt utterly powerless. While watching anime, Feng suddenly received a message. Upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The message was sent to his Tianfeng account, and the Demon Hunter Association astonishingly summoned all capable high-ranking mages to gather in the sewer area they had explored yesterday. The reward was substantial. However, it wasn't merely for the reward that he wished to go. Rather, it was because there existed an otherworldly demon of extraordinary rank. A new transcendent magic card awaited him. Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement, as the collector's desire of a card enthusiast erupted within him. Observing Feng as he prepared to leave, the 3 companions exchanged puzzled glances. It was their first time witnessing such an eager expression on his face. What was he planning to do? In the streets of the incident area, the populace had been completely evacuated, and over 100 high-ranking mages congregated on the thoroughfare. Many were familiar with one another, engaged in conversation. As Feng gazed at the luxurious vehicles that the high-ranking mages arrived in, he could not help but marvel. Indeed, this world mirrored the realm of cultivation, where those with strength tended to live quite comfortably. Adorned with a black mask and a dark trench coat, Feng leaned against an alleyway, observing the throng outside. His appearance seemed somewhat incongruous among the surrounding high-ranking mages, just as Feng was about to take out his phone to scroll through some materials out of boredom. A powerful aura emanating from a transcendent mage swept through the street. The once boisterous crowd fell into a sudden hush. Was it finally about to commence? Feng stowed his phone away, opting to remain in the alley due to the overwhelming crowd outside. He preferred not to jostle his way through. Consequently, he could only hear a single voice resonating through the street. Safety is paramount, and the mission comes second. You are all invaluable combat assets of the City of Hope. Nothing is more important than your lives. This was the voice of a middle-aged man. With a sweep of his consciousness, Feng discerned that this was a robust individual who appeared rather unremarkable. However, judging by his aura, he seemed to be a 5-star transcendent mage. It was evident that the Demon Hunter Association placed great importance on this matter. Remarkably, it was Huang Yukai, one of the top 10 transcendent mages of the City of Hope. With a 5-star transcendent mage leading, their success was assured. Surrounding high-ranking mages buzzed with conversation. While at that moment, Feng received a task from the Demon Hunter Association. As he had never undertaken a mission before, the association was unaware of his true capabilities. Thus, they assigned him a task to investigate a remote sewer area. This sewer was nearly beyond this region, and the danger level was naturally not too high. All high-ranking mages began to locate the nearest sewer entrance to reach their task location swiftly. Over 100 high-ranking mages jumped into the sewer from the manhole, a scene reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Feng also put away his phone and strolled leisurely. His attire was decidedly peculiar, and coupled with the secluded destination he was headed to, it wasn't long before he caught the attention of Huang Yukai. Why was this high-ranking mage wearing a mask? Do you not possess a single magical protective item? This is truly an underestimation. Huang Yukai felt a twinge of displeasure. He was exasperated by those high-ranking mages who, in their arrogance, disregarded the sanctity of their own lives. It is crucial to acknowledge the immense effort required to cultivate a high-ranking mage. Huang Yukai quickly approached Feng, extending his hand to pat the latter's shoulder from behind. Feng, taken aback, turned to face Huang Yukai. "Where's your magical armor?" Huang Yukai inquired with a serious expression. In response, Feng pointed to his ears, then to his mouth, and waved his hand dismissively. Taken aback, Huang Yukai realized with astonishment that his companion was deaf-mute. If he was indeed deaf-mute, it must have been his exceptional talent that allowed him to ascend to the rank of high-ranking mage. Most deaf-mutes live in extreme poverty. Otherwise, how could they be deaf-mute? It was understandable that he could not afford magical armor. "Please be cautious of your safety. I was unaware of your condition and did not mean to offend," Huang Yukai expressed with sincere remorse. Feng, upon hearing this, turned and waved dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. I do not mind." "That's good." "Wait." Huang Yukai suddenly realized something, only to find that Feng had already sprinted away, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 66. The King of Earth-Dwelling Demons. After lifting a manhole cover, Feng leaped into the depths below. The sewer system was intricate, yet under the perception of his divine consciousness, it was remarkably clear. A few scattered low-tier, earth-dwelling demons fell effortlessly to his might, transforming into cards. He fought his way from the periphery to the heart of the earth-dwelling demon stronghold. Before him lay a dark drainage tunnel, pitch black and obscured from sight. Feng jumped down, landing squarely within the core area of a mid-tier demon squad. Hundreds of crimson eyes fixated on him. Among them stood a high-tier, earth-dwelling demon general. "Kill the human," the general bellowed, and in an instant, a swarm of demons surged toward Feng. The demon's hide bore formidable magical resistance, and most mages neglected their defenses. Thus, even high-tier mages, lacking proficiency in defensive spells, could easily be overwhelmed in such a confined space by the sheer onslaught of hundreds of demons. Yet, alas, Feng was no ordinary mage. Fundamentally, he was a cultivator, and a nearly unrivaled one within the realms of mortal cultivation. With Long Yuan in hand, he unsheathed his sword, its icy gleam flashing forth. Before the demons could react, a wave of sword energy sliced through the air. In an instant, hundreds of earth-dwelling demons were cleaved in two, and the previously raucous sewer returned to a haunting silence. Blood stained the murky depths of the tunnel. At the sewer's deepest recess, the king of earth-dwelling demons let out an enraged roar. He could distinctly sense the significant loss of his kin. "Human, you seek death." The colossal figure, towering 5 meters tall, surged through the tunnel like a mountain, its seemingly cumbersome body moving with astonishing speed toward the spot where his kin had perished. As Feng traversed the pitch-black sewer, the incessant sound of dripping water echoed in his ears. Meanwhile, the mages who had entered the sewer were engaged in fierce combat with the earth-dwelling demons. Although their formation was formidable, the cunning and treacherous nature of the demons, coupled with the dimly lit environment, severely hampered the humans' advance. Even Huang Yukai found himself only near the core area, yet to reach the depths. Thud, thud, thud. A series of booming footsteps resonated from the darkness. Ripples danced across the waterlogged ground. "Human, it is you." You have slain hundreds of my kin. I will make you pay with your life." A massive figure burst forth from the shadows, its blood-red eyes glaring, dark fur bristling, and beneath it, the faint outline of obsidian scales could be discerned. A pair of claws, sharp as blades, and limbs muscular and defined, resembled a primordial beast. The razor-sharp claws sliced through the air towards Feng. Yet, he neither dodged nor flinched. With his long sword resting behind him, he effortlessly pinched the Demon King's claws between two fingers. Boom! Beneath Feng's feet, the ground suddenly fractured, revealing deep gashes measuring 10 meters. Yet, he remained unscathed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The enigmatic figure before him, the earth-subduing Demon King, was initially taken aback, then gripped by terror as it attempted to retreat. However, at that moment, Feng's raspy voice pierced the air. "I'm afraid you will endure considerable torment before your demise. Have you underestimated me, human?" The earth-subduing Demon King let out a furious roar, its form swelling as it began to invoke a secret technique. Yet, unbeknownst to it, Feng seized the opportunity to strike. The sword vanished, and Feng delivered an uppercut that landed squarely on the demon's body. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the sewer. Boom! The immense force sent the earth-subduing Demon King hurtling backward, crashing into the wall nearly 50 meters away. Bang! 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 Before the demon could recover from the impact, Feng reappeared before it, unleashing a series of strikes, uppercuts, jabs, and kicks, propelling the demon from the depths of the sewer to a more central location where the earth-subduing demons congregated. Having cleared the surrounding area of the earth-subduing demons, Huang Yukai intended to lead his team forward when a thunderous roar erupted. The colossal form of the earth-subduing Demon King burst through the ground, plummeting into the sewer before him. Before it could even settle, a shadowy figure appeared, delivering a powerful kick that slammed the demon into the adjacent wall. Thud! The earth-subduing Demon King spat a mouthful of blood, its eyes wide with dread. It sensed that this human could annihilate it with a mere snap of the fingers. Why had it been allowed to linger until now? "You can perish," Feng declared, extending his hand as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the demon's entire being. Although Huang Yukai and his companions were not directly affected, they could still perceive the terrifying aura. Crack! The earth-subduing Demon King's body contorted, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Thud! The demon collapsed heavily to the ground, its blood-red eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. How could such a formidable being exist among humans? This defied all logic. With a flick of his wrist, Feng collected the demon's corpse, recognizing its potential utility. He then turned to the still-dazed Huang Yukai, speaking in a hoarse yet calm tone. "Remember, it was you who vanquished the earth-subduing Demon King, not I." Indeed, he orchestrated this to ensure Huang Yukai understood that he had been the one to slay the demon, preventing any panic over the disappearance of the demon's body, which could lead to fears of an elite otherworldly creature escaping. Huang Yukai, momentarily dazed, nodded in agreement. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he realized that the mysterious powerhouse had vanished without a trace. What kind of terrifying entity lurked in the City of Hope? A shiver ran down Huang Yukai's spine as he recalled the rumors surrounding Pengcheng. They all donned masks, shrouded in the same enigmatic aura. Could this individual be the Leaf of Maple? Hastily, I instructed the association's staff to investigate, and ultimately discovered that this high-ranking demon hunter was registered under the name Tianfeng. In an instant, Huang Yukai experienced an epiphany. This was no mere Tianfeng, but rather the enigmatic powerhouse from the Pengcheng disaster, the one who triumphed over the ghost-winged Demon King, one of the 13 guardians of the otherworldly demon clan. Indeed, it had to be him. How foolish I had been to previously criticize him for lacking magical defenses and for his apparent disregard for his own safety. It now became evident that his demeanor was not born of carelessness or financial constraints, but rather a profound confidence in his own formidable abilities. Chapter 67. I am not a cold-blooded person. The tumult surrounding the sewer demons appeared to have come to a close, yet in reality, it was far from over. Beneath this area, a subterranean passage connected directly to the villa district, the exit concealed within an unassuming villa nestled in a corner. This location served as a haven for the cultists of the demon temple of Hope City. Within the conference room, the crystal symbolizing the life force of the earth-subduing demon king shattered abruptly. The expressions of those present morphed into one of peculiar disbelief. They had never anticipated that such a formidable entity could be vanquished silently. What caliber of combatant had the Demon Hunter Association dispatched this time? The countenance of the 8 high-ranking members of the Demon Temple darkened considerably. They constituted the upper echelon of the Demon Temple's clandestine organization in Hope City, each possessing the prowess of high-level sorcerers, one of whom was even an extraordinary 2-star being. Today, the association had indeed sent an extraordinary individual to the lair of the earth-subduing demon, yet the only one dispatched was a 5-star sorcerer named Huang Yukai. The earth-subduing demon king boasted a strength comparable to 8 stars. How could he possibly have been slain, and in such a stealthy manner? The extraordinary sorcerer among them was utterly confounded, his face hidden beneath a black robe, filled with bewilderment and bitterness. Had he perhaps been discovered? Was the association deliberately suppressing information to keep him in the dark? As the 8 pondered their predicament, the basement of the villa was alive with activity. 2 mid-level sorcerers of the Demon Temple were in the process of sealing the underground passage when, without warning, a dark figure burst forth from the tunnel. Crack! Crack! Yifeng seized both individuals by their necks, dispatching them with a forceful gesture, sending them to meet the King of Hell. Earlier, while traversing the sewers, he had discerned countless underground passages, many leading to the surface. Yet, with his formidable spiritual perception, he swiftly identified the gathering place of the Demon Temple's members. In truth, Yifeng had harbored intentions of directly assaulting the demon realm to obliterate its ruler when he ascended to the nascent soul stage. However, the peculiar distribution and bizarre laws of this dimension rendered it impossible for him to locate that realm without an accurate medium. Moreover, he felt somewhat disinclined to intervene in such matters, believing that the inhabitants of Blue Star should resolve their own issues. At that moment, Yifeng was unaware that he was, in fact, also a child of Blue Star, having been born and raised in this very realm. The memories of countless millennia from a past life had formed deep roots within him, clouding his awareness of this truth. The 8 individuals appeared to represent the pinnacle of the Demon Temple's strength in Hope City. With a swift scan of his spiritual perception, Yifeng grasped the entirety of the situation. Then, propelling himself with force, he crashed through the floor of the conference room, creating a gaping hole as the 8 members were startled into action, hastily rising to evade the impending chaos. After steadying himself and brushing off the dust, Yifeng gazed ahead at the 8 individuals before him, his expression one of vigilant scrutiny. "If you have any last words, speak them now. I am rather eager to return," he said, his voice raspy, leaving it indeterminate whether he was male or female. Arrogant, one of the cloaked figures was poised to unleash a spell, but in a swift motion, Yifeng seized him, causing the man to let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. After a brief convulsion, he succumbed to death. The sight left the onlookers aghast. This was no ordinary foe. He was an extraordinary mage, a bizarre specialist in the realm of mentalism. The sole remaining extraordinary mage exclaimed loudly, stepping forward as he cast aside his black robe, revealing his chiseled physique and gleaming bald head. "I am Lu Hao, the supreme authority of the Demon Temple of Hope City. I am aware that you shall not let us depart unscathed today. If you are indeed a warrior, then face me head-on and let me discern the magnitude of our disparity." Lu Hao's voice boomed, and the other 6 high-ranking members of the Demon Temple could not help but admire his audacity. Indeed, Lu Hao's courage was unmatched. As Lu Hao regarded Yifeng, a cold smirk crept across his face. Mentalist mages were easily swayed by words and were notoriously deficient in defensive capabilities. Should he close the distance, victory would be assured. Though employing the forbidden techniques of the Demon Temple would severely injure his body, survival was paramount. Foolish, perhaps overly influenced by fervent anime, Yifeng raised his hand, preparing to send his opponent to the underworld. At that moment, Lu Hao suddenly unleashed a series of battle cries. The strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard, the reflexes of an eagle, the courage of a lion, Lu Hao's physique began to swell, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking bones. The 6 members of the demon temple rejoiced. Once Lu Hao awakened the demon blood within him through his secret technique, his strength would rival that of an extraordinary 8-star adept. They felt a glimmer of hope. Yet, Feng interjected, appearing above Lu Hao's head and delivering a vicious kick from the heavens. Bang! The formidable force instantly penetrated Lu Hao's entire being. Blood erupted from his mouth, and crimson seeped from every pore. His bones shattered, rendered to mere mush beneath Feng's foot. Like the frail defenses of a cockroach, he was crushed effortlessly. Feng stepped away from Lu Hao's lifeless form and approached the 6 remaining members of the demon temple, who recoiled in terror, retreating to a corner. How could they contend with such a monstrous being, especially after witnessing Lu Hao, empowered by secret techniques, being obliterated by a single kick? At that moment, a thought crossed their minds. The figure before them was no mere human, but an entity akin to the deities of legend. I am not one to lack compassion. If you have any final words, speak them swiftly. Feng's raspy voice echoed once more, instilling dread in the hearts of the 6. The opportunity to utter final words before death did indeed suggest he was not devoid of mercy. One of the women quickly contemplated the situation, observing that Feng appeared to be a man. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she shed her dark robe, revealing her graceful figure and strikingly beautiful, influencer-like face as she approached him. "As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything," she declared. The other 5, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, "How could you, a woman in her 40s who has maintained her appearance through the injection of otherworldly demon blood, even conceive of and dare to employ such a tactic of seduction?" Feng glanced at the woman and replied, "Are you truly willing to do anything?" "Of course," she answered, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect. With that, she began to reveal her shoulder, preparing to entice him with a lure. "Then you may as well perish," he retorted. Chapter 68. Precision strike. The woman was momentarily taken aback by the words, but before she could fully comprehend the situation, Feng's fist had already collided with her face. "I have always harbored a deep disdain for those scheming individuals who manipulate the dynamics between the protagonists in romantic dramas." Feng did not employ any spiritual power. Each punch landed with unrelenting force upon the woman's visage. He struck her for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Her face was rendered unrecognizable. Perhaps still unsatisfied, Feng delivered a few more kicks to the woman lying on the ground, and then he incinerated her with flames, reducing her to ash. This self-important woman had indeed stepped on a landmine, and this act clearly illustrated Feng's profound loathing for such characters. Who among you can fathom the frustration? A perfectly fine romantic narrative was utterly ruined by a conniving vixen. The more Feng pondered, the angrier he became. Why could it not simply be a delightful romance filled with sweetness? Why must there be such a repugnant character to spoil it all? As they listened to the desperate and hoarse cries of the woman in her final moments, the remaining 5 individuals felt a chill run down their spines, kneeling in fervent hope for a swift end. The following day, Ouyang Shui stared in bewilderment at the villa sealed off by the police. "Where is my organization? What has become of my grand demon god temple? It's all gone?" Gazing at the message list, where none of the 8 high-ranking officials responded to her any longer, she was left in shock. She had merely sought refuge at school for a day, and now, upon waking up, she discovered that the underground demon had been obliterated, their primary stronghold sealed, and even the 7 high-ranking officials had made headlines. According to our investigation, 6 high-level mages and 1 super-level mage were murdered on the 2nd floor of a villa. The scene was littered with various unknown residues. Although this homicide is of a particularly heinous nature, police investigations have uncovered numerous links between the 7 deceased and the demon god temple. The case is still under investigation. The thought of the news she had seen that day shattered her composure. How could her home have been invaded? Why was she cursed with such misfortune? After waking from a deep slumber, he felt a parched throat. He glanced down at Feng, who was already out of bed and engaged in gaming, and said, "Feng, toss me a bottle of mineral water. I'm about to die of thirst." Feng promptly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from beside him and tossed it over. He caught it and instantly drank it all in one go. After a belch, he remarked, "Feng, Aren't you a weapon specialist? A high-level forger? Although it may be somewhat diluted. Can't you craft a reliable baseball bat for me? The one I conjured is utterly useless. No, I cannot. I will not. Yi Feng flatly denied. Disappointment flickered across Han Yi's face. But at that moment, Li Mubai suddenly rose and spoke. Yi Feng, could you create a functional magical artifact for me? No, I cannot. I will not. However, I have a way to procure the already sold-out limited edition figurines. Please elaborate on your requirements. Yi Feng paused the game and turned around with a serious demeanor. Whether alone, in pairs, or in groups of 3, the task remains the same. Thus, we shall each take one. Li Mubai began to negotiate. No, I do not have that much free time. 3 figurines, if you desire. I shall procure them for you. We are all friends, so what difference does it make if I assist you? It will be completed within a week. Isn't that a bit hasty? I shall be utterly exhausted. Yi Feng waved his hand, feigning a nonchalant expression. 5 pieces. Li Mubai replied with a grave countenance. How could I dare to neglect matters concerning good brothers? Yi Feng stood up earnestly, and the transformation in his demeanor left the 3 in awe. They had witnessed shamelessness before, but this was a new level of audacity. Pray, share your requests, you 3. The first to speak was Han Yi. I have no other demands. A baseball bat will suffice, preferably heavier, as it makes for a more thrilling strike. The second was Li Mubai. I require a magical artifact that aligns perfectly with my persona. It must always exude an aura of refinement and grace. Upon finishing, Li Mubai performed a gesture he deemed suave, though it appeared rather greasy. Lastly, there was Wan Tianla. I have no particular requirements, Brother Feng. You may decide as you see fit. I am not picky. Yi Feng nodded in response, and then inquired. So, shall I assist you in procuring the materials? If you lack sufficient supplies, I can retrieve them. As long as it involves money, Li Mubai deemed it inconsequential. That should be adequate. Do you mind if I forge while watching anime in the dormitory? Not at all, they readily agreed. Yet soon, they would come to regret their words. Just as they finished speaking, Yi Feng produced a cauldron from his storage ring, one that occupied nearly half of the dormitory hallway. This cauldron was a recent clandestine creation of Yi Feng's. With a professional forging cauldron, he could work much more efficiently. The 3 were bewildered. Was this cauldron truly for forging magical artifacts? Surely, it was not meant for cooking humans. Before they could comprehend the situation, they watched as Yi Feng tossed a variety of metals and ores into the cauldron. The golden celestial fire blazed within, yet they felt no heat. This was naturally due to Yi Feng enveloping the entire forging cauldron with spiritual energy, preventing the fire's temperature from escaping. Yi Feng settled back into his gaming chair, engrossed in anime, paying no mind to the celestial fire within the cauldron. The flickering flames caused discomfort to Li Mubai and the others, who were also concerned that Yi Feng's careless demeanor might lead to a disaster in the dormitory. Thus, the 3 left together. The fire burned from morning until evening, and upon their return from dinner, they observed the molten iron within the cauldron, puzzled as to what Yi Feng intended to do with it. They then witnessed the molten metal rapidly taking shape amidst the celestial fire, ultimately transforming into a metal baseball bat that appeared indistinguishable from a standard one. Han Yi, your weapon is ready. Yi Feng tossed the metal baseball bat to Han Yi, who, upon catching it, staggered and nearly fell to the ground. How heavy! Han Yi exclaimed, attempting to swing the bat, which instantly summoned a fierce gust of wind. The force was such that Li Mubai's hair was swept up, while Wan Tianlu, with the short hair, remained unaffected. After merely a single swing, Han Yi found himself breathless. Goodness, this is quite powerful, he remarked. However, while the bat was impressive, its weight made it cumbersome to carry. Each storage ring could accommodate 1 figurine, and with the previous 5 figurines, they now had a total of 8 to choose from. Li Mubai, acting decisively, displayed an audacious spirit. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng wasted no time and promptly provided each of the 3 with a modified, simplistic storage ring. Chapter 69. The ingeniously crafted weapon. After acquiring the storage ring, the 3 companions were filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Yi Feng paid them no heed and began to carve some wood he had previously collected for crafting weapons, using a small knife. Throughout the night, the air was filled with the jarring sound of wood being whittled down, inevitably lulling Li Mubai and the others into slumber due to sheer exhaustion. When they awoke the following day, they discovered a finely crafted wooden fan resting beside Li Mubai's pillow. The fan was exquisite, adorned with numerous intricate magical runes, of which Li Mubai could scarcely comprehend, save for a prominent character Li that shimmered resplendently on the fan's surface. He wished to inquire why Yi Feng had gifted him a fan, but found that Yi Feng had already succumbed to sleep. Pondering for a moment, he decided to utilize his magical energy to sense the fan. Soon, a glint of surprise flickered in his eyes. This fan not only enhanced his wind-based attacks, but by channeling magical energy into the runes, it could also invoke spells. How many spells could such an array of runes unleash? Brother Feng, you truly are my superhero, Li Mubai thought to himself, feeling immensely satisfied as he repeatedly opened and closed the fan, marveling at its combination of style and practicality, tailor-made for him. When Yi Feng finally awoke, he found the dormitory empty save for himself. It appeared the others had ventured out, which was fortuitous, as it spared him the potential discomfort of others witnessing his crafting of the final weapon for Wan Tianle. He retrieved the corpse of the earth-dwelling demon king from the storage ring and commenced the process of disassembling it. Later that evening, when the trio returned, they were greeted by the sight of a black coffin positioned in the dormitory hallway. Upon seeing Yi Feng fiddling with the coffin, poised as if to recline within, Li Mubai was taken aback. "Brother Feng, don't even think about it," he exclaimed. "Indeed, Brother Feng, there are still many joys in life yet to be savored," Wan Tianle added hastily. Meanwhile, Han Yi, quick on his feet, executed a firm hold on Yi Feng, employing a method of physical persuasion. "Who said I was contemplating suicide? This is a meticulously designed weapon for Tianle. There are still many runes left to inscribe. I intend to commence from within," Yi Feng retorted, perplexed. Did they truly perceive him as someone who disregarded his own life? A weapon? A coffin? Li Mubai and Han Yi exclaimed in unison, while Wan Tianle's eyes brightened with realization. Yes, indeed, a weapon. Yi Feng reclined into the coffin and began to diligently sketch the runes, explaining, "This coffin is crafted from the skeletal remains of a demon from another realm, inherently instilling a sense of dread in beasts. By enhancing it with runes, it can intimidate entire hordes of demons. Tianle is the only healer among us, so I'm embedding healing magic arrays and offensive magic arrays within. If we suffer injuries during battle, one can simply lie inside to recuperate swiftly, particularly with Tianle's own healing spells to aid recovery. Moreover, in the presence of foes, we can use the coffin to strike them down or confine them within to unleash the offensive magic arrays contained inside. Even during idle moments, Tianle's intention to engage in funerary tasks could be repurposed for carrying bodies. I have ingeniously designed accompanying iron chains that allow for the coffin to be strapped to one's back. In critical situations, this could facilitate the escape of injured comrades. Truly a multifaceted solution. Feng Yi, you truly understand me." Wan Tianle shed tears of gratitude, while Li Mubai and Han Yi stood in astonishment. Despite spending 4 years with these two eccentric individuals, they remained unable to accept such a bizarre weapon. The runes crafted by Yi Feng were predominantly those of the cultivation realm's magical artifacts. Given his spiritual prowess, it was not just feasible to inscribe an entire coffin, but even to etch runes from multiple coffins without difficulty. The originally milky white coffin was now adorned with intricate black runes both inside and out. Furthermore, I had established a magical array within the coffin to gather demonic energy, enabling one to accelerate cultivation while resting inside, or to swiftly recover energy during combat when depleted. Is this for real? Upon hearing this, Han Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he reclined inside. Soon, he felt the speed of energy cultivation within the coffin was a remarkable 5 times the norm. Incredible! This is truly a divine artifact, Han Yi exclaimed with fervor, while Li Mubai, slightly taken aback, forcibly extracted the colossal Han Yi from the coffin to experience it himself, and soon his eyes lit up as well. With 4 individuals involved, Yi Feng declared he would not contend for the coffin, reducing the number to 3. They ultimately decided that the 3 would take turns lying in the coffin at night to cultivate energy, starting with Li Mubai, as Li Mubai luxuriated within the coffin. The dormitory door was suddenly swung open. Wang Wenbo, upon seeing Li Mubai reclining peacefully with closed eyes, was momentarily dumbfounded. Am I witnessing a funeral? 3 minutes later, after comprehending the situation, Wang Wenbo had a revelation. He never anticipated that this coffin would serve as a magical artifact to enhance cultivation speed. It was perplexing who could have designed it in such a coffin-like form. What a mischievous trick. Not far off, Yi Feng inexplicably sneezed, sensing someone was speaking of him in hushed tones. Teacher, do you have something to discuss with us? Prompted by Li Mubai, Wang Wenbo recalled his purpose for visiting. Qi Xianbing expressed concern regarding their lack of enthusiasm for team training, even neglecting to attend. It is crucial to foster synergy during battles, while minor frictions are quite normal. They cannot simply throw tantrums and abstain. Such behavior could lead to failing grades. Wang Wenbo felt a headache coming on. He knew these four would not behave themselves, and it was unfortunate that they had provoked the notoriously stubborn Qi Xianbing. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances. Li Mubai spoke up to offer a defense, rather, to provide an explanation. It was essential to gloss over the issue, as they were indeed in the wrong. If they were to divulge the truth, it would place Wang Wenbo in a difficult position, and they must afford their teacher some respect and an easy way out. As for their discord with Qi Xianbing, gentle persuasion towards Han Yi should suffice. Li Mubai's mind raced as his mouth opened in astonishment. Yet Han Yi seized the moment and spoke first. We shall not attend. If we fail, so be it. I simply cannot tolerate that woman whose mind seems utterly deranged. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai's expression turned a shade of green. In that instant, he comprehended the sheer terror of having a low emotional intelligence individual within their ranks. Wang Wenbo's countenance darkened at these words, and with an expression and tone of utmost seriousness, he declared, "This is a school, not a playground for your whims. You are all required to participate in the team's training tomorrow. Otherwise, each of you shall face severe consequences." Just as Han Yi was about to unleash a torrent of words, both Yi Feng and Li Mubai swiftly covered his mouth. You should speak less. Ye Feng, ekasperatit. Thought to himself that he had encountered individuals with low emotional intelligence before, but this was an entirely unprecedented level. Chapter 70. On Cunning and Deceit. It must be you, teacher. We will definitely attend training tomorrow. You can rest assured, even if Han Yi doesn't come, we will drag him along, Li Mubai quickly interjected, easing the tension on Wang Wenbo's face. The two of them sighed in relief, and after chatting with Wang Wenbo for a while, he took his leave. Once Wang Wenbo departed, Han Yi could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, Yi Feng, Mubai, are you two truly intending to follow Qi Xianbing's every word like Wan Tianla does? That woman actually dared to report us to the teacher. I cannot tolerate such indignation. Han Yi's face was etched with anger, prompting Yi Feng and Mubai to exchange bemused glances at him. Li Mubai, unfolding his fan to obscure his face, leaned slightly in reply to Han, who said we must comply obediently just because we're going tomorrow. Can't we turn the tables and annoy her instead? Why should she be allowed to irritate us while we are forbidden from retaliating? Indeed, let's keep this from Wan Tianla. That fellow is already infatuated with Qi Xianbing and might inadvertently disclose our plans, allowing her to prepare in advance, Yi Feng added, lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, a knowing expression crossed Han Yi's face. Indeed, when it comes to cunning and deceit, these two were unmatched, just as the three shared a conspiratorial smile. Wan Tianla unexpectedly approached. Qi Xianbing has it tough too. We have indeed gone a bit overboard. Let's go to training tomorrow, Wan Tianla said, mistakenly believing they were discussing attendance at training. Training, of course, I was hoping to go tomorrow anyway, a perfect opportunity to stretch my limbs, Han Yi replied, draping his arm over Wan Tianla's shoulder with a carefree demeanor. That's splendid. Seeing that even the most reluctant Han Yi agreed to attend training, Wan Tianla felt reassured. Before turning in for the night, he secretly sent an okay gesture to the group chat with Qi Xianbing. Accompanied by the message, I've convinced the three of them to come to training tomorrow. Qi Xianbing replied with a single word, good. Her previous message had been, Tianla, find a way to persuade your three roommates to join the training tomorrow. Upon receiving Qi Xuanbing's brief response, Wan Tianle was elated. Helping the goddess felt absolutely fantastic. However, he remained unaware that tomorrow would unfold as a nightmare for Qi Xianbing, orchestrated by Yi Feng and his companions. After all, when it comes to irritation, none could rival them. Early the next morning, shortly after 8, Yi Feng and his 3 companions unusually set out together for the advanced training ground designated by Qi Xianbing. Upon their arrival, Qi Xianbing nodded in satisfaction. All 4 of them had finally shown up. Yi Feng, upon spotting him, Ziling was positively thrilled, rushing towards him with a smile, only to be playfully pushed back toward her sister by a gentle Tai Chi move from Yi Feng. Qi Xianbing then spoke, directing the attention of the 7 individuals present towards her. Today, it is a rare occasion for everyone to gather. So I requested our teacher to arrange a friendly match against a rival team from last season. I hope that all of you can showcase your utmost strength and not bring shame upon yourselves, especially the 4 of you. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Yi chuckled from a distance, saying, "Ha, Captain Shi, as members of the team, how could we possibly hold back in our quest for glory?" Han Yi's words, rather than reassuring, made Qi Xianbing feel a sense of unease. When did this brute become so amiable? Regardless, training must take precedence. With that thought, she pulled out her phone to make a call. In less than half an hour, the advanced training ground welcomed 4 young men and 4 women, likely of similar age to them. Qi Xianbing had mentioned they were 1 year her senior, undoubtedly second-year upperclassmen. How unfortunate that it is these 4 peculiar members of the team. A blonde girl, clearly familiar with the exploits of Yi Feng and his companions, revealed a look of fear, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. She was not alone. The others also recognized the identities of Yi Feng and his team. "I never imagined you, senior, had heard of our legend," Li Mubai said, opening his folding fan and displaying his signature smile. At this, all 8 shivered simultaneously, but it was too late to back down. They had already reaped the benefits, which were far too significant for them. Even in fear, they had to proceed with this friendly match. The 2 teams began to adjust their formations. Han Yi, Qi Xianbing, and Yi Shuiying took the lead, while Yi Feng, Ziling, and Li Mubai focused on defense. Niesini and Wan Tianle were tasked with providing support. As a piercing bell rang, Han Yi suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed, wielding a metallic baseball bat that had materialized in his hand. Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying simultaneously unleashed ice-based attack spells. Yet their speed paled in comparison to Han Yi's. At this moment, he had already reached the male body technician at the forefront of the opposing team. Before the technician could react, he felt a sudden grip on his arm, and then he was sent flying. Han Yi's speed was astonishing, almost absurd. In midair, the technician hurriedly adjusted his posture, only to find himself landing near the ice mage captain of the opposing team. What an opportunity this was. After landing, the technician sprinted towards Qi Xianbing, who could only retreat while attempting to cast magic to thwart his advance. Just as she was about to freeze him with her intermediate spell, Extreme Ice, a golden orb of light suddenly descended from above, exploding before their eyes. Instantly, both lost their vision, their eyes stinging painfully. Qi Xuanbing's magic was abruptly interrupted, while the technician launched a kick towards her. In the absence of sight, the technician held a clear advantage. Even with her timely use of ice armor, Qi Xianbing stumbled 2 steps to the left. She couldn't comprehend why Li Mubai had chosen this moment to throw a flashbang. Apologies, in a moment of urgency, I inadvertently deployed a flashbang for support, instinctively assuming that you, like Yi Feng and the others, would know to quickly close your eyes. Li Mubai's voice, filled with deep regret, echoed, leaving Qi Xianbing with nowhere to vent her frustration, compelling her to grit her teeth and continue battling the physical instructor. As their vision gradually returned, the combat intensified further. Yi Shuiying intended to rush over to assist, but at that very moment, another figure arced gracefully through the air, aiming directly at Qi Xianbing, who was engaged in combat with the instructor. The fire mage above, seizing this opportune moment, waved his hands, summoning a serpent of flame that surged downward towards Qi Xianbing with a fierce roar. Chapter 71. Intentional. It is undoubtedly intentional. Qi Xianbing was taken aback, and at that moment, Yi Shuiying cast a spell, summoning an ice serpent that collided with a fire serpent. In an instant, sparks flew, and tiny shards of ice danced through the air. Both Yi Shuiying and Qi Xianbing faced two opponents simultaneously, resulting in a fierce standoff. Niesini employed wood-based magic to control and disrupt the attacks of the two combatants with entwining vines. Wan Tianla seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess, as two white jade spiders joined the fray to assist Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying, momentarily giving the two women the upper hand. At this juncture, Hani embodied the spirit of a war god, wielding a baseball bat with unwavering composure amidst the six-person assault. 3 earth spikes erupted from the ground, ensnaring Hani, who was presumed to be momentarily incapacitated. Just as the lightning mage and their team prepared to unleash a thunderbolt, the unexpected occurred. Boom! Rocks flew in every direction. Gripping his baseball bat, he shattered the earth spikes with ease while continuing to swing his weapon. Thud! In the heat of battle, Qi Xianbing was caught off guard as a rock struck her head, leaving her momentarily dazed. It was intentional, clearly a deliberate strike. The precision was akin to a baseball game, unmistakably aimed at her. With no time to chastise her opponent, she forced herself to regain stability and continued to cast spells in combat against the two adversaries before her. Hani remained surrounded by 6 assailants. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, and rather than evade, he allowed it to strike him directly. Boom! Dozens of water orbs pelted him, yet they failed to impede his advance. As Han-Yi drew closer, the 6 became increasingly frantic, especially recalling the remarkable display he had exhibited in the freshman competition, which sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, a wall of earth materialized, accompanied by several wooden vines and a cascading column of water. The vines ensnared Han-Yi, rendering him immobile, while the water column descended upon him, followed by mid-tier magic, earth mines. Zing! Lightning flickered around Han-Yi, yet instead of revealing any discomfort, he bore an enigmatic smile. Body refinement, secret technique, vitality, and blood refining. Bang! Han-Yi's legs bent like a bow, and with a sudden explosion of strength, he broke free from all restraints, swinging his baseball bat towards the earthen wall. Boom! The wall shattered, debris flying in all directions as he instinctively brandished his metallic bat once more. Soon after, muffled thuds echoed as Qi Xianbing found herself reeling from the impact. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. After the wall crumbled, 12 figures emerged behind it. The previous 6 had multiplied, each possessing a doppelganger, making it impossible to discern the true from the false. They were water-based, mid-tier, magical water clones. 12 figures surged towards Han-Yi, who resolved to strike each one in turn, aware of the potential traps that lay ahead, yet feeling he had no other choice. After all, the water clone is specifically designed to counter melee adversaries, even if one were to conjure several flying blades using gold magic. Such physical assaults would be effortlessly neutralized by the water clone, employing softness to overcome hardness, rendering their defenses ineffective. Yet, at that moment, Li Mubai transformed into a radiant golden beam, soaring above Han-Yi's head, embraced this sanctifying light. As if a cascade of raindrops, luminous particles descended from the heavens, instantly piercing through the 6 clones, while the true forms of the 6 recoiled in fear, their faces etched with panic. Let us go. Han-Yi bellevit, swinging his baseball bat, sending the earth mage responsible for defense soaring into the air. In midair, Li Mubai executed a dazzling kick, propelling the opponent off the stage. Their coordination was nothing short of flawless. Retreat and regroup, Qi Xianbing shouted, swiftly withdrawing to the rear of the battlefield. It seemed that idleness was no longer an option. Yi Feng rose from his seated position, having been a mere spectator until now, while the influence of his demeanor also left Zi Ling sitting idly by. Indeed, it had been a 6 against 8, and they had maintained the upper hand. Han-Yi hastily retreated, with Li Mubai already having returned. The 8 formed a tight cluster, while the remaining 7 on the opposing side appeared somewhat disheveled, gathering closely together. Qi Xianbing radiated an icy aura, instantly coating the training ground in a layer of frost. The water magic surged forth, transforming the ground beneath into solid ice. The seven sensed the impending danger and attempted to scatter, only to find their legs frozen in place. Heralding escape impossible. The chilling energy coalesced between Qi Xuanbing's hands as she prepared to unleash the power of the ice spirit, determined to demonstrate that she, Qi Xianbing, was the true captain. A single strike that annihilated these seven would solidify her leadership position, ensuring that her reputation within the school overshadowed that of the four peculiar individuals. After all, how could the captains of those four oddities possibly be her equals? The seven opponents felt the weight of her presence, their breaths becoming labored as they braced themselves for the impending magical assault. However, at that moment, a golden flaming lotus suddenly drifted from the side of Qi Xianbing, landing in the center of the arena. Boom! The golden fire lotus burst forth in an explosive display. The seven opponents shrieked in terror, while Feng, controlling the flames, remained unharmed. The chilling aura that had just formed dissipated, leaving only the golden flames swirling in the air. The seven lay sprawled upon the ground, utterly disheveled, as a waiting high-level healer swiftly tended to their injuries. Undoubtedly, this friendly match was a resounding victory for Feng and his team. A smirk of cold satisfaction graced Feng's lips. Han Yi and Li Mubai were still too inexperienced. What good were physical tactics without awareness? It was far more exhilarating to unsettle someone psychologically. You wish to show off? You desire to make a grand display? I shall deliberately intervene, just as you are on the verge of success. Now, the opposing team would only assume that Qi Xianbing was merely providing control, paving the way for this explosive strike. The esteemed captain is relegated merely to the role of controlling his teammates. Almost everyone on the opposing side harbors such thoughts, while Qi Xuanbing's complexion pales to an extreme. After the friendly match concludes, the group takes a respite. Wan Tianla engages in attentive small talk, offering warmth and concern. In the midst of this, Yi Shuiying suddenly strides over to confront Yi Feng and his companions, her tone laced with indignation. Did you three act with intent just now? Upon hearing this, Han Yi and Li Mubai immediately turn their heads, one looking left, the other right, leaving Yi Feng to face his younger sister directly. Was it intentional or merely accidental? Yi Shuiying fixates her gaze on Yi Feng, who, feeling somewhat guilty, responds, "It was intentionally unintentional." "Brother, you have gone too far. You know," she retorts, "though Xianbing can be somewhat domineering. To be fair, hasn't she treated you well? She has invited you to meals and provided you with magical artifacts. And yet you treat her like this?" Chapter 72. Different Paths. No collaboration. Yi Feng gazed at his sister, a mixture of laughter and exasperation flickering in his eyes. Apart from that foolish Tianlu, the discord between the three of us and her was never due to a lack of benefit she provided. Rather, it stemmed from her attitude. Yi Feng lit a cigarette and continued, stating that from the very beginning, she had never shown us a kind expression. Her competitive spirit, fueled by our greater renown, compelled her to attempt to overshadow us with her position as captain. She maintained an aloof demeanor, ostensibly to highlight her uniqueness, portraying herself as a stronger individual than us. While her desire to win was undeniable, we had no right to interfere. Conversely, she could not interfere with us either. She had never regarded us as teammates, merely viewing us as tools to secure her fame and victories. Why should we consider her a comrade? Our thoughts aligned, at a time when the human race should unite against the encroaching demon species. She was instead fixated on her own reputation and engaged in a ruthless struggle against her compatriots. She has her own path, and we have ours. With diverging ideologies, collaboration is futile. In truth, I have disregarded her commands multiple times, so what is one more instance? After finishing his cigarette, Yi Feng discarded it to the ground and extinguished it, leaving behind the still stunned Yi Shuiying as he exited the training grounds, followed closely by Li Mubai and Han Yi. They concurred with Yi Feng, having long wished to voice similar sentiments. Wan Tianla observed the trio depart, glancing at the still aloof Qi Xianbing. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "I will go and persuade them." With that, he too rushed off. Indeed, everyone had heard Yi Feng's words, including Qi Xianbing. Without Yi Feng, there is little joy. "I shall take my leave as well," said Ziling, rising to exit. She had much to learn, after all, and considering her innate talent, diligence was essential. Moreover, with Feng ahead of her, as his fiancée, she must strive to keep pace with him. The vast training room was now left with only 3 women. Yi Shuiying and Ye began to comfort Qi Xianbing, who remained uncommunicative. No one could ascertain whether Yi Feng's words would have any impact. Damn it! This school is truly absurd. Why must we be grouped with this brainless woman? Han Yi exclaimed, expressing his frustration. To him, a team was meant for collaboration in battle, not for vying for hollow fame or achieving it at the expense of one's peers. I don't know, Li Mubai shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. So, what are we supposed to do now? Wan Tianle posed a soul-searching question, prompting the trio to respond in unison, while you were busy fawning over the goddess. A mission arrived from the association. What? Though the earth-burrowing demon had been vanquished, a vast network of tunnels remained. Some demons had infiltrated the Hope City from the outer wilderness through these passages, leading to numerous sightings of demon beasts and even incidents of injury. The task assigned to Yi Feng and his companions was to locate and eliminate a mid-tier demon beast in an area where sightings had been reported. The 4-winged centipede, a native creature of Blue Star, had mutated from the lower-tier 2-winged centipede due to the influence of foreign demon powers. 2 years prior, over 100 4-winged centipedes were discovered in the wasteland near the City of Hope, all of which were eradicated by the Demon Hunter Association. The creature now encountered was likely a remnant of that infestation. Based on the victims' accounts, it was speculated that this was a mid-tier 6-star 4-winged centipede. Upon seeing the word centipede, Wan Tianle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can we capture it alive? He eagerly inquired of his 3 companions, who, without a moment's hesitation, simultaneously raised their middle fingers in response, signaling him to go away. The notion of capturing a 6-star 4-winged centipede alive was absurd, even if they managed to subdue it. Could Wan Tianle, with his current cultivation, truly tame such a beast? Realizing the folly of his enthusiasm, he awkwardly scratched his head. The 4 of them then boarded a van and drove towards the designated area provided by the Demon Hunter Association. Meanwhile, in her dormitory, Ouyang Shui was engulfed in despair. Feeling utterly lost, the upper echelons of the Demon Temple in the City of Hope had been wiped out, leaving her homeless and without funds. She questioned whether there was still a purpose for her to remain undercover. It was her first time experiencing such profound confusion in life. Just as she was overwhelmed with hopelessness, her phone rang unexpectedly. The unfamiliar number piqued her curiosity. Who could be contacting her at such a time? Hello, she answered, and a raspy male voice on the other end responded with a hint of cheerfulness. Damn, finally someone I can reach. Ouyang Shui, you haven't forgotten the organization's mission, have you? Once a member of the Demon Temple, always a member of the Demon Temple. Serving our esteemed Demon Lord is our honor. The man's earnest tone made her feel awkward as he rambled on about a rather juvenile and dramatic pledge that seemed to amuse him. The caller, Su Mingchuan, was the head of the Demon Temple's management in the eastern region. He had attempted to contact the high-ranking officials in the City of Hope, only to discover that they had all been annihilated. After an hour of searching through his contacts, he found one reliable person to reach out to, Ouyang Shui, who had been raised by the Demon Temple since childhood. Upon learning of his identity, Ouyang Shui's demeanor shifted to one of deep respect. She had not anticipated being contacted by such an influential figure. Ouyang Shui, I need you to undertake a mission. A 6-winged centipede, which we had successfully experimented on years ago, but managed to escape, has resurfaced in the City of Hope. Your task is to procure a blood sample from this centipede. I have sent you the location via text. Upon successful completion of this task, you may choose any property of the Demon Temple in the City of Hope as your reward. Thank you for your generous offer, Protector Su, Ouyang Shui exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Indeed, the organization had not forgotten her. In the realm of demons, within the opulent palace of the Demon Emperor, the rhythmic sound of high heels striking the ground roused the sovereign from his contemplations. You have returned. It appears that you and your kin have successfully claimed that territory. The Demon Emperor proclaimed in a resonant and commanding voice. Before him stood a figure of striking allure, a sensual woman whose signature smile and a pair of elegant white fox ears unmistakably revealed her identity. She was the Fox Spirit Demon King, one of the 13 guardians of the Demon Clan. Although she previously ranked second to last among the guardians, she now found herself at the very bottom, following the demise of the former lowest ranked, the Winged Ghost Demon King. My Lord Demon Emperor, I have heard that the Winged Ghost met his end in a wretched place called Blue Star. We have shared a certain camaraderie, and I beseech you to allow me to venture to Blue Star to avenge his death. A fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the Fox Spirit Demon King, indicating that her connection with the Winged Ghost Demon King was far from ordinary. Chapter 73. The six-winged centipede. The four companions drove their van from day into night, yet they failed to locate the four-winged centipede mentioned in their mission. Damn it, is the association toying with us? Han E grumbled, gnawing on a bun. Li Mubai shook his head in response, saying, that seems unlikely. The association is quite meticulous in task assignments. The fact that we haven't found the four-winged centipede suggests it must be well hidden from us. Centipedes tend to dwell in dark environments and instinctively shy away from sunlight. And even magical beasts likely share this trait. It is thus not surprising that they could not locate it during the day. Wan Tianla voiced his agreement, and the group acknowledged his perspective. Yi Feng, having scanned the area with his spiritual sense, suddenly noted the presence of a large centipede approaching them. Wait, no, he exclaimed, rising abruptly, for he realized that what was charging towards them was not a four-winged centipede, but rather a six-winged centipede, a creature never before recorded in the history of Blue Star. While two-winged centipedes are commonplace in China and Blue Star, four-winged centipedes have been modified by otherworldly creatures, meaning such beings should not normally reach mid-tier status. Yet, the one racing towards them was of a high tier. Although it was merely a high-tier one-star entity, it was certainly beyond the capacity of Han E and his companions to confront. He could not reveal his true strength, and the two commonly used advanced magic cards were still in cooldown. Should he draw forth more advanced cards, it was likely he would attract unwanted attention. Just as Yi Feng pondered this, the 3-meter-long crimson form of the six-winged centipede materialized in the air. Huh, a four-winged centipede. I can't believe you've come to me, Han E exclaimed, discarding his bun as he brandished the metallic baseball bat that Yi Feng had gifted him. He had affectionately named it the nostalgic stick. With enough strikes, it could induce a state reminiscent of one's youthful days. Upon seeing someone charge towards it, the six-winged centipede abruptly accelerated. A clash of man and creature ensued. Hani, no, Yi Feng shouted in alarm, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. You beast! Han E swung with all his might, yet his strike was deftly evaded by the six-winged centipede. Before he could comprehend the situation, the centipede soared above him, its feet gripping him tightly as its appendages ensnared him and lifted him into the sky. Wow, Han E is flying, Wan Tianla exclaimed, initially astonished, then suddenly realizing, I'm going to chase after him. You all drive. Li Mubai transformed into a blinding flash, soaring into the sky in pursuit. Yi Feng, feeling a sense of urgency, hurried to the vehicle and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The van launched forward, leaving a cloud of white smoke in its wake. Wan Tianla, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and ran after the van, shouting, I haven't gotten in yet. I haven't gotten in. Bound tightly by the six-winged centipede. Han, he shuddered as the sound of slicing air echoed in his ears. Glancing down, he saw the vehicles below had shrunk to the size of ants, causing his heart to tremble. Gripping the baseball bat firmly in his hand, he mused that if it weren't for its weight, the speed of the six-winged centipede would undoubtedly be even greater. As for resisting, how could he dare? If the centipede were to lose its grip, he would surely suffer grievous injuries, if not worse. Whoosh! Like a streak of golden light, Li Mubai pursued relentlessly. In his desperate attempt to keep pace with the six-winged centipede, he consumed a life-saving elixir given by Yi Feng, which drastically enhanced his speed. Under the night sky, this golden light shone brilliantly, resembling a shooting star traversing the heavens. Buzz! Yi Feng darted through the city streets, his gaze fixed on the receding golden dot in the sky, and with gritted teeth, he decided to go all out. Utilizing a spell, Wind Walk, he instantaneously propelled the van to unprecedented speeds. Ahead lay the highway, and, astonishingly, The six-winged centipede was heading towards the wilderness. The van surged onto the highway, and before it could even touch the guardrail, it opened automatically. The toll booth attendant was left bewildered, questioning what had just transpired. Before she could process the situation, Wan Tianla, riding his frenzied white jade spider, followed closely behind, its 6 legs moving so swiftly that they seemed to emit smoke. Wan Tianla's white jade spider had frequently been fed potions by Feng, who was perpetually curious about the effects of elixirs from the cultivation realm on the beasts of this world. Undoubtedly, Wan Tianla's white jade spider had become his prime subject of experimentation. It appeared that the excessive consumption of these potions had caused the 2 white jade spiders to transcend their original bloodline limitations, evolving into a peculiar and extraordinary existence. In a luxurious sports car, a man in his 20s conversed with a striking young woman. Dressed in a low-cut outfit, the woman caught the man's attention, his gaze frequently drifting toward her fair cleavage as he drove. "I've heard sports cars are incredibly fast. Is that true?" she asked, her alluring eyes making the man swallow hard. "Of course, there's no vehicle faster than a sports car in the city," he replied, a hint of pride in his voice, thinking to himself that his multi-million-dollar car could easily win her over. Observing the man, who seemed completely captivated by her charm, the woman felt quite pleased, knowing her beauty had not gone to waste. She had effortlessly ensnared a wealthy young heir, and a life of prosperity awaited her. In that moment, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky. Just as the woman was about to express her awe, a Wuling Hongguang van suddenly overtook them, leaving behind a trail of white smoke. The man driving the luxury car was stunned, questioning whether he had imagined it. Had a Wuling Hongguang truly surpassed his multi-million-dollar sports car? It was impossible. It had to be an illusion. Yet, in the next instant, Wan Tianla appeared beside his vehicle, mounted upon a blood-red spider of exquisite jade. "Goodness, a spider knight!" the man exclaimed, slamming his foot down on the brake as he sped along the highway. Watching the spider knight gradually fade from his view, he could hardly fathom the surreal nature of the moment. The woman beside him, a beauty enhanced by cosmetic surgery, collided headfirst into the dashboard due to the abrupt stop. Her previously sculpted nose crumpled and collapsed in an instant. "Are you out of your mind? Why on earth would you brake on highway?" she exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration, while the man remained in a state of bewilderment. From that moment on, a legend began to circulate within the luxury car community, recounting the tale of the divine driver Wuling Hongguang and the Spider Knight. A wealthy heir, inspired by this encounter, turned away from lavish automobiles to focus on modifying a Wuling Hongguang, harboring hopes of one day achieving the same remarkable performance as that fateful knight. Meanwhile, a 6-winged centipede began its descent towards the ground, landing in a secluded mountainous area within a desolate region. Chapter 74. I shall no longer perform. He was brought into a cavern by the 6-winged centipede. A pungent scent of blood pervaded the air, assaulting Han's senses. By the faint moonlight, he discerned that the cave was littered with corpses, and 4 6-winged centipede larvae scuttled among the remains. He had been ensnared in the lair of these creatures. This beast undoubtedly intended to consume him. Hiss! The 6-winged centipede emitted a menacing hiss, its razor-sharp fangs lunging towards Han Yi's throat. Thud! He retaliated with a kick, believing his strength would at least force the centipede back a step. However, his foot struck the centipede's armored body as if it were a solid iron plate. The creature remained unmoved, while his leg grew numb from the impact. With a swift motion, Han grasped the centipede's fangs as they aimed for his neck, blood streaming from his palms. Truly, its teeth were exceptionally sharp. Glancing at the metallic baseball bat lying a short distance away, he yearned to reach for it, yet felt utterly powerless. If he even loosened his grip on one hand, he would surely meet his demise. The 6-winged centipede writhed, swiftly lifting Han off the ground and slamming him against the stone wall with a resounding crash. Pinioned against the wall, the centipede's fangs drew perilously close to his neck. Just as he believed his end was nigh, a blinding golden light suddenly illuminated the cavern. Bang! Li Mubai delivered a dazzling kick to the head of the centipede. Yet to his astonishment, it remained unfazed, as if disregarding him entirely. Boom! The centipede lashed its tail with astonishing speed, and Li Mubai had no time to react. In an instant, he felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, hurtling out of the cave like a shooting star. As Li Mubai flew out, a Wuling Hongguang van came to a halt at the cave's entrance. Yi Feng rushed into the cavern, his sword glinting with a cold light. In an instant, he severed the centipede's fangs, granting Han Yi a moment to breathe. Hiss! The centipede let out an enraged roar, two jets of venom hurtling toward the duo. Yi Feng unleashed two sword energies, dispersing the venom, which landed on the ground, releasing white smoke and a piercing hissing sound. Damn it! I shall no longer perform. A magic card suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's hand. A gust of earth and mist erupted from the card of the earth-dwelling Demon King. The mist enveloped the six-winged centipede, rendering its once formidable form as motionless as a statue. Its once vibrant body rapidly began to petrify, swiftly transforming into stone. This was one of the earth-dwelling Demon King's signature spells, though regrettably, he had been utterly overpowered during his battle with Yi Feng, leaving no time to wield this magic. Petrification technique. Brothers, I have come to rescue you. Wan Tianla charged into the cave atop a white jade spider. However, the moment he dismounted, the poor spider could no longer endure, flipping over with its 6 legs in the air, frothing at the mouth. It was a close call. Everything is fine now. Fortunately, Yi Feng had numerous cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, I could have been in real trouble today. Han Yi gasped for breath, feeling as though his life had been miraculously salvaged. Wan Tianla, observing Han Yi's bleeding hand, felt a twinge of guilt, believing that his late arrival had caused Han Yi's injuries. He hurried over to assist in tending to the wounds. However, his initial remorse quickly dissipated when he unexpectedly spotted 4 juvenile, 6-winged centipedes. Half an hour later, the 3 of them departed from the cave and boarded a van. What close call it was. Han Yi reflected on the events of that night with a sigh, and Yi Feng nodded in agreement, while Wan Tianla joyfully embraced a juvenile, 6-winged centipede, showering it with affectionate kisses. As they chatted, they suddenly realized something was amiss. Where's Mubai? At that moment, 1 kilometer away, Li Mubai found himself suspended in a tree, crying out for help. Someone save me. With multiple fractures, he was utterly immobilized, and his appearance was beyond description. Soon after, the trio located Li Mubai, and Wan Tianla produced a coffin, unceremoniously tossing him inside before slinging it over his shoulder. You lot, do you have any idea how close I was to losing consciousness? I nearly thought I was destined for the underworld to sip tea with Yama. The feeble complaints emanating from within the coffin elicited indifferent expressions from the 3, as if to convey, I didn't hear anything, it's not my concern. Meanwhile, shortly after the 4 had departed, Ouyang Shui, having received information from Su Mingchuan, discovered the cave. She gazed at the stone statue, lost in contemplation. Ouyang Shui had witnessed her fair share of storms, and she directly called Su Mingchuan, saying, the 6-winged centipede has been petrified by magic, and now there's no blood sample left. Would you like me to chip off a piece of the stone to bring back? Su Mingchuan replied with a resigned tone. No need. Although you Haven Tea completed the task, many of our enterprises in Hope City currently lack management. Choose one to oversee. It will be a contribution to our Demon God Hall. Su Mingchuan felt quite helpless. Had it not been for the fact that most of the contacts in Hope City had gone silent, and all high-ranking members had perished, would he truly consider relying on a young, inexperienced female college student? A deep sigh escaped his lips. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. The next evening at 6 o'clock, the 4 individuals, engaged in a game of cards in their dormitory, simultaneously received a message. Qi Xianbing initiated a private chat through a group message. Let us meet at the Jinxiao barbecue restaurant at 6:30. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Each of them received the same private message. After glancing at their phones, they instinctively looked towards Yi Feng. Their intent clear, they sought his opinion. Why not indulge in free food and drink? Yi Feng similet faintly, recalling the words his younger sister had spoken to him earlier that day. Dear brother, I implore you, tonight Xianing may invite you all out for dinner. You must certainly attend. This time, Xianing will undoubtedly alter her attitude, and you must honor the invitation. Although Yefeng is unaware of the schemes that Qi Xianing may be concocting, with his sister urging him. What choice does he have? He must accord her the respect she deserves. In the City of Hope, a sudden rift in space appeared high above. A captivating beauty emerged from within. The fox spirit demon king gazed down upon the thriving city below, a smile gracing her lips. Unlike the brutish ghost-winged demon king, who resorts to brute force to resolve matters, her kin specializes in deception and manipulation. They excel at inciting discord among the inhabitants of a planet, leading to their self-destruction while they reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. You are all to infiltrate the City of Hope. I trust you know what must be done without further instruction. I eagerly await your good news. 15 fox demons emerged from the spatial rift, each possessing extraordinary power. Under the cover of night, the City of Hope remained vibrant, yet unbeknownst to its inhabitants, it had been infiltrated by these 15 formidable beings from another realm. And they could very well be among you. Chapter 75, Confession. After concluding their final round of poker, Feng and his companions rose and departed the dormitory. As it was a Saturday, the school was not in session, resulting in a considerable number of people populating the streets nearby. The quartet made their way to the renowned Jean barbecue restaurant. Evidently, Qi Xianbing had made prior arrangements, for they were promptly escorted to the private room No. 888 by a waiter. Within the confines of the room sat a solitary figure, none other than Qi Xianbing herself. Her demeanor remained as aloof as ever, yet a flicker of something unusual danced in her eyes. "Please order whatever you like," she said. Without hesitation, the four began to enthusiastically place their orders. Once the waiter had noted their selections and departed, Qi Xianbing hesitated, uncertain how to initiate the conversation. "If you have something to discuss with us, please feel free to speak. You have the duration of this meal to convey your thoughts," Feng remarked, discerning her intent. The other three, too, momentarily adopted a serious demeanor, not out of deference to Qi Xianbing, but rather in respect for Feng. After surveying the group, Qi Xianbing spoke coolly. "You likely possess little knowledge of my background. Unlike you, I bear certain burdens, which necessitate my pursuit of recognition. Only by attaining such prominence can I fulfill the obligations that weigh upon me. Are you implying that your identity is quite extraordinary?" Li Mubai Yinkirat, intrigued by the potential significance of Qi Xuanbing's lineage. "My family belongs to a prominent clan. Due to genetic predispositions, nearly all members of my family exhibit a formidable affinity for ice attributes. In my generation, although my talent is unparalleled, I am regrettably a woman. My father, the head of the family, has only one child, and the women in our lineage are barred from inheriting the leadership position. Thus, despite my exceptional abilities, many remain skeptical of my capacity to lead our family. However, should my reputation grow sufficiently vast to compel the allegiance of my kin, I could not only ascend as the leader of my family, but also restore our once glorious lineage to its former heights." As she spoke, her fists clenched tightly, revealing her determination to validate herself through the upcoming world team competitions. "Your surname is Qi? Based on your description, it seems the only family that fits your criteria is the Qi family, one of the four great families of the Central Domain," Li Mubai remarked, reclining in his chair as he abruptly unfurled his folding fan, a bemused expression gracing his countenance. "You are aware of my family? Are you from the capital?" Qi Xianbing queried, a hint of surprise in her voice. In truth, only a handful of high-ranking individuals in the school were privy to Li Mubai's background. The majority of the student body remained oblivious, including Qi Xianbing herself. "I suppose I can be considered a person of the capital. I studied there until middle school. Your Qi family ranks at the bottom among the four great families, and it appears that you're the only family that indulges in internal strife out of sheer boredom. How is it that you possess such knowledge about my family?" Qi Xianbing furrowed her brows, her gaze towards Li Mubai filled with apprehension and intrigue. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li Mubai, the second son of the Li family from the capital." He closed the folding fan in his hand, unaware of how many years had passed since he last spoke of his lineage. In fact, he had nearly forgotten this aspect of his identity. The root cause of this oversight likely stemmed from the extensive time spent with his three close companions, leading him to forget the remarkable heritage from which he hailed. This was the first time they had witnessed such an expression of astonishment on Qi Xuanbing's face. The Li family of the capital, the foremost family in the realm. Their prominence was not merely a result of their unparalleled lineage, but rather their vast commercial empire and influential connections. The Li family's presence could be felt in nearly every region of Huaxia. They not only thrived in business, but also placed great emphasis on nurturing talent. Even those who were not related by blood could receive support if they possessed skill and determination. It could be said that more than half of the skilled individuals from impoverished backgrounds in Huaxia had, to varying degrees, been aided by the Li family. As the former head of the family once articulated, no matter how wealthy the Li family became, they must not forget who their adversaries were. The purpose of cultivating talent was merely to bolster Huaxia's strength in its confrontations with the otherworldly demon tribes. In this generation of the Li family, there are two distinguished heirs. The eldest son primarily oversees martial affairs, while the eldest daughter manages commercial endeavors. However, the second son has never made an appearance in the eyes of the aristocracy, reportedly due to his lackadaisical attitude, with both his brother and sister preferring that he remain uninvolved in the family's burdensome matters. It seems my earlier remarks were akin to those of a jester in your presence. Returning to the present, Qi Xianbing, having calmed her emotions, spoke with a hint of resolve. I understand that your pursuit of fame may not be significant. Yet I still wish to implore you to assist me in securing a place for our team in the school competition and subsequently in the national and world competitions. During this time, I am willing to accommodate any requests you may have, within my power to fulfill. Anticipation stirred within her as she awaited the response from the four. At that moment, Han Yi, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. We can participate in the team competition, but on the condition that you do not interfere with our affairs. Furthermore, during the matches, we will not employ lethal force. We are not like you, who would forsake everything for the sake of fame. We adhere to our own principles. Agreed, Qi Xianbing replied without a moment's hesitation. If previously she had regarded the four as mere tools, now she viewed them as esteemed allies to be revered. In her quest for recognition and leadership within the Qi family, she had no alternative. After their meal, the four departed, with Han Yi requesting 50 skewers of meat to take back to the dormitory for a late-night snack. In a unit building near the Eastern Domain Magic Academy, Wang Wenbo gazed at the notification issued by the academy, exhaling a weary sigh. Why must I serve as the mentor for that peculiar team? The academy planned to observe the newly formed team for a period, after which they would assign a teacher to guide the students in their endeavors. It is evident that the team of Feng and his 3 companions meets the requirements. However, the dilemma arises. Who will take on this challenge? Who possesses the courage to step forward? Ultimately, the higher-ups at the school reached a consensus, designating the teacher who has interacted most frequently with Feng's group, Wang Wenbo, to assume the role of mentor. What sins have I committed in my past life? Wang Wenbo lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Even if he wished to decline, he had no choice but to confront this reality. The following day, the 4 young men, still nestled in slumber within their dormitory, were abruptly roused by a persistent knocking at the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Wang Wenbo, who was taken aback to find another individual sprawled on the floor, slumbering within a coffin. This time, however, the occupant was none other than Wan Tianla. Chapter 76. Team mentor Wang Wenbo had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Even if the 4 of them were to lie together in a coffin, he would hardly be surprised. What could these 4 not accomplish? 3 of them, clad in pajamas, descended from their beds to stand before him, while Wan Tianla emerged from the coffin. Neatly tidying it up, observing the quartet before him, Wang Wenbo felt a genuine headache coming on. Teacher Wang, what brings us here? Li Mubai Yin Kirat. His face adorned with a cheerful smile, reminiscent of a bright, sunny boy. Regrettably, apart from Wang Wenbo, no other teacher at the school was as familiar with the 4 of them. Henceforth, I shall be your team's mentor, he announced. The 4 exchanged astonished glances. If they were to have a mentor overseeing their training, how could they ever skip class? Wang Wenbo, discerning their thoughts, sighed in resignation. For the next few days, I will supervise you more closely. Soon, you are to embark on practical training in the eastern frontier. Should you excel, the school will continue to support your team, and I shall remain your mentor. However, if your performance is not particularly outstanding, while the team will still exist, I may choose to withdraw as your mentor." The four were taken aback, their expressions shifting to realization. But just as they were about to voice their thoughts, they were interrupted. "You four get dressed promptly. I will take you to training. I have heard that while each of you possesses considerable strength, your coordination is severely lacking. Given that I had to call you twice to gather you all, it seems your teamwork issues are quite pronounced. Having previously led teams, albeit never one as peculiar and extraordinary as this, he assumed it would be somewhat similar to other experiences." The four nodded eagerly, indicating their readiness. After some time, under Wang Wenba's guidance, the four arrived at the training ground specifically designated for team practice at the school. Meanwhile, Qi Xianbing and her three companions had already arrived, with Yi Shuiying and Ziling engaged in a sparring match. A fiery python erupted from Yi Shuiying's hand, which Ziling countered with an earthen wall, only to be followed by an icy python descending from above, effortlessly evaded by her spatial shift. Upon noticing their mentor's arrival, the two ceased their sparring. "You eight, form 2 lines, one for each gender," Wang Wenba commanded. At once, Han Yi reacted swiftly, as if a switch had been flipped in his body. Ye Feng, yearning lazily, maintained a nonchalant demeanor, much to Wang Wenba's irritation. As the 8 arranged themselves into 2 teams, Wang Wenba surveyed them, still unclear about their combat capabilities and overall performance. It was evident that correcting their faults was not feasible at this juncture. Everyone except Han Yi take a seat in the audience. With a rustle, the two rose dispersed, leaving Wang Wenba and Han Yi alone on the field. With a flourish of his hand, a mid-tier summoning array materialized before him. He was not merely a teacher. He was also a high-ranking 9-star mage, and his secondary specialty was indeed summoning. A mid-tier 3-star Gale Wolf emerged from the summoning array, towering at a full man's height, its eyes brimming with an uncontrollable ferocity. "Han Yi, your task is to exert your utmost strength to defeat this Gale Wolf. It is imperative that I observe your combat style to gain a clear understanding of your capabilities." "Rest assured, teacher," Han Yi replied, giving a thumbs up to convey his confidence. Nodding, Wang Wenba took his seat in the audience and activated the alarm. The Gale Wolf and Han Yi faced each other. Ding! At the moment the bell rang, a baseball bat materialized in Han Yi's hands, his cherished memento from youth. The weight of the metallic bat noticeably altered Han Yi's footing, suggesting it was no trivial burden. A howl erupted from the Gale Wolf, its piercing sound causing Nyesini to instinctively cover her ears. This was a sound wave magic inherent to the wolf tribe, capable of disturbing an enemy's psyche. "Curse you!" Han Yi remained unfazed, charging toward the Gale Wolf, his bat slicing through the air with a whoosh. Bang! The bat struck the Gale Wolf, but it suddenly vanished, dissipating like the wind. This was the mid-tier magic, Wind Shadow. The Gale Wolf reappeared above him, its gaping maw aimed at Han Yi. Yet he swiftly retracted the bat, twisting his waist to unleash a powerful right punch. Bang! The tremendous force propelled the Gale Wolf several meters away. Before it could touch the ground, Han Yi, adopting a bow-like stance, launched himself behind it. Bang! Another kick landed, the sound of cracking bones echoing throughout the arena. As the Gale Wolf was about to soar away, Han Yi seized its hind leg and slammed it forcefully to the ground. A resounding crash reverberated through the training ground. The Gale Wolf transformed into a flash of white light and vanished. The entire confrontation lasted no more than 2 minutes, leaving Wang Wenba gasping in astonishment. Similarly, Nyesini and Yi Shuiying, the 2 most sensible girls in the team, were left stunned and shocked. The prowess Han Yi exhibited was on par with that of previous senior students. Next, Nyesini. Han Yi stepped off the stage, and Nyesini ascended. Wang Wenba summoned a mid-tier 1-star beast, which was randomly selected. Despite this, Nyesini found herself battling for an extended period, ultimately securing a narrow victory. The third to take the stage was Li Mu Bai, whose combat strategy revolved around a slow, methodical wear-down of his opponent. After all 7 had completed their bouts, only Yi Feng remained. A tiger's roar echoed from the summoning array. A beast adorned with crimson markings emerged, its eyes locked onto Yi Feng, seemingly intent on devouring him. This was a mid-tier 10-star beast, the blood pattern tiger. "Teacher, may I abstain from fighting?" Yi Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Wang Wenbo and inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenbo shook his head, revealing that it was indeed his intention. Among the 8 individuals, the one with the most extraordinary strength was undoubtedly Yi Feng. Yet throughout the entire time, no one had witnessed what it would be like for him to exert his full power. Several teachers at the school had been curious about this, and he was one of them. Well then, with a sense of resignation, Yi Feng assumed a defensive stance opposite the blood-striped tiger. Ding! The bell rang, and before anyone could react, a golden lotus blossomed on the training platform. The blood-striped tiger transformed into a flash of white light and vanished, while Yi Feng simply descended from the platform and returned to his previous position to continue playing on his phone. Chapter 77. The battlefield at the frontier. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Wenbo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With a resigned sigh, he summoned the entire team and began to address the concerns regarding the 8 individuals, starting with the 4 before him. Han, Yi, he pointed at the quartet. I must concede that your physical skills are indeed formidable. However, your progress in magic is virtually non-existent. If you encounter opponents who wield light or wind magic, known for their speed and long-range capabilities, you will find yourself utterly outmatched. Han nodded, acknowledging the truth in Wang Wenbo's words, realizing he had overlooked this critical issue. Mubai, your defensive magic is undoubtedly top-tier, capable of replicating the spells of others. Yet, therein lies your greatest flaw. You can only mimic the abilities of others and lack your own high-damage, explosive spells. Li Mubai fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the gravity of his shortcomings only after his mentor's observation. Tianlu, your summoning skills are impressive, and your insect control technique is exceptional. As a support role, you are performing admirably. Wang Wenbo offered a satisfied nod towards Wan Tianlu before turning his attention to Yi Feng, delivering an unexpected kick without hesitation. Mentor, what are you doing? Yi Feng quickly evaded Wang Wenbo's strike, only to be met with a torrent of expletives. Throughout the entire battle, you merely showcased a single lotus flower, leading to a swift defeat of the opponent. How am I supposed to analyze that? The more Wang Wenbo pondered, the more infuriated he became, suspecting that Yi Feng was deliberately provoking him. Were you not instructed to unleash your full potential? Ye Feng retorted, Feignin inogenge. At this, Wang Wenbo fell silent, letting out another resigned sigh. Your attack power is formidable, bolstered by the presence of such extraordinary abilities as the heavenly fire. Your potential is beyond estimation. Commit yourself to diligent training. Do not squander your days. With that, he shifted his gaze to the female members. You 4 do not exhibit any significant issues. However, Qi Xianbing, did you not study defensive magic at the Ancient Books Pavilion? You should dedicate more time to practicing your defensive spells, as you possess certain deficiencies in that area. Thank you, Mentor, she replied. Wang Wenbo nodded and then rearranged the team's positions. Given the unique characteristics of this eclectic group, conventional pairing methods were ineffective. Ultimately, he concluded that they should embrace spontaneity and unpredictability in their tactics, as this was their distinct advantage. The training persisted from morning until noon, followed by lunch, and resumed in the afternoon until evening. Upon returning to the dormitory that night, Li Mubai inquired curiously, Tianlu, why didn't I see you try to woo Qi Xianbing today? Han Yi and Yi Feng shared his curiosity. In response, Wan Tianlu offered a sheepish grin and shrugged, I was rejected after confessing my feelings last night. Since they have clarified their stance, I see no reason to bother them further. Love at first sight is not destiny. Ultimately, it was merely my unreciprocated affection. The 3 companions stared in disbelief at Wan Tianlu's words, then collectively gasped in astonishment. Is this really Wan Tianlu? This can't possibly be Wan Tianlu? How could such words escape his lips? The trio hurriedly inquired about Wan Tianlu's well-being, to which he replied that he was truly fine. The 4 of them engaged in playful banter until the lights were extinguished for the night. As Wan Tianlu lay in bed, a wry smile crept across his face. Messages from a conversation echoed in his mind. Wan Tianlu, there's a rather captivating movie recently. I'd like to invite you to watch it. Qi Xianbing, I'm sorry, Tianlu, we're merely teammates. I aspire to become a formidable individual. Ultimately, We inhabit different worlds. Guantianle, jaja, no worries. I wish you success in achieving your dreams. Keep pushing forward. Qi Xianbing. A deep sigh escaped Wan Tianle's heart. Indeed, apart from his grandfather and 3 close friends, no one in this world would genuinely care for him. He found himself reminiscing about his deceased grandfather. Is there truly such a thing as love at first sight? Or is it merely a one-sided yearning? He had come to realize that for someone like him, the notion of love was a luxury far beyond reach. Resolving to cast aside such thoughts, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The initial 2 weeks of team acclimatization had concluded, and the 8 of them journeyed to the frontier for the final phase of their assessment, practical combat training. The eastern region's frontier was characterized by a continuous expanse of mountains, known as the Wind and Snow Mountains. This mountain range delineated the boundary between the eastern and northern regions. Once across the way lay another nation, but it had now succumbed to become a haven for the demon race. Attacks frequently emerged from the Wind and Snow Mountains against both the eastern and northern regions, necessitating the establishment of the eastern and northern frontier fortresses. At the high-speed entrance of the eastern frontier fortress, 2 vehicles approached for inspection. One was a luxurious white business car, and the other a silver-gray van. The luxurious car was driven by Nyesini, while the van was operated by Limu Bai. Indeed, they had driven over, guided by the location provided by Wang Winba prior to their departure. They arrived at the military entrance of the eastern frontier fortress, where it was said an instructor responsible for their practical training would await them. The heavily guarded military gate stood tall, manned by a robust middle-aged man. Though in his 40s, he retained an impressive stature and an air of authority that commanded respect. Upon sighting the approaching vehicles, he raised his hand to halt them. As both groups disembarked, they were met with the man's furious reprimands. "I told you to arrive by 10. It's already 11. Do you have any sense of discipline?" His anger was palpable, yet the majority of those present stood in stunned silence. Disbelief etched across their faces. They had never anticipated that their instructor would be none other than the most formidable sorcerer in China, the only one to attain the transcendent 9-star rank in fire magic. Marshal Yilong. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yilong, your instructor for the next half-month." His piercing gaze swept over the team of 8, while the soldier stationed nearby could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for them. Once targeted by Marshal Yilong, their days of peace were undoubtedly over. The few individuals present were not taken aback by this revelation. Ani, Li Mubai, Ban Tianla, Qi Xuanbing. And Nyesini surmised that it was due to the connection with Xiling that Marshal Yilong had chosen to be their instructor. After all, the relationship between Xiling and Marshal Yilong and his wife was widely known. They never anticipated that one day, the legendary figure, the true hero of Huaxia, would assume the role of their mentor. He was, without a doubt, an idol revered by nearly everyone, possessing formidable strength, yet refusing to align with any faction. He stood guard at the borders solely to protect the eastern region from the chaos wrought by the demon clans. "You, come here. Collect their mobile phones." Marshal Yilong commanded one of the soldiers stationed at the entrance. Upon hearing the order, the soldier promptly approached to collect the phones from the 8 individuals. The process went smoothly for everyone, except for Yifeng. For a homebody to surrender his electronic device was akin to asking for his very life. Chapter 78. "I am your father. You scoundrel. I suspect you are targeting me. Moreover, I have concrete evidence." Yifeng refused to relinquish his phone and defiantly raised a middle finger at Yilong. This audacious act nearly sent Han, Yi, and the others into a state of shock. How could Yifeng be so bold to dare speak such words to Marshal Yilong? Han Yi, Limu Bai, and Wan Tianlu reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly employing a strongman hold to firmly cover Yifeng's mouth. Marshal Yilong understood that Yifeng, who was rarely without his phone, might experience an emotional response when suddenly deprived of it. Limu Bai hurriedly clasped his fists, his mind racing. However, Yilong merely coldly stated, "Release him. I know this little rascal's temperament better than anyone." Upon hearing this, Limu Bai, along with Qi Xianbing and the 2 ladies, were momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng broke free from their grasp, pointing at Yilong and shouting, "My head may be severed, my blood may flow, but you shall not take my phone. Oh my, it seems that during this time, your temper has certainly grown, Yi Long remarked, stepping forward to seize Yi Feng by the neck, employing a method reminiscent of a chokehold. If I am the little rascal, then you are the big rascal. Yi Shuiying, witnessing this scene, felt a headache coming on. She could not comprehend why her elder brother always clashed with their uncle. She and Zi Ling hurriedly intervened, both embracing Yi Feng's waist, expending all their strength to separate the two. Today is not a day for your antics, brother. You and uncle have not seen each other in so long. Do not let your first meeting devolve into hostility. Upon hearing Yi Shuiying's words, everyone paused in surprise, their eyes widening in shock, confusion, and disbelief. Yi Feng is the son of Marshal Yi Long. Nia Xin, he could hardly believe it. Did this mean that Shuiying is Yi Long's niece? She had always been unaware of Yi Shuiying's background. It was not just Nia Xin. Qi Xianbing was equally in the dark, having been childhood desk mates and friends. Even after Yi Shuiying left the capital, the two maintained regular contact online. Thus, Qi Xianbing had always assumed Yi Shuiying came from an ordinary family. It was utterly unexpected to discover that her origins were so formidable. No, the most astonishing revelation was Yi Feng. No wonder Shuiying became agitated whenever she mentioned her brother. How could the son of Marshal Yi Long lack talent? Day in and day out, he presented a typical image of a slacker, often appearing aloof and unfathomable, yet undeniably, he spent the majority of his time as a reclusive homebody with no ambition. Who would be infuriated by this? I regard him as my father, yet he treats me like his son. What father steals from his son's room each time he returns home? The more Yi Feng pondered, the angrier he became, realizing that his father's achievements were largely due to him. At times, he found himself idly bored and would concoct various elixirs, many of which he carelessly discarded into a box within his dwelling, which was inscribed with a spirit-gathering formation capable of refining the elixirs over time. Subsequently, his father, akin to a rat, began to scour the house ever since he stumbled upon one of these potions. It became a routine for him to rummage through the place whenever he returned home. One could assert that his father's strength was entirely derived from these elixirs. I am your father. What's wrong with taking a few of your things? Although Yi Long appeared resolute, a hint of unease lingered within him. The effects of his son's little pills were indeed formidable, and he remained oblivious to their origins. Too embarrassed to inquire openly, he resorted to stealthy pilfering instead. Brother, uncle, you two have strayed off topic. We are currently students, and uncle is our instructor. Can you please temper your temperament? Yi Shuiying gazed at Yi Feng with a hint of exasperation, having invested considerable effort into managing her elder brother. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng made an effort to compose himself, reluctantly handing his phone to the soldier. The soldier, as he took the phone and approached Marshal Yi Long, felt his legs tremble with anticipation, never having expected to encounter such a monumental revelation. Yi Long gestured for the soldier to open the door, allowing the 8 individuals to drive into the military compound. Without a moment's hesitation, General Yi Long took the driver's seat of the van. The excitement radiating from Han Yi, seated in the passenger seat, was palpable. The opportunity to share a vehicle with his idol, General Yi Long, was exhilarating beyond measure. You little rascal. I heard you displayed an unprecedented heavenly fire during the freshman competition at the Eastern Domain Magic Academy. Pray tell, where did you acquire this heavenly fire? Why should you concern yourself with it? I shall summon it as I please. Yi Feng defiantly raised his middle finger. Yi Long, however, was not angered. He understood his son's character well. The animosity his son harbored towards him was, in truth, somewhat attributable to his own actions. Having spent years stationed at the borders, their encounters were far too infrequent, and upon returning, he often took his son's little pills. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings as a father. The 8 were assigned dormitories within the barracks, separated by gender, reminiscent of their familiar 4-person lodgings. The absence of anime and games was genuinely torturous. My materials, my activities, my tasks. Yi Feng lamented as he lay on his bed, on the verge of tears. The following day, Yi Long would lead the 8 into the periphery of the snowy mountains for combat training, and they would endure the wilderness for the next 15 days, uncertain of what awaited them. In contrast, He felt quite at ease within the military camp, even experiencing a sense of comfort akin to returning home. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, just as the four were about to head for dinner, a knock echoed at the door. He opened it to reveal Marshal Yi Long, maintaining his characteristic aura of authority. Ye Feng, come, I'm taking you to dinner. No, I refuse. Ye Feng replied succinctly. Your mother is also here. Well then, let us go. Yi Feng's expression changed with remarkable speed as he followed Yi Long out of the dormitory. Once Yi Feng had departed, the three began an intense discussion. The revelation that Yi Feng was indeed the son of Marshal Yi Long left us astounded. It was evident that such extraordinary talent must be inherited. He wore an expression of complete understanding, while Li Mu Bai appeared somewhat resigned. It became clear to me why Shui-Ying was perpetually exasperated with Ge Feng's introverted demeanor. With a father like Marshal Yi Long, whose prowess and status were beyond question, it was perplexing that he lacked ambition. Sigh. Speaking of which, despite being father and son, why does it feel as though they are adversaries? Wan Tianli's face was a portrait of confusion. Having no parents himself, he found it difficult to comprehend such a dynamic. I don't know, the two replied in unison, shaking their heads to express their own uncertainty. Chapter 79. The Understanding Mother on their way to the dining venue. Yi Long could not resist inquiring about the matter that weighed heavily on his mind. My dear boy, how did you come by that heavenly fire? It is not a trifling matter. If not controlled properly, it could reduce you to ashes. Rarely did Yi Long exhibit such concern for his son. The heavenly fire was a phenomenon that scarcely anyone on Blue Star had ever tamed, and even he himself dared not assure mastery over such a terrifying entity. His son was still quite young, merely an intermediate mage. The potential dangers were alarmingly great. Upon hearing his father's words, Yi Feng merely waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, I am fine. The heavenly fire was bestowed upon me by my master, the mysterious powerhouse who recently appeared in Pengsheng. Yi Long looked at his son with astonishment. He had indeed heard of the enigmatic cultivator from Pengsheng, a figure of formidable prowess, undoubtedly stronger than himself. The guardians of the demon race, even the weakest among them, possessed a strength comparable to that of a superclass 20-star being. Yi Long had not even reached half of that level. Facing such an opponent would surely lead to his swift demise. The fact that this individual could vanquish the demon race's protector indicated that their power was undoubtedly beyond the realm of superclass 20 stars. Could they possess abilities that transcend human limits, perhaps akin to the legendary deities? Currently, only 8 human nations remained on Blue Star: Huaxia, Fusang, Tianju, Baran, Shihaimaya, Ancient Egypt, and the Wilderness. Each of these nations boasted its own civilization and culture, with diverse deities worshipped therein. As a prominent figure in Huaxia, Yi Long was acutely aware of the terrifying entities that still lingered in Blue Star. Yet had these beings not long since vanished into the annals of history? Might the ferocity of the demon race's incursion have awakened these formidable existences? As Yi Long pondered these thoughts, the father and son duo arrived at a private room within the military canteen. Upon entering, Yi Feng spotted his mother, Qin Yusin, engaged in conversation with Zi Ling and his younger sister. Qin Yusin turned to Yi Feng, her face lighting up with a warm smile. Feng, it has been so long. Have you missed your mother? Hearing her words, Yi Feng smiled back, harboring fond memories of his mother in this life. As they sat and chatted, Qin Yusin began to inquire about Yi Feng's recent experiences and whether he had faced any difficulties at university. Upon hearing Yi Feng's response that he was doing well, just as before, Yi Long could not contain his displeasure. You rascal, can't you show a bit of ambition? We use our mobile phones and computers for entertainment. Just as Yi Feng was about to retort, his mother, Qin Yusin, shot a glare at her husband. I do not appreciate my son engaging in perilous activities. He is my only child, and I worry for him. I find it quite comforting that he is living a stable life. Indeed, Yi Feng felt a warm current in his heart. His mother was still advocating for him. After some light conversation, the topic unexpectedly shifted to Zi Ling Feng. Has Zi Ling been giving you a hard time? Yes. Mom and Dad, you ought to clarify the nature of my engagement with Zi Ling. As Yi Feng contemplated this, a headache began to form. Upon hearing his words, the two individuals immediately turned their heads, sporting expressions that clearly conveyed their ignorance. as if to say, I know nothing. What are you talking about? Observing their reactions, Ziling could not help but stifle a chuckle. Yilong swiftly redirected the conversation, outlining the plan to lead them into the Fengshui mountain range the following day. Within this mountain range lies a stronghold that had recently fallen into enemy hands. Their mission was to venture forth, eliminate all the demonic creatures within, and await the arrival of reinforcements to reclaim the stronghold before returning. According to his calculations, a fortnight would suffice. Ziling, you are most familiar with this area. You shall accompany Yi Feng. Yilong began, but before he could finish, Yi Feng had already bolted away. Damn it, being alone with Ziling is tantamount to courting disaster. Watching Yi Feng's hasty retreat, Qin Yusin shook her head with a smile, realizing that Ziling had left quite an impression on her son. That brat, not cherishing such a fine girl as Ziling. He pales in comparison to my youth, Yilong lamented, visibly disappointed in his son. Qin Yusin, however, was not one to coddle him, delivering a sharp retort. If memory serves, Yigo, when we first met, you seemed to stutter when speaking to me, did you not? Cough, cough. Those are merely bygone days, Yilong replied, his face reddening, while Qin Yusin could not suppress her laughter. The next morning, Yilong led a team of 8 into the Fengshui mountain range. Due to the abundance of demonic beasts within, they could not afford to travel by vehicle. Yi Feng and Li Mubai lounged on the back of a white jade spider, adopting a leisurely demeanor as they trailed behind the main group. Basking in the sun is quite delightful, Li Mubai remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Alas, no mobile phone. Ye Feng lamented, tears nearly welling in his eyes at the thought of enduring life without one. Just as the two were blissfully reclining, a pair of rough hands suddenly seized them, attempting to slack off in my presence. Do you two possess a great deal of audacity? Yilong's voice, laced with irritation, sent shivers down their spines. Moments latte. With a thud, the 2 former laggards found themselves at the forefront, leading the way. Instinctively, Yi Feng extended his mental awareness, only to be taken aback. His senses detected a multitude of low-tier demonic insects advancing toward them. The Qihong Yao ant, a low-tier beast that had evolved from red ants, was abundant in number and commonly found in the Fengshui mountain range. Each Qihong Yao and was roughly the size of a wild dog, and there were hundreds of them, including a mid-tier leader. While most were of lower rank, their sheer numbers were daunting. The thought of their corrosive ant acid, which even mid-tier mages dared not underestimate, was particularly unsettling, especially with the prospect of facing over 100 Qihong Yao ants. Chapter 80. The Crimson Demon Ants. The Crimson Demon ants surrounded the location of the 9 individuals, while Yilong had hidden himself away, observing from the shadows. He was curious to witness how this group would adapt to the sudden crisis and what measures they would take in such a predicament. Ye Feng, Ye Yuyin, you two must refrain from using fire magic. Otherwise, the forest will ignite, attracting even more demonic beasts. Han Yi, with his ample battlefield experience, issued this command the moment the swarm of crimson demon ants appeared. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuiying hastily extinguished the flames in her hands and resorted to ice magic instead. Whoosh! A blade of wind whistled through the air, and several crimson demon ants fell to the ground, exterminated on the spot. With blades dancing around him, Hani began to wield metal magic, a rare occurrence. Nie Sini and Ziling employed wood and wind magic, respectively, commencing a large-scale extermination of the foes. Qi Xianbing and Yi Shuiying, both adept in ice magic, relentlessly unleashed area of effect damage, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Yi Feng and Wan Tianla, mounted on a white jade spider, approached the mid-tier crimson demon ant at the heart of the swarm. Hiss! The mid-tier crimson demon ant emitted a shrill cry, and all surrounding ants simultaneously opened their mouths, spewing forth acidic venom toward the duo. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, they stowed the white jade spider away. Li Mubai retrieved the coffin, and both swiftly concealed themselves within its confines. The acidic venom merely produced a plume of white smoke upon striking the coffin, leaving it unscathed. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, incinerating all nearby low-tier crimson demon ants, leaving only the mid-tier ant standing, albeit wounded. Yifeng kicked open the coffin lid, and a thunder serpent surged forth, charging toward the nearby crimson demon ant. The ant reacted quickly, attempting to burrow underground to evade the impending strike. However, at that moment, a summoning array manifested behind the ant, and a skeleton appeared, firmly locking onto the crimson demon ant and preventing its escape. The thunder serpent struck, and the crimson demon ant perished on the spot. Yifeng retrieved a blank magic card, adding it to his collection. Mubai, ascend and assess the situation nearby. Understood. Li Mubai soared into the sky, a rune illuminating from the folding fan in his hand as his original form abruptly vanished. This was a spell modified by Yifeng, known as the concealment technique. Before long, Li Mubai discerned the situation around them. Upon landing, he urgently exclaimed, "We must flee. There are at least 1,000 crimson demon ants surging toward us. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, everyone began preparing to escape. Yifeng and Wan Tianla mounted the white jade spider and took off, with Li Mubai leading the way. The F4 group sprinted swiftly. After all, they were no strangers to hasty retreats. Ziling kept pace admirably, being a versatile mage. However, the 3 remaining women struggled, as none of their disciplines favored flight, quickly finding themselves at the back of the group. "Tianla, give your spider to my sister. I will lend mine to Nyesini. As for Qi Xianbing, I refuse to believe she lacks an escape artifact." Yifeng commanded, and without a moment's hesitation, Wan Tianla turned alongside him to conjure the white jade spider. Yi Yuyin, unperturbed by the spider, promptly mounted it and took off. In contrast, Nyesini hesitated, for she had harbored a fear of spiders since childhood. Perhaps it would be best to run on my own. After all, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem. In the end, she realized she could not muster the courage to do so. Meanwhile, Li Mubai, soaring through the air, cast a glance at the encroaching swarm of ants and, gritting his teeth, descended beside Nyesini. "Tianla, bring out your coffin." "All right." "Huh?" Nyesini was bewildered, unsure of Mubai's intentions. Then she beheld Wan Tianla producing his large coffin and opening its lid. Before she could react, Li Mubai had already pushed her inside and closed the lid, while Wan Tianla expertly secured it with iron chains. "Han Yi, you and Tianla possess the greatest strength. Lift it carefully and do not harm my goddess, or I shall be consumed by guilt." Li Mubai cast a sympathetic glance at the coffin, knowing there was no other option. "You threw your goddess into a coffin and now fear the guilt of injuring her. Han Yi replied, somevat exasperative." As he and Wan Tianla hoisted the coffin and began their swift retreat. Meanwhile, the remaining white jade spider was commandeered by Qi Xianbing. Thus, Li Mubai led the way at the front, followed closely by Yifeng and Ziling, with the 2 young women riding the white jade spider, and lastly, Han Yi and Wan Tianla laboring to carry the coffin. Observing the bizarre escape of the 8 individuals, Yilong felt a sense of unreality. The leader at the forefront was comprehensible, and Ziling trailing closely behind was understandable as well. Yet how could his own son, a pure mage of both thunder and fire, run at such a remarkable speed? And those 2 white jade spiders, what kind of creature can carry a person at such velocity? Their speed surpassed even that of mid-tier demon horses. Then there was Han Yi, a legitimate body cultivator who remained within the realm of comprehension. But what on earth was Wan Tianla, a summoner and healer, competing with a body cultivator on equal footing? He was an evidently superior body cultivator. Surely, I must have awoken too abruptly today. This cannot be real. Marshal Yilong shook his head, still unable to fathom the existence of such extraordinary phenomena in the world. The 8 members of the team ran and fought their way forward. It was only as dusk approached that they finally halted. They had escaped the territory of the crimson demon ants and settled in a cave to recuperate. Upon the coffin's lid being opened, Nyesini rushed outside the cave, unable to suppress her nausea. The tumultuous ride had nearly unsettled her very soul. She felt as though her brain had been thoroughly shaken. Li Mubai hurried over, placing a reassuring hand on Nyesini's shoulder and offering her a flask of water from his storage ring. "From now on, I would rather ride a spider than enter that coffin again," Nyesini lamented after rinsing her mouth, her face a portrait of regret. "Dabai, Dabai, wake up! Dabai!" Wan Tianla wept bitterly clutching his frothing white jade spider. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. At that moment, his other white jade spider also lay on its back, frothing at the mouth. Shall by? No. Wan Tianla howled to the heavens in despair. Just then, Yifeng approached and delivered a sharp tap to Wan Tianla's head. What are you yelling about? Are you trying to attract wild beasts? Your spider is merely dehydrated. It's not a grave issue. Yifeng squatted down and began to hydrate the two white jade spiders. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianla's face brightened with joy. His spiders were still alive. After some time, the group decided to rest, planning to continue their journey the following day. Finding a secluded corner, Yifeng took out a cigarette and lit it. At that moment, a pair of hands began to knead his shoulders, and Yifeng instinctively thought it was Li Mubai giving him a shoulder massage. Chapter 81. Brazenly cheating Mubai. When did you master this technique? It feels rather pleasant. Yifeng remarked with a hint of enjoyment. Not far away, Li Mubai, engaged in conversation with Nyesini, was momentarily taken aback by the comment and blurted out, Brother Feng, what are you saying? Huh? Yifeng initially froze, but then abruptly turned to see the beaming face of Ziling, which startled him so much that he stumbled backward, causing his shoulders to escape her grasp. Young lady, please maintain your decorum. Ziling's eyes sparkled with mirth, forming crescent shapes as she laughed. Nearby, Wan Tianla and Han, he felt as if they had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Damn it, Ye Feng, you truly deserve this. 3 skeletons summoned by Wan Tianla were tasked with keeping watch, alleviating the need for anyone to stay awake through the night, thus easing concerns about nocturnal beasts. Qi Xianbing had adequately prepared for the expedition, prompting Nyesini to cast a spell that swiftly conjured 4 wooden vine beds for the ladies to rest upon. Moreover, they fortified the entrance with vines, enhancing their security. Observing this scene through the cameras attached to their persons, Yilong was quite pleased with the display. He then turned his gaze to his son, curious to witness how the 4 young men would resolve their accommodation dilemma. To his astonishment, he saw Yifeng, Li Mubai, and Hani move in perfect unison, each retrieving a bed from their storage rings. Indeed, they produced complete beds, replete with bedding. This spectacle left Yilong and the others present utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? This was blatant cheating. Suddenly, he noticed one individual who, untouched by the murky waters, was Wan Tianla, who had not summoned a bed. In truth, it was not that Wan Tianla did not desire a bed. Rather, he was reluctant to part with the necessary funds. Just as Yilong was reveling in the realization that some individuals could remain untainted by their surroundings, he witnessed Wan Tianla produce a coffin from his storage ring. He placed it flat on the ground, opened it, laid down some bedding, and then reclined within. Good night, brothers, he said before shutting the lid. Yilong was utterly flabbergasted. This individual was truly a heavyweight. That night, everyone slept soundly, and the next day, they set off towards the coordinates provided by Yilong Bang. An intermediate-level beast met its demise at the hands of Han Yi, who struck it down with a baseball bat, while Yifeng seized the opportunity to collect a blank magic card. Everything seemed to unfold beautifully. After traversing 3 days, the group finally arrived at the stronghold nestled within the forest. The stronghold was not particularly large. It consisted of a 5-story watchtower enclosed by walls, bearing evident signs of recent conflict, suggesting it had fallen not long ago. At that moment, at least 3 patrols of otherworldly creatures roamed the area, totaling approximately 30 low-level beasts. With 30 outside, how many more lay within? Yifeng's consciousness swept through the stronghold, revealing over 100 low-level creatures, 20 intermediate-level beasts, and 1 high-level creature, though the latter was severely injured, having lost an arm and a leg. The Serpent Demon Clan, a legitimate otherworldly race, embodies a fascinating fusion of human and serpent, possessing 4 limbs and the intellect of ordinary humans. This clan excels in the arts of poison and close combat, exhibiting remarkable agility, while their serpentine scales provide commendable defense. However, their greatest flaw lies in their cold-blooded nature, rendering them vulnerable to heat and fearful of fire magic. Additionally, exposure to excessively low temperatures can induce a state akin to lethargy or hibernation. After Wan Tianla, the Encyclopedia of Beast Lore concluded his account of the Serpent Demon Clan. Qi Xianbing was about to speak, but was preempted by Han Yi. Yifeng, Shuang, Both of you are fire elementals. I will lead the charge, while you ignite the flames from behind. Xione, summon vines using wood magic to amplify the fire. Ziling, you and Mu Bai shall fan the flames with wind. Tianlu, summon undead creatures to provide disruption and assistance. As for Qi Xianbing, ensure the safety of those behind you. Should any serpent demons approach, utilize your ice magic. Hani issued his command swiftly, his movements equally prompt. Gripping a metallic baseball bat, he shouted and, with a surge of power in his legs, dashed outside the stronghold. Let them perish. With a swift motion of his bat, several serpent demons fell lifeless before him. At that moment, two fire serpents soared past Han E's side, while Yifeng and his sister stood 30 meters behind him. The patrolling serpent demons, alerted by the commotion at the gates, rushed towards the source of the disturbance, their crimson tongues flicking menacingly. Despite their awareness of the disparity in strength, their eyes gleamed with a frenzied bloodlust. Vines ensnared 5 approaching serpent demons, and before they could break free, 2 waves of flames surged forth, obliterating the area. Umans, you seek death. 5 mid-tier serpent demons charged from the fortress, brandishing spear-like weapons. Suddenly, 2 streams of venom were unleashed towards Han E. In response, a summoning circle materialized, and a mid-tier skeletal knight emerged, wielding a shield to deflect the toxic projectiles. A piercing whistle echoed as thousands of moths erupted from Wan Tianla's position, swiftly enveloping the entire stronghold. Observing from the shadows, Marshal Yilong was taken aback by this peculiar assault. The moths swarmed over the serpent demons, beginning to gnaw at them. Ye Feng, shuaying now, Han Yi shouted after dispatching one of the mid-tier serpent demons, realizing that nearly all of them had emerged from the fortress. There were over 20 mid-tier demons and hundreds of lower-tier ones. With urgency, Yi Feng and Yi Shueing unleashed 2 lines of fire, the flames spreading rapidly thanks to the multitude of moths. Concurrently, a tempest arose. Li Mu Bai, understanding his role without further instruction, sprang into action. Following suit, Ziling and Yesini hastily summoned a plethora of vines upon the battlefield. In an instant, the stronghold transformed into a sea of flames, amidst which the serpent demons writhed in agony and despair. Han Yi forcefully kicked the inferno-enshrouded serpent demon away, and then swiftly led his siblings through the blazing sea of flames. The fire raged for a full half-hour, intermittently accompanied by bursts of heavenly fire. When the flames finally extinguished, the stronghold was left littered with charred remains of serpent demons in various contorted postures. Tianlu, instruct your undead minions to investigate whether any foes have evaded our grasp within the fortress. Understood. After gathering the remaining moths, Wan Tianlu summoned a low-tier skeleton to venture into the fortress before them. However, as the skeleton entered, it was abruptly shattered into several fragments of bone. Propelled from the stronghold, all you humans deserve to die. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed from within the fortress. Moments later, a towering serpent demon, standing an impressive 5 meters tall, emerged from the stronghold. Chapter 82. The high-level demon serpent. The demon serpent appeared quite disheveled, having lost its left arm, while its right hand clutched a pitch-black spear. Its body was marred with fresh scars from recent wounds. One eye was blind, and it was left with only its left leg. With a sudden movement, the demon serpent severed its left leg, allowing its tail to touch the ground for balance. At this moment, its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the mythological serpent men. Hiss! The demon serpent opened its mouth wide, unleashing 2 streams of venom. A skeleton emerged to block the venomous projectiles aimed at Han Yi. Upon contact, the venom corroded the skeleton instantly, reducing it to liquid in the blink of an eye. This sight caused several members of the team to gasp in horror. The consequences of being touched by such a creature were utterly unimaginable. The demon serpent writhed its body, swiftly closing in on the 3 individuals at the front. Yifeng positioned himself protectively behind his sister, and a golden fire serpent erupted forth with a fierce roar. However, even with the enhancement of heavenly fire, the mid-tier magic was still insufficient in the eyes of the high-level demon serpent. Bang! The demon serpent lashed its tail, dispersing the fire serpent in an instant. Meanwhile, Han Yi seized the opportunity to charge at the demon serpent, swinging a metallic baseball bat. only to have it parried by the demon's spear. Perhaps due to its injuries, the demon serpent stumbled backward, nearly losing grip of its long spear. Bang! At that moment, a golden light suddenly illuminated the scene as Li Mubai delivered a kick to the demon serpent's head. The familiar flashy kick appeared grand, yet inflicted no real damage. Seeking vengeance, the demon serpent pivoted, its tail whipping toward the airborne Li Mubai. However, a bolt of purple lightning struck from above, momentarily freezing the serpent in place, allowing Li Mubai to escape swiftly. Thousands of centipedes and scorpions swarmed forth from the summoning array, crawling toward the demon serpent along the ground. Whoosh! The demon serpent's tail swept across, smashing many of the creatures into fragments. Vines ensnared it, and before the demon serpent could break free, a chilling aura enveloped it, causing its body to freeze rapidly. As the demon serpent stiffened from the cold, Han Yi swung his bat and delivered a heavy blow to its head. Thud! A dull sound echoed, leaving the demon serpent dazed. Simultaneously, a thunder python struck, sending a surge of electricity coursing through it. With a flicker of lightning, a sensation of tingling coursed through its body. Purple Ling, Qi Xianbing, and Yi Shuiying simultaneously unleashed their ice magic. The demon serpent was instantaneously transformed into a statue of ice, motionless, seemingly lifeless. However, cracks began to appear on the icy surface. With a resounding explosion, the demon serpent morphed into a ghostly shadow, dashing at incredible speed toward Yi Shuiying, the closest and seemingly weakest mage. Before the demon serpent could reach her, Han Yi swung his metallic bat again, delivering a stunning blow. Once more, the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. Swish! Swish! Two radiant wheels of light hurtled through the air. This is the offensive magic that Yi Feng imparted to Li Mubai, reportedly inspired by a certain special effects work. With a swift motion, the magical serpent eluded one of the 8-pointed light wheels, yet was struck by another, causing a scar on its body to reopen and blood to flow freely. A furious hiss escaped the serpent, the piercing sonic attack reverberating painfully in the ears of the 8 individuals present. The first to succumb was Nyesini, who spat out a mouthful of blood, soon followed by Yi Shuiying. This was a serpentine magic only possessed by high-tier magical serpents. They were merely mid-tier and not the exceptionally gifted geniuses, making it implausible for them to withstand such an assault. Silence! Han Yi bellowed, wielding his metal baseball bat and striking the serpent's head amidst the sonic waves. Just then, the magical serpent abruptly ceased its attack, unleashing 2 streams of venom from its fangs. The venom splattered towards Han Yi, nearly unavoidable. At that critical moment, a skeleton materialized before him, intercepting the venomous assault. Unbeknownst to them, dozens of skeletons had appeared on the battlefield, their ranks varying from novice to intermediate. Skeleton giants and knights ensnared the magical serpent in their midst, allowing Han Yi to retreat swiftly. He realized that Wan Tianla intended to stall the serpent. The insects and skeletons could only hold the serpent at bay for a minute. The 4 women simultaneously unleashed various ranged magical attacks in conjunction with the insects and summoned undead. Rise! Li Mubai shouted, his magical energy being abruptly drained, forming a dominant and forceful whirlwind. All of Yi Feng's internal magical energy transformed into celestial fire, merging with the whirlwind to summon a familiar fire tornado. With a resounding crash, Wan Tianla produced a coffin and opened it, revealing a summoning array emanating a gray-black aura of the undead. A chill swept over everyone present. The essence of the undead enveloped the magical serpent like a relentless parasite, while the skeletons and insects remained unaffected. The dread of death permeated the serpent's mind, leading it to discover, in shock, that it had severed its connection with its internal magical energy. Or perhaps its body had begun to act beyond its control due to terror. Countless silver needles pierced through the celestial fire, reaching an extreme temperature. Under Han Yi's command, the crimson silver needles suddenly penetrated the serpent's form, producing a mournful wail that echoed throughout the battlefield. As the fire tornado approached, the serpent finally gathered a modicum of magical energy to resist, yet it was now drenched in blood. The previous silver needles had not only inflicted damage, but had also obliterated its primary meridians, leaving it utterly devoid of the capacity to fight back. Like fish on a chopping board, it lay vulnerable. The fire tornado roared, and the celestial fire swiftly consumed the serpent's body. When the flames subsided, only a charred corpse remained on the ground. Feng retrieved a blank magic card, enhancing it with a high-tier card. Observing the entire spectacle, Long felt somewhat dazed, slapping his own face in disbelief. What an extraordinary team this was. He has now come to a realization. The originally formidable Xiling is hardly ranked among the top 3 in this team. Although this high-tier first-level demon serpent is merely a severely injured creature of the demonic race, it is certainly beyond the capabilities of Han, a mid-tier body cultivator, to contend with. Yet, this is not the most astonishing aspect. The most remarkable is that Wan Tianla. The magic he just unleashed sent a shiver through his heart. Initially, Long intended to intervene and eliminate the high-tier demon serpent when the time was right, but it seems that is no longer necessary. This group of youngsters is fully capable of handling it on their own, according to the mission requirements. They also need to secure the stronghold until reinforcements arrive to reclaim it. Wan Tianla employed a summoned beast to scout the entire stronghold, and upon confirming the absence of any demonic creatures, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 young women began to use their magic to transform the stronghold, enhancing its defensive capabilities, while Feng and the other 3 had already commenced feasting on grilled meat in one of the fort's rooms. Chapter 83. Midnight attack. This room has now been transformed into a dormitory, with 3 beds and a coffin arranged in perfect order. Wan Tian continuously employé summoning technique, conjuring forth undead creatures that reinstated the patrols at the previously desolate stronghold. Furthermore, a multitude of venomous insects were strategically placed throughout, ready to become the invader's nightmare at the slightest disturbance. Earthen walls and thorny vines proliferated around the courtyard and near the perimeter, supplemented by layer upon layer of protective ice shields for added security. It must be acknowledged that the 4 women excelled in logistics far beyond their male counterparts. In a stronghold, Li Mubai took a hearty bite of roasted meat before inquiring, "How much meat did you bring in the storage ring?" He estimated, "We must have consumed at least 10 pounds already." In response, Han casually remarked, "This is all meat from the tails of those magical serpents." The meat of magical serpents. Are you not aware that this meat is toxic and unfit for consumption? It's merely a neurotoxin. Such trivial poison cannot faze us refined individuals. Wan Tianla replied nonchalantly, "But you 3 have undergone body refinement, while I have not," Li Mubai exclaimed in despair. Shortly thereafter, the 4 women returned to locate the 4 men. Upon entering, they discovered Wan Tianla's coffin positioned on the ground, with a pale figure resting peacefully inside. It was none other than Li Mubai. As night descended, a squad of 20 magical serpents approached the stronghold. When did this stronghold fall back into human hands? One serpent mused, flicking its tongue in curiosity. "I do not know. Let's investigate. If there are few humans, we shall reclaim it. If we cannot prevail, we will call for reinforcements." These 20 magical serpents, all mid-tier demons, felt no fear and advanced directly toward the stronghold. A patrolling skeleton was swiftly annihilated by a magical serpent. Wan Tianla abruptly awakened, his eyes wide open, as he shouted, "We are under attack." The 3 others, roused from their slumber, sprang into action. Han was the quickest, hastily donning his clothes and bolting from the room. At the same moment, the 4 women next door also stirred awake, their expressions grave. Wan Tianla commanded the venomous insects and undead beings to encircle and assault the unexpectedly appearing magical serpents. However, his tactics merely bought them a moment's respite. The difficulty of exterminating the serpents was exorbitantly high, bordering on impossible. Seizing a metal baseball bat from a storage ring, Han was the first to rush out of the stronghold. A magical serpent that leaped over the wall was met with a relentless barrage of blows. At night, it is best to avoid using overly bright magic, as it may attract the attention of other nearby demon tribes. Han Yi's cautionary words were clearly directed at Li Mubai and the Yi siblings. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai waved his hands, unleashing 2 slicing wind blades that hurtled toward a magical serpent that had scaled the wall, while wooden vines and ice spikes launched simultaneously. The magical serpent demon had barely recovered from enduring 3 spells when it suddenly beheld a large coffin plummeting from the heavens. Wan Tianla, unbeknownst to when he had reached its side, raised the coffin high above his head and unleashed a furious barrage upon the demon. Just then, another magical serpent demon scaled the wall and entered. Wan Tianla swiftly turned and delivered a heavy blow with the coffin, leaving the creature dazed. It became evident that not all summoners were inept in close combat. The Long Yuan sword materialized in Yi Feng's grasp, and for the first time, he showcased his swordsmanship in front of so many witnesses. With a flourish, his long sword danced, effortlessly cleaving the magical serpent demon that had just entered the courtyard into pieces, devoid of any resistance. Witnessing this spectacle, Ziling's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, he was the man she had chosen. Handsome indeed. Smash it. Wan Tianla leaped 5 meters high, the coffin's runes shimmering as its weight intensified. A surge of bloodline pressure, perceptible only to the demonic creatures, emanated from it. The magical serpent demon, gazing at the approaching coffin, was filled with terror and despair. In that moment, it seemed to see its long-deceased mother beckoning it forward. Meanwhile, Li Mubai transformed into a series of fleeting shadows, deftly evading the attacks of the magical serpent demon before him. Is dodging all you can do? Face me head-on if you dare. Frustrated by the mockery, the demon resorted to verbal provocation. Without hesitation, Li Mubai conjured an octagonal light wheel, appearing before the magical serpent demon in a blur, wielding the wheel like a chainsaw and striking it across the neck, causing a spray of blood. After 2 grueling hours of combat, 20 magical serpent demons were finally vanquished. Observing the 8 exhausted individuals seated on the ground, panting heavily, Marshal Yi Long stroked his chin, perplexed. From whom had his son learned such close combat skills? And what of Wan Tianla? Wasn't he a summoner and healer? How could he be more ferocious in close quarters than anyone else? The confusion was insurmountable. A few days later, reinforcements arrived. Yi Feng and his companions had successfully completed their mission and were set to return to the military camp. It took an additional 3 days to reach their destination. Finally, Yi Long emerged, expressing satisfaction with the practical training the 8 had undergone. Han Yi, your potential is quite remarkable. You possess strong leadership skills. Should you have aspirations, feel free to seek me out in the camp. I appreciate individuals like you. Yi Long affirmed Han Yi with a pat on the shoulder. The praise left Han Yi exhilarated, momentarily at a loss for words. After offering individual assessments, he turned to Wan Tianla. Under Wan Tianla's expectant gaze, Yi Long managed to utter 2 words. Not bad. Following this, he approached Yi Shuiying and said, Shuiying, I truly appreciate your efforts these past years. I have nothing of great value to offer, but please accept this high-tier magical artifact. In the coming years, I will need your assistance in keeping an eye on your rather foolish cousin. All right. Yi Shuiying nodded without any hesitation and comfortably tucked away the high-level magical artifact. She felt it was rightfully hers, as she had indeed worried immensely for her elder brother over the years. This was a defensive magical bracelet that could project an energy shield to protect oneself by channeling magical energy. Yi Long approached the last individual, Yi Feng, his own son. You little rascal, you've certainly gained a fair bit of skill during our time apart. Quite impressive. You resemble my former self, Yi Long remarked, patting Yi Feng's shoulders with evident satisfaction and pride. Speak your mind and be straightforward. Observing Yi Feng's nonchalant and rather infuriating demeanor, Yi Long restrained his urge to chastise him, smiling as he said, Fenger, this winter vacation, your mother and I will return to spend time with you. We can discuss everything then. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng resolved that he must venture out and enjoy himself during the winter break. Chapter 84. The new magic cards. The 8 members of the team returned to the Eastern Region Magic Academy, with merely a month remaining before the final examinations. And life resumed its tranquil rhythm. In the morning, within the dormitory, everyone except Yi Feng was still asleep. While engrossed in his game, Yi Feng suddenly received a WeChat message. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to see it was from his senior, Yin Xie. The message contained a link announcing the expansion of Magic card gameplay, revealing that new cards have been launched today. After perusing the details of the newly released card types and their expansion rules, Yi Feng couldn't help but mutter a curse. This was nothing short of a blatant imitation of Yu-Gi-Oh! As he scolded the creators, he hastily dressed, realizing he must venture out to indulge in some shopping. time to teach the young senior a lesson. Yi Feng, Senior, has your store also received the new cards? Yearns, yeah. Yes. The business is booming beyond reason since the new cards hit the shelves. If you come any later, you might find even a single pack impossible to procure. Upon reading this message, Yi Feng's adrenaline surged. Those card enthusiasts were utterly insane, already scrambling for them so early in the morning. If the new card sold out, it would be akin to a death sentence for him. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, startling 3 individuals who stared blankly at the entrance. What has transpired? After taking a taxi and the subway, Yi Feng finally arrived at the magic card store run by Yearns. However, upon witnessing the throng outside, despair washed over him. There was no room for even a fly to squeeze through. In his hopelessness, he sat on a nearby chair, contemplating a cigarette, but realized he had forgotten his lighter. What a stroke of bad luck. Just as he was about to conjure a flame to light his cigarette, a person sat beside him and offered a lighter. Yi Feng turned to find a middle-aged man, around 50, holding a lighter and smiling at him. The man was unremarkable in stature and build, yet his kind face bore the marks of time. Thank you. Yi Feng accepted the lighter and ignited his cigarette, taking a deep drag before returning the lighter. The man also pulled out a cigarette and took a puff. My name is Lu Mingxuan. Young man, what is yours? Yi Feng. Are you here to buy the new magic cards as well? Lu Mingxuan nodded, though a hint of resignation crossed his face. The new magic cards are truly remarkable, enhancing the gameplay in captivating ways. Alas, I arrived late due to some matters this morning, and now it's impossible to get inside. They both sighed simultaneously, sharing the plight of card enthusiasts. The new magic cards included spell cards, various spells that could be utilized by monster cards of the same attribute and tier during simulated battles. Among them were even cards capable of altering the terrain. It was nothing but a blatant plagiarism of Yu-Gi-Oh! The designer of such creations must be devoid of originality, a mere patchwork of borrowed ideas. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly realized that since Yearns was the owner of this establishment, perhaps he could facilitate a special entry for him. He hastily took out his phone and sent a message to Yearns. Indeed, Yearns replied, instructing him to wait at the back door. I have a way to access the back entrance. Will you join me? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxuan's eyes instantly lit up. I do appreciate a helpful young man like you. The two exchanged knowing smiles and then circumvented the throng of eager customers to arrive at the back door of the magic card shop. As the door swung open, Yearns looked at Yi Feng with a bemused expression and said, I truly cannot comprehend you, given your evident passion for magic cards. How could you not have come earlier to queue for the new releases? Many customers were here as early as 5 in the morning. Don't even mention it. I just returned from the frontier and had been without a phone. I was completely out of the loop, even missing out on anime updates. Yi Feng replied with a resigned sigh, shaking his head. Yearns then recalled that Yi Feng was a freshman and must have recently completed practical training with the combat team. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxuan looked at Yi Feng, somewhat astonished, and said, Oh, young man, I didn't realize you had been to the eastern frontier as well. I have spent quite a bit of time fighting over there myself. At this, Lu Mingxuan displayed a wistful expression, as if reminiscing about past experiences. You don't seem like the typical person. Those who emerge from the eastern frontier battlefield are anything but ordinary, and I admire you for that, Yearns remarked, her eyes filled with respect. In the east, those brave enough to venture to the eastern frontier battlefield deserve admiration. Ha ha ha, just old tales, all in the past now. Lu Mingxuan chuckled, scratching his head, then added, Will I get a discount when purchasing magic card packs? Like Yi Feng, both of you will enjoy a 20% reduction. Oh, benefactor! Yi Feng and Lu Mingxuan expressed their gratitude in unison towards Yearns, who stood proud, chest puffed out, reveling in their appreciation. Indeed, the way to a card player's heart is refreshingly simple and unpretentious. Following Yearns, the two entered through the back door into the warehouse of the magic card shop, where they were greeted by dozens of boxes filled with the new magic card packs. As card enthusiasts, they nearly spiraled into euphoria at the sight. Is this heaven? Each pack was priced at 5,000, which was somewhat steep yet reasonable, considering the nature of magic cards. With a discount, I'll sell you each pack for 4,000. These magic cards could be utilized not only in duels, but also in real life, albeit with some limitations. They must belong to the same type and rank. and using the magic contained within would consume a corresponding amount of magical energy. Just as Yin Xie finished speaking, Yi Feng and Lu Mingchuan each seized a box, eager to begin unpacking. With 50 packs per box, they were swift and decisive, transferring 200,000 in an instant. Goodness, no wonder you're a card player. You truly spare no expense for magic cards. You seem quite affluent yourself, a second-generation rich kid, perhaps, and you're not far behind, likely a first-generation wealthy individual. Today, let us engage in a friendly competition to see whose magical card draws prove superior. The loser shall treat the victor to a meal. Lu Mingchuan proposed this wager, and upon hearing it, Yi Feng readily agreed. With a pack containing no fewer than 10 magical cards, Yi Feng refrained from using his abilities to peer into the contents, for that would diminish the delight of a blind box reveal. As he opened his pack, he discovered an array of low-tier magical spell cards, all of remarkably common attributes. Ah, Yi Feng, my dear junior, I forgot to mention that this pack comes without any guarantee of quality. Yin Xie chuckled as she addressed him, to which Yi Feng confidently replied, "No worries, I believe I am quite fortunate." At that moment, Lu Mingchuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Behold, an advanced ice magic card, the Ice Dragon spell. What a splendid start." He waved his high-tier card triumphantly. Surprised, Yi Feng initially stood in disbelief, but soon adopted a resolute expression, convinced that fortune would smile upon him as he continued to unveil his cards. In the second pack, he revealed a mid-tier magical card, a Soundwave spell. Though its rank was merely intermediate, Soundwave spells were indeed quite rare within the realm of cards. Chapter 85. The competitive spirit of the card player. Just as Yi Feng believed his fortune was about to change, a jubilant cheer erupted from Lu Mingchuan beside him. Another high-tier, earth magic card. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng hastened to open his own packs with even greater urgency. However, an entire box. He had managed to unveil merely 3 high-tier magic cards, whereas Lu Mingchuan had astonishingly revealed 10. The outcome was unmistakable. Yi Feng rolled up his sleeves, preparing to purchase another box. "Young man, do not be so hasty. Leave some card packs for your fellow comrades," Lu Mingchuan interjected, halting Yi Feng's impulsive action. Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng composed himself, realizing that this elder was indeed a person of admirable virtue. Yet the reality was that Lu Mingchuan had run out of funds. Should Yi Feng purchase again, he might have to sacrifice his meals for the year. After all, the competitive spirit among card players was fiercely intense. Once one was caught up in the excitement, one often disregarded the necessities of future sustenance. "Uncle, what would you like to eat? Today, the treat is on me." Yi Feng patted his chest, exuding an air of generosity. Lu Mingchuan smiled upon hearing this. "How about this? You buy some ingredients, and we can go to my home for a meal together." Agreed. The two departed the magic card shop in unison, leaving Yin Xie behind to clean up the mess they had left in the store. TSK. Such a lack of manners. They couldn't even spare someone to help them clean up, and I even gave them an 8% discount. Yin Xie fumed, vowing to get back at Yi Feng someday when the opportunity arose. In a perfectly ordinary, unremarkable apartment, Yi Feng, having finished his grocery shopping, found himself seated at Lu Mingchuan's home by midday. Unable to resist, he instinctively glanced around the room. It was immaculate and simple, devoid of anything beyond the essentials like a refrigerator and a table. "Uncle, what do you usually do for work?" "Ah, well, I returned from the battlefield in my 20s and received a considerable amount of severance pay. Later, I began to learn computer programming, and just between you and me, I have contributed to the design of magic card projections." Lu Mingchuan spoke with pride, and upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration. As they conversed over drinks, Yi Feng exclaimed, "Uncle, you are already 55 years old? Where is your wife and children?" He was taken aback, having assumed Lu Mingchuan was in his 40s, not realizing he was already 55. Lu Mingchuan took a sip of his drink and replied, "I have never married, and thus do not have children. Ever since my mother passed away 20 years ago, I've been living alone. Don't you feel lonely on your own?" "Lonely? I do not feel lonely at all." After speaking, Lu Mingchuan gazed out at the azure sky and remarked with a smile, "This world is truly splendid. Even in the face of calamity, people manage to find joy." Engaging in conversation with fellow card players, sharing insights, or simply taking leisurely strolls to admire the landscapes. Mountains and rivers abound. When one tires of the scenery, there are delightful places like cat cafes and dog cafes where one can amuse themselves with pets. In a world that brings joy even to animals, how could I ever feel lonely? He took a sip from his wine glass, genuinely appreciating the beauty of his surroundings. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, also turned his gaze to the window. Indeed, this world is remarkably beautiful. Compared to the treacherous realm of cultivation, this place is infused with warmth and humanity. The two friends conversed from noon until dusk, their spirits lifted by the setting sun as they shared stories from the years gone by, filled with amusing anecdotes. Their joy was palpable. As they were about to part ways, Lu Mingchuan called out to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I have a magical card for you. He handed over a high-level sound wave magic card. I noticed you drew a mid-level sound wave card and seemed pleased yet somewhat disappointed. I presume you possess a high-level beast magic card that can utilize sound wave magic? Yes, thank you, Uncle, Yi Feng replied with a gentle smile, accepting the card and placing it into his collection. We shall chat again when time permits. I must return to school now. Go ahead, Lu Mingchuan said as Yi Feng departed. He remained seated, gazing out at the sunset, lost in contemplation. The sun gradually descended, and half an hour had passed since Yi Feng left. As night enveloped the sky, Lu Mingchuan rose to tidy the table before retiring for the night. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated within the room. Oh, I didn't expect our first warrior of the demon race to be living so leisurely these days. Surely, you haven't begun to think of yourself as a human? Startled by the voice, Lu Mingchuan turned to see an incredibly alluring woman with a curvaceous figure standing before him. Fox Spirit Demon King, he exclaimed, his body trembling and taking a slight step back, disbelief etched in his eyes. The Ghostwing Demon King was slain not long ago, and now you have arrived. It seems the Demon Emperor intends to launch a grand invasion of this planet. Despair gradually filled Lu Mingchuan's gaze. As a member of the demon race, he understood all too well what this entailed. Do you think you can fathom the thoughts of the Demon Emperor? Yu Chuan, as the strongest of the Tianyao Tiger clan and the foremost demon general beneath the Demon King, how can you be so infatuated with the human world? Is it not somewhat laughable? The Fox Spirit Demon King's eyes turned cold, and an aura of authority emanated from her, causing a heavy pressure that left Lu Mingchuan momentarily breathless. I know I am a disgrace to the demon race. Just kill me, he said, showing no signs of resistance. Resigned to the fate he had evaded for so many years. Kill you? No. I wish to offer you an opportunity to redeem yourself. The Fox Spirit Demon King revealed a beguiling smile as he approached Lu Mingchuan, declaring, Tomorrow, I command you to obliterate the city of Hope, instilling terror among its inhabitants. This chaos will enable my subordinates to seize control, gradually consuming the eastern domain, Huaxia, and ultimately, the Blue Star, leading humanity to its own demise through fratricidal conflict. True to his nature, the Fox Spirit Demon King always schemed with insidious intent. I shall not bring ruin upon this place. I would rather atone with my own life. Lu Mingchuan proclaimed, gathering his magical energy in preparation for self-termination. However, his actions were thwarted by the Fox Spirit Demon King's hand. If memory serves me correctly, the Heavenly Demon Tiger clan is dwindling in number, is it not? Surely, you do not wish to see this race vanish entirely from the demon realm? You, Lu Mingchuan seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at the Fox Spirit Demon King. Do not regard me with such disdain. Fulfill your duties. Remember, you are of the demon race, and despite donning a human guise, you remain but a demon. With a chilling laugh, the Fox Spirit Demon King vanished, leaving Lu Mingchuan standing in the dimly lit room, his gaze vacant and lost. Chapter 86. The former warrior, upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Feng was reeking of alcohol, prompting the other three residents to speculate whether he had been out drinking with some young lady. Could it be that Feng has finally had an epiphany? Li Mubai's gaze towards Yi Feng was filled with disbelief, while Han shook his head and remarked if he had indeed gone out to indulge with a girl. I would willingly sever my head to serve as your night pot. Wan Tianla nodded in agreement with Han Yi's sentiments. The three of them simultaneously redirected their attention to Yi Feng, who responded with a raised middle finger. The following morning, Yi Feng received an unexpected phone call. The number was unfamiliar, and upon answering, he was surprised to find it was Uncle Lu Mingchuan, the man with whom he had shared drinks the previous day. "Uncle, what can I do for you? Do you have time today? I find myself rather bored wandering the city alone. Would you care to join me for a stroll?" Lu Mingchuan's voice resonated through the phone, retaining its familiar tone, yet Yi Feng discerned an underlying heaviness, suggesting that the uncle was grappling with some troubles and needed to clear his mind. Faced with the choice between indulging in games or accompanying the uncle, Yi Feng decisively opted for the latter. "Uncle, meet me at the entrance of the East Region Magic Academy. I will head out once I finish freshening up." "All right," Lu Mingchuan replied before ending the call. Yi Feng then proceeded to wash up and dress before leaving the dormitory. Observing Yi Feng's departing figure, the three others sat up in astonishment. What did they witness? Yi Feng was actually leaving? So early in the morning. Moreover, it seemed he had left right after receiving a phone call. Although they had just awakened after Yi Feng opened the door and were unaware of who had called him, the circumstances hinted it might have been a girl. Could it be that the iron tree had finally blossomed? The trio was now fully awake and began to fervently discuss this intriguing topic within the dormitory. Outside the East Region Magic Academy, Lu Mingchuan sat upon a bench, gazing at the slowly rising sun with a complex array of emotions. "Uncle, what troubles you? You seem rather glum," Yi Feng inquired, taking a seat beside him, puzzled. "It's nothing. I've simply encountered some matters that I have long evaded and must now confront," Lu Mingchuan replied with a wry smile, realizing he had ultimately arrived at this fateful day. In this life, one should pursue what one desires. We live for ourselves, not for others or for any particular circumstance. Yi Feng shrugged, his thoughts drifting back to his past experiences in the realm of cultivation. "Indeed, you speak true. Following one's heart is the wisest choice," Lu Mingchuan said, producing a cigarette, igniting it, and offering the lighter to Yi Feng. The flickering flame transferred from his hand to Yi Feng's, igniting the cigarette. Amidst the morning sunlight, the two sat together, smoking and conversing. Once the cigarette was finished, they ventured forth, meandering through the city of hope, taking the subway and visiting the park. On the park bench, Lu Mingchuan gazed at the vibrant floor before him, a smile gracing his lips. "I often visit this place. The flowers are beautiful and the trees tower majestically. How I wish my hometown possessed such splendor," Lu Mingchuan mused, while Yi Feng regarded him with a hint of confusion. "Uncle, does your hometown not have such plants?" he inquired. "Well, no more about that. Allow me to take you to a cat CAF I frequently visit, where both cats and dogs roam freely, and patrons are welcome to interact with them." With a smile, Lu Mingchuan rose and led Yi Feng out of the park. For reasons unknown, Yi Feng felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation in Lu Mingchuan's presence. His lifestyle mirrored the tranquil existence he had yearned for in his past life. At the cat CAF, Yi Feng stroked a Garfield cat, chuckling at the feline's comically fierce visage, which seemed to bear the weight of the world. "It truly resembles Han, he remarked. "Oh, where's Black Sugar?" Lu Mingchuan, having searched for some time for the cat he often petted, felt perplexed. The female attendant, with a hint of resignation on her face, replied, "Black Sugar slipped out last night while we were distracted and got into a scuffle with a wild cat. After we intervened, it was rather dejected for the entire night. And this morning, it seemed unwell." Black Sugar, a stray cat rescued by the CAF, was known for its combative nature. It had been injured in a fight with another wild cat and had been nurtured back to health by the CAF. Lu Mingchuan's favorite cat was indeed this one. That is truly unfortunate," he said with a bittersweet smile. After spending an hour at the CAF, he took Yi Feng to dine at a modest noodle shop, which he claimed to have frequented for over 20 years. The afternoon passed swiftly. Beneath the setting sun, Lu Mingchuan led Yi Feng to a desolate plot on the outskirts of Hope City. Sitting on the ground, he watched the sunset with eyes filled with nostalgia and reluctance. At last, Yi Feng could no longer contain himself. "Uncle, what is going on? I can't shake the feeling that your actions today resemble like the final journey of a person before their demise, correct?" Lu Mingchuan suddenly turned to Yi Feng, voicing the words he had hesitated to utter. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly guess correctly? "To be candid, my true name is Yu Chuan, and I belong to the Tianyao tiger race, a naturally combative lineage, essentially a type of otherworldly demon as you would describe it." Lu Mingchuan did not meet Yi Feng's gaze, remaining fixated on the sunset. Yifeng was astonished. He had always concealed his own abilities and had never realized that Lu Mingchuan was not merely a man, but a creature of legend. Our Tianyao tigers are a rather unique race, capable of mastering all forms of demonic arts. For instance, my ability to transform into a human stems from my study of the Fox spirit clan's illusion magic. Lu Mingchuan produced a cigarette, lighting it before offering the lighter to Yifeng. It was a traditional black lighter, the kind that emitted a crisp click upon being opened. Yifeng ignited the cigarette in his mouth, intending to return the lighter to Lu Mingchuan, only to be met with refusal. This lighter is yours now, along with my card deck. Lu Mingchuan produced his meticulously stored magic card deck from a plastic case within his satchel and handed it to Yifeng. As Yifeng accepted the deck, a heavy expression enveloped him, and in that moment, a realization dawned. I was once a warrior, the mightiest general of the demon tribe, the strongest fighter beneath the demon king. I take pride in my former glorious days, yet I feel profound shame for my past actions, for I have taken many lives. Lu Mingchuan gazed at the setting sun, inhaling deeply from his cigarette before exhaling and continuing, though I feel remorse for my past deeds. I do not believe I was wrong, for I am a demon, and I must fight for my kind. Until that day when the glory of my warrior's spirit was extinguished. Chapter 87. The Battle at Sunset 30 years ago. A cataclysmic confrontation unfolded in the eastern borders of Huaxia, an otherworldly, demonic entity, possessing the formidable power of 19 superlative stars, materialized within the treacherous expanse of the Wind and Snow Mountain Range. This being was deemed invincible by humanity. During that fierce conflict, I could have effortlessly obliterated every human on the battlefield with a mere gesture. I had presumed that no force could ever triumph over me in this realm. However, I was gravely mistaken. Blue Star was home not only to humanity, but to even more formidable beings. Among them was a powerful figure, a deity in the eyes of Huaxia, one I had been oblivious to until the later revelations of his identity, Yang Jian, whom you revere as Erlang Shun. I faced defeat, yet I managed to escape by employing demonic arts, transforming myself into a human who had perished in the struggle against our kind. His name was Lu Mingchuan. I assimilated his memories and thereafter lived among humans under his guise. As time passed, the mask I wore became my second skin, and I gradually forgot my original identity until last night. Upon concluding his tale, Lu Mingchuan turned to Yifeng, rising suddenly to pace a few steps before confronting him. When you unveiled the card album yesterday, I sensed the presence of the Ghost-Winged Demon King. It appears you are indeed the deity who vanquished him. As a warrior of the demon clan, I have no alternative. Yifeng, unleash your power, and let us conclude this battle under the sunset. For I must protect this city I hold dear from ruin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Mingchuan's human visage vanished, replaced by the formidable form of a celestial demon tiger, adorned with blood-black markings. The howling wind swept across the desolate landscape. The celestial demon tiger's frame expanded dramatically, towering to a staggering height of 50 meters. A resounding roar echoed throughout the city of Hope, causing every superlative warrior to shudder in trepidation. The demon clan had returned. An immensely powerful otherworldly demon had emerged. Within the city of Hope, the Fox Spirit Demon King beamed with satisfaction upon witnessing the awe-inspiring celestial demon tiger. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Lu Mingchuan for a benefit, simply to ensure the safety of his kin. Uncle, I understand now. Yifeng gazed up at Lu Mingchuan, transformed back into his true form, now aware of his course of action. Law of heaven and earth. Yifeng stamped his foot, a mask appearing upon his face, a black cloak materializing around him. Under the fading light of the sun, the two colossal entities stood in opposition. All the formidable beings within the City of Hope focused intently on this impending clash. Inside the command center of the City of Hope's military, expressions turned somber as they beheld the celestial demon tiger, an entity thought to have vanished 30 years prior, now re-emerging. Had it not been eradicated by the deity? Why had it resurfaced in the City of Hope 3 decades later? An officer, one who had endured that harrowing battle, displayed a visage of despair. In its current state, the City of Hope stood no chance against such a nightmare-level beast. Yet, hope was rekindled swiftly, for it was none other than the mysterious powerhouse from Peng City who stood against the celestial demon tiger, a being designated as a deity within the highest echelons of Huaxia's records. Beneath the setting sun, the celestial tiger emitted a piercing roar, its colossal form lunging towards Yifeng, sharp claws slicing through the air. With a resounding bang, Yifeng raised his arm to deflect the tiger-esque claw, swiftly grasping its limb, and, with a surge of strength, overturned the celestial tiger onto the ground. The earth trembled violently. Suddenly, searing flames erupted around the celestial tiger, prompting Yifeng to swiftly take flight. He had chosen to restrain his power to match that of Lu Mingchuan, and since he desired a spirited duel in this desolate location, Yifeng was more than willing to oblige. With a fierce growl, the celestial tiger regained its footing, unleashing a fiery blast from its maw, rapidly hurtling towards Yifeng. In response, Yifeng spread his hands, manipulating the flames in a Tai Chi-like manner to reshape them into a fireball, which he hurled back. A thunderous explosion followed as Lu Mingchuan stomped the ground, conjuring a wall of earth that intercepted the fireball. In the next moment, the wall erupted, launching a barrage of earthen spikes at high speed towards Yifeng. Just as Yifeng prepared to cast a spell for defense, vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, ensnaring his feet. Flames soared into the sky as the wooden vines were consumed, and the earthen spikes transformed into molten lava. Yifeng ascended into the air, enveloped in intense fire. Lu Mingchuan's laughter rang out, echoing beneath the sunset. He reveled in the thrill of battle, feeling invigorated rather than fearful in the face of such adversity. Yifeng concentrated, forming a fiery longsword in his right hand, the flames rapidly coalescing into the blade. Meanwhile, the celestial tiger concentrated its magical energy into its claws. With a thunderous roar, Yifeng unleashed his fire sword, while the celestial tiger lashed out with its claws, a crimson glow surging forth like a torrent. This was the celestial tiger's innate magical technique, the celestial tiger claw, capable of converging magical energy into a force that countered almost all elemental powers. The clash of claws and fire sword resonated through the air. The claw's brilliance was abruptly shattered. Lu Mingchuan, witnessing the fire sword approaching without resistance, opened his arms to embrace the inevitable conclusion he should have faced 30 years prior, the fate befitting a warrior. As the sun set, Lu Mingchuan's form was pierced by the fire sword, collapsing heavily to the ground. The inhabitants of Hope City erupted in jubilant cheers at the sight. The fox spirit demon King's expression darkened. She had anticipated that the being responsible for the death of the demon king of the Ghost Wings was present within Hope City. Despite the loss, she had gleaned a significant revelation. The powerful entity that had slain the Ghost Wing demon king was indeed in Hope City. The two colossal forms vanished. Although Yifeng triumphed in battle, a sense of joy eluded him. On the grassy expanse bathed in the evening sun, Lu Mingchuan now returned to his human form, lay quietly on the ground. The sunset of Blue Star was indeed a sight to behold. Lu Mingchuan sighed, while Yifeng sat quietly beside him, wordless, pulling out a cigarette and igniting it with the crisp sound of a lighter's cap. Yifeng, take my power. Transform the might of the Demon Wing King into a magic card. I too wish to do so. I hope that one day I will witness my deck in the grandest arena of magical card duels. Fulfill this wish for me. With that, Lu Mingchuan closed his eyes, succumbing beneath the sunset he cherished most. Yifeng inhaled deeply, the blank magic card in his hand, drawing forth the power from Lu Mingchuan's being. Yet, he did not revert to the form of the celestial demon tiger. I am but a recluse, lacking the leisure to fulfill your dreams. Consider the lighter as my recompense. Your aspirations ought to be realized by you, as a human. Yifeng rose and departed alone beneath the setting sun. As dusk fell, night enveloped the world. With the first rays of dawn, Lu Mingchuan awakened and sat up. Glancing at the deck box beside him, he felt a pang of nostalgia. The sun that set yesterday heralded the rise of today as dawn. The once mighty warrior of the demon clan has faded. Today marks the beginning of his new life as a human, as Lu Mingchuan. He is now an ordinary man, devoid of demonic powers. Compared to the sunset, I find myself preferring the dawn, Lu Mingchuan mused, a smile gracing his lips as he picked up the deck box from the ground and left the grassy expanse that had granted him rebirth. In the cat's CAF, the black cat named Haitong emerged from its nest, stretching languorously. The staff member beamed with excitement, relieved that Haitong had pulled through. She had been quite worried the previous night. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Yifeng smiled softly as he gazed at the lighter in his hand. Chapter 88. Final examinations at dormitory 324. Yifeng and his three companions stared in bewilderment at Wang Wenbo, who looked back at them with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. Today, he had come to inform these four individuals that their team had successfully passed the review process. Due to their unique circumstances, the 8 of them had been directly appointed by the school this year. They were to select 4 new teams to compete for the last available spot. The original plan to take it easy during the competition was now dashed. After delivering the news, Wang Wenbo intended to leave, but he noticed the absence of any pre-exam tension among the 4. He casually inquired, "Are you all so confident about tomorrow's elective course final exam?" Many students in previous years have found the school's written finals rather daunting. Upon hearing this, the 4 were taken aback. How could there be a written final at a magic university? Observing their expressions, Wang Wenbo realized that these 4 foolish individuals were completely unaware of this requirement. "I know you're not afraid of failing, but that's for your major courses. The final exam is for an elective, and surely you haven't skipped all your classes since the semester began?" In unison, the 4 nodded. Wang Wenbo was left speechless. Is this what university students are like? How can you not attend your elective courses? He continued, due to various reasons. The elective classes in your first semester had a short duration, so as long as you pass the final exam, you won't fail. Hurry up and study. Don't let me chase after you for a make-up exam. With that, he departed, leaving the 4 to discuss which electives they had chosen at the start of the semester. "Wait, do you even remember which electives we selected?" He exclaimed. Urgency etched on his face, clearly not recalling anything. Wang Tianle quickly interjected, "I think I chose modern medical theory. Do you know anything about it?" Li Mubai promptly asked, "Are you confident enough to let me prescribe medicine?" "Got it," Li Mubai pondered before adding, "I believe I selected the course on magical theory, intending to enhance my multi-phase technique." At this moment, Han Yi also remembered his elective. Mine was Chinese martial arts. The 3 turned their gaze toward Yifeng, who appeared despondent. "I opted for Blue Star history. Not to mention Blue Star history, I'm not even particularly well-versed in the history of China." A collective sigh of resignation escaped the 4 of them. "How about we just take it step by step? Perhaps we might stumble through it," Li Mubai proposed, which garnered agreement from the others. The room was adorned with an image of Confucius. Ultimately, they chose to engage in a battle of wits rather than mere rote memorization. The next day, the 4 entered the examination hall brimming with confidence. After Yifeng took his seat and opened the exam paper, he was confronted with the first question, worth 50 points. "Damn, we're set." However, upon reading the content, he was dismayed. "Please list the names of 10 deities from each civilization." What the hell? Let us get started. Yifeng reclined in his chair, pondering how he would approach the supplementary examination next year. Nearby, Han Yi posed a question. "Please name the 18 palms of Shaolin Temple." The response was simple. First palm, second palm, third palm, up to the 18th palm. Meanwhile, Li Mubai's exam paper was extraordinary. What chemical reaction occurs when a fire spell traveling at 10 meters per second collides with an ice spell? The answer was straightforward: water vapor. Then there was one Tianle's examination paper. If a person loses too much blood and enters a state of apparent death, what should one do? The answer was rather macabre. Call me. I can offer a discount on urns and coffins, plus complimentary feng shui advice for selecting burial grounds. Unsurprisingly, the 3 others, aside from Yifeng, collectively failed. Why didn't you fail? Han Yi expressed his disbelief. Akin to a friend who slacks off yet manages to score an impressive 700 on the college entrance exam. Perhaps I possess exceptional talent, Yifeng replied, somewhat sheepishly, the truth being that he had utilized his divine sense during the exam to observe and transcribe the answers of all those around him. Damn! The trio simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him. Not long after the final exams concluded, the winter break arrived. The 4 female members of their squad had all returned home, while Yifeng and his companions chose to remain in Hope City. With a month until the new year, they planned to undertake numerous tasks to hone their combat skills. Beneath the glamorous facade of Hope City, Dark Currents whirled. A car halted at a construction site on the outskirts, from which emerged a man and a woman. The woman, leading the way, was none other than the Fox Spirit Demon King. "Is this the location?" she inquired, glancing at her subordinate, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, after perusing extensive records, I have confirmed this as the place. Very well. Let this Hope City descend into endless fear and chaos, the Fox Spirit Demon King declared, raising her hand to channel her magical energy. A chilling breeze swept through, transforming the workers who were keeping vigil at the site into mere skeletons, only for them to rapidly regenerate flesh. Within 100 meters of the construction site, countless corpses of demonic beasts emerged from the soil. Upon exposure to the air, they swiftly grew flesh and took on human form. The Fox Spirit Demon King observed this scene with satisfaction. Her innate magical ability, the art of demon creation, allowed her to imbue anything with magical energy and grant it life. However, the quality of the original material greatly influenced the outcome. Thus, it was challenging to create high-tier beings from inferior foundations. Moreover, these newly created demons often developed self-awareness, disregarding their master's commands, and were compelled to consume flesh to sustain their lives and grow stronger. Consequently, the Fox Spirit clans seldom employed this method within the demon realm. However, within the ordinary realm, they can conjure chaos on a grand scale through this dark sorcery, subtly guiding their concealed kin to seize power amidst the turmoil, thereby ensnaring all beings in a state of mutual strife and attrition. They refer to these entities as demon corpses. Observing the relentless emergence of these demon corpses from the earth, the Fox Spirit Demon King wore a sly smile, eager to witness the transformation of this city of hope as the common folk succumbed to panic and dread. A city of hope? More like a city of despair. The Fox Spirit Demon King departed the area with her subordinates. A human corpse crawled from the soil, its flesh and blood coalescing into a stunning young girl with flowing hair. At that moment, the surrounding chaos of over 1,000 demon corpses came to an abrupt halt as they collectively turned and knelt before the long-haired girl. High-ranking, 8-star Corpse King. All lower-tier demon corpses disperse and devour human flesh to enhance your strength, transforming this place into our slaughterhouse paradise. Yes, the throng of low-tier demon corpses scattered in a frenzy, while the remaining mid-tier demon corpses still numbered in the hundreds. Chapter 89. The bait on the evening of the third day, a disturbing phenomenon had emerged in the city of Hope, where numerous desiccated corpses, drained of their blood, were discovered, their causes of death shrouded in mystery. The victims were predominantly ordinary individuals, mostly office workers who walked home late at night through secluded paths. Strangely, these individuals appeared perfectly fine the day before, only to be found the next day as lifeless husks, devoid of any blood within their bodies. It was as if vampires from a distant realm had descended upon the city of Hope in China. The Demon Hunting Association suspected foul play by otherworldly creatures and dispatched numerous mid-tier hunting squads for investigation, including the team of 4 led by Feng. On a quiet, darkened alley, a young man ambled down the street, his plain attire and unassuming hairstyle reflecting the essence of a laborer from a nearby factory. Why must I be the bait? Wan Tianla lamented, feeling quite helpless. Earlier, the 4 of them had deliberated on how to uncover the hidden otherworldly demons lurking in the shadows of the City of Hope. Ultimately, they unanimously decided that one among them should masquerade as an unsuspecting worker walking home at night to serve as bait, given that such individuals had been the most frequent victims. Initially, Wan Tianla presumed that this task would fall to Li Mubai, who was adept at disguise. However, to his surprise, Li Mubai claimed he had no suitable ragged clothing, being only in possession of branded apparel. Thus, poor Wan Tianla found himself designated as the decoy. 100 meters ahead, around a corner, a sensuous woman clad in revealing attire was provocatively licking her crimson lips, awaiting her prey. Soon, Wan Tianla's figure materialized before her. Distracted and caught off guard by the woman's sudden appearance, he experienced a bewildering moment akin to being doused with cold water. "What are you up to, little brother?" The woman purred, playfully lifting Wan Tianla's chin with her hand, exuding an alluring charm. Without a hint of hesitation, Wan Tianla swiftly retreated. I'm heading home. What do you want from me, miss?" Noticing his nervous demeanor, the woman smiled even more seductively. "Oh, I am here to engage in some delightful activities with you. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us find somewhere more private." Realization dawned upon Wan Tianla. "So, you're one of those creatures, able to assume human form. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that Feng and the others had no intention of intervening. Clearly, they intended for him to follow the woman to her lair, intending to ambush the entire nest. With this thought in mind, Tianla commenced his performance. All right, he said, donning a foolish grin as he trailed after the woman, who swayed her hips in delight. Little did she know she had chanced upon a naive young man, likely a novice. 5 minutes later, damn it, I finally caught this creature. Breathing heavily, Hani secured a corpse that had morphed into a grotesque figure reminiscent of a zombie from the television screen, casting it onto the ground. Beside him stood Li Mubai and Yifeng. Suddenly, Li Mubai, after catching his breath, sensed something amiss. Why were only the three of them present? It dawned on them that they had completely forgotten about Tianlu. After sending Tianlu to act as bait, they had noticed a suspicious man observing them. Han attempted to apprehend him, but the man abruptly fled. Clearly, something was amiss, and they should have pursued him. Thus, the trio accelerated, yet the adversary, familiar with the surrounding terrain, led them on a winding chase, ultimately taking 5 minutes for them to capture him. Meanwhile, on another front, Tianlu, under the guidance of a beautiful woman, arrived at a nearby hotel saturated with neon lights and indulgence. This establishment, discreetly located, concealed a subterranean level. Upon reaching the third basement, they encountered a myriad of private rooms. Oh, you found yourself such a youthful lad this time. I hope you're not thinking of indulging in something inappropriate, remarked a burly tattooed man as he observed the woman and Tianlu entering. The woman responded with a professional smile. Oh, Tiger, you do have a knack for humor. I must attend to my business now. She led Tianlu into an available room, and he mentally noted the man's name. Tiger. This individual was undoubtedly the leader of the otherworldly creatures. It seemed he had stumbled upon a den of demons. Let us have some fun, shall we? The woman suggested while revealing her enticing assets. Tianlu steeled his resolve, reminding himself that he was not the type to be easily swayed by temptation. He could not afford to act impulsively. Doing so would jeopardize their ambush. Outside the hotel, Feng and the others continued their search for Tianlu. Where could that rascal have gone? The woman, amused by Tianlu's bashful demeanor, felt elated at the prospect of not only earning money, but also securing a young companion. The thought was delightful. As she began to undress and approached him, he shouted, "Stay back. Don't come any closer." To his dismay, she climbed onto the bed, attempting to remove his trousers. "I can't hold back any longer," she declared. Before she could finish her sentence, Tianlu's fist flew towards her face. Bang! The door burst open, and the woman collapsed on the ground, bloodied. Tiger, who had been smoking, was taken aback by the scene. "Tiger, that kid just hit a woman," she lamented, her voice tinged with despair. Hearing this, Tiger tossed aside his cigarette and shouted, "How dare you cause trouble in my territory?" As the bloodline of the tiger demon surged within him, Brother Tiger's muscles swelled, his eyes reddened with veins, and even tufts of tiger fur sprouted upon his body. He was indeed a demonized being. In his mid-tier, 3-star demon form, Brother Tiger stormed into the room. To provoke chaos before such a formidable demon was a reckless act of folly. However, upon entering, Brother Tiger beheld Tianla brandishing a black coffin, raised high above his head, preparing to strike down upon him. Truly, they were the demon race. Damn it, these otherworldly fiends dared to threaten my purity. Bah! The coffin in Tianla's grasp crashed violently against Brother Tiger, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and anguished cries. The scene was nothing short of harrowing. The women on the third underground level of the hotel shrieked in terror, fleeing towards the elevator, while the thug presence surged towards Tianla, numbering over a dozen, 3 of whom were mid-tier sorcerers now transformed into their demonized states. Outside, Yifeng utilized his spiritual senses to confirm Tianla's location and, accompanied by 2 others, made his entrance into the hotel. Chapter 90, Disrupting the Scene. Oh my, so many demons. Behind Tianla, a summoning array materialized, leading 2 jade white spiders into a fierce charge, followed by a swarm of cursed insects that screeched out. The previously intimidating crowd was momentarily stunned. Then, without a shred of hesitation, they turned on their heels and fled. Just then, the elevator arrived, and everyone surged towards the doors, eagerly awaiting their opening. Alas! Behind them, anguish screams erupted as the cursed insects crawled into mouths, ears, and nostrils. The agony they endured was indeed unimaginable. They now recognized that compared to their demon god temple, this individual was far more malevolent. Ding! The elevator doors swung open, but before anyone could rush inside, a metallic baseball bat came hurtling towards them. So many demons. Ha ha ha. Today, I can truly unleash my wrath. Han, he sent a man flying with the bat, and then kicked another assailant away. Almost perish. Like a rampaging beast, Han, he showed no mercy, even to the women among them. The air was filled with screams and wails. In just 5 minutes, everyone at the scene, save for 4, lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Speak. Are there other demons in your demon god temple besides yourselves? Hani bellowed, lifting a man by the head. No, none. Though this hotel belongs to our demon god temple, we only conduct our business below. The upper levels are legitimate hotel operations. The man, trembling in fear, divulged everything he knew. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby. What? Someone dares to disrupt my establishment. All demons, gather and teach the troublemakers a lesson. Ouyang Shui seethed with anger upon hearing of the chaos unfolding on the 3rd underground level. Having only recently become the owner of this hotel, she was eager to establish her authority, yet now, trouble had come knocking at her door. Instantly, over 20 mid-tier mages stood behind Ouyang Shui as they descended the stairs to the 3rd underground level. Upon opening the stairway door, they were greeted by a scene of cursed insects crawling from the bodies of their comrades, a gruesome tableau of blood and the anguished cries of those who lay there. Some so battered they were unrecognizable even to their own mothers. The 4 individuals conducting the interrogation turned simultaneously to the newly arrived group. Han Yi, wielding a bloodied baseball bat, locked his gaze onto Ouyang Shui amidst the crowd. Ouyang Shui felt her legs give way, collapsing to the ground in terror. Why do I keep encountering these 4 demons? What is happening? Good heavens! Even the students from our Eastern Domain Magic Academy are not spared. How could your demon god temple force them into such degradation? This is utterly intolerable. Han, he was engulfed in fury, mistakenly believing that Ouyang Shui had been captured by these individuals to serve as a pawn. Upon seeing him, her overwhelming excitement led her to collapse to the ground, reminiscent of the time he had been trapped on the battlefield, filled with despair until his comrades returned to rescue him, eliciting a similar reaction. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, glancing at Ouyang Shui, who was trembling on the ground. Did that person know their leader? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Han Yi charged forward, brandishing a baseball bat. Ouyang Shui, do not fear. We shall rescue you from this wretched place. With a swift swing, he struck one of the assailants on the head, sending the creature spiraling to the ground. Youth truly has its advantages. They fall asleep so easily. At that moment, Wan Tianle rushed over, wielding his large coffin. The duo had effectively blocked the staircase, leaving Yi Feng and Li Mubai unable to intervene, forced to watch from behind. As Han Yi approached, Ouyang Shui's composure shattered. Don't come any closer, she cried out. What? Is there an ambush nearby? Incredible. The Demon God Palace has such a well-concealed trap that I failed to notice it. Han Yi was taken aback, realizing the depth of the ambush that had eluded him until now, even after Ouyang Shui's warning. Do not worry. We will certainly get you out. Tianle. Understood. Wan Tianle, after sending another foe flying, positioned the coffin upright. Before Ouyang Shui could react, Han Yi seized her and tossed her into the coffin. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid slammed shut and was secured with chains. Let me out. Let me out. Ouyang Shui pounded on the coffin lid, her voice hoarse from desperation. Rest assured, we will not let you down. It is our virtue to help others, Han Yi declared, delivering a swift kick to another assailant attempting to rescue their leader. With their leader captured, the assailants went into a frenzy, rushing towards the coffin in a desperate attempt to free Ouyang Shui, their loyalty palpable. You wretched scoundrels! How dare you obsess over a young girl, seeking to plunge her into the depths of despair? A pack of beasts! Han Yi swung his metal bat, blood splattering across the staircase as the cries of his adversaries echoed around them, causing Ouyang Shui to spiral into despair. Stop! Please stop! Just let me out and leave quickly, will you? I beg you. Han, he was not the kind of person to turn a blind eye to suffering. No matter the number of enemies he faced, he was determined to rescue his classmate from this place. Activating his secret technique, his strength surged, and he wielded the bat with unrelenting ferocity. Thud! 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 The cries of the fallen rang out, and upon hearing the despairing wails, Ouyang Shui broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. The sound of her weeping only fueled Han Yi's resolve further. It appears that Ouyang Shui has been profoundly moved. After all, he is simply that kind of person who embodies bravery in the face of danger. Wan Tianla, you all go ahead. I will cover our retreat. All right. Wan Tianla hastily carried the coffin and fled, while the other two followed suit at a swift pace. As the anguished screams grew fainter, Ouyang Shui succumbed to tears and fainted. Demons. These are indeed 4 demons. 10 minutes later, Han Yi emerged from the hotel, drenched in blood. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and the other two awaited him at the entrance. At this moment, Ouyang Shui lay peacefully within the coffin, having lost consciousness from her tears and yet to awaken. It is truly unexpected that our search for the otherworldly demon clan would lead us to discover the lair of the demon god temple. It seems we have unwittingly sown seeds of fortune from our casual endeavors. Li Mubai could not help but exclaim, and the other 3 nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Suddenly, Yi Feng recalled something and inquired, by the way, where did we dispose of that creature that resembled a zombie? Chapter 91. The demon corpse. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback, as it seemed they had just been tossed into a refuse bin. Tianlu contemplated a method to awaken Ouyang Shui, and then we would proceed to complete our mission. Li Mubai issued a command to Wan Tianla, who promptly exclaimed, "All right." Following this, he activated the runic magic inscribed upon the coffin, intending to rouse Ouyang Shui. Awakening spell. Soon, Ouyang Shui opened her eyes and emerged from her unconscious state. Upon noticing the 4 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon her, she was initially stunned, then shook her head, convinced that she must be experiencing hallucinations, and decided to sleep a little longer. As Ouyang Shui attempted to close her eyes once more, Han, in a moment of desperation, recalled a technique they frequently employed on the battlefield to assist comrades in remaining alert and conscious. Slap! The sound was both startling and genuine, leaving Ouyang Shui momentarily dazed. Covering her slightly reddened face, she suddenly realized that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, Ouyang Shui burst into tears, exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" She stumbled out of the coffin, weeping profusely as she fled, swiftly disappearing from their sight. Han, he was left bewildered. What had he done wrong? What was happening? He had rescued her with good intentions, yet she cried and called him a scoundrel? Han, he was utterly perplexed by the situation. Li Mubai, upon hearing this, chuckled. "When it comes to women, you still lack my understanding. Initially, the young lady was grateful for your rescue, but then you unexpectedly slapped her, shattering her tender heart, which undoubtedly left her heartbroken." Upon hearing this, Han he suddenly understood. Damn, this girl is truly dramatic. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved her. Grumbling to himself, Han he led the 3 others towards the refuse bin where they had previously discarded the demon corpse. As fate would have it, upon their arrival, they witnessed a woman tugging at the demon corpse they had just bound, which was now escaping from the refuse bin, eyes wide with shock. The atmosphere fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Run! The 2 corpses began to flee in opposite directions. Without hesitation, Han Yi and Li Mubai pursued the male demon corpse, while Yi Feng and Wan Tianla chased after the female demon corpse. A brilliant golden light suddenly flared. Flash kick. Li Mubai delivered a powerful kick, sending the male demon corpse crashing to the ground, with Han Yi swiftly following to assist in binding it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wan Tianla commanded, "Stop right there." The coffin slipped from his grasp, soaring through the air in a graceful arc utilizing the light feather technique. One of the runic spells inscribed upon the coffin. As it reached the female demon corpse's head, he invoked the weight increase spell. Boom! The female demon corpse was crushed into a large meat patty. Wan Tianla approached, shaking the now lifeless hand, and looked at Yi Feng, asking, "Brother Feng, is there any hope?" With its brain matter splattered, "If you can revive it, I shall perform the Thomas spiral maneuver to ascend to the heavens. Yi Feng was speechless. He suddenly felt that Wan Tianla was sometimes even more formidable than Han Yi. After running away, Ouyang Shui found herself in a dimly lit alley, and she could no longer hold back her emotions, squatting down and bursting into tears. Why are these bastards relentlessly pursuing me? Do I have a vendetta against them? I have just taken over my business, and now it's all gone. Just as Ouyang Shui's emotions reached a breaking point, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. The figure approached her with a smile and said, "Friend of the Demon God Temple, I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you. I wonder if you might be interested." The male demon corpse was tightly bound and thrown into the center of 4 individuals, who gazed intently at it. For some reason, the demon corpse felt that these 4 individuals were even more terrifying than it appeared. What kind of fearsome entities were they? Speak. What exactly are you? It would be best to confess honestly, or do not blame me for being ruthless, Hani declared, brandishing a metal baseball bat, eager to proceed. Even if I die, I would leap from the rooftop. I will not divulge a single detail about us. The demon corpse, resolute and unyielding, drew the attention of the 3 others to Wan Tianla. Clearly, this form of interrogation was his expertise. Prise open his mouth, Wan Tianla commanded, taking a writhing centipede from the summoning circle, ready to force it into the demon corpse's mouth. I was wrong. I will confess everything. The demon corpse declared upon seeing the centipede, choosing to reveal the truth. Bound and seated at the center, the demon corpse began to narrate its tale. We demon corpses were created by the Fox Spirit Demon King. Originally, I was merely a heap of demon beast carcasses discarded in a refuse pile. I am not among the first batch of demon corpses, but the second. We were generated by the magical energy from the first batch. That female corpse who saved me moments ago belongs to the 3rd batch. She was created from my magical energy. To sustain our existence and strengthen our powers, we must continuously consume human blood. It is said that the first batch of demon corpses could reduce humans to mere bones. Unfortunately, as a second batch demon corpse, I lack the power to do so. The demon corpse divulged all it knew to the 4 individuals, who were enlightened upon hearing this. So is that how it is? Do you know how we can eliminate all of you demon corpses? Asked Li Mubai, posing the pivotal question. I do not know. Such matters should only be known to the first batch of demon corpses. Can you contact or inform us of the whereabouts of the first batch? Li Mubai inquired further. I cannot. Why not? Because I do not know. If I could reach out to them, would I have been left to hunt alone and be captured by you? The demon corpse made a valid point. I have said all I needed to. Are you satisfied? May I leave now? The demon corpse, seeing the 4 lost in thought, felt a surge of joy. As long as it could escape, the skies would be vast for birds to soar and the seas wide for fish to leap. In truth, he is not merely a second-generation demon corpse, but rather a veritable first-generation demon corpse. Yet, who among the 4 could possibly discern this truth if he remains silent? As long as he manages to escape, he shall summon Lord Corpse King to exact vengeance upon these 4, reveling in their torment. Let them find themselves in a state of despair, unable to live or die. The trio's gaze shifted to Li Mubai, with Yifeng being the first to articulate his thoughts. Can your faceless technique replicate this fellow? Certainly, and I shall employ the simplest method within the faceless technique. Li Mubai replied, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Before the demon corpse's eyes widened in terror, he produced a scalpel and commenced the delicate task of peeling away the demon corpse's facial skin. 10 minutes later, a demon corpse emerged, nearly indistinguishable from the male demon corpse that had preceded it. The faceless technique not only alters appearance and voice, but can even modify physique and skin tone. Chapter 92. The lair of the demon corpse. A camera was discreetly installed on Li Mubai to facilitate their observation of his condition. Mubai, can you assume the appearance of a normal human? Yifeng asked, his brow furrowed. Venturing out so brazenly would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Not a problem, Li Mubai replied. And as he spoke, his originally dark green skin underwent a transformation, swiftly morphing into the guise of an ordinary human. The skin of this demon corpse was exceptionally unique, capable of shifting between a normal human appearance and that of a demon corpse. Had they not fortuitously discovered a demon corpse, capturing one would have proven quite challenging. At this juncture, Li Mubai paused, pondering their arduous journey to locate the demon corpse's main force and lair after having struggled to find just one. His words rendered the room silent, as the truth of his statement sank in. However, at that moment, Tianla summoned a small black insect in his palm. This worm possesses an acute sense of smell. It will undoubtedly detect the scent of other demon corpses and lead us effortlessly to their lair. The trio exchanged incredulous glances, as if questioning, when did Tianla become so astute? The insect gnawed on a piece of flesh from a nearby demon corpse, familiarizing itself with the scent before guiding Li Mubai onward into the distance. The three maintained a safe distance from Li Mubai, monitoring his progress through their mobile devices, ready to rush to his aid at the slightest hint of danger. Tianla felt a surge of gratitude, witnessing the duo's unwavering concern for Li Mubai. Realizing they had similarly protected him discreetly in the hotel and rushed to the scene once the incident unfolded. It dawned on him that while he considered them comrades, they genuinely regarded him as a brother. As Tianla marveled at his fortune in encountering such loyal friends, Li Mubai, under the guidance of the insect, ventured further away, straying deeper into an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Strangely, the more he veered off course, the more individuals appeared nearby. An unsettling intuition gripped Li Mubai. He sensed that these beings were not human. Just then, a commotion erupted among dozens of individuals around him, who suddenly accelerated, sprinting towards a specific location. Zhijio, what are you dawdling for? Our lair has been discovered by the Demon Hunting Association. We must go support our brethren. A robust man, unmistakably acquainted with Li Mubai's guise, seized his shoulder. Li Mubai froze momentarily, and at that instant, everyone around him transformed into the visage of demon corpses. Faced with this reality, he had no choice but to adopt the demon corpse appearance and follow suit. A throng of demon corpses surged towards a construction site, approximately a kilometer away. Feng and his companions trailed behind, shuddering as they observed the demon corpses through the monitor. When did Hope City become infested with such monstrosities? Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the demon corpses' lair as countless demon corpses surrounded a mid-tier demon hunting team of 6. These low-tier, undead creatures were incessantly howling at the 6 wizards, creating a scene reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse where the undead besiege the living. What manner of monstrosities are these? One male wizard shouted as he unleashed wind-based attack spells, causing the fiends to scatter. All the intermediate wizards were desperately casting spells, striving to preserve their lives. Yet, their hopes were rather naive. The undead continued to swarm, and their magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate, nearing exhaustion. As the intermediate undead sensed the diminishing resistance of the 6, they joined the fray. 8 intermediate undead surrounded the 6, who were already on the brink of magical depletion. The undead felt their victory was assured, and even the wizards themselves were succumbing to despair. What hope could they possibly have? The 8 intermediate undead were exhilarated. Once they devoured these humans and absorbed their power, they would undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier. Witnessing this scene on television, he was filled with fervor. How could he stand idly by while his compatriots faced mortal peril? Let us kill them together. Before he could finish his sentence, Tianla and Feng swiftly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Li Mubai, who had been hiding among the undead, noticed that the 6-man demon hunting team was clearly on the verge of exhaustion, about to be overrun. He coughed twice, signaling the 3 others to inquire what he should do next. The voice of Feng soon reached his ears through the earpiece. Stay put and don't move. We have already subdued Yi. This guy is overly compassionate and insists on rescuing them. Tianla and I have confined him in a coffin. If we recklessly intervene now, it will be tantamount to suicide. You continue as our spy while I contact the association to inform them of the situation. Feng remained calm. This was beyond their capacity to handle. Thousands of sentient low-tier undead, not to mention countless intermediate ones, would only spell disaster if they engaged. Next to Feng, Tianla sat atop a coffin, which was bound in chains, with imprisoned within. The once ivory coffin had been covered in runes, now rendered pitch black, illustrating the sheer number of magical inscriptions inscribed upon it. There were numerous means to keep quiet, resulting in him now peacefully slumbering in the coffin, utterly serene. Youth truly is a blessing, one can simply fall asleep at a moment's notice. At the construction site, the defensive line of the 6 wizards crumbled entirely as their magical energy was depleted under the relentless assault of the undead. Just as the 8 intermediate undead prepared to feast upon the 6, a voice resonated within their minds. Though somewhat displeased, they recognized it as the command of their master, the Corpse King, and had no choice but to comply. The 6 were captured and brought to the rooftop of a building reminiscent of a construction site. Beneath the moonlight, a woman stood atop the building, gazing down with pride at the undead creatures under her control. The 6 intermediate wizards were thrown onto the ground as the intermediate undead declared, "Please enjoy, esteemed Lord of the Corpse King." One of the mid-tier undead knelt respectfully, embodying a demeanor of utmost reverence. Indeed, the enchanting woman before us, seemingly in her 20s, is none other than the leader of countless undead, the Corpse King. The Corpse King nodded and, with a swift motion of her hand, summoned the blood of 6 individuals, which surged forth from their 7 orifices and coalesced into a blood pearl in her grasp. "This is the item you requested, a token of our collaboration between the undead and your divine pavilion." With a flick of her wrist, she cast the blood pearl into a corner of the upper floor. A pair of delicate, porcelain-like hands intercepted the pearl, belonging to none other than Ouyang Shui. Chapter 93. The Corpse King Ouyang Shui caught the blood pearl, and with this artifact, she could commence her subsequent plans. The collaboration between the Demon God Temple and the Corpse of Demons heralded a future where the City of Hope would inevitably become their dominion. Contemplating this, Ouyang Shui felt a surge of pride. Indeed, it was a stroke of fortune for the Demon God Temple to have her. Just as she was preparing to leave for the Demon God Temple to elucidate the situation, the Corpse King suddenly furrowed his brow. 2 human sorcerers nearby, one of them sitting atop a coffin. Upon receiving the report via the magical medium from his subordinate, the Corpse King's expression turned grave. Had the elite of the Demon Hunter Association discovered their whereabouts? As he hesitated on whether to eliminate the 2, Ouyang Shui abruptly returned, her expression animated. "The sorcerer with the coffin. It must be Wan Tianla. Corpse King, I implore you to eliminate these 2 at once. I harbor a deep-seated grudge against them." "Oh." The Corpse King, intrigued by her words, turned to inquire, "What is their strength?" "2 sorcerers," Ouyang Shui replied. "The other one's identity eludes me. But the one with the coffin is undoubtedly Wan Tianla, a mere mid-level sorcerer. My subordinate described the other as having somewhat long hair, a quintessential homebody by modern standards." Before the Corpse King could finish, Ouyang Shui interjected, "It must be Feng, another ordinary mid-level practitioner." "Very well. In that case, I shall assist you in avenging your bitter enmity." As soon as the words left his lips, the demon corpses at the construction site, which were about to disperse, surged towards one direction, the very direction where Feng and his companions were located. Bang! Han emerged from the coffin, wielding a metallic baseball bat, which he used to deform and twist a nearby demon corpse. Meanwhile, Wan Tianla raised the coffin high, repeatedly employing physical exorcism against the approaching demon corpses. Flames roared as Feng, perplexed, wondered why the demon corpses were suddenly charging towards them. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant in such endeavors moving forward. He realized he had been careless. "Feng, you all must flee. Mid-level demon corpses are heading your way." Li Mubai's anxious voice echoed through the earpiece. Before Feng could respond, he heard Li Mubai urgently add, "Crap. The Corpse King is coming for you too." Upon hearing this, Feng did not hesitate for a moment. A golden fire lotus suddenly bloomed in the street, reducing all demon corpses within 100 meters to ash. "Run!" Feng shouted, then transformed into a blur, sprinting towards the bustling district, with Wan Tianla and Han closely trailing behind. A profound sense of impending doom welled up within Han, and Wan Tianla. In the distance, the Corpse King gazed at the blossoming golden fire lotus, a disdainful smirk playing upon his lips. "All low-level demon corpses, return to your tasks. Send 10 mid-level demon corpses to capture these 3 alive." The thoughts of the Corpse King were quite straightforward: to capture the 3 individuals alive, allowing Ouyang Shui to personally inflict torment upon them. Such a course of action would undoubtedly fortify their collaboration with the Demon God Temple. With the assistance of the Demon God Temple's formidable power, They could effectively conceal themselves within the shadows of this bustling metropolis. 5 minutes later, the trio, who had been sprinting at breakneck speed, abruptly halted, for unbeknownst to them, a woman had appeared 100 meters ahead. A chilling aura emanated from her, unmistakably identifying her as the corpse king that Li Mubai had mentioned. Behind them, 10 mid-tier corpse demons had caught up, their mocking gazes fixated on the trio as though they were observing some exceedingly entertaining prey. Capture them. The corpse king's icy command echoed, and in unison, the 10 corpse demons lunged toward the three. A foul stench of decay wafted from their forms, evoking nausea. Get lost. He brandished a baseball bat, swinging it fiercely. Although he could repel the approaching corpse demons, they were quickly replaced by others closing in. Flames roared, and coffins soared. The three found themselves ensnared within a tightening circle. Regardless of the tactics they employed, escaping the encirclement of the corpse demons proved futile. Enjoy this feast of death. Savor the despair of being hunted. Ha ha ha. The corpse king laughed heartily, reveling in the sheer delight of instilling terror and hopelessness through her power. However, at that moment, a golden light suddenly streaked from the sky. Capture the leader first. Strike from the rear. Demon spawn, receive my shining kick. Li Mubai had quickly identified the commanding corpse demon at the back. Presumably, this was part of the first batch of corpse demons, while the mid-tier ones were from the second batch, thus obeying its orders. By eliminating this commanding corpse demon, the remaining 10 would soon follow suit. As for the female corpse demon, she was likely mid-tier at best. He had learned that only the corpse king was of high rank, while the others maxed out at mid-tier. It is noteworthy that previously, Li Mubai had only heard from the nearby corpse demons that the corpse king was pursuing Feng and his companions. Having no clear image of what the corpse king truly looked like, the sheer number of corpse demons had obscured his view. Even if the corpse king had stood atop a building, her height would have rendered her merely a small dart. Bang! Li Mubai's shining kick landed squarely on the corpse king's face. However, she did not budge an inch. Mubai, run! That's the corpse king. Ye Feng exclaimed in horror, incredulous that Li Mubai had not recognized the formidable boss before them. What did you say? The wind is too loud. I can't hear you. Li Mubai, bewildered, prepared to leap for another strike, only to see a pair of claw-like hands lunging towards his neck. Bang! The corpse king had anticipated that her strike would pierce through the human's throat, only to find her claws meeting a solid weapon instead. You three go. I'll hold off the corpse king. Feng stood resolutely before Li Mubai with the long yuan sword. Upon hearing this, Li Mubai instinctively inquired, What about you, Feng? I have a way to escape. You must flee at once. If you do not depart now, it will truly be too late. The blazing inferno of the core ignited fiercely upon him, transforming Feng into a being of fire. He brandished his long sword, striking towards the corpse king, who effortlessly raised a hand to block the attack. The corpse king then swung its sharp claws at Feng's neck, yet he adeptly evaded the assault. The heavenly flames roared, sweeping across a radius of 100 meters, instantly reducing 10 mid-tier undead to ashes. You must hurry. I cannot maintain this state of heavenly fire for much longer. I, honey, am not one to cower in fear of death. Before he could finish his words, Li Mubai and Tianla coordinated to kick him into the coffin, sealing it shut and swiftly carrying it away. Ye Feng, you must return safely. I have yet to purchase your figurine. Li Mubai shouted as he ran with urgency. Chapter 94. This is true despair, you damn well better know. Feng roared, wielding his long sword, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. The corpse king regarded Feng with a hint of mockery. Even if he had some hidden trump card, what of it? She was a high-level 8-star undead, and no matter how formidable a mid-tier mage might be, could he truly surpass her? After confirming that the three had retreated a considerable distance, Feng abruptly withdrew, maintaining a safe distance from the corpse king. Ha ha ha! Is this the extent of your power? Soon, I shall crush your limbs and make you witness the torment of those you vowed to protect with your life. You will come to understand the meaning of fear, the essence of despair. Ha ha! The corpse king laughed heartily, her eyes gleaming with derision. Once, she had been human. Back when the City of Hope had yet to earn its name, and it was merely an ordinary city. The emergence of the demon race had led to the slaughter of humanity, and she had been cast aside, ultimately meeting her demise at the jaws of a beast. She had tasted that excruciating despair of abandonment, and now others must feel it too. Despair? I beg your pardon, but I believe the one who truly ought to experience despair is you. Feng replied coldly, a weary smile gracing his lips after such a lengthy charade. His aura surged dramatically. I shall no longer feign humility. I am the one in command. I reveal my true self. The Corpse King felt the sudden escalation of Feng's aura and was momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly shook her head. Though this presence was indeed formidable, enough to leave her breathless and even make her consider kneeling in submission, she dismissed it as mere illusion conjured by some trickery. Indeed, it was an illusion, a mere ruse. Human. The Corpse King roared, transforming into a blur as she lunged toward Feng, her hands channeling magical energy, her claws aimed at him. However, despite her fierce assault, not even a scratch marred Feng's form. The Corpse King was initially stunned, then frantically resumed her attack. Impossible. This cannot be, she bellowed, her expression twisting in disbelief. No matter how she struck, Feng remained steadfast, unmoving, while her claws could not even rustle the hem of his garment. With a resounding crack, her claws shattered, and desperation surged within the Corpse King. She opened her mouth to bite at Feng's neck, anticipating a scene of bloodshed. Yet reality felt like sinking her teeth into an iron pillar. His neck remained unscathed, while her teeth crumbled painfully. The undead's sense of pain was not particularly acute. Yet at this moment, the Corpse King felt a piercing anguish. This is true despair. Feng suddenly spoke, wrapping his hands around the delicate waist of the Corpse King and pulling with great force. The renowned technique of the Bone King, the embrace of death. No, no, let me go. I do not wish to die again. I do not want to. Crack. In the throes of despair and collapse, her vertebrae shattered, and Feng released his grip, allowing her lifeless body to slump weakly to the ground. Using the Corpse King as a conduit, Feng reached into the air beside him. In an instant, all the undead creatures in the City of Hope were reduced to ashes. At that moment, the Fox Spirit Demon King, dining in an upscale Western restaurant, abruptly crushed the wine glass in her hand. How could this be possible? Her heart raced. Disbelief etched across her face as she pondered who could have killed all the undead she had created with a single blow. The magical energy from the demise of these undead would predominantly return to her, making her acutely aware that all her creations had perished. Panic seized her. She suddenly realized that the mysterious assailant could very well trace her through this surge of power. Hastily, she rose and made her way to the restroom, where a spatial rift appeared. She decided to retreat to the demon realm for a while to evade the impending danger. This formidable entity was likely the very one who had slain the Ghostwing Demon King. Although she was stronger than the Ghostwing Demon King, the distinction between them was marginal. It was impossible to ascertain just how much stronger this enigmatic being was compared to the Ghostwing Demon King. Hence, avoiding a direct confrontation was paramount. Meanwhile, Feng furrowed his brow as he sensed the vanishing magical energy. Evidently, another otherworldly demon had arrived in Blue Star following the demise of the Ghostwing Demon King. However, this bore no relevance to him, especially since the opponent had clearly retreated back to the demon realm, rendering him unable to pursue. Sigh, acting is truly exhausting. With a resounding slap to his own face, he instantly bore numerous wounds and blood. He limped toward the direction the three had departed, ensuring they would harbor no suspicions. Approximately 2 hours after Feng's departure, the corpse of the Corpse King was dragged away. At dawn, within the largest cemetery in the City of Hope, Ouyang Shuem mourned the loss of her dear sister. How could you be gone? She lamented, cradling the freshly placed gravestone of the Corpse King. Indeed, it was she, Ouyang Shuem, who had taken away the Corpse King's body. Orphaned and taken in by the higher-ups of the Demon God Temple in the City of Hope, she had finally gained some recognition within the organization, only to have the entire leadership annihilated. She had merely been attending school, and now her home was lost. The organization had valued her and entrusted her with an enterprise, which she had only just begun to manage. The shop was destroyed, her subordinates slain, in her despair. It was you who had offered her a glimmer of hope for the future, a partnership that promised mutual success and prosperity. Yet in just a few hours, you two have vanished. Why must my fate be so cruel? Ouyang Shui's emotional state today resembled a roller coaster, filled with exhilarating highs and devastating lows. Earlier, she had been in the lair of the undead when she suddenly witnessed all the undead disintegrate into dust, and she knew something had gone terribly wrong. After searching for what felt like an eternity, she stumbled upon the lifeless body of her newly acquainted sister in a secluded corner, who would not crumble under such a weight of despair. Later that morning, inside a hospital, 3, 4, 5, King Bomb, an airplane with wings. No cards left, Li Mubai exclaimed with delight, while across from him, Wan Tianla and Han, he were covered in sticky notes. Observing the deck of cards placed upon his bandage-wrapped abdomen, Yi Feng struggled with determination, extending his middle finger from the confines of the gauze. This was his final act of defiance. Presently, Yi Feng resembled a mummified figure, his appearance tragically pitiable. However, the physician had assured him that most of his injuries were superficial, and with the restorative treatment, he would be able to have the bandages removed by noon the following day. By the way, Tianlu, I have noticed that your white jade spider seems to have stagnated for quite some time. Did you not just advance a star recently? Why has your contracted beast not accompanied you in this progression? Li Mubai suddenly recalled this inquiry, his expression tinged with curiosity. Typically, contracted beasts are expected to ascend alongside their masters. Thus, in most cases, the rank of the master corresponds with that of their contracted beast. Contracted beast? When did I ever claim that my contracted beast was the white jade spider? They are merely creatures I have tamed using the insect-controlling techniques for my sorcery. Chapter 95. The search for the bone dragon, the words of Wan Tianla, left the three individuals momentarily stunned, with Li Mubai displaying the greatest reaction, his eyes widening as he pointed accusatorily at Wan Tianla, exclaiming, "You, a mid-tier summoner, have yet to contract a single beast." Wan Tianla nodded affirmatively. The three of them were astounded. It was indeed the first time they had encountered a mid-tier summoner without a contracted beast, a peculiarity both absurd and remarkable. "Why haven't you acquired 2 contracted beasts?" Hani could not restrain himself from voicing the question that weighed on everyone's minds. "Because I lack the funds. You wouldn't understand the value of hard-earned money. As a child from a poor family, I would rather split a dime in half than spend it recklessly. It's a struggle," Wan Tianla lamented, gazing up at the sky with a wistful expression. The three were rendered speechless. Yet they could not deny the validity of Wan Tianla's words, for the acquisition of magical beasts was indeed costly, particularly those suitable for taming and contracting. Given Wan Tianla's financial situation, it was understandable that he found himself in such a predicament. "I'll make a phone call." Li Mubai suddenly recalled something and proceeded to contact one of his uncles. After a while, Li Mubai hung up and looked at Yi Feng and the others, saying, "Recently, a juvenile bone dragon was discovered in the western desert, possessing mid-tier capabilities. Shall we embark on a journey to the western desert?" Upon hearing this, the three fell into silence. With the new year still some time away, a trip to the western desert in search of the legendary bone dragon was not entirely out of the question. The bone dragon, a particularly rare and one of the few undead-type magical beasts indigenous to Blue Star, is said to be birthed from the remains of magical beasts. It takes the accumulation of thousands of beast carcasses over millennia to produce a single bone dragon, and this process necessitates the presence of ancient dragon corpses. The ancient dragon species is a very old lineage that vanished from existence over a millennium ago. Today, only a few dragon-type magical beasts remain in Huaxia, most of which possess only traces of ancient dragon blood. Thus, it can be said that the ancient dragon lineage exists solely within the realm of mythology. I fear I cannot accompany you to the western desert. I must return home in the next couple of days, as the military district seems to require my presence." Hani sighed helplessly. Li Mubai turned to Wan Tianla and Yi Feng. "Tianla, Feng, will you two be joining?" "Of course, I will go. This is an opportunity to seek a contracted magical beast. Why would I decline?" Wan Tianla responded, bewildered by Li Mubai's seemingly foolish inquiry. "I shall also accompany you. I am not particularly keen on returning home at the moment." He had received a message from his sister the previous day, informing him that their parents had returned home and inquiring about his own return. He truly wished to avoid going back, not only to face his father, but also the more formidable presence of Xiling, which felt like descending into hell. Excellent. In that case, I shall book our plane tickets. We are off to the Western Desert for an adventure, Li Mubai declared with enthusiasm. Thus far, he had yet to visit the famed Western regions. Each of Huaxia's 5 domains possesses its own distinctive characteristics, with the Western region being predominantly characterized by vast deserts. The Eastern domain is characterized by expansive plains. The Northern domain features snow-capped mountains and grasslands. The Southern domain is defined by oceans and islands, while the Central domain represents the most prosperous region of Huaxia. In the morning, the 3 of them made a decision, and after bidding farewell to Han Yi in the evening, they headed to the airport. Their destination was the central city of the Western domain, the City of Dawn. The City of Dawn, much like the City of Dawn in the Northern domain, symbolizes humanity's reclamation of their homeland at the break of dawn. Since the Northern domain had already been named Dawn, the Western domain designated this place as Dawn City. The distance between the Eastern and Western domains is considerable, representing 2 extreme directions of Huaxia. On the plane, Wan Tianla appeared restless. Clearly it was his first time flying. Good evening. Here is your dinner. A beautiful flight attendant placed a steaming meal on the small table in front of him. Wait, I don't have any money. Can I decline? This is complimentary, sir. You need not worry, the flight attendant explained with a smile, puzzled as to why a first-class passenger would pose such a question. Really? In that case, pack me 10 portions. I shall savor them after disembarking. As soon as Wan Tianla finished speaking, Li Mubai swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. This lovely lady, my friend, is a bit mentally challenged. I hope you can understand, Li Mubai said with a grin to the flight attendant. The somewhat bewildered flight attendant regained her composure and offered a professional smile before serving the remaining meals and departing. First-class cabins certainly housed oddities, she mused, having gained some insight. Shortly thereafter, as the flight attendant passed by again, it was Feng who called out to her. Excuse me, do you have cola? Yes, sir. But we are out of Pepsi. What about Sprite? We have that, sir. I'll fetch it for you. No need, I was just inquiring. I won't drink anything but cola other than Pepsi. Do you have Fanta? Yes. What flavor would you like? Forget it. Just bring me a bottle of mineral water. I won't drink cola other than Pepsi. Certainly, sir. The flight attendant struggled to suppress her irritation.